Chapter 1. I serve as a veterinarian in a fantasy world. Within the boundaries of Yi City, a young lad clad in a simple white garment reclined leisurely in a grand armchair, basking in the sun while stifling yawns. Dr. Liu, my beloved Wonkai, has not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. A noble woman rushed towards him, cradling a diminutive dog no larger than her palm, her voice laced with urgency. The boy squinted against the light and casually remarked, "It has consumed your earring. Administer some croton seeds, and it shall be well by nightfall." Dr. Liu, my parrot has ceased to speak. It believes that conversing with you diminishes its intellect. Dr. Liu, my tortoise has not moved for an entire month. Congratulations. It has reached the end of its days. Dr. Liu, my sow is in heat. What should I do? I advise you to depart swiftly before I draw my blade. Indeed, this young man is none other than Lu Yangshua, the renowned pet aficionado, savior of cats and dogs, and the rising star of the veterinary realm in Yi City. Despite his current preoccupation with trivial matters concerning pets, he had been endowed with the extraordinary Beast King system upon his arrival in this world. Though the name may sound formidable, Lu Yangshua had yet to uncover any abilities beyond conversing with these domestic animals, which had left him somewhat vexed for a time. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, followed by the descent of a colossal beast, adorned in shimmering azure scales, resembling neither lion nor tiger, nearly toppling Lu Yangshuo's modest veterinary clinic. Isn't that the azure water-cheelan beast of the spirit beast sect? Indeed, I had only heard of it before. I never expected to witness such magnificence in person. The onlookers, startled and retreating several meters, began to murmur amongst themselves, their eyes glued to the imposing azure water-cheelan beast. "Are you the veterinarian here?" A delicate female voice floated down from atop the beast's broad back. Lu Yangta rubbed the sand from his eyes and beheld two figures standing on the cheelan's back, a kindly old man with white hair and a young girl, clad in a flowing azure gown, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. "Indeed, may I inquire who you are?" Taking a deep breath to steady his trembling legs, Lu Yangshua inquired. "Master, can he truly help? Little Blue is a divine beast, and he is merely a lecherous veterinarian treating pigs." The girl voiced her discontent to the elderly man. This remark irked Lu Yangshua greatly. While he could tolerate being called a veterinarian, being labeled as lecherous was intolerable. After all, he took pride in his youthful and handsome appearance. "Ahem, dear lady, let us speak to the point without personal attacks. Though my clinic is modest, there is no ailment I cannot address." With newfound determination, Lu Yangshua adopted a demeanor of ethereal composure, casting a dismissive glance at the azure water-cheelan beast, akin to observing a slightly oversized dog. "Tanjir, do not be rude. Apologize to Dr. Liu at once." The white-haired elder admonished the girl sternly. Upon witnessing the elder's displeasure, the girl lowered her head in trepidation and muttered an almost inaudible, "I'm sorry. It is quite all right after all, she is but a child. Now, tell me, is it that something unusual has befallen this azure water-cheelan beast?" Lu Yangshua waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of sophistication. The elder's eyes lit up as he gracefully dismounted from the cheelan with the girl, bowing in respect. "Truly a divine doctor. You have discerned the purpose of our visit at a mere glance. Indeed, it is the azure water-cheelan beast recently. It has exhibited peculiar behavior, no longer wishing to remain in the cold pool for cultivation, but instead seeking to burrow into the earth's core. We of the spirit beast sect are at a loss as to what affliction it may be suffering." Lu Yangsha thought to himself, "The old man knows how to charm. Though I usually attend to common pets, this divine beast is a first for me. Should I fail, I might very well lose my life. But if I am to perish, so be it." Before a divine beast, Lu Yangshua could no longer maintain his carefree demeanor. He approached the azure water-cheelan beast, locking eyes with it. The girl observed in astonishment and whispered to the elder, "Master, could he possibly be an expert from beyond the realms? There are scarcely 10 individuals within the sect bold enough to meet Little Blue's gaze. Yet he shows no trace of spiritual energy. Enough! Remain silent and observe. I, too, cannot ascertain this divine doctor's level of cultivation. To hold such calmness while gazing into Little Blue's eyes, His mastery must at least be at the transcendent stage. The elder's respect for Lu Yangshua grew with every word. Lu Yangshua possessed no such cultivation. He had not even reached the most fundamental stage of spirit dispersion, let alone the intermediate stages of spirit communication, spirit transformation, spirit division, enlightenment, and profound spirit. His ability to meet the Azure Water Chelan Beast's gaze stemmed solely from the Beast King system. Brother, may I inquire your surname? Lu Yangshua tentatively addressed the Azure Water Chelan Beast through the system. Did you not hear them? I am called Little Blue. But who might you be? Since my inception, only the founding patriarch of the Spirit Beast sect has been able to converse with me in such a manner. Little Blue replied with interest, though in reality, it merely extended its long tongue to lick its lips. Ah, that is a lengthy tale. But first, do tell me what troubles you. How might I assist? Seeing Little Blue willing to converse, Lu Yangshua pressed on eagerly. I am not unwell, rather. It is a tradition of my Chelan clan to undergo a metamorphosis every 10,000 years. I must acquire the Earth Core Fire to transform into the fiery Chelan. However, Tanger believes I am ill. She has refused to eat or drink since my departure, which is why I have delayed until now. Upon finishing, Little Blue cast a worried glance at the girl. Tanger. Ah, I understand now. Divine Doctor, do you discern what issue plagues the Azure Water Chelan Beast? The elder, noticing Lu Yangshuo's gaze directed his way, hastily asked with utmost reverence. Ha! Congratulations to your sect. Little Blue harbors no ailment. It is on the cusp of transforming into the fiery Chelan Beast. Lu Yangshua feigned an air of superiority with a light-hearted smile. Both Tanger and the elder were instantly overjoyed. This was indeed a momentous occasion for the Spirit Beast sect. However, they also became convinced of one notion. This handsome youth before them was undoubtedly a hidden master. Chapter 2. The Beast King system officially activates. This is truly a monumental occasion for our Spirit Beast sect. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. If you do not mind, I humbly request you accompany me back to the Spirit Beast sect for a few days as a token of gratitude. What say you? The elder bowed deeply, showing great respect. Seeing her master display such reverence, Tanger, though still somewhat skeptical, inclined her body slightly in agreement. Lu Yangshua regarded the two figures before him, both bowing at a 90-degree angle, and could not suppress a cold snort within. This old fellow is quite shrewd. While he claims it is an act of gratitude, he is merely concerned about any mishaps during Little Blue's transformation, ensuring he can intervene at any moment. Ahem, that may not be convenient, Lu Yangshua replied nonchalantly with a light cough. Of course, I understand your sentiment. Without adequate offerings, how could one possibly appease a great bodhisattva? This is a sacred technique of our Spirit Beast sect, not to be disclosed lightly. Though it may not meet your esteemed standards, it should suffice to demonstrate our sect's sincerity. The elder promptly produced a jade pendant from his waist, revealing a tome with a blue cover. Tanger's pupils dilated. She had never anticipated her master would present such a secret technique merely to win over a young man who looked no older than herself. Is it appropriate for me to accept this? After all, it is a treasure of your sect, and I, an outsider, accepting it would seem improper. Though Lu Yangshua expressed reluctance, his hands moved swiftly, and before the elder could respond, he had already acquired the technique through a half-robbery. The elder displayed no signs of anger in his view. Lu Yangshua, accepting the technique, indicated his interest in the proposal he had just made. Your humility is unwarranted. To forge a friendship with one as esteemed as you is more valuable than any mere technique. Pray, allow me to escort you upon the back of the Azure Water Chelan Beast, and we shall return to the Spirit Beast sect. The elder gestured aside. Not so fast. It seems to me that the Azure Water Chelan Beast is still a tad distant from its metamorphosis. Upon your return, allow it to absorb the Earth Core Fire at its own pace. Half a year hence, when the Azure Water Chelan Beast emerges, I shall pay you a visit. Lu Yangshua, having disregarded the elder's words, leisurely observed Little Blue before reaching out to pat its reverse scale. Little Blue, though displeased with this action, merely snorted in response. The elder gazed at Lu Yangshua with increasing admiration. Thus, it is settled. 6 months from now, The Spirit Beast sect shall warmly welcome your esteemed presence." With that, the elder effortlessly leaped onto Little Blue's expansive back, and with a thunderous roar, the Qilin soared into the sky. As Little Blue's figure vanished beyond the horizon, Lu Yangsha let out a long sigh, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed back into the armchair. How could he possibly know when Xiao Lan would undergo her transformation? It was only at that moment of their brief gaze that Xiao Lan confided in him, explaining that the 6-month period was necessary to allow herself adequate time for preparation, at the very least to possess a certain degree of self-defense when visiting the Spirit Beast sect. "I told you, Lu the Divine Doctor is certainly extraordinary. He can even diagnose the ailments of divine beasts. Truly, he is a master. Lu the Divine Doctor is indeed an impressive figure. My second aunt's daughter is still unmarried. Perhaps those two could be matched." "Stop the nonsense." Lu the Divine Doctor clearly appears to be a reclusive sage. Would he deign to look at that pig? It was only then that Lu Yangshu realized he had been completely surrounded by a throng of neighbors. Hastily, he slipped into his small clinic and secured the door tightly. After approximately half an hour, the voices outside gradually faded away. "It seems I cannot linger in this town for long." He retrieved the secret manual given to him by the elderly man with white hair, which bore the striking inscription of 3 large characters, 10,000 Beast Decision. Ding! Divine Beast Pictorial unlocked by Shui Qilin Beast. Reward: 1,000 royal blood points. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. What exactly is the Divine Beast Pictorial? And what are royal blood points? Lu Yangshuo found himself utterly perplexed by the system's revelations. However, with a mere thought, a lengthy scroll materialized in his mind. At the lower center of the scroll, the visage of the Bai Shui Qilin Beast, or Xiao Lan, appeared, accompanied by detailed information about her. The Bai Shui Qilin Beast is one of the 9 sons of the dragon, fond of water and cold, belonging to the dragon family and the Qilin species. It undergoes transformation once every 10,000 years, evolving into the Yi Hui Qilin Beast post-metamorphosis. An adult Bai Shui Qilin Beast can reach the Wu Ling stage of cultivation. It appears that this Divine Beast Manual contains records of all spirit beasts. As long as Lu Yangshua has encountered them, he can access their detailed information. Naturally, the more precious the bloodline, the lower its ranking. To his surprise, Xiao Lan, with her rare Divine Beast bloodline, could only rank in the middle. What purpose do royal blood points serve? Lu Yangshua inquired of the system in his mind. Royal blood points can be exchanged for items. Would you like to proceed with an exchange? Of course. Let me see what I can obtain. Rubbing his hands together, the scenery in his mind swiftly shifted, revealing an array of divine artifacts, techniques, and elixirs before his eyes. Above his head, a number gradually became visible. 14,372. This must be his royal blood points. How do I have so many royal blood points? Lu Yangshua exclaimed, filled with excitement. Each time a living being is healed, the system allocates royal blood points based on the being's level. The system informed him. Being a veterinarian has truly paid off. Just as Lu Yangshua was happily preparing to select an item, he realized that the prices were extraordinarily steep. A mere shabby iron sword costs 3 million royal blood points. Isn't this a bit excessive? You are nothing short of a black market dealer. Based on your current royal blood points, we recommend purchasing a mystery item box, which requires 1,000 royal blood points for exchange. A shadow of a penguin suddenly flickered in Lu Yangshuo's mind. Then let's go ahead with the exchange. For my first lottery draw, I surely deserve a premium starter package. With gritted teeth, Lu Yangshuo made his selection to exchange. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a high-grade yellow elixir, Tong Xiao Dan from the mystery box. This notification nearly knocked the breath out of Lu Yangshua. Yellow grade? That sounds like the lowest tier. After being a veterinarian for so long, he ended up with a high-grade yellow elixir? Yet, upon reviewing the effects of Tong Xiao Dan, he quickly changed his tune, realizing it was precisely what he needed. Tong Xiao Dan. After consumption, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth increases by 50%, and comprehension ability increases by 200%. With Tong Xiao Dan in his left hand and the 10,000 Beast Decision in his right, Lu Yangshuo's journey of cultivation commenced. Chapter 3. Brother, I sell my skills, Not my body in the stillness of midnight. The city of Yi was enveloped in silence, save for the faint glow of a dim light emanating from a small house in the southern part of the city. At that moment, Lu Yangshu sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, emanating waves of heat from above his head, his expression contorted in agony. Suddenly, Lu Yangshu opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Damn it. This 10,000 beast technique is incredibly difficult to practice. And this is just the first part of the body training. How on earth am I supposed to survive the latter part, the spirit refinement? He couldn't help but grumble as he glanced at the 2 pages of the 10,000 beast technique that lay open before him. The first half of the 10,000 beast technique focused on body refinement, akin to all martial arts, where the initial stage involved drawing spiritual energy into the body to solidify the foundation. However, the 10,000 beast technique had a unique aspect. It leaned towards transforming spiritual energy into a forging hammer, continuously battering one's flesh, allowing it to become as indomitable as a ferocious beast. As for the latter half, spirit refinement, it was still a significant distance away from Lu Yangshu. The heat radiating from his head was a result of Lu Yangshu diligently following the spiritual energy flow method detailed in the 10,000 beast technique, refining his meridians in the process that he never anticipated that the technique would be so arduous to cultivate. At this rate, after 6 months, he might not even reach the spirit transformation realm, let alone the late stages of spirit dispersion. Clearly, Lu Yangshu had underestimated the 10,000 beast technique. After all, it was a secret manual cherished by a sect, and how could it be so easily mastered? Ding. We have received your request and are currently searching for the nearest cultivation location. The system's voice resonated perfectly in Lu Yangshua's mind. Why didn't you mention this function earlier? Hurry up and find it. Lu Yangshua exclaimed joyfully. With a better cultivation site at his disposal, his current speed of practice would surely propel him to new heights. I have located the site with the most abundant spiritual energy within 100 miles. Now, I will provide you with navigation. The system's voice faded, and suddenly, a milky white flame appeared before Lu Yangshu, seemingly guiding him forward. Without delay, Lu Yangshu hastily gathered his belongings, taking all his savings, 300 blue spirit coins, and leveraging his connections as a veterinarian to knock on the door of a horse breeder in the dead of night. He spent 100 blue spirit coins to purchase a tall, magnificent horse. Although spending half his savings stung a little, he had to admit that the horse was indeed swift, carrying him 80 miles overnight to the next city, Shucheng. By the time Lu Yangshu arrived in Shucheng, it was already noon the next day. The scale of Shucheng was nearly double that of Yi City, making it even more bustling with activity. The streets were filled with throngs of people. After gauging the distance, he realized he was only about 20 miles from the location indicated by the system, but he had not brought sufficient provisions. So he needed to replenish his supplies in Shucheng. Otherwise, he would face hunger later on. Suddenly, an irresistible aroma of meat wafted toward him from a certain direction. Following the scent, Lu Yangshu found himself in front of a small stall. "Dear customer, would you like to try some buns?" A seemingly honest man greeted Lu Yangshu with a broad smile. Lu Yangshu nodded. "Boss, give me 20 buns. What kind of meat do you use in these buns? They smell divine." "Ah, you have a discerning palate. The filling for my buns is made from the iron-armored pig found in the Elon mine, ensuring the meat is firm, tender, and juicy." The boss quickly handed Lu Yangshu the buns while gesturing toward the north. Upon seeing the direction the boss pointed, Lu Yangshu felt a flicker of coincidence. "Dear customer, you look weary from travel. Are you from out of town? Where are you headed?" The boss, seemingly eager to converse, initiated a chat with Lu Yangshu. "Isn't it a coincidence? I might be heading to that Elon mine you mentioned." Lu Yangshu scratched his head awkwardly. The boss's actions suddenly halted. "Dear customer, are you going to enter the Elon mine alone?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Lu Yangshu asked, puzzled, noticing the boss's sudden trepidation regarding the Elon mine. "The Elon mine is not a place for ordinary folk, that I advise you not to seek death." The boss's expression darkened. "Come on, boss. Didn't you say the filling for your buns comes from the local beasts?" Lu Yangshu chuckled lightly. "That I'm not joking. The reason I can use the meat from the iron-armored pig is that every half-month, the exploration team from Shucheng enters the Elon mine. Though they always bring back plenty of supplies, they also lose nearly half their members each time. Even those who return are often injured." The boss carefully wrapped Lu Yangshua's buns while explaining, as if the search party was passing by them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yangshu swallowed hard, suddenly feeling as if he had been tricked by the system. Such a dangerous place. He realized he didn't even possess the cultivation of the first level of spirit dispersion. If you truly wish to enter, I recommend you try the recruitment point for the search team. They're going back into the mine in a couple of days. They might still be recruiting now. The boss handed Lu Yangshua the buns that's true. Going alone would likely result in 9 deaths out of 10. However, if I join the main group, it could be a different story that I could just run along with them if it comes to that, Lu Yangshua thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. All right, thank you, boss. How much do I owe you? 10 blue spirit coins. What kind of merchant are you? 10 blue spirit coins for just a few buns. Lu Yangshu nearly collapsed to the ground, cursing under his breath. The quality of the ingredients naturally dictates the price. The MY profits are slim, and I do not offer credit. Half an hour later, Lu Yangshu gnawed ferociously on the buns, as if he were devouring the boss himself. Suddenly, a large courtyard on the street caught his attention. A banner next to the gate bore the simple words, Recruitment Office. Excuse me, is this the recruitment office for the search team? Lu Yangshua approached a sturdy man at the entrance, leading his horse. Indeed, this is it. Young brother, you must be here to apply. Please come in. The robust man greeted Lu Yangshua as if he were a long-lost acquaintance, pulling both him and his horse into the courtyard and promptly shutting the gate behind them. Calm down, brother. I'm here to apply for the search team. I sell my skills, not my body. Lu Yangshua crossed his arms over his chest, cautiously eyeing the imposing man advancing toward him. Chapter 4. Successfully hired. What are you talking about? We haven't yet a newcomer in ages. Come on, don't waste time. Follow me in for the interview. The sturdy man rolled his eyes at Lu Yangshua and waved for a servant to take his horse, dragging the still skeptical Lu Yangshua into the inner courtyard. Hey, we have a newcomer, the sturdy man exclaimed excitedly to a one-eyed, middle-aged man in the hall. This middle-aged man had 3 scars running from his forehead to his chin, perfectly bisecting his face, and his right eye was covered by a black eye patch. Great. Finally, we have a new recruit. However, I cannot discern this young brother's cultivation level. He only exudes a faint ripple of spiritual energy. He seems to be below the first level of spirit dispersion. Gongzi, are you sure you are not mistaken? The middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Yangshua before turning to the robust man called Gongzi. This caused Gongzi to feel somewhat embarrassed. He had been so excited that he forgot to check Lu Yangshua's cultivation level. The search team did not accept the weak. Ahem, can cultivation level really define everything? What truly matters is the skill in one's hands. Isn't that right, Captain? Gongzi defended himself. Lu Yangshua had his own understanding of the art of pretense. If he failed to pass, it would merely be a minor inconvenience for him. After all, if he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would fall on others. The middle-aged man paused, recalling that after years of fighting in the mine, he had overlooked a fundamental rule of the cultivation world. The level of cultivation did not determine the outcome of battles. Numerous examples existed of the weak overcoming the strong. Today, I stand corrected. May I ask how to address you, esteemed senior? The middle-aged man bowed deeply to Lu Yangshua, respectfully inquiring. Nothing to be concerned about. I am Lu Yangshua, an ordinary man for the countryside. I am curious about what kind of tests are required to join your search team. Captain Wang? Lu Yangshua replied with a gentle smile, deftly diverting the topic that I'm a bit older than you, so just call me Brother Wang. Captain feels too formal to join the search team. You only need to undergo a test. But I assure you, it will be quite simple for you. Captain Wang patted Lu Yangshua's shoulder and led him toward the beast fighting arena at the back of the hall, as soon as they entered the arena. Lu Yangshua felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Before him stood a massive black gorilla, over 8 feet tall, pounding its solid chest in a display of ferocity. Captain Wang, what is this? Lu Yangshua suppressed the tremor in his voice as he inquired. This Kaimusi gorilla was a significant effort for us to capture from the mines. The do not be deceived by its mere cultivation at the transformation realm. This beast is inherently ferocious in a confrontation. Even some spirit division realm beasts would retreat in fear as long as we can endure under its command for the duration of an incense stick. We may join the search party. Upon finishing his words, Captain Wang produced a stick of incense from his bosom. This moment, Lu Yangshua felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he was dealing with magical beasts, he felt unafraid, for he possessed the ability to communicate with them. Before Captain Wang could light the incense, Lu Yangshua boldly strode toward the howling Kaimusi gorilla. Be careful, Lu brother. This creature is notoriously brutal. Cautioned Captain Wang and Gongzi from behind. their voices laced with concern. Yet Lu Yangshu remained unfazed, standing at the feet of the Kaimusi gorilla and locking eyes with it. The gorilla swung its fist, the size of a watermelon, intending to strike Lu Yangshu down, but then it suddenly halted. Moments later, astonishingly, the Kaimusi gorilla began to calm, squatting before Lu Yangshu like a well-behaved child. What on earth is happening? Gongzi and Captain Wang exchanged bewildered glances, none of them understanding what Lu Yangshu had done as time passed. When the incense burned out, Lu Yangshu slowly turned around. Captain Wang, does this mean I have passed the test? He asked with a light chuckle. Absolutely. Please, young brother, follow Gongzi to arrange for your accommodation. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the search team. Captain Wang replied, though astonished, he quickly regained his composure. Lu Yangshu nodded and followed Gongzi, whose jaw almost dropped in disbelief, as they walked outside. The Kaimusi gorilla waved its hand reluctantly at Lu Yangshua's retreating figure. This is truly bizarre, both Gongzi and Captain Wang thought simultaneously. In truth, Lu Yanshua had simply asked the Kaimusi gorilla a straightforward question through the Beast King system. Do you wish to go home? With that, Lu Yangshu easily joined the Elon Mountain search team. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of the Spirit Beast sect, a refined gentleman reclined on the throne, attentively listening to the report from an elder and a young one below that a silver dragon, the thickness of a thumb, coiled around his left wrist. The elder and the youth were none other than Tonger, and the white-haired elder from the previous day's events in Yi City. This gentleman was none other than Xiao Hongba, the current leader of the Spirit Beast sect. If I understand Elder Huyin correctly, this young man's cultivation is at least at the transformation realm. Xiao Hongba inquired with keen interest while toying with the silver dragon in his hand. Reporting to the sect leader, I cannot be certain, but that youth undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talents. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the pressure from the Azure Water-Cheelan beast. Elder Huyin responded respectfully. You have done well. In 6 months, when he arrives at the Spirit Beast sect, I shall know at a glance. Elder Huyin, you must be weary. You may take your leave to rest for now. Xiao Hongba said, waving his hand gently, prompting Elder Huyin to withdraw immediately. What is it, my little princess? Are you still upset with Daddy? Once Elder Huyin departed, Xiao Hongba discarded his authoritative demeanor and approached Tonga with a beaming smile. Indeed, Tonga was Xiao Hongba's biological daughter, the little princess of the Spirit Beast sect, Xiao Xintong. Not at all. How dare I be angry with the sect leader? Xiao Xintong retorted, turning her head away with a huff. Daddy only asked you to follow Elder Huyin for your own good. Otherwise, when you marry in the future and I am no longer around, who will take care of you at that moment? Xiao Hongba was the very picture of a doting father. Daddy, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing the word die, Xiao Xintong turned around, her eyes visibly reddening. All right, Daddy will not speak of it anymore. By the way, the leader of the Blood Demon sect has also contacted me recently, and we discussed how you and their young master have a betrothal. Xiao Hongba quickly added, wrapping his arms around his daughter. Pa, I would rather marry that poor boy from yesterday than that sickly wretch from the Blood Demon sect. Upon hearing the mention of the young master from the Blood Demon sect, Xiao Xintong's expression turned filled with disdain. Chapter 5, Side Quest Activated. Daddy, if you say another word, I shall be angry. Thousands of miles away in Shuqing, Lu Yangshuo had just finished tidying up his dormitory when he suddenly let out a loud and heavy sneeze. The dust here is truly abundant, that I sincerely apologize. This room has not been cleaned in quite some time, so there is a considerable amount of dust, Gongzi said, his face reddening. This was indeed his responsibility. But he had not anticipated that someone would suddenly occupy the room. Brotherly, do not stand on ceremony. It is merely a matter of cleaning. By the way, when shall we head to Lan Mountain? During Lu Yangshua's tidying, he learned that Gongzi's full name was Li Gang. The next entry into the mountain should be in 3 days. Though I do not wish to dampen your enthusiasm. The Elon Mountain is not to be trifled with. The Kaimusi gorilla you encounter today is merely mid-tier in strength within that realm. Li Gang's expression suddenly grew serious, as if he had recalled something terrifying. No worries, I was just asking, do we have any plans for the next few days? Lu Yangshua waved his hand dismissively. Even a divine beast like Xiaolan did not intimidate him, so he figured Elan Mountain would not pose any significant problems. There are no specific arrangements. For the next few days, you should rest well, that I will bring you your team uniform and such, and the captain will naturally inform you when we set off. With that, Li Gang exited, carrying a large bundle of bedding. After shutting the door, Lu Yangsha sat cross-legged on the bed, desperately resisting the urge to swallow a spirit-opening pill and forcing himself into a meditative state to continue refining his meridians. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Li Gang visited only once to deliver a set of pitch-black team uniforms and a greenish ring. According to Li Gang's introduction, it was a spatial ring, which could be unlocked with a mere trace of spiritual energy, containing 50 cubic meters of space. Lu, brother, it is time to depart. Are you ready? Li Gang's voice called from outside the door. Lu Yangshuo opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining from them, indicating that his recent training had nearly brought him to the first layer of the spirit division realm, but he gently opened the door to find Li Gang standing outside, waiting. Let us go. Moments later, the two arrived at the previous beast fighting arena, only to find that the Kaimusi gorilla had been relocated, replaced by a small squad of about 20 individuals, standing in orderly formation at the arena's center. Li Gang led Lu Yangshuo to the back of the line. The other members, seemingly indifferent to Lu Yangshuo's presence as a newcomer, merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning their focus ahead. All right, everyone is here. Let us set off. Our objective remains the same, and I hope everyone returns safely and sound, Captain Wang stated succinctly, clearly conveying the perilous nature of the journey ahead. The group remained silent, following Captain Wang as he began their march toward Elon Mountain. Before long, noon arrived. The search team had embarked at dawn and had already covered 20 miles by midday. Had it not been for Lu Yangshuo's rigorous training using the 10,000 beasts technique over the past few days, he might have struggled to keep pace with the group. All right, let us take a moment to rest here. We are about to enter the mountain, so keep your wits about you, Captain Wang declared before sitting down beneath a large tree, munching on his rations. The others followed suit, taking the opportunity to rest. That Li Gang began to explain the environment of Elon Mountain to Lu Yangshu. The location of Elon Mountain is rather peculiar. Two towering cliffs resemble giant hands grasping a chain of mountains in between. Our destination lies in the middle section of the mountain range. According to Li Gang, during their last exploration of the midsection, they noticed the aura of magical beasts had suddenly diminished significantly, coinciding with their supplies running low, prompting their return to Shuqing to regroup for another expedition. Brother Li, what lies deep within the mountain range? Does anyone know? Lu Yangshuo inquired curiously, as at that moment, a milky white flame in his vision pointed toward the mountain's end. Some say it is a richly abundant spirit stone mine that is yet to be exploited, while others claim a formidable beast resides deep within. However, throughout the years, no one has truly reached the depths, so these could be mere possibilities or entirely unfounded, Li Gang replied, taking a bite of his flatbread. Ding! Detected that you have arrived near the destination. Activating side quest. The redemption of the ancient Thunder Dragon. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Yangshuo's mind. The ancient Thunder Dragon? A side quest at this moment. Could it be that the end of the mountain range is, realizing this, Lu Yangshuo hastily interrupted his own thoughts, fearing that if he continued to ponder, he might lose the courage to proceed. Gently sliding his finger over the spatial ring on his finger, Lu Yangshuo retrieved a piece of dry food and began to nibble on it. Half an hour later, have you all rested well? The path to the midpoint has been cleared since our last arrival. This time, we must reach the midpoint with utmost speed. However, we must remain vigilant, as there may be demonic beasts lurking along the way. With that, Captain Wang drew forth a broad-bladed heavy sword and a tower shield from his spatial ring, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. The others quickly retrieved their weapons as well. Due to financial constraints, Lu Yangshuo had not purchased any armaments, opting instead for an ordinary longsword from the search team's storeroom, which he now gripped firmly in his hand. Let us set forth. Captain Wang commanded, and instantly, the entire search team's pace surged to its peak, akin to a pack of wolves on the hunt, their black uniforms allowing them to blend seamlessly into the forest. 200 meters ahead, a corpse-poisoned snake. Captain Wang called, his keen eyes scanning for danger, and no sooner had he spoken than a gleaming throwing knife shot forth from an unseen corner of the team, striking true and pinning the corpse-poisoned snake firmly against a tree point 400 meters to the right, a toxic fire lizard. Another blue ice arrow flew from the team, striking the lizard's brow before it could unleash its venom. This level of coordination could not be achieved without years of practice that Lu Yangshu ran. He silently praised the team, It was as if Captain Wong was their collective eye, guiding their every move. Thus, after a full day and night of rapid advancement, the search team finally reached their destination. Chapter 6. The gravity domain. Upon sighting the small flag that marked their objective, Captain Wong slowly came to a halt. His chest heaving as sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Lu Yangshua's throat felt parched, as if aflame. After a day and night of travel, he recalled that only days prior, he had been a mere veterinarian. Running from one end of the street to the other had nearly taken his life. Rest for half an hour. Then we will begin to search in dispersed formations. Captain Wong plopped down onto the ground and began to gulp from a bottle of water. Lu Yangshua intended to sit and rest as well. But an unusual scent in the air suddenly made him tense. What is wrong? Li Gang, standing nearby, was the first to notice Lu Yangshua's unease and inquired curiously. This place feels unsettling, Lu Yangshua remarked. Scanning their surroundings, aside from a few scattered trees, the area was littered with countless stones, devoid of any life beyond the search team. Yet it was this very emptiness that filled him with apprehension. It felt like the calm before a storm, suggesting that beyond this threshold lay true chaos. Where is the disturbance? This is the area with the faintest aura of demonic beasts we have encountered thus far. Li Gang waved dismissively, urging Lu Yangshua to sit and recover his strength. Captain Wong, I believe something is amiss here. Lu Yangshua disregarded the suggestion to rest and quickly approached Captain Wong, speaking in hushed tones. What seems to be the issue? There is no trace of demonic beasts here. Isn't that a good sign? Captain Wong replied, moving the water bottle from his lips and smiling. Consider this. Why are there so many demonic beasts ahead? Yet none here, with their presence seemingly diminished. Lu Yangshua met Captain Wong's solitary eye with a questioning gaze that I truly cannot say. Perhaps there is a lack of water or food sources? Captain Wong pondered briefly, surveying the barren stones around them. No, I have always been close to demonic beasts. Beyond your suggestion, there is another possibility. There exists a formidable entity here that other demonic beasts dare not offend. And we currently stand at the boundary of its territory. Lu Yangshua concluded, glancing towards the direction of the flag. Captain Wong paused, then sprang to his feet, retrieving his weapon once again. Everyone, stay alert. Although the search team was bewildered by the sudden shift, they instinctively obeyed Captain Wong's command, heightening their vigilance as they surveyed their surroundings. That a thunderous roar erupted beneath them, followed by the emergence of a gigantic black claw, over 30 meters long, erupting from the ground and crashing towards them. Captain Wong acted swiftly, yanking Lu Yangshua behind him, but was still struck by the claw, sending him careening backward. Captain damn it die! Seeing Captain Wong thrown aside, the search team was consumed by rage, especially Li Gang, who brandished a massive iron hammer, striking the surface of the black claw with all his might as the blow landed. Li Gang felt a moment of triumph, but it quickly faded. His powerful strike left no mark on the claw, only serving to enrage its owner, which began to emerge from the earth. They beheld the full form of the creature, a colossal black scorpion, stretching 200 to 300 meters in length. With eyes the color of blood, Divine Beast System unlocked. Reward, 700 Royal Blood Points. Earth Scorpion, length, 284 meters. Cultivation, late stage of Spirit Division. Special skill, Gravity Domain. What the hell? Late stage of Spirit Division. Are you kidding me? Lu Yangshua thought to himself, inching towards a safer spot behind the team, contemplating the daunting creature before him, which did not seem inclined to engage in conversation. Calm down, big brother. We mean no harm. Humans must die. As expected, Lu Yangshua received only that grim reply, be careful, Lu. Captain Wong, noticing Lu Yangshua standing dazed, dashed in front of him just as the Earth Scorpion's claw loomed overhead, raising his tower shield to absorb the crushing blow. However, with Captain Wong's cultivation at only the 6th level of spirit transformation, he found himself somewhat powerless against the late-stage Earth Scorpion, though he managed to withstand the blow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it. You think giving you a little color will make you radiant? Huh. Captain Wong organized the brothers to attack its underbelly. Its undercarapace is its weak point. Seeing Captain Wong wounded, Lu Yangshua abandoned any further attempts to communicate with the Earth Scorpion, grinding his teeth and relaying the information he had gleaned from the Divine Beast Compendium. Captain Wong paused for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Lu Yangshua. His mind raced, and in an instant he devised a tactical plan, swiftly gathering the dispersed team members. Archers, provide long-range harassment. Shield warriors, and I will restrain its claws and tail. Assassins and swordsmen, target its underbelly, upon hearing Captain Wang's orders. The team sprang into action. Li Gang, having learned the hard way the Earth Scorpion's strength, charged beneath it, swinging his hammer with all his might against its vulnerable undercarapace. The Earth Scorpion roared in pain, thrashing its claws and tail with renewed ferocity, causing the shield warriors to feel the pressure intensify. After several hundred exchanges, the Earth Scorpion's strength began to wane, and it retreated into a defensive posture, curling its pillar-like legs and shielding its front with its claws, leaving only its tail to lash out at any who dared approach. "Captain, it seems this creature is faltering," Li Gang panted, rushing to Captain Wang's side. "Let us pull back. While it may lack the desire to attack now, we are equally powerless against it." Thanks to Lu, we managed to avoid a disastrous fate. Captain Wang wiped the blood from his forehead and expressed his gratitude to Lu Yangshu. "We're all brothers. No need for thanks. Let us make haste. If this creature has companions, we'll find ourselves in a dire situation." Lu Yangshu waved his hand and moved to assist the trembling, exhausted Captain Wang as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, an overwhelming force bore down on the retreating group, pinning them to the ground. "This is bad," Lu Yangshu thought, realizing he had forgotten about the Earth Scorpion's special skill, gravity domain. At that moment, everyone felt as if a mountain had been placed upon them, rendering even their fingers immobile. Chapter 7. Captured especially for Lu Yangshu, whose cultivation was already low, the Earth Scorpion's gravity domain left him utterly helpless. He could not even manage a struggle, his vision turning crimson as he felt his blood vessels threatening to burst. "Damn it! Lu, hang in there." Captain Wang, possessing the highest cultivation, strained to keep his body upright, yet found himself unable to budge an inch. As the group remained immobilized, the Earth Scorpion moved in an instant. It was before Lu Yangshu, seizing him from the ground and swiftly retreating into the depths of the Yilan mine. Captain Wang, Li Gang, and the others watched helplessly as the Earth Scorpion abducted Lu Yangshu, powerless to intervene. It was only after the creature's silhouette vanished entirely from view that the oppressive gravity domain finally dissipated. "Quick, we must pursue!" Captain Wang, without the time to assess his injuries, let out a fierce shout and abruptly rose to his feet. Instantly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to lean back involuntarily. Li Gang, quick on his feet, rushed forward to steady Captain Wang. Having just endured the forces of gravity, their blood had all surged towards their hearts. Rising too swiftly could result in blood rushing to the brain. "Captain, let it go. We barely inflicted any substantial harm on that beast earlier. Pursuing it now would only lead to needless sacrifice. If there are even more ferocious monsters lurking behind, the rest of our brothers would be in even greater peril," Li Gang remarked, casting a glance at the search team members behind him who were panting heavily. Captain Wang furrowed his brow, gazing towards the direction of Lu Yangshu and the Earth Scorpion, before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Retreat," he commanded. Indeed, one could not gamble the lives of so many for the sake of one. Reluctantly, after issuing the retreat order, the search team temporarily withdrew from the Yilan mine. After a considerable time, Lu Yangshu, battered by the fierce winds ahead, awoke from his unconsciousness, only to find himself clamped tightly in the pincers of the Earth Scorpion, hurtling through the canyon nestled among the mountains. "Where are you taking me?" Lu Yangshu exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to communicate with the Earth Scorpion. "You understand me. Save my master." The Earth Scorpion was indeed powerful, yet its intellect left much to be desired. Even as Lu Yangshu made an effort to converse, he could only glean fragmented bits of information. "Master, you wish for me to rescue your master?" Lu Yangshu was taken aback. The Earth Scorpion had recognized a master? After a prolonged silence, the Earth Scorpion simply responded, and before Lu Yangshu could press further, it suddenly accelerated, taking him directly into a cave that scaled 100 meters high on a cliff. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yangshu finally caught a glimmer of light amidst the pervasive darkness. The light grew increasingly brighter, and after a flash of white, he found himself brought into a spacious cavern by the Earth Scorpion. At the center of this cavern stood a figure radiating a silvery glow, the very source of the light. "Ding! You have arrived at the location of the side quest, the redemption of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. Mythical Beast Codex unlocked. Ancient Thunder Dragon. Reward: 50,000 King Blood Points. The system's voice echoed in Lu Yangshua's mind, and the Mythical Beast Codex reappeared. This time, the illuminated icon astonishingly appeared in the second-to-last row. What the heck, it's really a dragon. Lu Yangshua could hardly believe his eyes. That silvery figure was indeed a genuine colossal dragon. However, 7 identical long spears were embedded in its back, that as if sensing the Earth Scorpion's arrival, the ancient Thunder Dragon slowly opened its eyes and lifted its head. "Why have you brought here a person devoid of any cultivation?" it inquired, addressing the Earth Scorpion. "Mother, the monster can talk." Lu Yangshua's mind was flooded with this singular thought. Although he could communicate with beasts, it was limited to thoughts within their minds. Yet this dragon was speaking outright. The Earth Scorpion lowered itself and conversed with the ancient Thunder Dragon in the language of beasts. "That I see, human. Since you have witnessed my true form, grant me a reason not to kill you," the ancient Thunder Dragon stated, regarding Lu Yangshua with an indifferent gaze, as if ending his life were as easy as squashing an ant. "Ahem, it's evident that you are gravely injured. Dragon brother, the Earth Scorpion brought me here, hoping I might assist you to it. Appears these 7 long spears are the source of your troubles." Lu Yangshua brushed off some dust from his clothes, inferring from the Earth Scorpion's respectful demeanor that its master must indeed be the Silver Dragon. "Indeed, it is these 7 silver spears that have tormented me to the brink of despair. From your words, can you extract them?" The ancient Thunder Dragon's brow furrowed, its gaze filled with resentment towards the 7 spears. "That I can give it a try," Lu Yangshua remarked, surveying the 7 spears. They appeared unremarkable, suggesting they might not be too difficult to remove. "That if you assist me in extracting these wretched spears, I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." The ancient Thunder Dragon pondered before deciding to offer Lu Yangshua an opportunity. "No, I need to negotiate further. This is too one-sided," Lu Yangshua resolved, his determination strengthening. After all, if he were to perish, he would not be a mere laborer in vain. "Human, are you daring to bargain with me?" The ancient Thunder Dragon, incensed by the audacity of a mere human challenging its authority, rose sharply, arcs of electricity crackling around it, its silvery glow intensifying. However, the 7 spears absorbed all the arcs, causing the ancient Thunder Dragon to collapse once more. "Do take heed of the current situation. You are the one pleading for my assistance. Surely you understand your predicament, that if I perish, no one shall save you. To have an ancient Thunder Dragon accompany you on your journey to the netherworld. I, Lu Yangshua, would likely be the first in history." He laughed heartily, reclining nonchalantly. The ancient Thunder Dragon yearned to unleash its fury, yet Lu Yangshua's words held a kernel of truth. After a moment, it exhaled deeply. "Very well. What do you seek in return? Power? Wealth? What I desire are 2 things, both of which should be quite simple for you." Lu Yangshua grinned slyly. "Ditto. What are they?" "First, I want those 7 long spears. A treasure capable of tormenting even the ancient Thunder Dragon is undoubtedly no ordinary item." "Easily agreed. I have grown to despise these objects. Now, what is the second request?" Chapter 8. The Ancient Thunder Dragon. The ancient Thunder Dragon was eager to rid itself of the 7 long spears, readily acquiescing to Lu Yangshua's first demand. "For the second, I want you," Lu Yangshua declared. "You wish to claim me? Ha, you young man are far too overconfident. Not even the mightiest of your kind would catch my eye during my prime. Those capable of subduing me have yet to be born." The ancient Thunder Dragon laughed heartily, its tone steeped in disdain. "Not quite. I possess self-awareness that I do not wish to subdue you, merely to have you serve as my bodyguard for 3 years. When someone seeks to take my life, I would like you to intervene," Lu Yangshua clarified, shaking his head. He had no intention of overreaching. He simply needed the ancient Thunder Dragon as a protector. "Very well. 3 years it is, that as long as you can extract the silver spears. I will ensure your safety for that duration." The ancient Thunder Dragon contemplated for a moment. 3 years was but a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of its long life. "Then it is settled. You may rest. I shall examine these silver spears closely." Upon hearing Lu Yangshua's words, the ancient Thunder Dragon snorted and slowly lowered itself, allowing Lu Yangshua to climb onto its back for a thorough inspection. The 7 long spears appeared unremarkable at first glance. the only distinction being the ancient patterns intricately carved upon them, suggestive of some kind of totem. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these totems were greedily siphoning the thunderous power from the ancient thunder dragon's very flesh and blood. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yangshuo grasped one of the spears before him. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lu Yangshuo vanished from sight, or rather, was flung away by an inexplicable force emanating from the spear. Embedding himself deep within the rock wall, damn, that hurt like hell. What on earth is this spear? Lu Yangshuo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Had he not reinforced his body, he would surely have sustained severe injuries. Ding! Do you wish to expend 2,000 king blood points for a task prompt? Why the hell didn't you mention this sooner? Hurry up and activate it. Lu Yangshuo exclaimed with excitement. As if seizing a lifeline. System prompt. The blood of a human can temporarily suppress the tribal patterns. After delivering the prompt, the system fell silent. Lu Yangshuo crawled out from the rock wall, observing the abrasions on his right hand before clambering back onto the ancient thunder dragon's back. Human, give it up that it was foolish of me to underestimate you. Without any cultivation, how could you hope to make an impact? Before the ancient thunder dragon could finish its sentence, Lu Yangshuo successfully grasped the spear he had previously attempted to seize. Blood trickled from his wound onto the spear, and the tribal patterns that had absorbed the thunderous power instantly shifted their focus to Lu Yangshuo's blood, seemingly finding it far more alluring. Get it out! Lu Yangshuo felt his blood draining at an alarming rate. At this pace, he would be drained completely within 5 minutes. With a tremendous effort, he shouted, summoning all his strength to pull upwards. Puff! At long last, when only 1/5 of the blood remained within Lu Yangshuo's body, he withdrew the first long spear. However, having lost such a considerable amount of blood, Lu Yangshuo fainted before he could utter a word, his face pale as death. The earth scorpion cautiously approached, eager to ascertain whether Lu Yangshuo was alive or dead. I will handle this matter. You may leave now and guard the cave entrance. Once I have recovered, the rewards I promised you shall not be meager, declared the ancient thunder dragon to the earth scorpion, who immediately shook its head and fled towards the cave's exit without looking back. Once the earth scorpion had departed, the ancient thunder dragon glanced at the unconscious Lu Yang. It dipped its tail into a droplet of its own dragon blood, bringing it to the corner of Lu Yangshuo's mouth. A single drop of my blood possesses remarkable vitality. Though it cannot replenish your lost blood, it will awaken your own life force. Whether you live or die now rests upon your own will. Having completed this, the ancient thunder dragon curled up and closed its eyes, beginning to rest. It needed to concentrate on healing its wounds. 7 days later, Lu Yangshuo's fingers twitched, prompting the ancient thunder dragon to slowly open its eyes. The bloodied hole where the long spear had been embedded had fully healed. Why did I faint? Lu Yangshuo rasped, his voice hoarse. You successfully extracted one of the spears from my body, due to excessive blood loss. You slept for 7 days. Now come, let us continue. You must be well rested, the ancient thunder dragon replied, revealing the remaining 6 long spears. With a bitter smile, Lu Yangshuo climbed once more onto the back of the ancient thunder dragon. However, he was unaware that apart from a slight dryness in his throat, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. That was remarkable, considering he had lost 4/5 of his blood in one go. He should have perished several times over. This was all thanks to the ancient thunder dragon's droplet of blood. Climbing onto the ancient thunder dragon's back once more, Lu Yangshuo sighed softly, slicing open his right hand upon the dragon's sharp scales to grasp the 6th long spear. This time, it felt considerably easier than before, and with hardly any exertion, Lu Yangshuo extracted another long spear and cast it aside onto the ground. Strange, this is completely different from last time, he mused, eyeing the wound on his right hand with confusion. That he had approached this task with the mindset of being drained again, yet he felt no ill effects. Humph, were it not for my drop of dragon blood. Your fate would remain uncertain. Consider it a gift from me. Since you are unscathed, let us proceed to the next spear, the ancient thunder dragon remarked with a hint of arrogance. Ultimately, it was still reliant on Lu Yangshuo to extract the spears, as the ancient thunder dragon could not bear the thought of Lu Yangshuo dying just yet. Without further ado, Lu Yangshuo grasped another long spear. Another day passed, during which Lu Yangshuo only took brief rests for a few hours. After regaining his strength, he continued extracting the spears. finally managing to remove all of them by the second day that a wave of weakness washed over him, and his legs gave way, causing him to sit down on the ground. Realizing that his clothes had become thoroughly drenched with sweat several times over. After 1,000 years, I am finally free, the ancient thunder dragon exclaimed. Gongshan, you must not die. Once I regain my peak strength, I will find you no matter the distance. The spiritual energy that had been suppressed within the ancient thunder dragon for a millennium surged forth, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. Lu Yangshua, fighting against his weakness, sat cross-legged and retrieved a chi-opening pill from his storage ring, tossing it into his mouth and beginning to circulate the 10,000 beast technique. Chapter 9. Breaking the Seal. The cavern was now akin to a sauna filled to the brim with spiritual energy, saturated with the exceptionally pure energy released by the ancient thunder dragon. After swallowing the chi-opening pill, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy surged dramatically. Just a deep breath filled his meridians with a painful pressure. However, he could not afford to pause. Missing this opportunity could mean missing out on the next. Gritting his teeth, the spiritual energy within him began to pummel against his meridians. Coupled with the ancient thunder dragon's blood, his vitality was greatly enhanced, effectively transforming Lu Yangshua's body. His cultivation speed escalated exponentially. Suddenly, Lu Yangshua felt a layer of restraint within him shatter. First stage of the spirit dissipation realm. Second stage of the spirit dissipation realm. Third stage of the spirit dissipation realm. Almost every hour, Lu Yangshua's cultivation rose by a small realm. This speed would be considered monstrous by outsiders that this little fellow's cultivation technique is rather intriguing, resembling the growth patterns of my beastkin. Allow me to lend you a hand, remarked the ancient thunder dragon, noticing Lu Yangshua, who was akin to a water pump. Another drop of dragon blood splashed onto Lu Yangshua. Boom! Lu Yang felt an immense surge of life energy flood into him, and the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy doubled once more. Outside the cave, the earth scorpion trembled in fear at the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within, too frightened to enter. Retreating a few steps to a safer distance. Time passed, and the cavern eventually fell silent. The ancient thunder dragon's injuries had fully healed, and Lu Yangshua opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. I should be at the 9th stage of the spirit dissipation realm now. Such a pity. I'm just one step away from entering the spirit communication realm, that if any cultivator outside had heard this, they would surely be infuriated, for countless cultivators had perished at the first step due to lack of talent, forever trapped in the early stages of the spirit dissipation realm. Yet he, in merely one day's time, had reached the pinnacle of the spirit dissipation realm. Your current cultivation speed is quite rapid. However, blindly pursuing speed will lead to an unstable foundation, akin to a sapling without roots, the ancient thunder dragon remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yangshua, ding. Side mission: the redemption of the ancient thunder dragon completed. Reward: 5,000 king blood points, skill book, mimetic pressure. Before Lu Yangshua could respond, the system's voice chimed in again. Although he was uncertain how to use this mimetic pressure, the allure of those 5,000 king blood points was undeniable, coupled with the 50,000 points from unlocking the ancient thunder dragon's illustration. It was clear he was on the path to prosperity. Thank you, as per our agreement. I shall accept these long spears, Lu Yangshua stated, rising to retrieve the 7 discarded spears. Strangely, upon grasping the long spears, they no longer siphoned his blood as before. They felt like ordinary spears, albeit significantly lighter. Given your current cultivation, you cannot even unleash 1,000th of their potential, the ancient thunder dragon scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the spears. What should I do then? Lu Yangshua inquired. Why should I assist you? The dragon blood I previously gave you is already priceless. What reason do I have to help you further? The ancient thunder dragon retorted, rolling its eyes at Lu Yangshua. But you still need me to be your bodyguard for 3 years, that if you teach me, it will save you trouble in the long run. Otherwise, you will be constantly relying on me to intervene, which would be quite bothersome, Lu Yangshua countered, adopting a sycophantic smile as he edged closer to the ancient thunder dragon. That does make sense. Very well, I shan't divulge the origins of these weapons just yet. Revealing it would only harm you at your current level. However, I can share their usage, the ancient thunder dragon conceded after a moment of contemplation, clearly swayed by Lu Yangshua's reasoning. According to the ancient thunder dragon, These 7 spears could merge into one or disperse to attack separately. The owner of the spears possessed a unique manual tailored for them, which the ancient Thunder Dragon could only partially remember. Should these spears be exposed to the outside world, they would certainly cause a great uproar. Thus, the ancient Thunder Dragon agreed to help Lu Yangsha disguise them. With a mighty roar, the ancient Thunder Dragon unleashed a breath imbued with boundless lightning energy upon the spears, quickly transforming the silver-white spears into a fiery crimson hue. Suddenly, the ancient Thunder Dragon noticed something peculiar about one of the spears. "Ha! Gongshan, I never imagined you would go so far as to waste your precious blood to refine this ordinary artifact into a life-bound treasure in order to capture me. Let me collect a portion of the interest first." With that, the ancient Thunder Dragon's eyes sparkled with electricity, and its breath intensified that in no time, a drop of crimson blood appeared upon one of the spears. Swiftly evaporating in the dragon's breath to a distant part of the continent, a gaunt old man, resembling a mere skeleton, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Who erased my life imprint? I must find you, and flay your skin, and strip your flesh," he muttered bitterly, glaring into the distance. Under the continued forging of the dragon's breath, the 7 spears were soon melted down into 7 silver needles. "Quickly, bite your tongue and sprinkle your blood upon them," the ancient Thunder Dragon commanded. Lu Yangsha dared not delay. He bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the silver needles, watching as it rapidly infused into them in the name of the ancient Thunder Dragon. "I seal the Dragon Clan's life imprint. Seal 1, Seal 2, Seal 3, Seal 7. 7 seals successively descended upon the 7 silver needles, shrouding their dazzling brilliance, before they slowly fell into the hands of Lu Yangsha. After completing this task, the ancient Thunder Dragon seemed to have expended an immense amount of vital energy, its chest heaving continuously that I have temporarily sealed this magical artifact with the Dragon Clan seals. As your strength grows to a certain level, each seal will automatically unravel, until your cultivation surpasses mine, at which point all seals will be lifted, revealing its true power." Lu Yangsha gazed at the silver needles in his hands. His excitement indescribable. Such a divine weapon would cost at least several million royal blood points in the system, thus saving him a considerable fortune. After casting the seal, I shall require a rest of 49 days. During this time, you shall remain here to practice your spear techniques. Should you stray too far, I would be unable to protect you. A glimmer of light shot from the ancient Thunder Dragon's eyes into Lu Yangshua's, instantly imparting several spear techniques into his mind. Chapter 10. Unexpected events in Shuqing. Strangely enough, the spear techniques appeared deceptively simple, merely involving a series of thrusts, prods, and jabs. However, as Lu Yangshu executed each move, he soon discovered that his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. After only a few maneuvers, he had expended 90% of it, leaving him with a wave of weakness. What kind of spear technique is this? It seems rather peculiar. Lu Yangshu looked at the spear in his hand, still as light as a feather, while his arm felt unbearably sore and heavy. This spear technique is called layered waves. Each move possesses greater power than the last, naturally leading to an exponential increase in energy consumption. The original wielder of this spear could, after executing the final move of layered waves, possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. The ancient Thunder Dragon spoke softly, having experienced this technique firsthand. However, Lu Yangshuo had yet to grasp even the form of layered waves. It was no wonder he felt overwhelmed. Lu Yangshuo tightened his grip around the spear, resolutely continuing his practice. When it came to techniques, even the most exceptional talent could not replace the relentless effort of daily training. From that moment forth, no further sounds emerged from within the Yilan mine. Within the borders of Shuqing, Captain Wang's search team had entered the depths of the Yilan mine over 10 times in a little more than a month, almost setting out again after merely resting. Even the citizens of Shuqing began to speculate. Could it be that the search team had discovered some treasure within the Yilan mine, requiring multiple trips to transport it back to Shuqing? Yet only the members of the search team knew that their captain firmly believed Lu Yangshuo was still alive, the sole reason being he had yet to see Lu Yangshuo's corpse. However, during this month, the search team had not found any clues regarding Lu Yangshuo, nor had the Earth Scorpion reappeared. That on this day, Captain Wang was already fully equipped before dawn, arriving at the beast fighting arena. "Captain, it's time to call it a day. Everyone is on the verge of exhaustion, and you know he was taken by the Earth Scorpion. The odds are slim. Li Gang stepped forward and whispered into Captain Wang's ear. Captain Wang looked at his team members. Though they were all prepared for departure, the fatigue in their eyes was unmistakable. Brothers, I know you are all weary. Today, let it be as if I am pleading on behalf of Brother Liu. Let us make one final attempt. Before Captain Wang could finish, a clattering of armored soldiers echoed from behind. Turning around, he found a group of soldiers clad in heavy silver-white armor. Shuqing search team. Heed the command. The soldiers halted in unison, and a figure adorned with a helmet bearing a red plume stepped forward. Captain Wang and Li Gang exchanged glances and stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. The silver-white armor worn by these soldiers signified the royal guard of Shuqing. Their presence typically indicated a command from the city lord that I am the captain of the search team, that be why the city lord's orders. There have been unusual disturbances of demonic beasts in the Yilan mine, and since you have repeatedly entered its depths, you are hereby summoned to the city lord's mansion for questioning. The soldier's proclamation carried an air of authority that left no room for refusal. Captain Wang furrowed his brow. Though he understood that the disturbances had no relation to their actions, given their recent endeavors, their suspicion was indeed the highest. Signaling Li Gang with a glance, Captain Wang rose first. I am the captain of the search team. I should suffice to go alone. The soldier pondered for a moment, then nodded, stepping aside to indicate that Captain Wang should follow. That night, Captain Wang returned to the search team. But he was severely injured, barely clinging to life as he was tossed at the entrance of the search team's headquarters that Li Gang and the others summoned the finest doctor, managing to pull him back from the brink of death. Though he remained in a state of unconsciousness, and no one knew what Captain Wang had endured that day, or what the city lord had imparted to him. After a night of contemplation, Li Gang made a decision that balanced both sides. He would venture alone into the Yilan mine to seek the unknown Lu Yangshua, ensuring that the search team members would not be implicated. Meanwhile, deep within the Yilan mine, Lu Yangshua was drenched in sweat, tirelessly wielding the spear. With each swing, he could faintly perceive the emergence of shadowy afterimages. His cultivation had also progressed slightly, and he was on the verge of breaking through the final barrier of the scattered spirit realm. Let's pause for a moment. The ancient Thunder Dragon had nearly fully recovered and occasionally came to guide Lu Yangshua during his training, though only on rare occasions did I ask there a problem. Lu Yangshua halted his movements, exhaling deeply and wiping the sweat from his brow. After practicing for so long, it is time to find you a sparring partner. The ancient Thunder Dragon snorted, and the sound of rustling emerged from a nearby passage. Soon, the Earth Scorpion, Lu Yangshua's loyal companion, entered the cave. You don't mean for me to fight it, do you? Lu Yangshua pointed at the eagerly awaiting Earth Scorpion. The ancient Thunder Dragon nodded. Fear not. You are far from being its match in a direct confrontation. For now, it will only defend itself. If you can injure it, it would signify that you have just begun to grasp the basics. The Earth Scorpion immediately raised its massive pincers in front of itself, curling its body into a defensive ball, resembling a fortress. Lu Yangshua swallowed hard, steeling himself for the challenge, but he twirled the silver spear, creating a flurry of spear blossoms. Then with a powerful push from his right foot, he leapt into the air, striking a pose reminiscent of a mighty axe, directing the spear downwards toward the Earth Scorpion's carapace. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as the spear met the carapace. Lu Yangshua was propelled backwards by the recoil, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt, his hands trembling violently, blood streaming from the wounds in his palms. How could it be so tough? Lu Yangshua frowned. That had been a full-force strike. Yet he had not even managed to scratch the Earth Scorpion's hide, while he himself was left injured. Remember the essence of layered waves. It is not merely about brute force. Reflect carefully on the techniques I have shown you. Every nuance of muscle engagement. This was the first time the ancient Thunder Dragon had earnestly instructed Lu Yangshua, perhaps genuinely wishing to spare itself future troubles. Lu Yangshua closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment before suddenly opening them wide, replicating the same powerful axe strike. Layered Waves, Chapter 11. The initial emergence of mimetic pressure. Lu Yangshua's spear struck the Earth Scorpion's most resilient claw, lingering for a second longer than before. After the strike, he utilized the recoil to return to his previous position, diligently regulating his breathing. The Earth Scorpion raised its right claw, which had just been struck, inspecting it. Despite both strikes being identical, it struggled to discern any difference. Suddenly, A barely perceptible fissure appeared on its smooth exoskeleton where Lu Yangsha had just struck. "That I've got it!" Lu Yangshuo exclaimed with fervor. After enduring such extensive practice and constantly recalling the ancient Thunder Dragon's teachings, Lu Yangshuo had finally grasped a semblance of understanding. Layered waves involved infusing hidden energy into the opponent's body before unleashing an explosive force. This method of exerting power was incredibly challenging to master. Yet just moments ago, Lu Yangshuo had succeeded in less than 2 months. To have acquired even a rudimentary understanding of layered waves marked him as exceptionally gifted. Rest well for the next few days, and we shall prepare to leave. The ancient Thunder Dragon had barely finished speaking when both it and the Earth Scorpion turned their attention toward the cave's entrance. "What is happening?" Lu Yangshuo inquired, puzzled by the unusual behavior of the two formidable beasts. "Someone has entered here and is currently entangled with the smaller creatures outside," the ancient Thunder Dragon replied nonchalantly. However, the small creatures the ancient Thunder Dragon referred to were not the likes of the previously encountered Kaimu's gorillas, but rather the demonic beasts residing deep within the Elon mine, each possessing unfathomable strength. The intruder was undoubtedly in grave peril. "Take me there at once." Lu Yangsha gazed at the ancient Thunder Dragon, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy, causing his spear to transform into a silver needle, which he promptly stored in his storage ring. "Well, it seems that only a day or two remains until I restore my cultivation. Surely nothing will go awry." The ancient Thunder Dragon pondered for a moment before shifting its form into a small silver dragon, coiling around Lu Yangshuo's right wrist. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Beast Master of the 10,000 Beasts sect. With a gentle leap, Lu Yangshuo swiftly ascended onto the back of the Earth Scorpion, which then galloped quickly toward the cave's exit. Outside the cave stood none other than Li Gang, who had ventured alone into the Elon mine. His predicament could scarcely be described as dangerous. Rather, it was dire to Li Gang, with only the meager cultivation of a spirit transformation realm, was besieged by 5 spirit communication realm beasts that in a desperate bid for survival. Li Gang swung his mighty hammer repeatedly, yet these beasts seemed in no hurry to end his life. Instead, they merely blocked his escape routes, waiting for him to exhaust his strength before relishing him as a meal. "Am I to meet my end here? Regrettably, I have neither found Brother Lu nor a means to rescue the captain." Recognizing that his spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion, despair welled within Li Gang, and his hammer swings began to slow. Just as one of the bear-like beasts seized the opportunity to pounce on Li Gang, a sudden black claw struck it away with tremendous force. "Beast, get away from me!" Lu Yangshuo bellowed, a wave of nameless pressure erupting from within him, sending all the beasts encircling Li Gang flying in an instant. Meanwhile, the drained Li Gang collapsed unconscious. What formidable pressure! It rivals that of my own. The ancient Thunder Dragon, coiled around Lu Yangshuo's wrist, was astonished to witness such a powerful beastly aura emanating from him. The beasts, now thrown back, gazed at Lu Yangshuo with eyes brimming with terror, a fear that resonated deep within their souls. In a world where strength is paramount, Lu Yangshuo's earlier display of power was enough to deter them from advancing further. It dawned upon Lu Yangshuo that the skill he had acquired from the system, mimetic pressure, was indeed employed in this manner. Though it was merely a fade, it might yield remarkable effects against weaker beasts or foes that as the beasts dispersed, Lu Yangshuo lifted Li Gang onto the back of the Earth Scorpion. "Little one, that skill you just used may prove invaluable to you at present, but once your cultivation rises, refrain from employing it again," the ancient Thunder Dragon advised Lu Yangshuo. "Why not?" Lu Yangshuo inquired. Puzzled, "The mimetic pressure can instill ample intimidation in foes unfamiliar with me. Why should it be avoided? In the realm of the powerful, beasts are perceived as treasures, particularly those of higher cultivation. Should you utilize that skill then, it may attract the attention of those ancient, reclusive beings." The ancient Thunder Dragon's tone had shifted from condescension to earnestness. Even a dragon of its stature had been pursued, let alone Lu Yangshuo. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yangshuo nodded in agreement. The Earth Scorpion maintained a commendable speed, and by the time dusk approached, it delivered Lu Yangshuo and the unconscious Li Gang to the entrance of the Elon mine, the farthest it could take them. Carrying Li Gang, Lu Yangshuo leaped down from the Earth Scorpion's back, intending to depart, when the Earth Scorpion emitted a series of screeches to, "Oh, I nearly forgot about you." The ancient thunder dragon slowly floated before the earth scorpion, which humbly prostrated itself before the diminutive dragon. The ancient thunder dragon exhaled a breath of dragon aura toward the earth scorpion, its numerous small eyes filled with excitement as it eagerly absorbed the energy. Return and digest this well. I am grateful for your care during this time. With that, the ancient thunder dragon coiled back around Lu Yangshua's wrist. The earth scorpion nodded obediently and turned back towards the depths of the Yilan mine. Due to the ancient thunder dragon's breath, a formidable beast would soon emerge from the mine, but that is a tale for another time. Hey kid, I've heard that in your human realm, there exists a plethora of delicacies. Is that true? As they distanced themselves from the mine's entrance toward Shucheng, the ancient thunder dragon, feeling bored, engaged Lu Yangshua in conversation. That don't you beasts have any delicacies? As an ancient thunder dragon, you must have indulged in some. Lu Yangshua, bearing the weight of several hundred pounds in Li Gang, found the task quite strenuous, despite possessing a certain level of cultivation. Our dragonkin have never consumed anything else since birth. We solely feast upon spirit stones, extracting the spiritual energy within, which sustains our lives and facilitates rapid growth, the ancient thunder dragon proclaimed proudly. Yet it certainly had the grounds for its pride. Only the dragon race could afford the vast quantities of spirit stones consumed by such colossal dragons over their lifetimes. How many spirit stones must that require? Hey, truly the wealthy landowner. Can you spare me a bit? Listening to the ancient thunder dragon's description, Lu Yangshu felt that the world was decidedly unfair. For an ordinary fellow like him, to find a suitable place for cultivation required arduous journeys spanning hundreds of miles, while others were born at the finish line. What need do I have for such a thing? The dragon aura I casually exhale is richer than the spiritual energy contained in that small mine. Rest assured, in these 3 years by my side, you shall not be treated poorly. Observing Lu Yangshua's navet, the ancient thunder dragon scoffed. That sounds splendid. If you provide me with a breath of dragon aura daily, perhaps in 3 years, I shall undergo a transformation. Lu Yangshu mused, already envisioning himself soaring through the skies. Cheered on by countless admirers below. What do you take me for? Obtaining dragon aura comes with conditions. That little scorpion has guarded me for centuries, and only then did I grant it a breath of my aura. Should you desire it, you must offer something of equal value in exchange. The ancient thunder dragon shot Lu Yangshua a disdainful glance, its avaricious nature laid bare. Then perhaps I shall pass. I cannot possibly live that long. You are giving up just like that? I was merely jesting. How about this? For every unique delicacy you bring me that I have yet to encounter, I shall grant you a breath of dragon aura. What say you? A fair trade devoid of deception, then I'll think it over. You truly don't know how to appreciate a good deal. Amidst the banter between man and dragon, Lu Yangshu returned to Shucheng, to the search team's official residence. After ensuring the unconscious Li Gang was settled, the search team members, though astonished that Lu Yangshua emerged from the depths of the Yilan mine, led him to meet Captain Wang. Who did this? Lu Yangshua glared at the unconscious Captain Wang, fury rising within him as he suppressed his anger. It was the city lord's mansion. The captain went there one day and returned like this. One of the search team members whispered that leave at N01 is permitted to enter without my permission. Although Lu Yangshua's cultivation appeared modest, his command instilled such fear that the search team members, despite their greater prowess, complied without hesitation and left Captain Wang's chamber. What a vicious method! His meridians have been shattered inch by inch, and his phalangeal bones are broken too. Even if he survives, he will be rendered a cripple. The ancient thunder dragon discerned Captain Wang's injuries immediately, lamenting the cruelty of the assailant. Did I ask there truly no way to help him? Lu Yangshua inquired. None. Your human bodies are inherently frail. All we can do now is attempt to preserve his life. The ancient thunder dragon replied, shaking its head with a sigh. Yet, Lu Yangshua could not bear the thought of Captain Wang awakening only to discover he had become a mere shell of his former self. That would be more torturous than death. System, are you there? Beep. How may I assist you? This was Lu Yangshua's first time proactively contacting the system. Did I ask there any pill that can heal the person before me? I have identified one suitable remedy in the system's inventory. The Heavenly Fragrance Bone Renewal Ointment. Redemption requires 50,000 Wang blood points. Would you like to proceed? Redeem it. Lu Yangshua did not hesitate. Captain Wang had shielded him from the Earth Scorpion's attacks multiple times in the Yilan mine. Were it not for Captain Wang, he might have perished several times over. The mere 50,000 Wong blood points to restore Captain Wang's cultivation was worth it. Beep! Redemption successful. The system confirmed the transaction. A white porcelain vial appeared in Lu Yangshua's hand. What is this? The ancient thunder dragon sniffed the vial, intrigued. Having lived for millennia, it had never encountered a remedy with such a scent. This is an ointment I concocted during my time as a veterinarian. I hope it proves effective. Lu Yangshua quickly devised an excuse, for the system was a secret, one that he could never divulge, even to those closest to him. Fortunately, the ancient thunder dragon did not pry further. The heavenly fragrance bone renewal ointment was applied to Captain Wang. It began to emit a delicate fragrance, enveloping the room in a mystical haze, and Captain Wang's complexion gradually improved. It truly works. You are quite impressive, little one. That once your cultivation rises, do come find me. I shall appoint you as my royal physician. Observing Captain Wang's remarkable recovery, the ancient thunder dragon began to commend Lu Yangshua. Yet, Lu Yangshua was not in the mood for jest. I must make my way to the city lord's mansion to uncover who has inflicted such harm upon Captain Wang. With that, Lu Yangshua prepared to push open the door and exit. Wait, the ancient thunder dragon interjected. If all goes well, there are still many powerful presences within the city, particularly in that direction. One of them has already reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. In his presence, you would be no more than a child. Seeing Lu Yangshua's recklessness, the ancient thunder dragon hastily added, no matter how perilous it may be, I must go. Captain Wang is formidable as well, and it is highly likely that this individual is responsible. Sighing, the ancient thunder dragon said, since you were so determined, allow me to assist you. With a gentle exhalation, he enveloped Lu Yangshua in his aura, ensuring that even the late-stage spirit transformation expert would be oblivious to Lu Yangshua's presence. Thank you. Once this is resolved, you may have anything you desire. Lu Yangshua expressed his gratitude before quietly pushing open the door and leaping onto the roof, akin to a black cat lurking in the night. Following the guidance of the ancient thunder dragon, Lu Yangshua soon arrived at the location of the spirit transformation cultivator, and unsurprisingly, it was indeed the city lord's mansion. However, it was not the main hall, but rather a small room within a side courtyard, and only this room still had a flickering light. Gently landing atop the room, Lu Yangshua lifted a tile to peer inside. An elderly Taoist clad in a red robe was fiddling with a small wooden puppet, mumbling to himself in a manner that seemed quite peculiar. Good heavens, what era are we in? And yet there are still individuals practicing such rudimentary puppetry. The ancient thunder dragon remarked, clearly aware of the old Taoist's actions. What is puppetry? Lu Yangshua inquired, curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar term. You see the wooden figure in his hands that serves as a medium between him and the puppet, allowing him to manipulate it. That it's quite primitive, that I've encountered a true puppet master who could control you directly through a connection of spiritual consciousness. That is what true puppetry entails, the ancient thunder dragon elucidated. But who is he controlling? Lu Yangshua pondered, perplexed. Just then, the old beams of the room creaked under the strain, producing a sharp sound. Who goes there? Stop sneaking around and reveal yourself. Chapter 13. The Living Puppet. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yangshua, prompting him to swiftly retrieve a piece of black cloth from his storage ring to cover his face. The elderly Taoist immediately noticed the missing tile from the roof and raised his hand, conjuring a gust of wind that shattered a large hole above. In the dead of night, what could a mere puppeteer, skilled only in the most basic techniques, possibly be doing? Lu Yangshua seized the opportunity to leap into the room through the gaping hole, addressing the old Taoist with a sly grin. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in matters beyond your concern, lest you face my wrath. The old Taoist hastily concealed the puppet within his sleeve, scrutinizing the masked figure before him. Upon realizing that Lu Yangshua was merely at the peak of the spirit dispersal realm, he exhaled in relief. You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, I have some inquiries for you. Lu Yangshua, leisurely inspecting the room, asked, why should I tell you? A mere junior at the spirit dispersal realm dares to speak so boldly. It seems I must teach you a lesson on respect. The old Taoist's anger transformed into mock amusement, and with the power of his spirit transformation realm, a fierce wind began to swirl within the room, causing the surrounding pillars to tremble. Lu Yangshua suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. Was this the true might of a spirit transformation expert? Indeed, it was far beyond his current capabilities. Little brat, take this, the old Taoist exclaimed, his fingers clawing towards Lu Yangshua's face. Boom. An overwhelming pressure erupted from within Lu Yangshua, unmistakably the pressure of manifestation. However, this time, to avoid revealing their location, the ancient thunder dragon enveloped the entire room, ensuring only the old Taoist could sense this terrifying force that in an instant, the old Taoist felt as though he stood before a primordial beast. And Lu Yangshua's calm gaze suddenly brimmed with lethal intent. Gulp. The old Taoist swallowed hard, retreating until his back hit the door, his legs trembling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Can I ask my questions now? Lu Yangshua approached the old Taoist, planting a foot beside his ear on the door. Yes, yes. What does the esteemed elder wish to know? The old Taoist nodded furiously, terrified of inciting Lu Yangshua's displeasure. What is your purpose in the city lord's mansion? Also, what transpired with the leader of the search party when he came here? Why was he gravely injured? Lu Yangshua inquired nonchalantly. I am the city lord's priest and do not usually involve myself in political affairs. As for why the search party leader was injured, I am unaware. That was the city lord's doing and has nothing to do with me. Esteemed elder, the old Taoist protested, becoming increasingly aggrieved, nearly collapsing into tears at Lu Yangshua's feet. Do you believe he is lying? Lu Yangshua transmitted to the ancient thunder dragon that he does not appear to be. Yet one must remain vigilant. It would be prudent to place a mark on him in case he attempts to deceive you later. The ancient thunder dragon suggested, after some contemplation, that a seemingly inconspicuous strand of dragon mane drifted from the ancient thunder dragon's neck, burrowing into the old Taoist nape. Did I trust you this once? You should understand that deceiving me will lead to dire consequences, Lu Yangshua warned, releasing a hint of manifesting pressure once more. That I would never dare. The old Taoist's head bobbed vigorously, and by the time he regained his senses, Lu Yangshua had already vanished from the room. Once Lu Yangshua disappeared, the old Taoist sighed in relief, inadvertently releasing a puddle of liquid beneath him from sheer fright. Flushing with embarrassment, the old Taoist seemed to resolve himself, pushing aside a nearby bookshelf to squeeze into a hidden passageway. After departing from the old Taoist chamber, Lu Yangshua made a beeline for the city lord's quarters. Under the cover of the ancient thunder dragon, he successfully infiltrated the city lord's room. Gently lifting the covers, he discovered the city lord still deep in slumber, seemingly undisturbed. Is he truly sleeping so soundly? Does he not fear an assassin? Lu Yangshua chuckled. Something feels amiss. Check if he still has a heartbeat and breath, the ancient thunder dragon urged, sensing an anomaly. Nodding, Lu Yangshua placed his hand beneath the city lord's nose and gently pressed against his chest. Strange, he breathes but lacks a heartbeat. What is this? Lu Yangshua was taken aback by the scene before him. The city lord appeared to be a breathing corpse. This is bad. We may have been deceived. I underestimated the puppeteer's strength. A puppeteer of the spirit transformation realm would not limit himself to such rudimentary techniques. The ancient thunder dragon lamented, regretting having been fooled by a spirit transformation cultivator. What do you mean? Could that individual? Lu Yangshua was equally astonished. The old Taoist had nearly scared him to death, yet was capable of ensnaring him in a trap. Indeed, the city lord must have been transformed into a living puppet. On the surface, he appears no different from an ordinary person, yet he has long since perished. The one controlling this living puppet is none other than the puppeteer we encountered earlier. Damn it. How dare he toy with me? We must return and confront him. Lu Yangshua seethed, ready to hunt down the old Taoist. This time, I urge you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. The power behind that puppeteer is a force that all sects on the continent dread to provoke. The ancient thunder dragon cautioned Lu Yangshua for the second time, revealing the significant threat posed by the puppeteer's backing. Why? I cannot let go of the grudge against Brother Wang. Lu Yangshua's brow furrowed as he demanded answers. Sigh, the force behind him is one that nearly all sects on the continent avoid like the plague. I, too, once narrowly escaped their clutches. However, since I promised to ensure your safety for 3 years, I will accompany you even into the depths of danger. But you must promise me that if you encounter any experts from their sect, you will flee without hesitation. Though the ancient thunder dragon felt helpless, the pride of the dragon race compelled it to stand by Lu Yangshua. Lu Yangshua nodded, pushing the door open and hurrying towards the old Taoist chamber. Boom! The roof of the old Taoist room was once again shattered, and Lu Yangshua, wielding a spear, charged into the room, only to find not a single trace of life within, not even the faintest breath. In the secret passage, pursue. The ancient thunder dragon's keen senses immediately detected the old Taoist trail. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yangshuo surged into the passageway. "You old rascal, don't run!" Lu Yangshuo bellowed, his voice echoing through the passage and swiftly reaching the fleeing red-robed Taoist's ears. How could this brat return so quickly? The old Taoist silently lamented, quickening his pace once more. Chapter 14. The Twin Puppets. The two men pursued each other through the secret passage, with Lu Yangshuo, guided by the ancient thunder dragon, outpacing the old Taoist. The distance between them steadily diminished. How infuriating! Does this brat have a dog's nose? This cannot continue. Gasping for breath, the old Taoist could hear Lu Yang's footsteps growing ever louder behind him. In desperation, he fished two puppets from his robe, tossing them into the air, while forming intricate hand seals that to his astonishment. The puppets began to swell, their facial features becoming increasingly defined, eventually donning armor and wielding broadswords. Transforming into two towering iron-clad warriors. Block his path. The old Taoist commanded the puppets before continuing his flight. Fuming with rage, Lu Yangshuo rushed forward, spear in hand, through the narrow passage. "Be careful." Suddenly, the ancient thunder dragon bellowed. Leaving Lu Yangshuo no time to ponder, he swiftly horizontalized his spear, positioning it above his head just as the two broadswords clashed against it with a resounding clang. The sheer force from the impact drove Lu Yangshuo to his knees. These puppets possess strength akin to that of a fifth-tier spiritual realm practitioner. You must handle them yourself. The voice of the ancient thunder dragon echoed in his ears that if you cannot even deal with these two minor puppets, what hope do you have for revenge? You might as well return home and rest. Lu Yangshuo remained silent, his focus entirely on the two swords before him. The puppets wielded immense power, and in the darkness, their blades were perilously close to his head. "Get away from me!" Lu Yangshuo bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain electrifying his senses that in an instant he summoned every ounce of strength, managing to push the two puppets away. Though the puppets were strong, their speed left much to be desired. Their considerable weight rendered even their retreat sluggish. In contrast, Lu Yangshuo was swift, using the momentum from pushing the puppets aside to surge forward, aiming his spear at Puppet 1's forehead. Clang! The strike, though deflected by Puppet 1's helmet, was anticipated by Lu Yangshuo. This attack was merely a test to gauge the damage he could inflict on the puppets. Now, the real battle would commence. After his initial strike fell short, as he began to withdraw, Puppet 2's broadsword swept towards him from behind, intent on decapitating him. Lu Yangshuo's pupils constricted. He immediately ducked, evading the strike, then sprang back up, transforming his spear into a whip-like motion, striking Puppet 2's sword. Wave of surging. Indeed, this was the first time Lu Yangshuo employed the first form of the wave of surging in actual combat. The hidden force propelled Puppet 2's sword, doubling its speed, rendering it uncontrollable as it ultimately struck Puppet 1, severing its neck. The towering form of Puppet 1 crashed to the ground, its head cleaved off. Excellent marksmanship. Even the ancient thunder dragon could not help but commend Lu Yangshuo for his quick reflexes. "Only you remain. Come forth." Though Lu Yangshuo felt fatigued after using the wave of surging, his spirit burned with combat fervor. Puppet 2, being merely a puppet, displayed no emotion in response to the earlier events, swinging its broadsword once more at Lu Yang's. "Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice?" Lu Yangshuo scoffed, sidestepping the blade as it grazed his nose. Although he was merely at the peak of the scattered spirit realm, the essence of the 10,000 beasts technique honed his physical form to a degree comparable to some practitioners of the spiritual realm. Resembling a humanoid beast, Puppet 2 continued its relentless assault, yet it could not even graze a hair on Lu Yangshuo. Too slow, with a dismissive smile, Lu Yangshuo evaded another strike, flipping his spear, and struck Puppet 2 on the head. The hidden force of the wave of surging erupted. While the helmet bore no visible damage, the head within exploded. The old Taoist, sprinting ahead, turned pale and spat a mouthful of blood. The essence of his blood was fused within these twin puppets, and their destruction meant he too would suffer harm. How could they be destroyed so swiftly? "Is that my only option?" The old Taoist ran frantically, clutching the pocket at his chest, his expression one of agony. "Indeed, your mastery of the wave of surging has grown considerably." The ancient thunder dragon praised him, affirming that only through actual combat could one truly progress at a trivial matter. These puppets were far too weak. I hope to encounter something stronger in the future. Lu Yangshua, buoyed by the praise, felt his spirits lift, while the ancient thunder dragon fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Time passed, and the distance between the two men in the secret passage continued to close. The old Taoist's stamina waned. As a puppeteer, his physical prowess had never been exceptional, even less so after sustaining injuries. "You old dog, don't run." Just as the old Taoist glimpsed the exit of the passage, Lu Yangshua's voice echoed behind him. "You shall not capture me. Master, save me." The old Taoist, seemingly making a grave decision, retrieved a cherished item from his robe. A small piece of deep brown bone, he snapped it in half, releasing a cloud of black smoke. "Friend, please pause. Spare my disciple's life, and I shall offer a great reward." The black mist coalesced into a dark tunnel, its destination unknown, as a sinister voice emerged from within. The old Taoist, elated at the sight of the tunnel, prepared to rush inside, knowing it would lead him directly to his master. "Not a chance. Die." Lu Yangshua snorted, raising his spear high, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into its tip before launching it forward. Thud! Just as the old Taoist was about to enter the teleportation passage, his smile froze as he looked down to see a silver spear tip protruding from his heart. "What ruthless methods you employ! Though I cannot discern your appearance as a senior, to take the life of a junior, are you not mocking my blood devil sect? This grudge shall be remembered by my sect." In the teleportation passage, a withered hand grasped the old Taoist's lifeless body, sealing the passage and leaving behind Lu Yangshua's spear. Chapter 15. The Blood Devil Sect's Blood Order. Due to the aura surrounding Lu Yangshua, cast by the ancient thunder dragon, those on the other side of the passage failed to see his face. A fortunate turn of events. Phew, I nearly let him escape. Lu Yangshua exhaled, retrieving his spear. "You seem unconcerned about that person from earlier, to be frank. You're in trouble. Just take a look at your chest." The ancient thunder dragon shot Lu Yangshua a sidelong glance. Lu Yangshua froze, quickly pulling aside his clothing to discover a blood-red character inscribed where his heart lay. "What is this?" Lu Yangshua was taken aback, astonished at the sight. "That is the blood order of the Blood Devil Sect. Anyone who bears this order can locate you within 100 meters. Akin to their assassination edict. Given the color of the character, the one who placed this order is undoubtedly an elder." The ancient thunder dragon chuckled maliciously. "Duh. What should I do? Am I to bear this assassination order for the rest of my life?" Lu Yangshua was horrified. Having just slain a disciple of a sect elder, his path ahead would surely be fraught with peril. But he'll not fear too much. At worst, you can simply avoid those from the Blood Devil Sect. But how am I to know who belongs to the Blood Devil Sect? Besides, are you not my protector? Why can't you shield me? Would the ancient thunder dragon truly fear the Blood Devil Sect? Lu Yangshua glared at the ancient thunder dragon, finding his aloof demeanor frustrating. "That I do not fear them. I fear the power behind them. Have you ever experienced being pursued by puppets of the transformation realm?" The ancient thunder dragon's expression grew serious. "Humph. I refuse to believe you would fear puppets of the transformation realm." Although Lu Yangshua could not ascertain the ancient thunder dragon's true strength, as the divine beast illustrated in the bestiary, he was certainly above the transformation realm. Otherwise, he would not have ranked at the top of the bestiary. "One puppet of the transformation realm does not frighten me. But what of 100,000? The thought of being pursued by 100,000 puppets of the transformation realm sent shivers down the ancient thunder dragon's spine. If they were to self-destruct simultaneously, even it would be left in utter ruin. 100,000. What an exaggeration. Lu Yangshua's jaw is nearly dislocated. What does 100,000 even mean? The entire Shuqing has fewer than 100,000 inhabitants combined. Imagine walking down the streets of Shuqing and randomly stopping someone, only to find a master of the transformation realm. Enough of this. Merely the blood demon sect. I assure you, you will be safe for the next 3 years. First, return and investigate the matter thoroughly." The ancient thunder dragon was unwilling to dwell on past sufferings and hastily urged Lu Yangshua to attend to important business. With the ancient thunder dragon's reassurances, Lu Yangshua felt significantly more at ease. He nodded and returned to the city lord's mansion through the secret passage, rejoining the search team without alarming a single soul. Upon Lu Yangshua's return, Captain Wang surprisingly had already regained consciousness. The effects of the heavenly fragrance bone-repairing ointment were evidently taking hold. From Captain Wang, Lu Yangshua learned that the city lord had summoned him that day, not to discuss the recent beast tribe unrest, but rather to request the donation of the search team's Kaimu's gorilla. He even demanded that the search team bring back a spirit beast of the transformation realm every 2 days starting the next day, an unequivocal death sentence for the search team. Captain Wang could not agree, but unexpectedly, the city lord's priest intervened, injuring him severely with a single palm strike, followed by a full day of ruthless torture. Only when Captain Wang was on the verge of death did they release him. It seemed this fellow intended to forge his own army of living demons. Yet he displayed remarkable audacity, daring to set his sights on the Elon mine, a place where the little creatures in the central circle were far beyond his capacity to handle. The ancient Thunder Dragon scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the old man's lack of self-awareness regarding his own strength. Lu Yangshuo remained silent, knowing that chaos was soon to engulf Shucheng and that he might not be able to stay there much longer. As expected, the very next morning, the city lord's mansion was in disarray. The city lord was dead, and the priest was missing. Ultimately, under the joint control of Captain Wang and the royal guards, they managed to quell the public's panic. Lu Yangshuo then expressed his desire to leave. After some contemplation, Captain Wang did not attempt to dissuade Lu Yangshuo, knowing full well that his destiny could not lie here. Thus, Lu Yangshuo hastily packed his belongings and set off with his horse, leaving the search team behind. "Where are you planning to go next, young one?" the ancient Thunder Dragon inquired, stifling a yawn that it will take over 4 months to reach the Beastmaster sect. During this time, "I have no idea where to go, that I suppose I will just find a place to cultivate," Lu Yangshuo replied. This question momentarily stumped him. He had initially intended to head to the Elon mine for cultivation. But now, with the ancient Thunder Dragon by his side, there was no need to seek out any spirit mines. "You ungrateful brat. I've been bustling about helping you these past couple of days. And you don't even plan to treat me to a good meal. Do you dare believe I won't zap you?" With that, the ancient Thunder Dragon released a spark of electricity, causing Lu Yangshuo's hair to stand on end. "Stop zapping me. I'll take you right now." Lu Yangshuo quickly mounted his horse, heading straight to the nearest restaurant with the ancient Thunder Dragon in tow. "Owner, 1 menu stir-fried," his voice preceded him as he dismounted. And the waiter greeted him with a beaming smile at the door. "Very well. 1 dish for our esteemed guest." The meal lasted from noon until evening, and under the cover of night, the trio, 1 man, 1 dragon, and 1 horse, finally exited the city. The ancient Thunder Dragon, having overeaten, could no longer coil around Lu Yangshuo's wrist and lay flat on the horse's back. Lu Yangshuo glanced at his wallet, tears of anguish welling up. This meal had drained his last assets, leaving his wallet emptier than his face. "Why are you crying? You sound so pathetic." The ancient Thunder Dragon burked, inquiring that it's not your money that was spent. "I am now completely bankrupt, that I won't have anything to eat later." Lu Yangshuo shot a glare at the ancient Thunder Dragon, acutely aware that their current situation left them without even dry rations due to the dragon's monstrous appetite. "How stingy! I'm not mooching off you. I assure you, the dragon energy I promised will not be diminished in the slightest. Rest assured, 500 miles east of here lies a valley where no one resides. You can cultivate there for the next few months." The ancient Thunder Dragon pointed eastward before promptly drifting off to sleep. Hearing of the dragon energy, Lu Yangshuo found some solace within himself. Achieving a semblance of balance. Chapter 16. A new mission. "I must ask, where do your dragon clan typically reside? Why is it that so few have ever seen you?" With leisure time on his hands, Lu Yangshuo began to engage the ancient Thunder Dragon in light conversation. "That we are the dragon race. How could we possibly dwell among you? You live in a realm known as Osqui Continent, while we dragons have ascended to a higher plane, the Foz Continent. You might as well consider it the heavens." The ancient Thunder Dragon huffed, gazing up at the clear sky. "Ascend? When might I achieve such elevation?" This term was a dream for all cultivators, Lu Yangshuo included. "To shed your mortal shell and elevate your spirit. One may naturally attain the pinnacle of ascendance, but you are still far from it. Focus on cultivating step by step." Ding! A new main quest has appeared in the system. Would you like to accept it? Why is there a new quest at this time? Though it's fortuitous, as I have nearly exhausted all my Wang blood points in acquiring the Heavenly Fragrance Bone Repairing Ointment. I need to undertake more quests to earn Wang blood points. Accept. New main quest. Become the top veterinarian in Hagen Bay and win the competition. Completion reward. 100,000 Wang blood points. With that, the system fell silent again. Yet Lu Yangshua's heart raced. 100,000 Wang blood points. He had never seen such a sum in his life. Noticing Lu Yangshua's sudden daze, the ancient thunder dragon grew curious. Still dreaming? Ah, no. Have you heard of Hagen Bay? Lu Yangshua inquired, certain the dragon must have heard of it. I have heard of it. It is a favored place for all spirit beasts, the ancient thunder dragon replied with a gentle smile. Seemingly fond of the location. Why do you say that? Is it teeming with spirit beasts? Of course, not only is it rich in spirit beasts, but it is also populated by many people. Hagen Bay is perhaps the last place in this world where humans and spirit beasts can coexist harmoniously. The ancient thunder dragon returned to perch on Lu Yangshua's wrist to be why your account. The higher the cultivation, the more of a nemesis one becomes to spirit beasts. Why do they coexist in harmony there? Lu Yangshua pondered, perplexed. Because that place is a gathering spot for all doctors. Hence Hagen Bay is also known as the Bay of Immortality. Upon hearing the ancient thunder dragon's explanation, Lu Yangshua suddenly understood. No wonder the system had given him another task to win a certain competition's championship. What? Do you wish to go to Hagen Bay? Though you are a veterinarian as well, going there would certainly broaden your horizons. With the ancient thunder dragon at his side, Lu Yangshua felt completely secure. He nodded. All right, I happen to have an old friend there. Consider it a family visit. Let us go. The ancient thunder dragon did not dwell on it further. After directing Lu Yangshua, it promptly fell asleep again. According to the ancient thunder dragon, Hagen Bay was located at the far eastern edge of the Osqui continent, backed by the boundless ocean, and was a coastal city. To reach it would take at least a week's journey to AT this moment. Far away within the blood demon sect, one of the tightly shut doors suddenly swung open, and a figure rushed out. This person had disheveled hair, a hooked nose, and beady eyes, with skin tightly adhering to his skull. Were it not for the blood-red glow emanating from his eyes, one could easily mistake him for a skeleton. What's wrong, old nine? Why the fury? A hoarse voice emanated from within one of the closed doors, akin to nails scraping against a blackboard, sending chills down the spine of any listener. That my disciple was killed. Right before my eyes. I will find that person and make them pay. The one called Old Nine was indeed the elderly man who had burst through the door. Your disciple had mediocre talent. Entirely unremarkable that I fail to see what drew your attention to him. Now that he's dead, it is surely due to his own inadequacies. The voice from behind the door, although familiar with the old man, spared no niceties, each word blunt and unyielding. Humph. That person bears my blood demon mark. I will find him no matter the distance. With that, shadows of phantoms erupted from Old Nine's body, his spiritual energy surging dramatically. Do not act on impulse. The sect master's grand plan is set to commence in a few months. We are in need of personnel at this time. Any personal grudges can be dealt with later. The tone from within the door turned serious. Upon hearing the title of sect master, Old Nine's momentum visibly diminished. With a cold snort, he retreated to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. And on the final morning, Lu Yangshua was already catching sight of a vast harbor in the distance. Dismounting and walking into the city, it was indeed as the ancient thunder dragon had described. In Hagen Bay, both humans and spirit beasts could stroll openly along the streets, and the shops lining both sides were predominantly herbal medicine stores. This place is quite lively. Lu Yangshua's eyes were nearly overwhelmed, his head swaying from side to side like a rattle drum. Almost forgetting to mention, the beastmen here sometimes keep male pets, those delicate and tender-skinned individuals from the human race, skilled in medicine. Be cautious, for should you attract their attention, I cannot assist you. The ancient thunder dragon spoke to Lu Yangshua with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Yangshua's expression instantly froze. Had he known of such dangers beforehand, he would have certainly pondered his decision more thoroughly, for his future path was not one of relying on others. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lu? Suddenly, a delicate voice called from behind. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yangshua felt a shiver run through his bones and hastily turned around. Yes, that's me. A stunning girl clad in a revealing qipao, her hair styled in 2 playful buns, stood behind him, her radiant smile rendering Lu Yangshua unable to divert his gaze. Greetings, Mr. Lu. We noticed your arrival in the city. You must be weary from your journey. Please allow me to escort you to the fragrant pavilion for a brief respite. Our esteemed leader wishes to speak with you. The girl bowed respectfully. How could one refuse the request of such a lovely lady? Lu Yangshua followed her, without a moment's hesitation. As they walked, various beastmen and humans cast lingering glances at the girl's enticing figure. However, upon noticing the jade pendant at her waist inscribed with the character for fragrance, they quickly averted their eyes. Before long, Lu Yangshua was led to a quaint and elegant pavilion. The girl took the reins from his hand and led the horse away. "Please, divine Dr. Lu, do come inside, that I have been awaiting your arrival." Suddenly, a particularly gentle voice resonated in Lu Yangshua's mind that he was momentarily taken aback. This voice must belong to the leader the girl mentioned. Chapter 17. The leader of the fragrant pavilion. The doors slowly creaked open, releasing a captivating aroma to his astonishment. A woman with a human upper body and a serpent's tail emerged, adorned only with two simple garments for modesty. What a clean young man. Your scent is delightful. How about becoming my cherished pet? The woman's words dripped with allure as her hand reached towards Lu Yangshu. Being a young man who had never encountered such scenes, Lu Yangshua's face flushed crimson, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just as her hand was about to touch him, the voice from earlier echoed in his mind once more. "Madame Medusa, this one is a distinguished guest of our fragrant pavilion. While others may be fair game, you must not lay a finger on him. Otherwise, you are well aware of our pavilion's methods." The voice remained calm and elegant, yet its tone brooked no refusal from Medusa. Startled, Medusa quickly withdrew her hand. "All right, I won't touch him, but there's no need to be so fierce." With that, she pouted and sashayed out of the fragrant pavilion. Watching her leave, Lu Yangshu suddenly had a thought. Sometimes, indulging in the soft life had its own allure. "Divine Dr. Lu, do you perhaps look down upon our fragrant pavilion? Why do you linger outside the door?" The woman's urging voice brought Lu Yangshu back to reality, prompting him to step inside. The fragrant pavilion appeared to be an ordinary tea house at first glance, yet the burning incense created a calming atmosphere. As if to welcome Lu Yangshu, the pavilion was devoid of any other patrons. Save for two maidens playing the guqin on either side, in the center, a graceful figure reclined on a bed behind a pink gauze curtain. "Are you the leader of the fragrant pavilion?" Lu Yangshuo inquired cautiously. "Indeed, I am Su Qingxiu, the leader of this establishment." "Divine Dr. Lu, you are as remarkable as described," she responded with a smile, extending a delicate hand to draw back the gauze curtain. Lu Yangshuo could now see her in full. Though not as striking as Medusa, she exuded a unique and comforting beauty, her modest attire accentuating her elegant figure. "May I ask how you came to know of me, and why I've been brought here?" Lu Yangshuo inquired, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. While Su Qingxiu did not seem threatening, one must always maintain a guard, for those who appeared safe could very well harbor hidden dangers. "This tale is rather lengthy, that I wonder if divine Dr. Lu remembers the 10,000 Beasts sect." Su Qingxiu smiled slightly as she poured 2 cups of tea on the table before them. "Of course, but what does that have to do with anything?" Lu Yangshuo replied, taking a seat opposite her with curiosity. "Haha, our fragrant pavilion shares a close relationship with the 10,000 Beasts sect. The reason for inviting divine Dr. Lu here is to request your assistance with 2 matters," Su Qingxiu said, gently pushing 1 cup of tea towards Lu Yangshuo. "Please, there is no need for such formality. If there is something I can do, just let me know," Lu Yangshuo said, raising his cup and drinking it down in one go, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes as he felt a surge of spiritual energy rising within him. "Firstly, I would like to ask divine Dr. Lu to represent our fragrant pavilion in the upcoming Hagen competition 10 days from now. Originally, this would not have required your involvement, but due to unforeseen circumstances with our designated participants, I had no choice but to turn to you." Su Qingxiu sighed lightly, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "I will gladly assist with this request, rest assured, but what happened to the originally chosen participants?" Lu Yangshuo replied without hesitation, his willingness stemming from the fact that the 10,000 Beasts sect had since elevated him to an equal standing with the sect itself. This favor must be repaid. The one who was supposed to compete is me. However, I was recently sabotaged by a scoundrel, leaving my right hand rendered nearly useless. That Su Qingxiu gradually peeled back a corner of her clothing from her right shoulder, revealing 3 gaping wounds, the surrounding skin dark and bruised. "This injury is no ordinary matter, that I wonder what sort of enemies this young lady has made. Those capable of such a feat are certainly not to be trifled with." The ancient thunder dragon within his sleeve cast a glance at Su Qingqiu's shoulder, then conveyed a sense of shock to Lu Yangshua. May I inquire who has wronged you lately, Madam Su? Lu Yangshua coughed lightly. Who else could it be? This perpetrator is undoubtedly one of the competitors in this upcoming competition that I never anticipated they would resort to such despicable tactics to bring down our fragrant pavilion from first place. Su Qingqiu's brows furrowed, her tone laced with anger. I see. Madam Su, do not worry. Since I have agreed to assist you, I shall give my all in the competition, Lu Yangshua replied, his sense of justice ignited by the underhandedness of the situation. Then I must express my gratitude, divine Dr. Lu, that I assure you, this will not be in vain. The rewards for this competition will belong entirely to you. Our fragrant pavilion will take nothing. Seeing Lu Yangshua's generosity, Su Qingqiu felt compelled to reciprocate that let's wait until we secure first place before discussing rewards. For now, the priority is to treat your injury. Otherwise, it could pose a serious risk to your life. The ancient thunder dragon had already informed Lu Yangshua of the healing method as a physician. I find myself at a loss with this injury, that if you possess a remedy, that would be ideal. If not, it would simply mean losing an arm, Su Qingqiu expressed with a nonchalant air, as if resigned to her fate. This is a minor issue. Although the injury is rare, it is treatable. Please bear with me for a moment. It may cause some discomfort, Lu Yangshua reassured her as he produced 7 silver needles crafted from long spear materials, deftly sending them flying towards Su Qingqiu's injured shoulder. Acupuncture? I've already tried that. But it was of no use, Su Qingqiu remarked with a wry smile as she observed the 7 needles on her shoulder. Focus and be silent, Lu Yangshua commanded softly, channeling his spiritual energy into the 7 needles. Unbeknownst to Su Qingqiu, the flow of spiritual energy within Lu Yangshua's body had been commandeered by the ancient thunder dragon that a surge of ancient thunder power coursed through Lu Yangshua's energy, entering the silver needles and subsequently Su Qingqiu's wound. After a tingling sensation, Su Qingqiu was astonished to find dark blood seeping from her wound, indicating that the venom within had been eradicated by Lu Yangshua's mysterious method. Chapter 18. The Espionage of Counterintelligence. Divine Dr. Lu truly possesses miraculous hands, Su Qingqiu exclaimed, her previously numb shoulder regaining sensation. Madam Su, you flatter me that it was merely a trivial matter. Earlier, you mentioned 2 requests. What is the second? Lu Yangshua inquired, retracting the needles and adopting a demeanor befitting a sage. The second matter is not urgent. For now, Divine Dr. Lu should focus on resting and preparing for the competition in 10 days. Su Qingqiu replied. Su Qingqiu lifted her garment and clapped her hands, prompting 2 young maidens to emerge from behind and escort Lu Yangshua to the 2nd floor. Once Lu Yangshua had departed, Su Qingqiu clapped her hands once more, and a figure clad in black, a masked individual, appeared seemingly from nowhere, kneeling behind her. Addressing the leader, she remarked, I cannot discern his true capabilities, and from him, I sense a well-concealed aura of danger. This person must be befriended. He should never be considered an enemy. Upon hearing this, the masked figure nodded and vanished from sight. Upon entering the room, Lu Yangshua collapsed onto the bed. Having been out for so long, he had yet to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Lying on the bed felt akin to resting upon clouds that do not sleep too soundly. After all, we are on foreign territory, that I shall meet an old acquaintance and return by nightfall. The Taiku Thunder Dragon cautioned as it detached from Lu Yangshua's wrist. Unexpectedly, Lu Yangshua paid no heed to the warning and fell into a deep slumber. Not long after the Taiku Thunder Dragon's departure, a figure appeared outside the door, the very maiden who had brought Lu Yangshua to the Liuxiang Pavilion, that a vibrant serpent coiled around the maiden's wrist, its scales shimmering with hues of rainbow while it flicked its dark purple tongue. How peculiar! Why did the rainbow python not reveal itself earlier? The maiden murmured, oblivious to the fact that a serpentine ancestral beast resided on Lu Yangshua's wrist, its natural bloodline pressure instilling fear in the small snake, preventing it from showing itself to go bite him to death. The maiden gently cracked the door open, sending the rainbow python into the room. As the python slithered around, climbing onto Lu Yangshua's bed, the maiden turned to flee. Where do you think you are going? Lu Yangshua's voice suddenly pierced the air behind her, nearly causing her to leap in fright. How are you here? You were supposed to be bitten by the rainbow python and perish in your dreams. Weren't you? Lu Yangshua beamed. extending his palm to reveal the rainbow python, which was nuzzling his hand. Our situation is not as you perceive. Allow me to explain. The maiden, realizing her scheme had unraveled, sought to justify her actions. There is nothing to explain. I trusted you completely, yet you betrayed me that Su Qingxiu had ascended from the first floor, having deduced that anyone capable of harming her could not be an outsider. There must be an insider within the Liuxiang Pavilion. Her recent intention to enlist Lu Yangshua's help was to uncover the traitor within. Lu Yangshua's earlier feigned slumber was merely an act. The moment the rainbow python entered his room, he had successfully turned it to his side. The lingering aura of the Taiku Thunder Dragon held an irresistible allure for the creature that I was wrong. Pavilion Master, the maiden, upon facing Su Qingxiu, surrendered her attempts to argue, collapsing to her knees in despair. It is too late. As a member of my Liuxiang Pavilion, you must be aware of our rules. Guards, Su Qingxiu's expression turned grave as two burly men emerged from behind her, seizing the ashen-faced maiden. What will you do with her, Pavilion Master? Lu Yangshua inquired, playing with the rainbow python in his hands. This is an internal matter of my Liuxiang Pavilion, so there is no need for Divine Dr. Lu to concern himself. Here is the schedule for the upcoming competition. You may review it in the next few days. If you require any medicinal herbs or alchemy furnaces, feel free to let me know. Whatever is available in Hagen Bay, my Liuxiang Pavilion can procure. With that, Su Qingxiu handed Lu Yangshua a booklet. Very well. Though the rainbow python's cultivation is low, its venom is potent. That it shall serve as protection for you, Pavilion Master. Lu Yangshu accepted the booklet while tossing the rainbow python to Su Qingxiu. Do you not want it, Divine Dr. Lu? This rainbow python is a rather rare beast. That Su Qingxiu caught the python, momentarily taken aback by Lu Yangshu's generosity in gifting it to her. Pavilion Master should keep it. I have plenty of means to safeguard my life. Indeed, with a serpent ancestor by his side, who could threaten Lu Yangshu, recognizing Lu Yangshua's unwavering stance, Su Qingxiu refrained from further protest, smiling as she tucked the rainbow python into her sleeve before bowing slightly to Lu Yangshua and departing. Disturbed by the encounter, Lu Yangshua found sleep elusive. With the Taiku Thunder Dragon off meeting friends, he decided to remain alert and began perusing the competition schedule. That night, the Taiku Thunder Dragon flew in through the window and immediately spotted Lu Yangshua, seated on the bed and diligently studying. Studying so intently, do you truly intend to secure a place in the rankings? With your meager cultivation, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. There are numerous veterinarians in Hagen Bay far superior to you. Of course I aim to win. I intend to take first place. Do you believe it? Lu Yangshu raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with confidence as he stared at the Taiku Thunder Dragon. Give me a break. I do not believe you that if you manage to secure first place, I shall concede to any request you make. The Taiku Thunder Dragon shot Lu Yangshua a disdainful glance. Then let us wager. If I achieve first place, you must reveal your human form to me. That I have long heard that divine beasts can transform into human guise, yet I have never witnessed it. Lu Yangshua's gaze turned mischievous as he regarded the Taiku Thunder Dragon. Dream on. Do you think my human form can be revealed at will? The last individual to behold my form has already met their demise. The Taiku Thunder Dragon erupted in fury, arcs of electricity crackling across its body as its dragon mane flared. Wait. I was wrong. I will not look anymore. The temper of divine beasts is truly peculiar. Lu Yangshua had not anticipated the Taiku Thunder Dragon's aversion to revealing its human form, hastily apologizing. Umph. The Taiku Thunder Dragon snorted, then flew onto the bed, curling up to sleep. Lu Yangshu dared not provoke the Taiku Thunder Dragon further and continued to study the schedule. Despite his low cultivation, he believed that with the Beast King system and mimetic pressure, a thorough examination of the competition schedule could yield a genuine chance at victory. The first event, named Calm the Spirit, required veterinarians to stabilize the emotions of the beast prior to treatment. Lu Yangshua was confident he could claim first place, as no one would dare to claim second. Chapter 19. 3 Figures in Black. The competition comprised 5 events over 3 days, indicating that these challenges were not open to just anyone. Lu Yangshua spent the entire night diligently studying the schedule. By dawn, the first crowing of the rooster awakened the Taiku Thunder Dragon. You did not stay awake all night, did you? It yawned, inquiring. Just watch. I am certain of taking first place this time. Come, let us stroll through the market. Lu Yangshua, sporting dark circles under his eyes, radiated enthusiasm as he tidied his attire to head out. With no choice, the Taiku Thunder Dragon followed suit. Upon reaching the bustling market, they found a throng of people already present. Why bother going through all that trouble? Did not that pavilion master say yesterday that you could request anything you needed from her? The Taiku Thunder Dragon nestled within Lu Yangshua's sleeve asked. Some things must be acquired through one's own efforts, and besides, this is a secret recipe of my Lu family. If it were to be stolen and learned by another, I would suffer a great loss. Lu Yangshua replied casually as he strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. Stop pretending. With your recipe, no one would want it even if you offered it for free. The Taiku Thunder Dragon rolled its eyes at Lu Yangshua, opting to doze off once more. Lu Yangshua, unfazed, continued to explore the streets, glancing left and right. Oddly enough, he did not venture into any medicinal herb or alchemy shops typical of a veterinarian. Instead, he behaved like an elderly woman at a morning market, purchasing an assortment of items like rice wine, brown sugar, and goose eggs, leading one to believe he intended to cook. That it was not until nightfall that Lu Yangshu returned to the Liuxiang Pavilion, subsequently locking himself in his room. What did he do today? What did he buy? In Su Qingxiu's chamber, she listened intently as a young woman in a qipao reported Lu Yangshua's actions throughout the day. Brown sugar and goose eggs? Are you sure there is no mistake? Su Qingxiu furrowed her brow. With the competition imminent, even if Lu Yangshua did not need to revisit medical texts, he should at least prepare some medicinal herbs. What on earth was this standard confinement diet? My subordinate did not err. Divine Dr. Lu nearly came to blows with the vendor over the price of the goose eggs. The maiden offered a wry smile. Though it sounded far-fetched, it was indeed the truth of the day's events. Enough. You may leave. Report any developments to me promptly. Su Qingxiu waved her hand, and the maiden respectfully exited the chamber. What on earth is this person up to? Merely putting on an act or truly hiding their abilities? At that moment, even Su Qingxiu found herself unable to decipher Lu Yangshua's true intentions. Returning to his room, Lu Yangshua busied himself for a while, but fatigue overtook him, and he collapsed onto the bed. Extinguishing the oil lamp, the maiden eavesdropping outside had heard nothing and was just about to sneak a peek through the door when a bolt of lightning, the width of a thumb, struck before her. The maiden was struck squarely by the lightning, landing on the ground in shock. Return and inform Pavilion Master Su. We are all on the same side, and there is no need for this charade. I shall be at your service tomorrow. Lu Yangshua's voice emanated from within the room, coinciding with a gust of wind that swiftly closed the door once more. The girl hurriedly scrambled to her feet, stumbling away in haste. The following morning, as Lu Yangshua finished donning his attire, a knock echoed on the door. Lu Divine Doctor, is it a convenient time? Su Qingxiu's voice resonated from outside. Lu Yangshua chuckled softly, advancing to open the door. Please come in, Master Su. Su Qingxiu nodded, unceremoniously stepping inside. Did you rest well last night, Divine Dr. Lu? Quite well, save for a few pesky mosquitoes, Lu Yangshu replied with a mischievous grin. His expression layered with meaning that Su Qingxiu's cheeks flushed. In this weather, where could mosquitoes possibly come from? It was a clear reference to the girl who had eavesdropped the previous night. Ahem, Divine Dr. Lu. Please do not take offense. The Hagen tournament holds immense significance for my Lu Xiang Pavilion, although you are a master personally recommended by the head of the 10,000 Beasts sect. I have yet to witness your true prowess, which leaves me somewhat uneasy, Su Qingxiu articulated with a slight bow. You overthink it, Master Su, that I bear no ill will. After all, I am but a humble villager. It is only natural to be overlooked. However, I can assure you that the championship of this Hagen tournament is well within my grasp, Lu Yangshu replied with unwavering confidence. Since Divine Dr. Lu asserts this, then I shall refrain from further remarks and wish you great success in your endeavors, Su Qingxiu said before gracefully exiting the room. Indeed, she was a woman of decisive character, fitting of her position as a pavilion leader. Lu Yang amused inwardly to be cautious. Your boastful words may lead to a fall, the ancient thunder dragon interjected mockingly from Lu Yangshua's sleeve. Can you not wish me well for once? Just watch, as I effortlessly claim victory in the competition. Lu Yangshua retorted, still radiating an air of confidence. By the way, I ran into an old friend who asked me to handle a matter that may take about 3 days. Take care of yourself. Go ahead, just don't let it interfere with my competition, Lu Yangshua waved dismissively. The ancient thunder dragon, still feeling uneasy, gently shook off a strand of its dragon mane, allowing it to drift into Lu Yangshua's hair. After completing this gesture, the ancient thunder dragon soared out the window. Although Lu Yangshuo feigned indifference to the dragon's departure, a sense of vigilance arose within him. Currently, he was still too weak. Without the ancient thunder dragon, the dangers he would face in Hagen Bay would escalate dramatically. Sure enough, on the second night after the ancient thunder dragon's departure, 3 figures clad in dark attire appeared on the rooftop of Lu Xiang Pavilion. I hear that Lu Xiang Pavilion has not submitted a withdrawal application to Mu Yunlong. What have you done? One of the dark-clad individuals hissed coldly. What I do is none of your concern. Blame your Ouyang family's poison for being too weak. If it had been potent enough, Su Qingxiu would have been dead, and we wouldn't be in this predicament. The man called Mu Yunlong retorted with a scoff. Enough bickering. The reason Lu Xiang Pavilion has not withdrawn is that they found another participant for the competition. Which is why I summoned you 2 useless fools here tonight. A third voice, distinctly feminine, chimed in as she peered down from the eaves, her gaze fixed on Lu Yangshua's room. Qing Mei, rest assured, I will not err this time. With this fellow, I can concoct any poison that will reduce him to a puddle of blood in no time, the Ouyang man said, his voice dripping with sycophancy as he trailed behind the woman. You best deliver, or you know my temperament, Yin Qing. I will not hesitate to eliminate you as well, despite his flattery. Yin Qing remained unimpressed, demonstrating that the sycophant often ends up with nothing. Ha ha ha, Ouyang Tsang. How does it feel to have your warm face pressed against a cold backside? Mu Yunlong cruelly mocked Ouyang Tsang. Yet Ouyang Tsang appeared oblivious to the taunts, his eyes fixated solely on Yin Qing. Enough chatter. Let us act swiftly to avoid further complications, Yin Qing urged, dismissing the banter of the 2 men as she sought to dispose of Lu Yangshuo and depart. Ouyang Tsang nodded fervently, retrieving a white jade vial from his storage ring. This heart-piercing bee is among the deadliest poisons in the Ouyang family arsenal. Just one sting, and within a short while his heart will dissolve into pus. Even a deity would struggle to save him then. With that, Ouyang Tsang opened the vial, revealing a pitch-black wasp that slowly emerged. Pointing towards Lu Yangshuo, the heart-piercing bee immediately took flight towards him. Lu Yangshuo, not deeply asleep, heard the unusual sound, and without hesitation, seized an oil lamp and forcefully smashed it against the window screen. Instantly, thick smoke billowed throughout the room, suffocating the heart-piercing bee before it could reach him. Ouyang Tsang stood in shock. The poison from the Ouyang family had been extinguished by smoke that if word got out, his father, Ouyang Zhua, would surely make him pay dearly. Useless. Get out of my way. Yin Qing glared furiously at Ouyang Tsang, berating him. Ouyang Tsang dared not retort and obediently stepped aside. Lu Yangta glanced at the dead heart-piercing bee on the floor, and with a flash of silver light, his silver needles transformed into a spear, which he brandished as he charged out the window. Did he yes out, follow him? Seeing Lu Yangshuo emerge from his room, Yin Qing swiftly led Ouyang Tsang and Mu Yunlong in pursuit. The 4 raced to the desolate outskirts of Hagen Bay before Lu Yangshuo finally halted. You have quite the audacity, knowing we've come to kill you and still daring to venture out alone. Yin Qing confronted him that I expected a healer to possess benevolence, believing all doctors to be honorable. Yet, your type of underhanded trickery reveals that the true value of the Hagen tournament is not as high as I once presumed. Lu Yangshuo scoffed, resting a spear on his shoulder with a mocking glint in his eye. Boy, mere words will not save you. Let us see if you can survive the night. Yin Qing retorted. Mu Yunlong, itching for action, was eager to engage. This open space was perfect for him. Ha ha, a few mere spirit realm brats dare to speak boldly to me? I shall relish watching how you intend to ensure my demise tonight. Lu Yangshuo laughed heartily, twirling his spear to create a flurry of blossoms. The spear's tip was aimed squarely at Mu Yunlong. The trio paused in surprise. This boy was clearly at the peak of the spirit realm, yet his words bore the weight of a seasoned master. Could it be he had sustained an injury, rendering his strength temporarily diminished? With this thought, Mu Yunlong felt a surge of caution. Preparing to give his all, Mu Yunlong slowly extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand, enveloped in a dense and extraordinary spiritual energy. Enough idle chatter. Taste my finger. He transformed his fingers into a sword and charged toward Lu Yangshuo. Lu Yangshuo did not lag behind. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. The two clashed fiercely. Mu Yunlong wielding formidable spiritual energy that rivaled most weapons, creating sparks against Lu Yangshua's spear. As their battle progressed, both began to sense something amiss. The first to notice was Mu Yunlong. Lu Yangshua's spear struck with immense force, far beyond what a mere spirit realm practitioner could muster. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Lu Yangshua showed no signs of faltering. Instead, he grew more invigorated. Mu Yunlong silently rejoiced for not underestimating Lu Yangshua. Had he done so, he would have been the one at a disadvantage. Soon, Lu Yangshua discerned that although Mu Yunlong's every move seemed like martial arts, they were aimed solely at exploiting Lu Yangshua's vulnerabilities, resembling more of an acupressure technique than combat. After several hundred exchanges, both were rapidly exhausting their stamina, aware that he was nearing his limits, while Mu Yunlong still had strength to spare. Lu Yangshua seized the moment, channeling all his energy into a powerful strike, bringing the spear down towards Mu Yunlong. Folding waves, with a resounding crash, both combatants were sent staggering back several paces, panting heavily as they regarded one another. Just as Mu Yunlong prepared to taunt Lu Yangshua for his visible fatigue, he suddenly felt a sharp crack in his index and middle fingers, realizing they had fractured from the impact. Lu Yangshua chuckled softly. The folding waves technique had this very effect, incorporating a hidden force within the attack. Yet at that moment, Lu Yangshua noticed something unsettling. Of the three figures, only two remained before him. The woman was gone. Prepare to meet your end. A sudden rush of sound sliced through the air, the sharp whoosh of a sword blade, as Yan Qing's figure swiftly approached Lu Yangshua's vulnerable back. A sense of dread washed over Lu Yangshua, who wished to turn and defend himself, only to discover that his arms had completely succumbed to fatigue. In an instant, a bolt of thunder erupted from above Lu Yangshua's head, striking Yan Qing directly and sending him hurtling to the ground, where he lay, enveloped in swirling black smoke. This turn of events astonished not only Yan Qing, but even Lu Yangshua himself. Ouyang Cang and Mu Yunlong hurried forward to assist Yan Qing, their eyes warily fixed on Lu Yangshua, aware that this individual harbored far too many hidden dangers. Consider yourselves fortunate today, before the Hagen competition begins. I do not wish for there to be a second encounter, Lu Yangshua remarked coldly, thrusting his spear into the ground, arms crossed over his chest, resembling a stoic deity of war. Ouyang Cang and Mu Yunlong exchanged glances, swiftly retreating with the unconscious Yan Qing. As the figures of the three gradually faded from view, Lu Yangshua finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, a profound sense of emptiness washing over him. Half an hour later, Lu Yangshua, weary and drained, returned to the Liuxiang Pavilion, where Su Qingxiu had already rallied his subordinates to extinguish the raging fire in Lu Yangshua's room. Chapter 21. The competition begins. Lu Divine Doctor, you have finally returned. What transpired just now? Su Qingxiu inquired, rushing forward with genuine concern upon Lu Yangshua's return. Nothing much. A wasp had entered my room, and I was a bit frightened by it. So I stepped outside to avoid it. Lu Yangshua replied with a light chuckle, feigning nonchalance. Very well. Someone arrange a new room for Lu Divine Doctor, Su Qingxiu commanded. Although he doubted Lu Yangshua's absurd excuse, he chose not to call him out, promptly directing his subordinates to prepare another accommodation. Once Lu Yangshua entered his new quarters, Su Qingxiu turned to his attendants and instructed, send someone to notify those troublesome individuals by tomorrow morning. This shall be a one-time warning. Should they offend again, it will not just be the Liuxiang Pavilion they contend with, but the Wanshou sect as well. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yangshua collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber, utterly indifferent to the events that had unfolded thereafter. The following morning, as Lu Yangshua opened his eyes, he was greeted by the visage of the ancient Thunder Dragon. Why have you returned so early? Were you not supposed to be gone for 3 days? Lu Yangshua asked, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. The thunder I left within you was triggered. How could I not return? The ancient Thunder Dragon replied, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yangshua. So it was you. Had it not been for your bolt of lightning, I might have found myself sharing drinks with the King of Hell by now. Lu Yangshua admitted with an awkward smile. The ancient Thunder Dragon demonstrated remarkable foresight, having anticipated that the group which had previously conspired against Su Qingxiu would strike at Lu Yangshua if they found that the Liuxiang Pavilion had not withdrawn from the competition. It had truly been a prudent measure. Good to know. Alas, if it weren't for our Dragon Clan's emphasis on oaths, I would truly wish to remain uninvolved with you, the ancient Thunder Dragon sighed. How else could I refer to you as my elder brother? Come, I shall treat you to roasted chicken. Lu Yangshua promptly scooped up the ancient thunder dragon, placing it upon his wrist. I want 20. These past few days have been exhausting, Lu Yangshua declared. The ancient thunder dragon, unfazed, seemed accustomed to Lu Yangshua's shamelessness. To be, by the way, what did your friend ask you to do? Why did it require 3 days? Some things are better left unasked. Such stinginess. Surely you can disclose what kind of beast your friend is. Some things are better left unasked. In the following days, whether due to Lu Yangshua's performance that night or Su Qingxiu's warning, they remarkably reached the day of the competition without incident. On that morning, Lu Yangshua donned the splendid attire prepared by Su Qingxiu, elegantly embroidered with the characters for Liu Xiang in cursive across his chest. Surrounded by a bevy of exceptionally attractive young ladies, he arrived at a venue in Hagen Bay. Lu Yangshua assumed he had arrived early, only to find that a considerable crowd had already gathered. Almost all of Hagen Bay's renowned families and sects had assembled. Greetings, I am Lu Yangshua, representative of the Liuxiang Pavilion, he announced to a young attendant stationed at the entrance. The boy, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Lu Yangshua with a peculiar expression, ultimately handed him a badge. Liuxiang Pavilion representative present. The moment Lu Yangshua turned around, the boy shouted, drawing the attention of everyone present, all eyes locking onto Lu Yangshua. Liuxiang Pavilion actually sent a man to compete. I heard their pavilion master was injured recently. This fellow must be fortunate to reside with so many beautiful women daily that don't speak nonsense. What if he prefers men? We must not discriminate. Having overheard the surrounding murmurs, Lu Yangshua finally comprehended the boy's earlier gaze. The Liuxiang Pavilion was indeed comprised entirely of women. Wishing to inquire further, Lu Yangshua glanced up to meet Su Qingxiu's encouraging gaze. And with a resigned sigh, he returned to the ranks of the Liuxiang Pavilion. After a brief moment, a kind-faced, middle-aged man emerged from the assembly, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Greetings, everyone. It is once again the day of our renowned Hagen competition. I wonder if your medical skills have progressed during this time, and by how much. If your skills have not improved since last year, I shall be quite disheartened to part with this year's grand prize. Lord City Master, do not keep us in suspense. Please reveal the champion's prize. A seemingly impatient clan leader called out from the crowd. Haha, since everyone is so eager, I shall not withhold it any longer. This year's champion will receive a young sea dragon's spirit pearl. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. A spirit pearl from the dragon clan, such a treasure could be worth more than countless elixirs and pills. Of course, no fool would dare to ingest a dragon clan spirit pearl, as that would lead to certain demise. Upon hearing the word sea dragon, Lu Yangshua cast a glance at the ancient thunder dragon on his wrist. Yet it exhibited no significant reaction. The competition format has changed again. I trust you have all received the new schedule. If there are no objections, I shall announce the commencement of the event. While the crowd still buzzed with excitement over the sea dragon spirit pearl, the city master spoke once more. The attendees, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, could hardly contain their eagerness to complete all 5 events in a single day, leaving no room for objections. Very well, I hereby declare the competition officially open. Representatives from each family and sect, please step forward. As the words fell, a young individual emerged from each group, and Lu Yangshua, as the representative of the Liuxiang Pavilion, naturally stepped forth. However, with keen eyes, Lu Yangshua quickly spotted a dark-skinned youth with a buzz cut among the emerging figures, his right hand heavily bandaged. The first event of the competition was Calming the Spirit. Representatives, please enter the arena, the city master instructed, stepping aside to open the venue's grand entrance. The young competitors entered without hesitation, and Lu Yangshua exchanged a brief glance with the buzz-cut youth, both choosing silence. Upon entering the arena, massive cages draped in black cloth were unveiled, each corresponding to a competitor. The air was filled with the sounds of agitated beasts, with a wave of his hand. The city master ordered the black cloth to be removed, revealing a collection of furious creatures within the cages. Your task is to calm the raging beasts before you within the span of a single incense stick. The one who achieves this in the shortest amount of time shall be declared the victor. Upon finishing, the city master ignited an incense stick at his side. The young competitors began to showcase their unique methods, some employing medicinal herbs, others playing soothing melodies, while a few bewildered souls attempted to reason with the beasts. Chapter 22. The sudden rampage Lu Yangke observed with great interest as these young individuals displayed their respective skills, which undeniably highlighted the characteristics of their families and sex. Three competitors in particular caught his attention. The first young man approached the iron cage, calmly observing the rampaging beast within. With a subtle shake of his sleeve, a small insect emerged and flew directly onto the creature. The enraged beast, indifferent to the minuscule intruder, continued to roar. However, moments later, the frenzied beast suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground as though it had turned to mush. The second young man was the dark-skinned youth with the bandaged hand, whose gaze remained fixed upon Lu Yang's. It was only when their eyes met that the youth withdrew his gaze, focusing instead on gathering a sphere of spiritual energy in his uninjured left hand. Go. The young man let out a low grunt, his fingertips unleashing a series of spiritual energies, accompanied by the sounds of something slicing through the air. After a brief moment, the beast before him collapsed to the ground. That it was evident who these two individuals were. They were, in fact, two of the trio that had ambushed Lu Yangshua that night. The third girl was undoubtedly present as well. Lu Yangke glanced left and right, finally spotting her at the very edge of the group. However, Yanqing had previously been struck by a sliver of the ancient thunder dragon's life force thunder, leaving her entire body swathed in bandages, rendering her face unrecognizable. Yanqing's technique was particularly fascinating. She approached the iron cage with remarkable composure, her eyes radiating an alluring aura, causing the beast within to gradually calm down. Its gaze fixated on her. It seemed that this year's champion would emerge from the Yen family, the Ouyang family, or the Mu family. I beg to differ, although the head of the Liuxiang Pavilion did not participate this time. The fact that an exception was made to allow a man to compete signifies that he is far from ordinary. Just look at this lad. He appears to possess no remarkable abilities, merely standing there, as if he were meant to observe and learn. The crowd outside was abuzz with chatter, evidently aware that these three young individuals were quite well known within the three major factions of Hagen Bay. Ahem, why haven't you begun yet? If it truly proves too challenging, you may withdraw. Seeing that Lu Yangshua had not made a move for quite some time, the city lord could no longer bear it and approached Lu Yangshua, whispering beside him. Lu Yangshua chose not to respond, instead redirecting his gaze towards the purple-scaled lizard before him, which was incessantly roaring in his direction. To call it a lizard would be an understatement. It was more akin to a dinosaur. According to the system's indication, this creature was a purple lightning lizard, boasting a cultivation level of great perfection in the spirit division, with venom dripping from its maw. Let us converse peacefully. Please remain calm. Lu Yangshua began to communicate with the purple lightning lizard through the Beast King system. Kill, I shall annihilate all of you humans. Although the purple lightning lizard was astonished that a human voice could penetrate its mind, it only grew more furious, thrashing its head and claws against the iron cage. Whatever it is, I can assist you. I am a veterinarian. Your relentless roars will not help you escape. Lu Yangshua furrowed his brow, realizing that calming the purple lightning lizard would not be an easy task. That my wife and children have been slain by your kind. What is there to discuss? Can you bring them back to life? The lizard's eyes turned bloodshot as it spat a mouthful of venomous saliva at Lu Yangshua. Lu Yangshua's pupils constricted as he sidestepped the attack, upon witnessing the purple lightning lizard's aggressive intent towards humans. The city lord hurriedly rallied a team of guards to intervene and terminate Lu Yangshua's testing. However, Lu Yangshua had other plans. If he could not subdue the purple lightning lizard, there would be no point in participating in the subsequent competition. With a horizontal gesture of his right hand, he signaled to the city lord and the others to refrain from acting. The city lord immediately grasped Lu Yangshua's intent, but did not order the guards to withdraw. Should the lizard erupt once more, he would still dispatch them without hesitation. Head Su, the individual you sent from the Liuxiang Pavilion is indeed a talent. The event requires tranquility, yet he has incited the beast's fury instead. A short, rotund elder laughed heartily at Su Qingqiu. Indeed, we assumed that any man sent by the Liuxiang Pavilion would surely be a master. But it seems, Head Su, you would have been better off sending your maidservants. They might have achieved better results. Another gaunt elder, appearing perpetually malnourished, joined in the mockery of Su Qingqiu, that Su Qingqiu was unfazed by their taunts. Such provocations were merely attempts to rattle her resolve. If she could be swayed so easily, she would not be worthy of her position as the head of the pavilion. Ouyang family head and Mu sect leader, perhaps you should focus on your own descendants. Who we send to compete is of no concern to those present. From this point onward, should I hear any further disrespect towards our esteemed guest from the Liuxiang Pavilion, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. With a cold smirk, Su Qingxiu directed her words not only at the heads of the Ouyang and Mu families, but also at all those who had previously derided Lu Yangshua. Posturing, my Yin family fears you not. We shall claim first place in this Hagen competition. A beautiful woman from the Yin family interjected, echoing Su Qingxiu's sentiments that it seemed the head of the Yin family was quite confident. Let us await the outcome and see who emerges victorious. With that, Su Qingxiu turned her attention back to Lu Yangshua's performance, disregarding the Yin family's leader, who wished to retort but ultimately swallowed his words in light of the current situation. Lu Yangshua, however, was not preoccupied with external matters. The condition of the purple lightning lizard was far from optimistic. While other beasts had been intentionally injured by the guards to provoke anger, his purple lightning lizard had been driven into a frenzy due to the guards' ruthless actions in capturing it. Having directly slain its family, igniting a primal rage deep within its soul, that I have a means to revive them. Please calm yourself that if you continue like this, even your own life will be at stake. Lu Yangshua cast a glance at the guards poised to act. I do not believe you. You humans are all wicked. Even in death, I shall take a few of you with me, with that. The purple lightning lizard's eyes ignited with a void-like flame. This is bad. It has ignited its own soul. It is determined to fight. The ancient thunder dragon hastily relayed a warning. Yet it was too late. The purple lightning lizard, empowered by the ignition of its soul, surged forward, shattering the sturdy iron cage with a single claw and lunging at Lu Yangshu. This is for your own good. I must defend you. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lu Yangshua's body. Chapter 23. Unexpected gains. This terrifying pressure lasted but a moment, yet everyone simultaneously fell silent, particularly the purple lightning lizard facing Lu Yangshu. Its pupils dilated, and it was swiftly rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the pressure. The pressure emanating from that lad. The portly head of the Ouyang family questioned in astonishment. Such power is beyond what a mere human should possess. The heads of the Mu sect and Ouyang family were equally speechless, utterly astounded. Not even Su Qingxiu had anticipated that Lu Yangshua, who had appeared utterly ordinary until now, harbored such formidable energy within. City Lord, do I qualify now? Lu Yangshua turned to inquire of the City Lord. The City Lord, his face a portrait of shock, surveyed the unconscious purple lightning lizard at Lu Yangshua's feet, as well as the other beasts cowering in the corners of their cages, and nodded slowly. This does not count as passing. What would constitute passing? All the competing candidates gazed at Lu Yangshua as if he were a monster, particularly the trio who were now drenched in cold sweat, pondering whom they had truly attempted to ambush that night. Lu Yangshua paid no heed to their scrutiny, dusting off his garments with a confident stride as he exited the hall, leading the still-dazed individuals from the Liuxiang Pavilion away with him. City Lord, what should we do now? A young man, still in the midst of the competition, was the first to regain his composure and quietly questioned the City Lord that, of course, we continue the competition. The City Lord replied, snapping back to reality. But the beasts, the youth stammered, gesturing towards the terrified creatures before him, paralyzed with fear. How can we proceed? Even if we were to open the cages, they might not even venture out. Bring in a new batch of beasts, report to the City Lord. All the beasts have succumbed to fear, just like these. A guard rushed forward, whispering in the City Lord's ear. Then let us eliminate those who have not completed the trial. After much deliberation, the City Lord arrived at this conclusion, announcing the decision. What? We refuse. Why should we be disqualified outright? The time has not yet elapsed. Instantly, the remaining competitors began to voice their protests. Silence. If you take this long to complete the first round, how do you expect to compete with them in subsequent rounds? The City Lord's brow furrowed, his demeanor shifting from gentle to irate. His words struck hard against the young competitors, who reflected inwardly and realized their inferiority, especially in comparison to Lu Yangshu. Thus, the first round of competition, originally slated to last half a day, concluded hastily in under half an hour, with Lu Yangshu, the rising star of the Liuxiang Pavilion, igniting a firestorm of fame within Hagen Bay. Upon returning to the Liuxiang Pavilion, Lu Yangshu stepped through the door, his face paling as he nearly collapsed. Had it not been for Su Qingqiu's quick reflexes in supporting him, he might have fallen headlong to the ground. "Are you all right? You look rather unwell," Su Qingqiu inquired with concern. However, Lu Yangtao merely chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively that "I am fine, just a bit fatigued, but a short rest will suffice, and I shall not delay tonight's competition." "Very well. But do not overexert yourself. Someone, please escort Lu Shini back to his room to rest." That Su Qingqiu, too, refrained from speaking much. One could never judge this man by common standards. After the two young maidens assisted Lu Yangshua back to his chamber, he promptly bid them to depart. "Although I am unaware of the manner in which you are able to exude such overwhelming pressure, it is evident that the force you unleashed in your attempt to extinguish the soul fire of that diminutive lizard surpassed the limits of your physical capacity. It would be prudent to exercise greater caution in the future." The ancient thunder dragon soared from Lu Yangshua's wrist to hover before him, exhaling a breath of dragon essence upon him. Instantly, a warm current surged through Lu Yangshua's aching body, nourishing his flesh, while the long-dormant sea of his spirit began to stir. With a resounding boom, a great sound echoed within him. Lu Yangshua had finally surmounted the first threshold of the cultivation realm. Transitioning from the dispelling spirit realm to the communicating spirit realm, in that fleeting moment, he felt the spiritual energy of the world naturally flowing through his pores into his body. As long as he drew breath, his cultivation would steadily ascend. The essence of the ancient thunder dragon had effects beyond mere enhancement. Lu Yangshua's spiritual power surged dramatically until it reached the third level of the communicating spirit realm before finally stabilizing. Indeed, he understood the importance of grounding oneself. Observing Lu Yangshua's decision to restrain his cultivation at the third level of the communicating spirit realm, the ancient thunder dragon regarded him with newfound admiration. This single breath of dragon essence was sufficient for him to advance to the fifth or even sixth level of the communicating spirit realm. However, such a leap would jeopardize the stability of his foundation. It was far better to solidify one's base, ensuring that one could fully harness their strength when faced with formidable adversaries. Lu Yangshua remained silent, settling into a cross-legged position on the bed. Channeling his surplus spiritual energy to initiate the 10,000 Beasts technique, wisps of white vapor rising from his head. Upon witnessing this, the ancient thunder dragon enveloped the entire room with its spiritual power. Lu Yangshua's treatment as a disciple under the protection of the ancient thunder dragon was undoubtedly unparalleled. Outside, Su Qingqiu, having confirmed that Lu Yangshua was uninjured, did not linger either. With a cold snort, she led her followers out. Her destination was none other than the city lord's mansion. With a resounding crash, the door to the city lord's chamber was forcibly kicked open, startling the seated city lord into nearly leaping from his chair. I wondered who it could be. It is none other than Lord Su. What brings such a grand entrance? The city lord hastily inquired, seemingly wary of offending the Lu Xiang pavilion. City lord, your memory seems rather poor. Do you require my reminder of your own misdeeds? Su Qingqiu's countenance darkened, her gaze sharp enough to slay. You have caught me off guard. Lord Su, please elucidate, the city lord replied with an exaggerated bow. Let me ask you this. Why are all the other beasts injured, while those from Lu Xiang Pavilion remain unscathed, yet display a frenzy far exceeding the others, even resorting to igniting their soul fire at the last moment? How do you explain this? Su Qingqiu had sensed something amiss simultaneously with Lu Yangshua, but given the crowd, she refrained from exposing the truth directly. When the purple lightning lizard ignited its soul fire, she nearly charged in herself that I did not anticipate they would release that creature. It was an unforeseen occurrence. Trust me, I assure you that such incidents will not recur in the upcoming matches. The city lord stammered, maintaining a facade of joviality. Let us hope so. Otherwise, your tenure as city lord may soon reach its conclusion, Su Qingqiu retorted coldly, sweeping her sleeves as she departed the city lord's chamber. As Su Qingqiu exited, the city lord sighed in relief and hastily resumed his writing as night descended. Lu Yangtao finally emerged from his meditative state half an hour before the evening's competition commenced. I thought you might forego tonight's match, Su Qingqiu remarked, having already positioned herself outside Lu Yangshua's door. Upon his emergence, a weight lifted from her heart. I would never dare to go back on my word to Lord Su. I am committed to claiming the championship, Lu Yangshua replied with a faint smile, adjusting his attire before leading the way downstairs that Su Qingqiu followed closely behind, casting him curious glances. How is it that you bear no injuries and appear to have gained strength? She pondered. Half an hour later, Lu Yangshua, representing Lu Xiang Pavilion, alongside his companions, arrived at the assembly hall. By this time, representatives from several other sects and families had gathered. Besides Lu Xiang Pavilion, the Ouyang family, the Mu family representing Xingyue Pavilion, and the Yin family were present, along with two smaller families that had narrowly passed the first round of selections. Lu Yangshua had not anticipated the morning's competition concluding in such a manner, and a flicker of guilt arose within him for those who had been eliminated. Now that everyone is present, we may commence the second round of competition. Due to the unexpected events of this morning, the originally scheduled group for tonight's second selection is lacking. Thus, we shall proceed with the six present, taking turns to compete, the city lord announced, stepping forth as soon as he finished speaking. Two guards wheeled in an iron cage containing a male and female Guanji Mo. City lord, how do we compete with this? What if the first contestant succeeds, leaving nothing for the others? Mu Yunlong questioned, stepping forward. Then let us rank based on the morning's performance. Lu Xiang Pavilion shall be the first to attempt. No objections. Upon uttering this, the city lord unconsciously glanced at Su Qingxiu, as if conveying, "See, this is a special consideration for your Lu Xiang Pavilion. This is unfair. I propose a draw." Ouyang Tsang interjected, clearly unsettled by Lu Yangshua's strength. If he succeeded first, the subsequent contestants would be rendered moot, but there's no need for such complications. "I shall go last. You may draw for the rest," Lu Yangshu yawned, casually finding a chair to recline in. Goodness, how arrogant can he be? I just want to give him a good thrashing. Echoed the thoughts of the remaining five contestants. Seeing Lu Yangshua's stance, Su Qingxiu nodded at the city lord, indicating that Lu Xiang Pavilion accepted their position at the end of the line. The city lord, with no choice, instructed the guards to bring forth a draw barrel. The final draw resulted in Yin Qing first, Ouyang Tsang second, Mu Yunlong third, the remaining two taking the fourth and fifth spots, while Lu Yangshu willingly placed himself sixth. With the draw concluded, I declare the second round of competition, the rare species breeding contest, officially commences. Indeed, the second round was one Lu Yangshu had long prepared for. Otherwise, he would not have had the confidence to enter last. Yin Qing was the first to step forward, scrutinizing the pair of Guanji Mo with great care. The Guanji Mo were an exceedingly rare breed, not due to their lack of strength, but rather the challenges of their reproduction. It could take a decade before a pair would even begin to breed, followed by another decade for the offspring to be born. 20 years in total. De Qing, do not be anxious. Simply perform as you normally would, the head of the Yin family urged gently from the sidelines. Yin Qing nodded, inhaling deeply, and activated her enchanting charm. Aiming at the male Guanji Mo, streams of alluring energy entered the male Guanji Mo's body, yet it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean. Eliciting not the slightest response, Lu Yangshu could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, after being so frightened this morning, how could they focus on such matters? Just give it your all in a competition. As Lu Yangshu had anticipated, the male Guanji Mo was entirely impervious to Yin Qing's charm. She exerted every ounce of her enchanting power, sweat streaming down her face, yet it remained unperturbed. Step down. You have failed, the city lord declared to the panting Yin Qing. Next up was Ouyang Tsang, who upon taking the stage began casting flirtatious glances at Yin Qing below. Qing Mei, this task is ill-suited for ladies. Allow me to take this one, he proclaimed with a laugh, producing a small black wooden box. Upon opening it, a pink scorpion crawled forth, charging at the male Guanji Mo. The male Guanji Mo made no attempt to evade, swatting the scorpion into a fine mist with a single strike. Ouyang Tsang stood dumbfounded. Having raised the scorpion for months with potent aphrodisiacs, it was slain before it could even fulfill its purpose. Ha ha ha, Ouyang Tsang, you are truly a waste. Hurry and step down. Do not bring shame to your Ouyang family. Mu Yunlong laughed heartily, as Ouyang Tsang dejectedly retreated amidst the city lord's murderous glare on stage. Mu Yunlong concentrated his spiritual power on his finger, for Xingyue Pavilion was renowned for its acupoint techniques. In their eyes, every problem with beasts could be resolved through acupoint manipulation. This championship is as good as mine. Mu Yunlong unleashed a single finger strike, yet the male Guanji Mo was no pushover. With a flick of its massive tail, it dispersed Mu Yunlong's spiritual power. As previously mentioned, the Guanji Mo was far from weak. It launched a series of rapid strikes, And not only did Mu Yunlong fail to touch the crucial points of the male Guanji Mo, he could scarcely even graze its fur. After a grueling 15 minutes, Mu Yunlong descended, panting heavily. Ouyang Tsang, amidst the group, struggled to stifle his laughter. Unsurprisingly, the remaining two contestants also met with failure. At this juncture, it was time for our esteemed veterinarian, the breeding expert Lu Yangshua, to make his entrance. Lu Yangshua strolled onto the stage with an air of calm, casting a glance at the ever-watchful male Guanji Mo before turning his attention to the female Guanji Mo on the other side. A collective question mark arose in the minds of the 5 onlookers. What was he planning to do? With a gentle glide of his thumb across his storage ring, Lu Yangshua produced a bowl of viscous substance, which he placed before the female Guanji Mo. The female approached cautiously to sniff, and upon detecting the scent, her wariness dissipated. She began to devour the contents voraciously, finishing it off in no time. Chapter 25. The Sovereign of the Sea? Once the female Guanji Mo had finished her meal, Lu Yangshua conjured a surge of spiritual energy in his hand and lightly placed it upon her. In a short while, the male Guanji Mo in the corner seemed to catch a whiff of something enticing. Instantly piquing its interest, without a second thought, it commenced a rather indescribable scene. The onlookers were left stunned. They had not anticipated that Lu Yangshua would solve the conundrum that had left them all at a loss in just a matter of minutes. Coughing lightly, the city lord stepped forward to calmly announce the outcome. And the winner of this round is still the Liuxiang Pavilion. Do any of you have objections? There was little room for dissent as they watched Lu Yangshua descend the stage with a proud expression. Yan Qing and the others felt a mix of anger and helplessness towards Lu Yangshua. After all, he was a bona fide veterinarian, and this particular remedy was specifically designed to treat infertility in breeding pigs, an old family secret of the Lu clan. Since there are no objections, the Liuxiang Pavilion graciously accepts this victory, that I hope tomorrow's challenges will not be so effortlessly won. Lu Yangshua said, beaming as he clasped his hands toward the heads of the various families before bursting into laughter as he exited the hall. The eyes of the family heads seemed ablaze with fury. This brash young man was simply insufferable. They could not allow him to continue flourishing. Otherwise, if a second Liuxiang Pavilion emerged in Hagen Bay, their existence would be jeopardized. You truly are something, using sow breeding methods to mate with demon beasts. What an ingenious thought. The ancient thunder dragon communicated telepathically to Lu Yangshua. We're all part of the same system. How could we know unless we try? The first 2 rounds were mere child's play. The real test of medical skill is yet to come. Lu Yangshua replied, adopting a more serious demeanor. Although I hesitate to intrude at this moment. My friend requires your assistance. You must accompany me tonight. The ancient thunder dragon paused, seemingly receiving some news. Ding. System notification. A new side quest has emerged. Eliminate the Sovereign of the Sea. Quest reward. 500. 000 royal blood points. Will you accept the quest? Before Lu Yangshua could respond, the system chimed in his mind with a new task. The prospect of 500,000 royal blood points struck Lu Yangshua like a heavy hammer to the brain. And instinctively, he felt compelled to accept the task without hesitation. However, rationality soon pulled him back. Was it truly so easy to obtain 500,000 royal blood points? The target of this mission was to slay the Sovereign of the Sea. Although the nature of this beast remained unknown, one could be certain that it would not be weak enough to bear such a title. You have yet to inform me who your friend is. How can I assist you? Lu Yangshua inquired, realizing that the mention of the quest indicated a connection between the Sovereign of the Sea and the friend of the ancient thunder dragon. He is a dragon of the deep sea, of the same lineage as myself, replied the ancient thunder dragon. This might pose a challenge. Lu Yangshua mused that it was indeed a case of enemies drawing together. For the prize for the champion of the Hagen competition was the spiritual pearl of a juvenile sea dragon. Fear not. Given the caliber of the individuals within this city, none possess the power to claim the Dragon Clan's spiritual pearl. Since I have vowed to protect your life for 3 years, I shall honor that promise. The ancient thunder dragon saw through Lu Yangshua's thoughts with ease, dispelling his concerns with a few words. Very well, but you must ensure my safety, Lu Yangshua replied with a wry smile. The Yin family, the Ouyang family, and Xinhua Pavilion were the 3 most formidable powers in Hagen Bay, second only to the Liuxiang Pavilion. They had always banded together to resist the Liuxiang Pavilion, but Lu Yangshua's emergence was disrupting this balance. Following the conclusion of the second match, The heads of the three families did not retreat to their respective homes, but instead congregated in a secret chamber of the Yin family. That young man must be eliminated. That woman, Su Qingxiu, has found such a terrifying ally from who knows where. The head of the Ouyang family declared grimly, crushing his teacup in his hand. How do we eliminate him? You were not present this morning. Who would dare confront such a terrifying pressure? Retorted the leader of Xingyue Pavilion, recalling the overwhelming aura Lu Yangshu had displayed that morning, which had left a lasting impression on everyone. We cannot take action ourselves. The Liuxiang Pavilion has been our rival for years, and Su Qingxiu knows our every tactic, that if we wish to eliminate that young man, we will need a formidable weapon. The head of the Yin family, an alluring young woman, remarked as though everything were under her control, gently fanning herself with a feather fan. Does the head of the Yin family already have a plan in motion? Inquired the Ouyang family head. That I cannot guarantee absolute success, but I have at least a 50% chance. Come forth. Upon her command, a figure clad in blood-red attire materialized behind the head of the Yin family. The moment the masked figure appeared, a chilling aura of death enveloped the chamber, as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses. Both the Ouyang family head and the leader of Xingyue Pavilion gulped nervously. It was no wonder the head of the Yin family had spoken of a 50% chance. She had evidently summoned this fearsome presence before the Ouyang family head could finish his thought. The leader of Xingyue Pavilion quickly covered his mouth. Are you trying to get us killed? The Ouyang family head suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The origins of the blood-clad figure were strictly confidential. He looked up to find the figure regarding him with eyes that seemed to pierce through his very soul. To persuade them to act, I expended considerable effort and resources. I wonder what the Ouyang family and the leader of the Mu family are willing to contribute in order to suppress the Liuxiang Pavilion. The head of the Yin family cast a disdainful glance at the two men, that if you can lead the charge to eliminate the Liuxiang Pavilion, I, Ouyang, will gladly cede 20% of my territory to the Yin family. The Ouyang family head offered after a moment of contemplation. That I, too, shall offer 20%, added the leader of Xingyue Pavilion hastily. Not enough. I demand 40%. Each of you must yield 40%. The head of the Yin family suddenly turned steely-eyed. Yin, are you attempting to take advantage of us in our moment of weakness? Are you not afraid of us turning to the Liuxiang Pavilion? Upon hearing the Yin family's audacious demand, the Ouyang family head slammed the table. Channeling his spiritual power, do you two truly possess any leverage to negotiate with me? If you wish to turn traitor, feel free to leave now. But I cannot guarantee that he won't pay a visit to one of your homes before heading to the Liuxiang Pavilion. The head of the Yin family concluded, and the blood-clad figure took a step forward, causing the chamber's temperature to plummet, as if it were on the verge of freezing. Chapter 26. Half-Step Ancient Beast. The Ouyang family head and the leader of Xingyue Pavilion felt the weight of their own inadequacies at that moment, helpless to resist, yet unable to fight back, that if there is nothing more, kindly take your leave. Once the task is completed, I shall come to claim my territory, the head of the Yin family said, folding her fan and departing with the blood-clad figure. The Ouyang family head and the leader of Xingyue Pavilion exchanged glances, sighing heavily as they exited the chamber. Upon returning to the Liuxiang Pavilion, Lu Yangshuo excused himself to his room. After locking the door securely, he leaped out of the window, following the guidance of the ancient thunder dragon to the seaside. Where is your friend located? Lu Yangshuo inquired. Hold on. There's a tail following us that needs to be dealt with first, the ancient thunder dragon replied, having sensed someone stealthily trailing them in the city. This individual was skilled at concealing their presence, but they had made a grave error by crossing paths with the ancient thunder dragon, rendering their tricks childlike in comparison. Let him follow. It might save us trouble in the future. Lu Yangshuo suggested, his mind racing with new plans. The ancient thunder dragon smirked knowingly, understanding Lu Yangshuo's intent, that in an instant, it departed from Lu Yangshuo's wrist, transforming into a colossal dragon over 100 feet long. Crackling with blue arcs of electricity, Lu Yangshuo landed firmly between the two majestic horns of the ancient thunder dragon. Hold on tight. The ancient thunder dragon, after speaking, plunged headlong into the sea, and moments later, the surface of the water returned to its tranquil state. Not far behind a stone, the previously cold-blooded and unfeeling blood-clad man stared wide-eyed, as the appearance of the ancient thunder dragon struck a significant blow to his youthful psyche. After a while, the blood-clad man managed to compose himself. After all, Having received payment from the head of the Yin family, he had no choice but to press on, even if it meant facing the unknown. Following in the footsteps of the ancient thunder dragon, he dove into the ocean, simultaneously popping a water avoidance pill into his mouth. This item was common among all cultivators in Hagen City, utilized for descending into the sea to search for herbs or spiritual treasures. Thus, it was not remarkable. With the ancient thunder dragon deliberately reducing its speed, they submerged for approximately a quarter of an hour before finally nearing their destination. Sensing the approach of the blood-clad man behind him, the ancient thunder dragon, along with Lu Yangshua, plunged into an underwater rift. At last, you have arrived. From within the rift, a blue figure of similar size to the ancient thunder dragon emerged. Yes, as long as I am not late. I have brought you a person. The ancient thunder dragon gestured towards the inquisitive Lu Yangsha. Lu Yangsha, too, was fixated on the deep-sea dragon before him, as the system dutifully unlocked the divine beast registry. Appending a note that this deep-sea dragon was currently gravely injured, that it was now nearly certain that the true ruler of the sea was not the deep-sea dragon. But who could it be? Human, since you were recommended by the ancient thunder dragon, I shall treat you as one of my own, that I have heard of your remarkable medical skills. Is there any way to restore my strength within 3 days? The deep-sea dragon inquired calmly, gazing at Lu Yangsha. That is impossible. Lu Yangsha replied succinctly, restoring the strength of a deep-sea dragon to match that of the ancient thunder dragon within 3 days was nothing short of a fantasy. Indeed, it seems I am destined for this calamity. You may leave. I shall handle it myself. The deep-sea dragon displayed no emotional turmoil, as if Lu Yangshua's response had long been anticipated. Wait, let him finish speaking. The ancient thunder dragon swiftly interjected, turning towards Lu Yangshu. Lu Yangshu immediately understood. System, please check which pill can hasten the recovery of the deep-sea dragon's strength the quickest. Currently searching, I have identified a top-tier mystic pill, the 9-turn yang-enhancing pill. Requiring 70,000 king blood points for exchange, then I'll exchange it. Lu Yangshu declared. After this endeavor, there would be 500,000. A mere 70,000 was hardly a concern. What else is there to discuss? Is the current situation still unclear? The deep-sea dragon bitterly smiled. Although I cannot assist you in directly restoring your peak, I can enable you to surpass your peak strength within a day, albeit at the cost of a temporary drop in strength by a major realm after the effect wears off. After thoroughly understanding the effects of the 9-turn yang-enhancing pill, Lu Yangshu remarked, Really? A day is sufficient. With the ancient thunder dragon's assistance, 1 day is enough to slay that creature. Upon hearing that Lu Yangshu indeed had a solution, the deep-sea dragon's confidence surged. Now may I inquire what beast you intend to slay? Lu Yangshu asked, needing to confirm the specific target of his side quest. Very well. At this point, there is no need to conceal it from you. Are you aware of the various classifications of beasts? The deep-sea dragon pondered before deciding to be forthright with Lu Yangshu. Lu Yangshu shook his head. Beasts are categorized into beast, spirit beast, sacred beast, divine beast, primal beast. Both I and the ancient thunder dragon belong to the category of divine beasts, while the creature I aim to slay is a sea deity beast known as the phantom-faced cuttlefish whale, which has reached the threshold of a primal beast. Upon mentioning the phantom-faced cuttlefish whale, the deep-sea dragon's tone turned icy. These two divine beasts were sworn enemies in the ocean. The last time they clashed, the deep-sea dragon had to pay dearly, using a severe injury to seal the phantom-faced cuttlefish whale for 7 days, of which 4 days had already passed. What level of cultivation does a primal beast approximately possess? A sense of unease began to rise within Lu Yangshu as he asked. According to your human classifications of spiritual power, after the transformation realm, there are the King Spirit Realm, Emperor Spirit Realm, and Sacred Spirit Realm, that a primal beast can rival a fully realized Emperor Spirit Realm expert. The ancient thunder dragon elucidated. Indeed, earning 500,000 king blood points was no simple task, akin to a schoolboy attempting to slay a deity with a mere pen. You need not be overly anxious. I will prioritize your safety. That is for the best. Here, take this pill. Remember, its effects last only 1 day, and your strength will immediately diminish thereafter. Lu Yangshu sighed in relief as he tossed the vial to the deep-sea dragon. I shan't belabor my gratitude. Once the phantom-faced cuttlefish whale is slain, feel free to choose any part of its flesh as you desire. The deep-sea dragon graciously accepted the vial. Subsequently, after exchanging a few words of caution, The ancient thunder dragon escorted Lu Yangshua away from the ocean. All of this unfolded within the clear view of the blood-clad man, who found himself utterly unable to intervene and could only return to the Yin family to report the events truthfully to the family head. Nonsense! How could a mere lad possibly know a dragon? Chapter 27. Study hard and observe well. The blood-clad man had endeavored to describe the scene he witnessed in the most emotionally neutral terms possible. Yet it still sounded like a fabrication. I never imagined that your grand assassin organization would resort to such childlike tactics that if you cannot kill him, just admit it and refund my money. The head of the Yin family scoffed derisively. That an icy aura emanated from the blood-clad man as he seized the head of the Yin family by the throat. What I have stated is the absolute truth. Yet you, concealing the target's strength, nearly led me to recklessly charge forth to my demise. This offense is sufficient for you and your family to perish 10 times over. The head of the Yin family, unable to utter a word, felt his vision turn crimson as blood vessels burst in his eyes, just as the head of the Yin family was on the verge of losing consciousness. The blood-clad man released his grip and vanished once more. This time, the Yin family faced a double loss. Not only had they failed to eliminate the significant threat posed by Lu Yangshua, but they had also offended that mysterious organization. Early the next morning, Lu Yangshua led the members of the Lu Xiang Pavilion to the assembly hall. The other families had already gathered, while the head of the Yin family had purposely donned a high-collared garment to conceal the bruising around his neck. Everyone has arrived quite early. Since we are all present, let us commence today's competition. That I trust you are all aware of the events we will be engaging in today. I kindly request the participating contestants to step forward to the alchemy furnace. As Lu Yangshua had previously stated, the latter 3 rounds would witness the true competition of medical skills, with this 3rd round being alchemy. Lu Yangshua approached his alchemy furnace, meticulously inspecting it to ensure everything was in order, while Yin Qing and the others, in contrast, carelessly discarded the uniform furnace before them, opting for the specialized ones prepared by their own families. How ridiculous! Must we compete in such extravagance? Lu Yangshua inwardly cursed. Had it not been for his severe lack of funds, he would have insisted on acquiring a proper alchemy furnace. The city lord, observing this scene, refrained from intervening, seemingly having acquiesced to such behavior. Dr. Lu, if you do not mind, you may utilize my secret silver cauldron. Su Qingxiu, noticing Lu Yangshua's embarrassment, retrieved a small silver alchemy furnace from his storage ring. That no need for your concern, Pavilion Master. This is merely alchemy. Can one not concoct medicine without a good furnace? Lu Yangshua raised his voice intentionally, making it clear for the other contestants to hear. Aside from Yin Qing, the remaining competitors turned various shades of blue and purple. Inwardly cursing Lu Yangshua countless times, Lu Xiang Pavilion, this is your last chance. Will you be replacing your furnace? No, without allowing Su Qingxiu to respond, Lu Yangshua firmly declared. Very well, since all preparations are complete. Let us begin. The topic is unrestricted. Each will demonstrate their abilities. Whoever produces a higher-grade pill within 2 hours shall be the victor. Once the city lord announced the commencement of the competition, he stepped down, and all the participants began their respective alchemical processes. Lu Yangshua, lacking a prescription, intended to obtain one directly from the system, although the cost in king blood points for these pills was considerable. Exchanging for raw materials remained relatively inexpensive. After a period of selection, Lu Yangshua finally settled on the pill he would concoct, sweeping his hand to cover the table with an array of various herbs. Seeing Lu Yangshua's fully laden table, the other competitors felt a pang of anxiety. The greater the quantity of materials required for alchemy, the more potent the resulting effects and the higher the grade. Once the materials were prepared, Lu Yangshua commenced his work. The alchemical process consists of 3 main stages: condensing the liquid, forming the pill, and refining the spirit. The first step, condensing the liquid, involves using flames to eliminate all impurities from the herbs, leaving only the essence, which must then be gathered together. Naturally, this flame is not ordinary, but rather a spirit fire ignited by spiritual power. From this point onward, Lu Yangshua diverged from the other competitors. While Yin Qing and the others meticulously processed each herb separately to avoid disrupting their properties, Lu Yangshua seized a large handful of herbs and carelessly stuffed them into the alchemy furnace, drawing the attention of Yin Qing and her companions. A novice. Ouyang Song continuously channeled the power of spiritual fire into the black cauldron in his hands while mocking Lu Yangshu, who paid them no heed. The cauldron was enveloped in spiritual fire. However, perhaps due to an overabundance of medicinal materials, while others were nearing completion of their concoctions, Lu Yangshu's ingredients showed no signs of dissolving. "Brother, lend me a hand," Lu Yangshu implored as he withdrew his spiritual fire, seeking external assistance. "That I truly can't deal with you. At times, I wonder if you are even a doctor," sighed the ancient thunder dragon helplessly. Upon seeing Lu Yangshua's fire extinguished, Ouyang Song decided to shed any pretense and burst into laughter. "Haha, an amateur remains an amateur. Having won 2 rounds by luck, you finally show your weakness." With this remark, other competitors and onlookers joined in laughter. For someone incapable of even forming a liquid essence hardly deserved the title of a doctor. "Who says I've shown weakness? Pay attention and learn. A model stands before you," Lu Yangshu retorted with a smile. His eyes suddenly wide open as an unfamiliar surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, accompanied by a crackle of thunder. Yan Qing's pupils constricted. It was that thunder again. As the thunder rumbled, the entire venue was illuminated, and the medicinal materials within Lu Yangshu's cauldron began to dissolve rapidly. Rather than merely dissolving, they were being violently shattered by the thunder. Just as the crowd was still astonished by Lu Yangshu's prowess, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The standardized cauldron was unable to withstand the brutal bombardment of Lu Yangshua's thunder, and within mere moments, cracks began to spread across its surface that it's going to explode. The city lord hastily warned. However, Lu Yangshu was in a position where he could not afford to cease his actions. Boom! With a tremendous roar, thick smoke billowed forth from Lu Yangshu. Merely playing with flashy tricks. "Now that your cauldron is about to explode, let us see how you fare," Ouyang Song thought to himself, relieved that Lu Yangshu had indeed faced a setback, else he would surely be defeated. "Who says an explosion means the end of the game? Allow me to show you a thing or two today." As the smoke dissipated, despite his face being blackened from the explosion, Lu Yangshua's palm cradled a vibrant flame of spiritual energy, which enveloped a colorful medicinal liquid, diligently purifying its impurities to inno cauldron alchemy. He can actually perform alchemy without a cauldron. A shriek erupted from an unknown corner of the audience. The crowd erupted into chaos. With the revelation of cauldronless alchemy, the competition was practically over, for only cultivators of the transformation realm and above could wield such a technique. "Today, I shall teach you what true alchemy is." Lu Yangshu grinned mischievously, placing his other hand atop the first. With an infusion of rich spiritual power, 2 miniature ancient thunder dragons appeared to spiral around the medicinal liquid in the center. Yan Qing and her companions, all prodigies from their respective sects, were unwilling to concede defeat before successfully forming their pills, and thus they lowered their heads to continue their alchemical endeavors. After the passage of a short incense sticks time, Lu Yangshu was the first to produce a preliminary form of his pill, albeit its appearance was rather irregular, likely a consequence of the absence of a cauldron. Following him were Yan Qing, Ouyang Song, and Mu Yunlong, while the remaining 2 competitors had yet to complete the liquefaction step. After expelling all impurities, 4 differently colored pill forms were poised to undergo spiritual refinement, the degree of which would directly determine their quality. Simultaneously, the 4 of them performed hand seals, and 4 spirals of spiritual energy materialized in the hall, voraciously absorbing the ambient spiritual essence. This is not good. The timing of their pill formations is too close, and there isn't enough spiritual energy to support all 4. The audience began to murmur. Yet Lu Yangshu appeared remarkably relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about how much spiritual energy his pill could absorb. Instead, he focused on observing the pills of the other 3. In their quest for victory, Yan Qing and her companions exerted every ounce of strength, their spirals of spiritual energy growing increasingly massive. As the spiritual energy flowed into their pills, a rich fragrance gradually enveloped the entire hall. Presently, it was Lu Yangshua's spiral that appeared the smallest. That Su Qingxiu, watching from below, frowned intensely. Setting aside the poor shape of Lu Yangshua's pill, the size of his spiral already placed him at a disadvantage. If this continued, he was likely to lose the contest. As moments ticked by, the air's spiritual energy became exceedingly thin, and Yan Qing and her companions' pills were on the brink of completion. It's about time. Lu Yangshu finally decided to exert his strength. but his focus was directed toward the other three spirals of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a thunder dragon burst forth from Lu Yangshua's spiral and lunged toward Ouyang Tsang, swiftly seizing the majority of the spiritual energy from his spiral, before darting to claim portions from Mu Yunlong and Yin Qing as well. City Lord, the contestant from the Fragrant Pavilion, is openly stealing spiritual energy. This surely cannot be allowed. The Yin family head, upon witnessing Lu Yangshua's brazen act of energy theft, became disgruntled and demanded an explanation from the city lord. The rules of the competition do not prohibit energy theft. Your contestants are welcome to do the same if they wish, the city lord replied, reveling in the unfolding drama. Indeed, if we are to discuss fairness, Lu Yangshua has hardly utilized a cauldron from the outset. What is wrong with stealing energy now? After siphoning the energy, the Thunder Dragon returned to Lu Yangshua's spiral. Yin Qing and her companions were furious. Their nearly completed pills had lost a significant portion of energy, rendering their quality sure to diminish, leaving them to salvage what they could. Spiritual energy, gather, Lu Yangshua commanded. As the spirals converged upon the pill before him, dazzling golden light erupted from Lu Yangshua's pill. Such formidable spiritual energy. It must be at least a high-grade mystical pill. Su Qingxiu felt a surge of joy. Victory seemed assured. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a pitch-black pill appeared in Lu Yangshua's hand. Faint golden lightning patterns discernible upon its surface. Upon witnessing Lu Yangshua's successful creation, Yin Qing's anger surged, and her indomitable spirit compelled her to restart the refinement process for her pill. Yin family head. Your young lady possesses quite the courage, attempting a second refinement. Too bad there is no surplus spiritual energy left, Ouyang family head remarked, reflecting on the audacity of the youth. One performing cauldronless alchemy, the other attempting a second refinement. The Yin family head recognized this, but was left perplexed by Yin Qing's intentions. Yin Qing no longer harbored hopes of winning. She merely sought to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Striking her chest, she spat forth a mouthful of essence blood, precisely sprinkled into her cauldron. Goodness! She is using her own spiritual power to refine the pill. Does she not fear being drained? Lu Yangshu was equally astonished by Yin Qing's audacity. Sure enough, it wasn't long before her complexion turned pale, and she reluctantly ceased the flow of energy, declaring her pill complete. That moment, the city lord rang the bell signaling the end of the competition. Those who have successfully formed their pills, display them. S for the two of you. Without even a preliminary form, you are eliminated, the city lord remarked, casting a glance at the two lesser family contestants. The two competitors said nothing. Clearly outmatched, they could only retreat in defeat. Ouyang Tsang and Mu Yunlong were not faring well either, having lost too much energy to Lu Yangshua, causing their pill quality to plummet. However, with the opening of the three cauldrons, 3 beams of vibrant light erupted from within. My pill is the detoxification guardian pill. As the name suggests, it can negate most toxins, rated as low-grade mystical. Ouyang Tsang scoffed, for this rank hardly reflected his true prowess. My pill is the Qingli Qihua pill, rated as mid-grade mystical. Mu Yunlong, initially in a sour mood, found a strange sense of relief upon seeing Ouyang Tsang's pill rated as low-grade. The Phoenix and Dragon Rebirth pill extends the life of a dying person by 7 days, rated as high-grade mystical. Despite her weakened state, Yin Qing spoke of her pill with pride, her gaze defiantly fixed on Lu Yangshua. This one I shall name the Heavenly Calamity pill. Consuming it allows one to withstand a single heavenly tribulation, Lu Yangshua stated casually. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter shock. The TO withstand a heavenly tribulation? One must understand that a heavenly tribulation embodies the will of heaven and earth. As for its grade, it should be low-grade earth pill. I concede, terrifying indeed. The consensus among all present was encapsulated in those 4 words, cauldronless alchemy. A low-grade earth pill capable of withstanding a heavenly tribulation. Yin Qing promptly fainted. The outcome was glaringly clear. The Fragrant Pavilion emerged victorious. Chapter 29. The weakness of the phantom-faced cuttlefish. The victory in the third battle was tantamount to directly declaring the champion of the Fragrant Pavilion. Just then, a guard suddenly stumbled in from outside, exclaiming, "Not good. There's a monster in the sea." In a flurry of panic, the Lord responded, "Speak clearly." The guard, his face pale with fear, merely gestured towards the ocean. Without uttering another word, the Lord swept out with a flick of his sleeve, in the distance, a massive, terrifying skull suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea, stretching up to the heavens. Not good. The phantom-faced cuttlefish has forcibly broken the seal. The ancient thunder dragon immediately recognized the origin of the skull and hastily transmitted a message to Lu Yangshua. What? Isn't it supposed to break free in 3 days? Lu Yangshua was equally astonished. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his silver spear and dashed towards the ocean. That Su Qingxiu realized it was too late to stop Lu Yangshua as he rushed out. So he could only follow closely behind. Other families, after a moment of contemplation, also decided to pursue. Moments later, Lu Yangshua reached the shore, where the deep-sea cuttlefish hovered in the sky, warily observing the skull. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as the ancient thunder dragon materialized, taking Lu Yangshua with it into the air. This spectacle was witnessed by all those who followed, particularly the head of the Yin family, who could hardly believe the blood-clad man had spoken the truth. What is happening now? Why has the seal suddenly been broken? The ancient thunder dragon inquired. That I am uncertain. Logically, it should have remained sealed for another 2 days. However, since it is attempting to break free, I shall slay it today. The deep-sea cuttlefish's gaze sharpened, its grip tightening around the 9-turn yang-boosting pill given by Lu Yangshua. The ancient thunder dragon nodded and tossed a scale from its chest towards Lu Yangshua. The scale melted upon contact with Lu Yangshua's body, adhering closely to him and forming a suit of dragon scale armor. That it was evident that the ancient thunder dragon was protecting Lu Yangshua. Suddenly, the sea began to churn, and a gigantic whirlpool appeared beneath them. That a deep, resonant roar emanated from the depths of the whirlpool. That it's coming. The sea is its domain. Draw it into the air. The ancient thunder dragon crackled with lightning, readying itself for battle. The deep-sea cuttlefish nodded and dove straight into the whirlpool. After a brief moment, a towering column of water erupted from the whirlpool, and had the ancient thunder dragon not evaded quickly, it would have been struck. This place is perilous. Su Pavilion Master, hurry and retreat with your people, Lu Yangshua shouted. Noticing that Su Qingxiu and the others were still watching from the shore, Su Qingxiu finally regained his senses. Realizing that this battle was beyond their capabilities, that he led the fragrant pavilion members back to the city. At last, it emerges. Little dragon, your seal cannot hold me. As the waters dispersed, a colossal orca, at least 5 times the size of the ancient thunder dragon, faced off against the panting deep-sea cuttlefish. The orca bore a ghastly pattern resembling a skull on its head, appearing utterly terrifying. Lu Yangshua felt his eardrums resonate painfully from the orca's voice. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Today I shall slay you. The deep-sea cuttlefish roared in fury. So, you have summoned reinforcements, and no wonder you speak so boldly. Do you think 2 fledgling dragons can kill me? Your minds must be truly addled. The phantom-faced cuttlefish, having been sealed by the deep-sea cuttlefish, harbored a profound hatred for the dragon kin. Let us see if you can be vanquished, Lu Yangshua declared from atop the ancient thunder dragon. Who dares to call me an ant? Get lost. With that, the phantom-faced cuttlefish unleashed a torrent of water aimed directly at Lu Yangshua. The ancient thunder dragon roared in defiance, countering the water jet with a bolt of lightning, dissipating it in midair. That if you dare to harm him, I shall rend you limb from limb. The ancient thunder dragon had summoned its full power, ready for combat. Such arrogance. What does it matter if you are a rare dragon breed? Today, both of you shall end up in my belly. The phantom-faced cuttlefish scoffed, releasing an overwhelming aura that forced both the deep-sea cuttlefish and the ancient thunder dragon back several meters. Attack, without hesitation. The deep-sea cuttlefish swallowed the 9-turn yang-boosting pill, its power surging to surpass that of the ancient thunder dragon in mere moments. The 2 dragons charged at the phantom-faced cuttlefish, and the 3 divine beasts clashed amidst a cacophony of water and thunder. The sound of their energies colliding echoing like thunderclaps. The onlookers below were transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Yangshua's identity was shrouded in mystery to them. There were likely only a handful of humans capable of participating in such a battle. For the first time, the 3 leading families, spearheaded by the Yin family, felt how foolish it was to oppose the fragrant pavilion. That Su Qingxiu was equally astonished, realizing that he had been monitoring such a formidable expert all this time. A battle between divine beasts could not possibly be resolved quickly, especially since the phantom-faced cuttlefish had reached half-step ancient beast status, intensifying the conflict. Gradually, the energy supplies of the ancient thunder dragon and the deep-sea cuttlefish began to wane. While the phantom-faced cuttlefish's immense energy seemed unaffected, its terrifying attacks raining down upon the two dragons like a relentless storm, I asked this fellow's energy truly limitless. Lu Yangshuo cursed, hiding behind the ancient thunder dragon's horn. What do you think? A half-step ancient beast can meld with the heavens and earth. Its energy is drawn from the very essence of the world, the ancient thunder dragon responded, countering while simultaneously elaborating to Lu Yangshu. This won't do, system. What weaknesses does the phantom-faced cuttlefish possess? Lu Yangshuo inquired in his mind. The phantom-faced cuttlefish, a half-step ancient beast, has its forehead's ghastly visage as its sole weakness. After a brief pause, the system finally identified the weakness of the phantom-faced cuttlefish, attacked the ghastly visage on its forehead. Lu Yangshuo hurriedly relayed this information to the deep-sea cuttlefish and the ancient thunder dragon. The deep-sea cuttlefish glanced at Lu Yangshuo in astonishment, perplexed as to how he knew the weakness of the phantom-faced cuttlefish upon their first encounter. Despite its doubts, it cautiously unleashed a breath of dragon energy towards the orca's forehead. The phantom-faced cuttlefish quickly conjured a wall of water, blocking the dragon energy. Chapter 30. Life and death uncertain, both the ancient thunder dragon and the deep-sea cuttlefish recognized the phantom-faced cuttlefish's defensive maneuver. Clearly, Lu Yangshuo was correct. Its weakness indeed lay in the ghastly visage atop its head. Otherwise, it would not be so anxious to defend that in an instant, the two dragons launched a frenzied assault upon the phantom-faced cuttlefish's forehead, forcing it into a passive defense. Humph. Even if you attack, what of it? We shall see which runs out of energy first, you or my defenses. The phantom-faced cuttlefish encased itself within a water sphere, initiating a war of attrition. Energy? Fear not. Attack with abandon. Leave it to me. Lu Yangshu scoffed, for as a beast master, he possessed ample supplies of medicinal pills. System. Do you have any pills for restoring energy? I have located a low-grade yellow-tier pill, restorative pill. It requires 1 point of royal blood for a bottle. Would you like to exchange? Exchange as many as possible. Lu Yangshuo commanded, to the astonishment of the deep-sea cuttlefish and the ancient thunder dragon. The restorative pills flowed from Lu Yangshuo's storage ring like rice, continuously filling their mouths. Though the effects of the restorative pill were minimal, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Tens of thousands of bottles meant that even for two dragons, they could sustain themselves for a considerable time. With Lu Yangshuo providing such robust support, the two dragons unleashed their attacks upon the phantom-faced cuttlefish's water sphere as if there were no cost. The phantom-faced cuttlefish had underestimated the true threat. Realizing that the human atop the ancient thunder dragon was the one it should have focused on soon, the water sphere could no longer withstand the onslaught. Shattering with a thunderous crash, the dual dragon's attacks cascaded upon it, a portion also striking the ghastly visage atop its head in pain. The phantom-faced cuttlefish finally erupted in fury. Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, transforming daylight into a shadowy night. You two little dragons shall remain here today. Hellish blood rain. The phantom-faced cuttlefish unleashed its ultimate skill, and dark red rain began to fall from the ominous clouds. This rain, upon touching the sea or the town, rapidly drained the life force and energy of any living being it touched. Block it. Do not let the rain touch the people in the city. Lu Yangshuo possessed a dragon-scale soft armor, rendering him impervious to the rain that fell upon him. However, the individuals within Hagen Bay were far less fortunate. They were unable to withstand the innate skill of the ghost-faced dragon whale, a being on the cusp of becoming a feral beast. The ancient thunder dragon nodded and unleashed its own innate ability. The thunder realm that an immense net engulfed the skies above Hagen Bay. And as the dark red rain made contact with the thunder, it was instantaneously torn apart. Rather than concern himself with those humans, perhaps it would be wiser to focus on his own predicament. The ghost-faced dragon whale, upon seizing the avatar of the ancient thunder dragon, charged forth with unrelenting force. The ancient thunder dragon had no time to react and was struck full force by the ghost-faced dragon whale. Lu Yangshuo was similarly flung from the top of the ancient thunder dragon, fortuitously landing atop the whale's head. Yet astonishingly, the ghost-faced dragon whale failed to notice Lu Yangshuo. His power was so meager in comparison that he went undetected. Do you recall the seals upon me during our first encounter? The ancient thunder dragon transmitted telepathically as it was hurled away. Lu Yangshuo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he possessed a divine artifact capable of sealing the ancient thunder dragon. A spear whose true power he had yet to unleash. In a flash of silver light, 7 long spears materialized in his grasp. Victory now rests upon your shoulders, he declared, channeling spiritual energy into the spear in his hand. Instantly, the spear's tip began to radiate with intense heat, and he thrust it downward with great force into the ghost-faced dragon whale beneath him. The ghost-faced dragon whale, embroiled in combat with the deep-sea dragon, had maintained the upper hand, but was suddenly struck by an excruciating pain from above, granting the deep-sea dragon a fleeting opportunity to retaliate. At this moment, the ghost-faced dragon whale finally noticed Lu Yangshua, shaking its head violently, while Lu Yangsha clung tightly to the spear, refusing to be dislodged. "Where are you looking? I am your true adversary." The deep-sea dragon, having spotted Lu Yangsha, swiftly unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards the ghost-faced dragon whale to shield him. Under the continuous protection of the 2 dragons, Lu Yangsha successfully drove 6 silver spears into the ghost-faced whale's visage, leaving only one remaining. The ghost-faced dragon whale, now acutely aware of the relentless agony on its head, felt its eyes grow increasingly crimson, its internal spiritual energy becoming increasingly volatile. "That a mere human dares to injure me. Let me show you the true power of the divine." With that, the visage atop the ghost-faced dragon whale seemed to animate, emitting a series of haunting wails that left Lu Yang momentarily dizzy. The ancient thunder dragon and the deep-sea dragon, unperturbed by the chaos, charged fiercely at the ghost-faced dragon whale. The whale, once more struck with pain, afforded Lu Yangshuo a brief respite. Gritting through the dizziness, he plunged the final spear into the ghost-faced dragon whale's crown. The intricate patterns upon the 7 spears began to shift and writhe, as their shafts burrowed into the whale's flesh. "No, I cannot be defeated." The ghost-faced dragon whale, sensing its strength rapidly waning, realized that the energy was being siphoned into Lu Yangsha through the 7 spears embedded in its forehead. "Quickly, we must end this swiftly, or he will be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy." The ancient thunder dragon observed the scene with urgency, gathering its full strength to prepare for its most powerful strike. The deep-sea dragon nodded in agreement, channeling its own energy as well. "Qin Yuan Qin Yu Lei, Tai Su Jiao Long Yin." The twin dragons unleashed their attacks simultaneously upon the ghost-faced dragon whale, creating a gaping wound in its form, a clear sign of impending demise. The ancient thunder dragon swiftly ascended to catch Lu Yangsha, who plummeted alongside the whale. With a resounding crash, the corpse of the ghost-faced dragon whale, along with the 2 dragons, plummeted into the depths of the ocean. The storm clouds and lightning gradually dispersed, restoring the skies to a state of clarity. Yet, amidst this tranquility, Lu Yangshuo had vanished. Su Qingqiu dispatched individuals to scavenge the sea for several days. Yet no trace was found. In despair, she sought the Lord's assistance, forming an even larger rescue team that, of course, they would never find Lu Yangshuo, for at that moment, he lay within the lair of the deep-sea dragon, teetering on the brink of death. The influx of spiritual energy into his body had surpassed his limits. Had it not been for the myriad beasts' resolution enhancing his physique, Lu Yang might have already burst from the overwhelming energy. Chapter 31. The Identity of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. "Where am I?" Lu Yang mumbled in confusion. "You are within my lair, and you are safe now," the deep-sea dragon replied softly. Despite being a dragon, it could not afford to underestimate Lu Yangshuo, a human who had engaged in battle with divine beasts despite his mere spiritual connection level. Struggling to rise, Lu Yangshuo found himself utterly immobilized. His body felt as though it had swelled to the size of a dough ball. "The do not move yet. You have absorbed too much of the ghost-faced dragon whale's energy that a moment's carelessness may lead to your demise," cautioned the ancient thunder dragon. Lu Yangshuo forced a bitter smile, uncertain whether his survival was a blessing or a curse. Ding. Side quest. Eliminate the Oceanic Overlord completed. Reward. 500,000 King Blood Points received. Achievement unlocked. Dragon Whale Slayer. Unlocking the Spirit Pearl system. Sharing benefits with personal cultivation. Upon hearing the notification of 500,000 King Blood Points, the pain within his body seemed to diminish slightly. But what is this Spirit Pearl system? Aren't Spirit Pearls typically found within demon beasts? Reflecting on this, Lu Yangshuo closed his eyes and inspected within, discovering a pearl the size of a fist in the location of his dantian. The alleviation of pain was indeed real, as the excess spiritual energy began to flow into the spirit pearl. How does this little fellow possess a spirit pearl? Why had we not noticed it before? The two divine beasts were keen observers and had not overlooked Lu Yangshua's transformation, but witnessing a human evolve a spirit pearl was unprecedented. Could it be that absorbing too much beastly energy caused this anomaly? The ancient Thunder Dragon could only speculate that this was the cause. Nonetheless, this enhancement allowed Lu Yangshua to exhibit double the strength, albeit at the cost of increased cultivation difficulty, a bittersweet reality. The deep-sea dragon and Lu Yangshua shared similar sentiments. Lu Yangshua had essentially transformed into a humanoid demon beast. Unquestionably, the spirit pearl absorbed spiritual energy far more effectively than Lu Yangshua could on his own. Within a mere day, the energy that had nearly overwhelmed Lu Yangshua's meridians had entirely flowed into the spirit pearl. His body had substantially recovered, though remnants of soreness lingered. The deep-sea dragon and the ancient thunder dragon remained vigilantly by his side. As Lu Yangshua was finally able to stand and move, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The deep-sea dragon then transformed into a striking figure, standing 8 feet tall with flowing azure hair. I offer my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering assistance. Should you ever require aid, please do not hesitate to summon me, the deep-sea dragon declared, bowing to Lu Yangshua. Had it not been for Lu Yangshua's provision of elixirs and the final sealing, neither it nor the ancient thunder dragon would have triumphed over the ghost-faced dragon whale, and no need for such formality. Since you are a friend of the ancient thunder dragon, you are also my ally. When friends are in trouble, I shall always stand ready to assist, Lu Yangshua replied, casting a glance at the ancient thunder dragon, pondering why it was so quick to anger while the deep-sea dragon was so casually revealing its true form. The ancient thunder dragon simply turned its head away, choosing to disregard Lu Yangshua. Our dragon can adhere to a code of gratitude. Please accept this scale. Whenever you require assistance, merely infuse it with spiritual energy, and I shall arrive at your side, no matter the distance. The deep-sea dragon smiled gently, presenting Lu Yangshua with an oval blue scale that I guess it truly appropriate for me to accept such a gift. Lu Yangshua feigned hesitation, yet his hands were swift. Before the deep-sea dragon could react, the scale had already been stowed away in his storage ring. The deep-sea dragon then clapped its hands, summoning countless lanternfish to illuminate the dark lair with their glowing lanterns, revealing the massive corpse of the ghost-faced dragon whale before them. Lu Yangshua gasped in astonishment. This was the first time he had closely observed the creature, and he was taken aback by its immense size and the treasures it might hold. Seeing Lu Yangshua's expression akin to a child in a candy store, the ancient thunder dragon stepped forward, effortlessly slicing open the whale's abdomen with a swift motion, causing a basketball-sized spirit pearl to spill forth along with the massive entrails. Though the spirit pearl of the ghost-faced dragon whale may be of no use to you now, it is a rare treasure in this world, and I implore you to accept it. The deep-sea dragon stated without hesitation, presenting the pearl to Lu Yangshua. This gift carried far greater significance. Lu Yangshua understood well the adage that a mere man may suffer for possessing a gem. Holding it would render him a target. Perhaps it would be best to decline. It is far too precious. Moreover, the ghost-faced dragon whale is already a being on the brink of becoming a feral beast. Should you absorb its spirit pearl, you might just touch that threshold yourself. Lu Yangshua repeatedly waved his hands, firmly declining the weighty gift offered by the deep-sea Jiao dragon. Seeing Lu Yangshua's resolute stance, the deep-sea Jiao dragon had no choice but to relent. Subsequently, it assisted Lu Yangshua in acquiring several valuable items from the deep-sea Jiao whale before abandoning the matter. After dividing the flesh of the ghost-faced Jiao whale, Lu Yangshua prepared to depart, aware that his prolonged absence would surely cause concern for Su Qingxiu above. Thus, he conferred with the ancient thunder dragon about their intended departure. The deep-sea Jiao dragon, needing to absorb the spirit pearl of the ghost-faced Jiao whale, decided not to retain the two any longer and escorted them out of the cave. You should take the time to visit the dragon clan. He has been thinking of you, the deep-sea Jiao dragon suddenly remarked to the ancient thunder dragon at their parting. He thinks of me. He only cares for himself, the ancient thunder dragon responded. Taken aback, and without a backward glance, continued on, leaving the deep-sea Jiao dragon to shake its head in resignation as it returned to the cave. Who is he? Lu Yangshua could not help but inquire. My father, The Dragon Emperor, the ancient Thunder Dragon, replied nonchalantly, as if the Dragon Emperor bore no significance to it. However, Lu Yangshuo held a different perspective, surprised to discover that the bodyguard he had sought was, in fact, the Prince of the Dragon Clan, that I suspect you prefer not to discuss him. So why don't we converse about something else? Lu Yangshuo decided not to press further, sensing the tension in the ancient Thunder Dragon's demeanor. When you save my life again, I shall reveal my human form to you. How did you know what I wanted to ask? It was all written on your face. Suddenly, the calm surface of the sea began to churn violently as a colossal dragon head emerged from the water, startling the nearby rescue team. Upon recognizing the person atop the dragon's head, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 32. Pursuers of the Dragon Clan, since he had already been seen by the townsfolk. Lu Yangshuo decided to abandon any attempts at concealment and rode back to the fragrant pavilion atop the ancient Thunder Dragon. Upon entering, a fragrant figure leapt toward him, inspecting him from head to toe. Lu Yangshuo was taken aback, but upon steadying himself, he recognized it was Su Qingxiu. "That I thought you had perished," Su Qingxiu exclaimed, relieved to see Lu Yangshuo return safely, as it would have been difficult to explain to the Spirit Beast sect otherwise. "Ah, just lucky to be alive," Lu Yangshuo chuckled, patting his chest. "Enough idle chatter. What happened with those 3 divine beasts? Why were you fighting alongside them?" Previously, the battle involving the 3 divine beasts had nearly leveled Hagen Bay. So, as a resident, Su Qingxiu was eager to grasp the whole situation. Lu Yangshuo succinctly explained the origins of the 3 divine beasts, and Su Qingxiu quickly pieced together the rest that I see. "But are you truly friends with those 2 dragons?" Su Qingxiu asked, still somewhat incredulous. "What is there to deceive? Behold." Lu Yangshuo rolled up his sleeves to reveal the ancient Thunder Dragon coiled around his wrist. Seeing the ancient Thunder Dragon, which was no larger than a small snake, Su Qingxiu found it hard to reconcile this diminutive creature with the mighty dragon that had previously saved the entire city. It was only when the ancient Thunder Dragon raised its head and unleashed a bolt of electricity that its resemblance became apparent. "All right, but while you were away, the Hagen tournament has concluded." Su Qingxiu suppressed her strong desire to touch the ancient Thunder Dragon and addressed Lu Yangshuo. "What? Does that mean we've lost?" Lu Yangshuo responded, somewhat disheartened. "You won. You triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, and due to your contributions to the city's defense. The city lord declared your victory outright." Upon finishing her words, Su Qingxiu flipped her wrist, revealing a blue spirit pearl in her palm, the coveted sea dragon spirit pearl, symbolizing the championship prize. However, only Lu Yangshuo knew it was a counterfeit. "That's good to hear. Now that the tournament is over, I shall take my leave." Lu Yangshuo sighed in relief. Having completed his task, he saw no further reason to remain in Hagen Bay. "Where do you plan to go?" Su Qingxiu promptly inquired. How far is it to the Spirit Beast sect from here?" Lu Yangshuo pondered, realizing that nearly half a year had passed, and he could not afford to miss the 6-month appointment with the Spirit Beast sect. By horseback, it would take about a month. "Very well. I appreciate your hospitality during this time, Su Pavilion Master. Until we meet again, fate permitting." Lu Yangshuo clasped his fist in farewell and departed Hagen Bay. Once on horseback, Lu Yangshuo reclined and began to enjoy the scenic landscape along the way. This journey to Hagen Bay had proven to be quite fruitful, not only netting him 500,000 royal blood points, but also a treasure trove of rare materials from the ghost-faced Jiao whale, which filled him with excitement. He had initially thought he would have ample time to reach the Spirit Beast sect, but just as he had settled into a day of leisure, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! A mandatory mission has appeared. Assist the ancient Thunder Dragon in repelling the pursuers from the Dragon Clan." Before Lu Yangshuo could fully process the mission's content, the once clear sky darkened ominously. Thunder rumbling amidst the gathering storm clouds. The ancient Thunder Dragon suddenly burst forth from Lu Yangshuo's sleeve, instantly regaining its original size and fixating its gaze on the ominous phenomenon above. "Ancient Thunder Dragon, by the decree of the Dragon Emperor, I shall bring you back to the Dragon Clan." Before the speaker even arrived, their voice resonated with a powerful dragon's roar that echoed throughout the heavens. Lu Yangshuo, utilizing the Beast King system, discerned the meaning behind the dragon's call. As soon as the words were spoken, a pitch-black rift in space was forcibly torn open, and 3 massive dragons, adorned with shimmering golden scales, emerged from the chasm. The ancient Thunder Dragon did not cower. Instead, it looked to the heavens and let out a furious roar, channeling its might into a bolt of lightning the thickness of a doorpost, aimed directly at the leading golden dragon. Yet, the golden dragon seemed utterly unfazed, allowing the ancient thunder dragon's lightning to strike it without flinching. That I advise you to cease your resistance, while the Dragon Emperor has commanded us to bring you back unharmed. It does not preclude us from making your journey a bit more challenging. The golden dragon's eyes betrayed no emotion, resembling a merciless assassin. Dream on. I am not one to be taken back at your whim. Go back and tell the old fool that I would rather perish outside than set foot in the dragon domain again. The ancient thunder dragon's mane bristled in defiance as it began to summon a dark bolt of lightning in its mouth. Upon witnessing this black lightning, the expression of the golden dragon shifted, and the three golden dragons launched a coordinated assault from three directions against the ancient thunder dragon. Despite its formidable strength, it could not simultaneously vanquish all three to wait. Just as the two sides were on the brink of conflict, Lu Yangshua shouted from below, Who are you to command me?" The golden dragon cast a glance at Lu Yangshua, realizing he was merely an ordinary human cultivator, that if you wish to take it away, you must first contend with me. With that, Lu Yangshua brandished a spear and leapt onto the head of the ancient thunder dragon. Preposterous! Since when can a mere human meddle in the affairs of the dragon clan? Killing you would be simpler than squashing an ant. The golden dragon was beginning to seethe with anger. Lu Yangshua's defiance had encroached upon the dignity of the dragon clan. Then come and try. A mere little golden dragon dares to act insolently before me. Almost mirroring the previous sentiment, Lu Yangshu returned the taunt to the golden dragon. Human, you are playing with fire. The golden dragon was incensed, flapping its wings as razor-sharp scales flew toward Lu Yangshu. Yet, Lu Yangshu did not flinch. Instead, he braced his chest, prepared to endure the attack head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds of collisions rang out from Lu Yangshua's chest as the sharp scales merely tore through his clothing, revealing a layer of gleaming silver soft armor beneath, a gift from the ancient thunder dragon meant to protect him. In the end, it is still reliant on our dragon clan's power. Without it, you are nothing. The golden dragon scoffed derisively, launching a scornful remark. Say what you will. If you wish to take it away today, you must first step over my corpse. Lu Yangshua's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip on the spear. If today a mere human can intimidate you, my three brothers would have no face to return to the dragon domain. Chapter 33. The Sacred Domain Volcano. The golden dragon bared its icy fangs, slowly drifting toward the ancient thunder dragon. System. Analyze the weaknesses of these three dragons quickly. Although Lu Yangshua appeared calm on the surface, he was in turmoil internally. The deep-sea Jiao dragon scales were already prepared in his storage ring, and he was ready to summon it at any moment. Ding! System analysis complete. Sacred armored golden dragons possess no weaknesses. After the system's assessment, Lu Yangshua felt a chill run down his spine. Gazing at the three sacred armored golden dragons, which resembled mobile fortresses, he found it difficult to discern any flaws. However, nothing in existence is devoid of imperfections. There must be some weakness to uncover. Wait! Lu Yangshua shouted again, interrupting the advance of the sacred armored golden dragons. Human, I offer you one last chance. Step aside now, and I will grant you a path of survival. The voice of the holy armored golden dragon grew, increasingly frigid, clearly indicating that its patience had been utterly exhausted. You shall not take it away today, for it has entered into a pact with me. Lu Yangshua declared with a sinister grin. The holy armored golden dragon was momentarily taken aback. As a member of the beast clan, it was well aware of the implications of such a contract. When a human and a beast forge a bond, their fates become inextricably linked. However, as a dragon, it had never heard of any dragon willing to enter into such an agreement with a human throughout history. This revelation left the ancient thunder dragon perplexed as well. Could this fool truly be so deluded? You dare to trample upon the dignity of the dragon clan? You shall die today, the holy armored golden dragon roared, a murderous intent enveloping its being. Humph. Then come and test your mettle. With that, a pressure identical to that of the ancient thunder dragon erupted from Lu Yangshua. The holy armored golden dragon froze in place. The most apparent effect of a pact between humans and beasts was that the human could absorb the essence of the beast. The pressure emanating from Lu Yangshua now matched that of the ancient thunder dragon, indicating that their bond was at least equal in status. Very well. I shall grant you a reprieve today. The holy armored golden dragon found itself in a dilemma. If it were to engage in battle, the human would inevitably be harmed, potentially enraging the ancient thunder dragon, and perhaps even invoking the wrath of the dragon emperor. With that, the three-headed holy armored golden dragon tore open a rift in space and retreated within, leaving the sky clear once more. Lu Yangshu exhaled a sigh of relief, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Mimicking the pressure of the ancient thunder dragon had drained him significantly. Fortunately, the holy armored golden dragon, despite its powerful physique, lacked intelligence, or else it might not have been so easily deceived. You've landed yourself in quite the predicament, the ancient thunder dragon remarked with a sigh. Haven't we just driven them away? What more trouble could arise? Lu Yangshu queried, confused. The sole offspring of the dragon emperor has forged a contract with a mere human that if you were in his position, what would you think? Perhaps I would slay this human. Lu Yangshu replied, unsure whether he was more frightened or fatigued, his complexion paling. Congratulations, you are correct. It is highly likely that you will soon be hunted by the entire dragon clan, until the ends of the earth. The ancient thunder dragon spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the matter did not concern it in the slightest. Wait, wasn't it agreed that you would protect me for 3 years? Why abandon me now? Lu Yangshu lamented, his face twisted in anguish. The only way to save yourself now is to prove your worth to the dragon emperor before the dragon clan arrives. Otherwise, he will not permit his child to forge a pact with a worthless human. The ancient thunder dragon pondered briefly before offering Lu Yangshu a glimmer of hope that seemed more like a trap. Is that for real? Lu Yangshu exclaimed, as though grasping at a lifeline, his eyes rekindling with a spark of hope. It all depends on how you perform. The dragon clan will not take long to arrive. So be prepared at all times. The ancient thunder dragon shrank back into the form of a small serpent, coiling around Lu Yangshua's wrist. In the following days, Lu Yangshua's heart hung in his throat, ever vigilant while his mind raced. The next visitor would undoubtedly be far more cunning than the holy armored golden dragon. Ding! A new main quest has appeared. Save the lord of the sacred domain, Volcano. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Yangshu felt a shiver run down his spine, but he breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that this task did not involve battling any other beings or beasts. We are nearing the sacred domain, Volcano, and within it lies an aura that I deeply detest, the ancient thunder dragon remarked, emerging from Lu Yangshua's sleeve, frowning at the towering volcano ahead. However, if we were to circumvent this place, we would have to take a considerably longer route. Lu Yangshu observed the massive volcano before them. Who said we needed to take the long way around? I merely despise this aura. I'm not afraid of it. The ancient thunder dragon snorted, leading the way forward. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yangshu released the horse that had accompanied him for so long. The current environment was no longer suitable for its continued journey, and he deemed it best to let it roam free. Upon setting the horse free, Lu Yangshu quickened his pace to catch up with the ancient thunder dragon. As he drew closer to the volcano, the air grew increasingly scorching, and each breath felt as if it were igniting his lungs. This place is unbearably hot. What kind of beast would reside in such an environment? Lu Yangshu complained while exchanging some points for an ice crystal pill from the system, swallowing it as a wave of coolness surged through him. Yet we should have encountered many by now. Why have we seen none? The ancient thunder dragon expressed its own bewilderment. Perhaps they were frightened away by you, Lu Yangshu suggested. The beasts here are not swayed by my presence. Just as the ancient thunder dragon finished speaking, it seemed to sense something, its gaze locking onto a massive cave at the base of the volcano. From within the cave, it detected numerous beastly auras, including one that it particularly loathed. Let us proceed inside. Perhaps we shall find unexpected treasures. Lu Yangshu noted the cave, and the system indicated that the quest location lay within. Though the ancient thunder dragon appeared reluctant, it nodded in agreement upon seeing Lu Yangshua's enthusiasm, and together they hastened toward the cave. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance, the heat emanating from within distorting the very air around them. Chapter 34. The eight-legged golden crow feeling the intense heat. Lu Yangshu thought the ice crystal pill he had consumed had already lost its efficacy. What sort of wretched place is this? It's unbearably hot. He wiped the sweat from his brow and removed his shirt, tying it around his waist. Had you not insisted on entering, I would never have set foot in such a place. Clearly, the ancient thunder dragon was equally averse to the idea. Lu Yangshu Such places undoubtedly conceal valuable treasures. I must quickly acquire something to ensure my survival before the dragon clan arrives. Otherwise, I will be doomed. Lu Yangshua hastily consumed a handful of ice crystal pills to alleviate his growing discomfort. The ancient thunder dragon ceased its complaints and advanced slowly ahead of Lu Yangshua. Suddenly, an angry female voice echoed from within the cave. Startling Lu Yang, a mere human and a little dragon dare to invade my lair. Depart within 3 breaths, or suffer the consequences. What audacity! Do you think I fear you? The ancient thunder dragon retorted. Its aura surging as rocks rained down from the cave's ceiling. So it is the offspring of that creature. No wonder it possesses such bravado. Come forth, it has been many years. Let me see how much the little dragon has grown. Upon recognizing the ancient thunder dragon's identity, the voice's owner adopted a far more amiable tone that I did not expect you to still hold such influence. Lu Yangshua approached the ancient thunder dragon, chuckling lightly. Do not mention it. Thanks to you, I am now trapped here. The ancient thunder dragon scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yangshua. Lu Yangshua could only laugh awkwardly and continue onward. They pressed deeper until they arrived at a magnificent lava waterfall. Its grandeur so overwhelming that they could not see its summit. That I have arrived. Why do you not show yourself? The ancient thunder dragon, uninterested in the scenery, focused intently on the waterfall. As soon as the words left its mouth, a pair of golden wings emerged from the molten cascade, parting the lava like a curtain. You are still so impatient. You have not changed at all over the years. An enormous bird with 8 legs glided gracefully from behind the waterfall. Hovering before the ancient thunder dragon, the 8-legged golden crow. Lu Yangshua's mind buzzed. This was a legendary divine beast, existing since the dawn of creation, and its current power could easily rival that of a primal beast. However, it was curious that this 8-legged golden crow did not appear to be injured. It did not seem to require rescue. Enough with the pleasantries. What have you summoned me for? Speak quickly, the ancient thunder dragon said, clearly growing impatient. You little rascal, it has been tens of thousands of years since we last met. Do you truly feel no longing for me? The 8-legged golden crow transformed into a noble lady clad in golden silk. Her expression a mix of indignation and affection as she approached the ancient thunder dragon. If those are your only concerns, I shall take my leave. Such sentimental reminiscing is better suited for the old ones. With that, the ancient thunder dragon turned to depart. Sending you away from the dragon clan was never our intention. It was for your own good. The 8-legged golden crow sighed softly, as if harboring unspoken burdens. Yet the ancient thunder dragon showed no sign of stopping, continuing its march forward. Wait, I wish to inquire if there are any beasts suffering from illness here. Lu Yangzhao observed the primordial thunder dragon moving farther away and felt compelled to inquire. How do you know? The 8-legged golden crow appeared somewhat astonished. How could a mere human perceive that there was a problem with the beast here? The primordial thunder dragon halted, turning to face Lu Yangshua. This is merely a personal ability of mine. Just tell me whether it is or isn't. Lu Yangshua found himself momentarily at a loss for words, forcibly redirecting the conversation. Indeed, there is, but this is no longer a matter you can resolve. Suddenly, the gaze of the 8-legged golden crow was filled with sorrow. How can you know without trying? Let me take a look. Perhaps I can find a solution. Lu Yangshua's suspicions were confirmed. The 8-legged golden crow was not the lord of the sacred volcano as tasked, but rather someone else entirely. The 8-legged golden crow hesitated, lacking trust in this human before her. Let her see. He is unlike ordinary humans. Just take a closer look. The primordial thunder dragon stood beside Lu Yangshua, encouraging the 8-legged golden crow to observe him carefully. After a moment, she suddenly displayed an expression of shock. That it was no wonder, for Lu Yangshua bore a beast clan spirit pearl within him. As a human, he could also be considered one of their kind. Very well, follow me. The 8-legged golden crow waved her hand toward the magma waterfall, which parted to reveal a stone bridge slowly ascending from below. Connecting both ends, Lu Yangshua nodded and followed the 8-legged golden crow alongside the primordial thunder dragon. The world behind the waterfall was utterly enchanting. Everything was bathed in fiery red. Even the grass beneath their feet was crimson. It could be said that this was a realm of flames. Not far away, on a red crystal bed, lay a magnificent red bird. There it is, my child, the blazing sun vermilion bird. The 8-legged golden crow approached. Gently stroking the head of the blazing sun vermilion bird, speaking softly, Lu Yangshuo stepped closer, meticulously examining the condition of the blazing sun vermilion bird that appeared to be in dire straits. Its breath fluctuated erratically, and its expression was one of great anguish. Without the crystal bed continuously supplying it with spiritual energy, its condition might have been even worse. How did it come to this? Lu Yangshuo inquired. Understanding that to treat an ailment, one must first comprehend its cause. Alas, this transpired months ago. I was not here that day. A remarkably strong human arrived, and this child fought with him, sustaining grave injuries. Had I not returned in time, a catastrophe might have ensued. The eight-legged golden crow's brow furrowed, and it became clear why she had exhibited such hostility toward Lu Yangshuo initially. The person you speak of. Was he clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of death? The primordial thunder dragon interjected, as there were few formidable humans, leading it to connect the figure described by the eight-legged golden crow with the one that had attacked it. Indeed, could it be that you encountered him as well? The eight-legged golden crow nodded vigorously that my encounter with him was a millennium ago. His strength is indeed formidable, and his techniques are exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 35. Refining Celestial Grade Pills. Recalling the confrontation with that mysterious individual, the primordial thunder dragon felt a surge of resentment even now, although Lu Yangshuo was equally curious about the identity of this enigmatic figure. The pressing concern was to save the blazing sun vermilion bird's life. After circling the blazing sun vermilion bird several times, Lu Yangshuo finally located its wound, a black handprint on its chest, continuously emanating a chilling black aura, seemingly corroding the very flesh of the blazing sun vermilion bird. That I've tried every method, yet none have succeeded in dispelling this handprint. It feels more akin to a curse. The eight-legged golden crow gazed at the handprint on the blazing sun vermilion bird's chest, shaking her head in resignation. Lu Yangshuo pondered for a moment, given his current strength and medical knowledge. He was utterly incapable of resolving this injury that seemed time to invest again. System, is there any pill that can cure the blazing sun vermilion bird's ailment? Target identified, celestial grade beginner pill. Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill. Exchange requires 500,000 royal blood points. Insufficient royal blood point balance. Lu Yangshuo nearly cursed in frustration. He had nearly sacrificed his life to reclaim those 500,000 royal blood points, and now they seemed woefully inadequate. However, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He was standing before two ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Surely, they must have some reserves. If he could obtain the pill formula, crafting a celestial grade pill was not out of the question. With this thought, Lu Yangshuo quickly jotted down the formula for the Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill. It must be said that the system was quite user-friendly. Even if one could not afford the pill, the formula was free of charge. Moments later, Lu Yangshuo thoroughly committed the formula to memory and turned to the eight-legged golden crow. I possess a type of pill that can save it, but I only have the formula. I am utterly powerless when it comes to the medicinal materials. Fear not, having lived for so long. I have preserved various precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures that if I lack any, I can venture out to seek them. Upon hearing that the blazing sun vermilion bird had a chance of salvation, the eight-legged golden crow was instantly filled with joy. Very well, I require 200 red dragon branches, 300 phantom true grasses, and 200 unfathomable dragon ginseng. Lu Yangshuo listed over a dozen names he had never heard of, each requiring no fewer than 100 pieces. This was not due to an actual need for such quantities. Rather, he had no confidence in successfully refining the celestial grade pill on the first attempt. Most of what you need I can procure. However, I do not currently possess the unfathomable dragon ginseng, that I shall seek it now. With that, the eight-legged golden crow prepared to depart, no need to search. The unfathomable dragon ginseng requires the presence of dragon energy to thrive, that only grows where dragons dwell, in today's world. Aside from the ancient one, I have the last remaining supply here. The primordial thunder dragon waved its hand. An amount of unfathomable dragon ginseng appeared before Lu Yangshuo. Excellent, now everything is in order. Next, I require your assistance in pill refinement. My cultivation is insufficient, and I need both of you to help me refine the medicinal materials. Lu Yangshuo felt a surge of excitement. How many could claim to have refined celestial grade pills? The eight-legged golden crow nodded and transformed back into her true form, as did the primordial thunder dragon. returning to their normal sizes. Instantly, a golden flame and a flame crackling with thunder enveloped all the medicinal materials, swiftly melting them. During the previous competition, although Lu Yangshuo had leveraged the power of the primordial thunder dragon, it had only been a mere glimpse of what was possible. Now, with the primordial thunder dragon himself in control, the difference was monumental. The medicinal materials within the flames were purged of impurities at a visible rate, transforming into pools of spiritual liquid. The eight-legged golden crow's ability to control fire evidently surpassed expectations. 7 or 8 types of medicinal materials were each contained within separate fireballs, being melted at differing rates. In merely a few hours, all the spiritual liquid required for 100 portions of the Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill had been prepared. Under Lu Yangshuo's guidance, the eight-legged golden crow and the primordial thunder dragon cautiously began to merge the different spiritual liquids. However, it must be said that the difficulty of refining celestial-grade pills was indeed extraordinary. Just the process of condensing the liquid had an exceptionally high failure rate. Even a slight miscalculation in the proportions of any one ingredient could necessitate starting the entire process anew. The procedure for creating the Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill was also a tremendous test of Lu Yangshuo's willpower. After nearly a day, as they attempted for the 86th time, they finally succeeded. A swirling mass of multicolored spiritual liquid was enveloped in the flames of the eight-legged golden crow, being continuously roasted. Lu Yangshuo let out a sigh of relief. All that remained was to wait for the pill to take shape and to infuse it with spiritual energy. Marking the completion of their task, the eight-legged golden crow understood the next steps and instantly increased the temperature of the flames. The spiritual liquid began to emit white steam, and in no time, it transformed into the shape of a pill. Next comes the infusion of spiritual energy. The celestial-grade pill requires an immense amount of IT. That IT would be best for both of you to operate simultaneously. Lu Yangshuo advised. You both should rest. I can handle this alone. The eight-legged golden crow smiled slightly, and it seemed as though all the spiritual energy within the volcano was stirred by her mere thought. Surging relentlessly into the Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill, Lu Yangshuo could not help but marvel at the true power of a primal beast. The very essence of the world could be manipulated at will with just a thought. The primordial thunder dragon merely cast a glance before stepping aside. Soon, the Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill within the flames began to stir restlessly, bouncing about in the fire. It has developed sentience. But alas, there is no escape for you. With a mere glance from the eight-legged golden crow, the Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill settled down obediently, absorbing the final traces of spiritual energy and successfully transforming into a genuine, celestial-grade pill. Lu Yangshuo caught the slowly descending Heavenly Gang refining spirit pill, which still emitted a gentle warmth, and approached to place it into the mouth of the blazing sun vermilion bird. However, to his astonishment, the moment the blazing sun vermilion bird swallowed it, it began to writhe in agony. Step back. The effects of the medicine have begun to take hold. It must endure this on its own. Lu Yangshuo bellowed loudly, halting the advancing eight-legged golden crow. Although the creature was agitated, it managed to restrain itself and stood still, observing quietly. As Lu Yangshuo had mentioned, the effects of the Tiangang Lian Shindan began to manifest. With tendrils of dark energy emanating from every corner of the blazing sun vermilion bird, particularly from the handprint on its chest, which gradually dissipated like melting ice and snow. Chapter 36. The Tomb of the Medicine Emperor. Once the black smoke had completely cleared, the vermilion bird finally opened its eyes, gazing vacantly at the three companions surrounding it. A notification echoed in Lu Yangshuo's mind. Ding! Main quest to rescue the Lord of the Holy Domain volcano has been completed. Awakening of the celestial spirit I initiated. Suddenly, Lu Yangshuo's vision brightened significantly, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. That I, in a moment of recollection, the recently awakened vermilion bird unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at Lu Yangshuo. Alarmed, Lu Yangshuo realized the fire's velocity left him no time to evade. He could only shield himself with his hands, clad in the dragon-scale armor gifted by the ancient thunder dragon. However, after a brief pause, he felt no heat whatsoever. It turned out that the eight-legged golden crow had used its wings to deflect the attack. Mother, why did you stop me? Let me slay this wretched human. The vermilion bird rose, glaring at Lu Yangshuo with fury. Calm down, my child. This is not the one who harmed you. Rather, he is your savior, the eight-legged golden crow gently replied. Realizing its mistake, the vermilion bird noticed that this human bore no traces of death and was significantly weaker than it had presumed. I apologize. I mistook you for that person, it said, somewhat embarrassed that no matter, your life has been spared. However, from what you suggest, it seems the one who attacked you is the same individual. Do you have any idea who it might be? Lu Yangshuo inquired. The three divine beasts pondered for a long while but came up with no leads. Although the relationship between the human and beast tribes had always been tense, it was rare for a human to dare attack a divine beast. I believe this may not be the work of a single individual. Regardless of who is behind the attacks, it is highly likely that they are part of a vast organization. Otherwise, they would lack the audacity to provoke the wrath of the entire dragon clan. The ancient thunder dragon stated. The eight-legged golden crow nodded in agreement with the ancient thunder dragon's assessment that I may need to visit the dragon clan soon, that I have an intuition that the world is on the brink of change. And the beast tribe cannot remain fragmented any longer. After speaking, the eight-legged golden crow turned to the ancient thunder dragon that I will not return. The dragon domain is no longer my home. The ancient thunder dragon's eyes were filled with indifference, as though the fate of the dragon clan held no significance for him. Seeing the ancient thunder dragon's resolute stance, the eight-legged golden crow refrained from pressing the matter further, as the underlying reasons could not yet be divulged to the ancient thunder dragon. Let us depart. There is nothing more to linger over here. The ancient thunder dragon turned to leave. Wait! The vermilion bird suddenly called out to Lu Yangshuo and the ancient thunder dragon, who were preparing to depart. Is there something else? Lu Yangshu asked. You saved my life, and I have yet to repay you. This holy domain volcano is actually the tomb of a powerful human. I can guide you inside. You may find something of value, the vermilion bird said, gesturing toward a stone door behind it. Lu Yangshuo was more than willing. A tomb of a strong being surely held treasures or techniques worthy of such a title. He looked at the ancient thunder dragon, his eyes filled with anticipation. Well, I suppose I shall allow you to enter, but mind this. Once you emerge from the tomb, we leave immediately, the ancient thunder dragon sighed. Somewhat resigned. Agreed. I will follow your lead. Let us go. Lu Yangshuo responded, and the ancient thunder dragon transformed into a small serpent, coiling around his arm. The vermilion bird turned toward the grand door, raising its head to emit a long cry. Invoking the pressure of a divine beast, the stone door, seemingly ordinary, remained impervious to the vermilion bird's might. Prepare yourselves. I can only keep the door open for 2 breaths, the vermilion bird announced, and ethereal flames ignited around its body, raising the already stifling temperature once more. Lu Yangshuo was ready. He watched as the vermilion bird transformed into a brilliant fireball and collided with the stone door. Boom! With a resounding crash, the stone door was breached, creating a narrow opening just wide enough for Lu Yangshuo to pass through. Quickly, enter, came the vermilion bird's voice from within the fireball. With a powerful push of his legs, Lu Yangshuo surged forward into the opening, and the stone door promptly sealed shut behind him. However, to his surprise, upon entering the door, he was greeted by an endless abyss of darkness. Goodness, it is pitch black. The interior of the tomb was devoid of any light, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Stop shouting. Do you expect someone to light a lantern for you in a tomb? The ancient thunder dragon emerged from Lu Yangshuo's sleeve, its body crackling with electricity to illuminate the surroundings. Finally, a voice, exceedingly ancient, echoed from all directions. Who goes there? Do not play tricks. Show yourself at once. Startled, Lu Yangshuo realized there were others within the ancient tomb. Who are you? Ha! I've been here all along, chuckled the ancient voice, sending shivers down Lu Yangshuo's spine like nails scraping against a chalkboard. With the faint electric light, Lu Yangshuo scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a skeleton seated cross-legged not far in front of him. Is that you? Indeed. Who else could it be? The skeleton remained motionless, yet its voice resonated clearly. Who are you? What brings you here? Lu Yangshuo's skin crawled with unease. Young one, you are sorely lacking in manners. You have trespassed into my tomb and dare to question my identity. Do you wish to inherit my legacy? The voice grew irate at Lu Yangshuo's inquiry. You old coot are the real oddity. Speak or not, it matters not to me. I shall take my leave. Lu Yangshuo's temper flared. What was a mere skeleton trying to intimidate him? Wait, I have not seen a living soul in ages. Do not be hasty. Let us converse a little longer, the voice hastily implored as Lu Yangsha turned to depart. Then who exactly are you? Clear his throat. I am the legendary medicine emperor. So, young man, are you interested in becoming my disciple? The voice shifted to a serious tone, yet the proposition sounded more akin to a pyramid scheme. Who is the medicine emperor? I have never heard of such a figure. Lu Yangshuo replied, skepticism evident in his voice. Shut your mouth. This is the esteemed medicine emperor, the most revered among the 5 emperors of the ancient human race. It is said that he can bring back those who have crossed into the realm of the dead. The ancient thunder dragon interjected, covering Lu Yangshuo's mouth. Chapter 37. A volcano awaits. The title of medicine emperor is but a hollow fame. Life and death are cyclical. If one could truly claim the title of emperor, why would I now be reduced to mere bones? The figure of a plump old man with a youthful countenance slowly emerged from behind the skeleton. Your esteemed name is not one to be disrespected. But why would the medicine emperor find himself? Though the medicine emperor appeared indifferent to such trivial matters, the ancient thunder dragon maintained an air of respect. The emperor's reputation was far too illustrious to ignore. You wonder why I rest here? I just mentioned it. Life and death are inevitable. Regardless of where one dies, in the end, one merely becomes a pile of bones. The medicine emperor chuckled, glancing at the skeleton behind him. Listening to their exchange, Lu Yangsha felt utterly bewildered by the mention of ancient emperors he had never heard of. Enough of this. Young man, I see potential in you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? The medicine emperor's interest was firmly fixed on Lu Yangsha, interrupting his conversation with the ancient thunder dragon as he approached. The ancient thunder dragon nodded vigorously. Being the disciple of the medicine emperor was a dream come true for many. And here it was, falling into Lu Yangshua's lap. What benefits come with being your disciple? Lu Yangshu regarded the seemingly unassuming medicine emperor with skepticism regarding his true identity. The ancient thunder dragon nearly choked in disbelief. How could someone be so naive, and that someone be so close to him? Oh, little one, you possess quite the spirit. Do you realize how many scions of noble families have begged me to take them as disciples? You are the first to make demands in all these years, the medicine emperor mused, eyeing Lu Yangshuo with curiosity. Why shouldn't I? If you are an ineffective master, then having many such masters means nothing. If you cannot teach me, I would prefer to walk away, Lu Yangshuo retorted. Lu Yangshuo let out a light snort, seemingly dismissing the medicine emperor with indifference. Very well. Allow me to showcase my skills. I hope you won't be left utterly dumbfounded. The medicine emperor, stirred by Lu Yangshuo's challenge, eagerly rubbed his hands together and moved towards a corner, where he retrieved the long-deceased carcass of a mouse. Its body already beginning to decay. Lu Yangshuo watched intently, curious to witness the extent of this old man's abilities. That be why the name of the emperor. I summon the souls of the departed to return. May the withered tree blossom anew. The medicine emperor's spiritual energy surged like the ocean, instantly filling the ancient tomb. Lu Yangshu could hardly breathe amidst the dense and potent aura. Moments later, the medicine emperor's right hand, cradling the mouse's corpse, emitted waves of emerald light, rapidly mending the rotting flesh. Before long, the mouse, once lifeless, astonishingly revived. Not merely as a reanimated corpse, but as a living creature, its body completely restored, now sniffing animatedly in the medicine emperor's palm. With a slight smile, the medicine emperor exhaled a breath of stale air and gently placed the mouse on the ground. Harness this spirit. I could scarcely exert even a fraction of my own cultivation. Reviving a mere mouse required such effort. What do you think? My ultimate technique, withered tree blossoms in spring, possesses some merit, does it not? The medicine emperor inquired proudly of Lu Yangshu, who stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the depths of the old man's medical prowess, let alone the fact that he could resurrect the dead, a realm beyond his comprehension. The miraculous effects of withered tree blossoms in spring are well known among the younger generation, but I never expected to witness it firsthand today. Taigu Lei Long, standing nearby, gazed at the medicine emperor with admiration. If I were to become your disciple, would you teach me this technique? Before the medicine emperor could respond, Lu Yangshu rushed forward, his eyes fixed intently on the old man. That is a given. As my disciple, it would be disgraceful for you not to master withered tree blossoms in spring. Master. I bow to you, without hesitation. Lu Yangcha knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times before the medicine emperor. My good disciple, rise quickly. From this day forth, you shall study diligently under my tutelage. When the day comes for you to embark on your journey, I believe you will be the new medicine emperor, the medicine emperor said with a beaming smile, pulling Lu Yangshua to his feet. Master, let us begin at once. By the way, how long must I study withered tree blossoms in spring? Will 3 months suffice? Lu Yangshua inquired eagerly, rubbing his hands together. 3 months? It took me 5,000 years to comprehend this technique, and another 5,000 to master it. In 3 months, you would scarcely grasp even a fraction of its essence. The medicine emperor chuckled lightly. 5,000 years plus 5 years. That totals 10,000 years, doesn't it? By then, I would have turned to dust. Lu Yangshua felt a surge of discontent, as if he had been tricked. Young man, do not be hasty. The path of medical mastery knows no bounds. That a mere 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment, akin to a horse galloping past in the blink of an eye. With that, the medicine emperor turned away, adopting a stance of a wise mentor. Indeed, merely 10,000 years. It will pass swiftly. Have you forgotten that there are dragon clans pursuing you outside? Shouldn't you seize the time to learn? Taigu lay long whispered urgently from Lu Yangshua's shoulder. Lu Yangshua found himself in a bind, unable to voice his reluctance. After all, he had already pledged himself as a disciple. Very well, I shall learn. However, master, I have pressing matters to attend to in 3 months. I may need to depart briefly, he resolved, steeling himself for a lifetime of facing this old man, that there's no need for such formality. Since you are my only disciple, I shall bestow upon you a gift to mark your apprenticeship. Upon hearing of a gift, Lu Yangshua's spirits lifted slightly. That sounds splendid, master. Your generosity must yield something rare. Indeed. Ah, my dear disciple, you understand me well. The gift I am to present is truly one of a kind. With that, the medicine emperor pointed upwards. Lu Yangcha squinted for a long while, but all he could discern were vague silhouettes of rocks. Master, you aren't suggesting that you wish to bequeath your grave to me, are you? Though it may be unique, it would serve me no purpose. After a prolonged silence, he asked with a wry smile. Nay, the gift I offer is none other than this entire volcano. The medicine emperor delivered a solid rap to Lu Yangshua's head. A volcano? Master, have you lost your senses? Such a colossal volcano is beyond my capacity to transport. Lu Yangshua protested, recalling the sight of the sacred domain volcano, which soared into the clouds, seemingly endless. Humph. Do you truly believe this volcano is merely a volcano? Let me enlighten you. This volcano is, in fact, my life-s furnace, the angry flame celestial furnace, transformed to ward off those who would plunder the tomb. Awaiting the true worthy, the medicine emperor snorted, his eyes narrowing with profound significance. Did I guess it true? This volcano is a furnace. Lu Yangshua could scarcely believe his ears. That a physician. He had long desired a furnace of his own, but the ones in the system were exorbitantly priced, and those outside were unworthy of his attention. Why would I deceive you? The angry flame, celestial furnace, has accompanied me from the dawn of my cultivation to the very end, transcending the realm of mere artifacts. Transforming it into a volcano is child's play. The medicine emperor turned, retrieving a palm-sized, pitch-black small furnace from his skeletal embrace, tossing it into Lu Yangshua's hands. Now drop a drop of your blood upon it. It became a nameless object upon my death. You need only recognize it as your own. Although the medicine emperor appeared generous in gifting the angry flame, celestial furnace to Lu Yangshua, a hint of reluctance was evident in his expression. Lu Yangshua felt the small furnace's weight in his hands. Not substantial in size, yet imbued with a gravitas that felt overwhelming. After a moment of contemplation, he pricked his finger and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the furnace. Instantly, a brilliant light flashed from the furnace, and the inky surface began to crumble, revealing a fiery red interior. In mere moments, a small, crimson furnace floated above Lu Yangshua's palm, evoking a profound sense of harmony within him. Now, give the angry flame, celestial furnace, a try and see how it feels. The medicine emperor chuckled, tossing a medicinal herb to Lu Yangshua's astonishment. The herb was none other than the crimson star crystal, renowned as one of the most difficult materials to refine. The Medicine Emperor had presented the Crimson Star crystal to Lu Yangshu, not only for him to test the furnace, but also to gauge his innate talent. While others might struggle with such a challenge, Lu Yangshua had the advantage of a system. As he received the Crimson Star crystal, the system promptly relayed all the conditions for its refinement into his mind. With a surge of spiritual energy, Lu Yangshu gently opened the lid of the angry flame celestial furnace and effortlessly tossed the Crimson Star crystal inside. True to its reputation as an entity beyond mere artifacts, the furnace ignited with a vibrant blue flame upon sensing the herb. Placing his left hand against his right wrist, Lu Yangshua felt his spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, and the flame within the furnace roared to life, the surrounding temperature rising dramatically. Not enough. Burn hotter for me. Lu Yangshua's gaze was fixated intently on the Crimson Star crystal within the cauldron. Secretly channeling his energy, the spiritual force coursing through his meridians had reached its zenith. However, Lu Yangshua possessed another trump card. His spiritual pearl was still brimming with ample spiritual power. The once dormant pearl began to spin rapidly, as the pure spiritual energy extracted from the ghost-faced dragon whale was rain-fused into Lu Yangshua's meridians. After approximately half an hour, the hard exterior of the Crimson Star crystal finally began to melt away. Seizing the moment, Lu Yangshua abruptly started to withdraw his spiritual energy. The scorching energy that had circulated within the cauldron surged into his meridians, so intensely heated that it nearly caused him to faint. Nonetheless, his formidable willpower allowed him to endure. The essence of refining the Crimson Star crystal lay in first melting its rigid shell with an overwhelming heat, followed by an immediate transition to a low-temperature flame to nurture its fragile core. This intricate temperature transition was precisely why it was deemed one of the most challenging materials to refine. Observing Lu Yangshua's unwavering determination and precise control of fire, the Medicine Emperor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was well aware of the excruciating nature of temperature transitions, yet Lu Yangshu merely furrowed his brow, not uttering a sound, an indication of his remarkable fortitude. The period required to nurture the core of the Crimson Star crystal was somewhat prolonged. After roughly 2 hours, Lu Yangshu retracted the last vestige of his spiritual energy and gently flicked open the lid of the cauldron, pouring out the core of the Crimson Star crystal. Impressive, impressive. To achieve such proficiency on your first use of the cauldron, my judgment has not failed me, the Medicine Emperor remarked, nodding in appreciation. Exhausted, Lu Yangshu collapsed onto the ground, breathless and in pain from the burns within his meridians. Arise, as a physician. You must acclimate to such discomfort. The Medicine Emperor clapped his hands, illuminating the entire tomb. Lu Yangshu and the ancient Thunder Dragon then realized that the Medicine Emperor's tomb was essentially a pharmacological laboratory. Truly, the Medicine Emperor had met his end within the confines of a concocting chamber. Suppressing his internal discomfort, Lu Yangshu stood up and followed the Medicine Emperor. As they walked, the Medicine Emperor chattered incessantly, introducing Lu Yangshu to all the herbs within the laboratory. Initially, the herbs were quite ordinary, and Lu Yangshu paid them little mind. However, as they progressed, he discovered that the Medicine Emperor possessed nearly every rare herb known to the world. Even the elusive Wuang dragon ginseng that had previously been used for concocting pills for the fierce sun vermilion bird, its preservation remained a mystery to Lu Yangshu. After an indeterminate amount of time spent on introductions, Lu Yangshu felt dizzy, his head swelling. Enough for now. Discussing further is less effective than practical application. That little dragon, come here. Disciple, you shall practice with it, the Medicine Emperor directed, pointing at the ancient Thunder Dragon. Lu Yangshuo and the ancient Thunder Dragon exchanged bewildered glances. Practice what? Little dragon, judging by your numerous internal injuries, is it the teaching of the Demon Emperor to recklessly rely on your physical prowess? The Medicine Emperor lamented, scanning the ancient Thunder Dragon with a look of pity. The ancient Thunder Dragon felt utterly exposed under the Medicine Emperor's gaze. Even the few strands of its dragon mane felt scrutinized, leaving it somewhat embarrassed. Now, from the myriad of herbs I've just described, concoct a remedy for it. Within 3 days, I expect to see its internal injuries reduced by half, the Medicine Emperor commanded before turning to leave. Leaving Lu Yangshuo and the ancient Thunder Dragon in a state of mutual astonishment. Do you trust me? Lu Yangshuo inquired. If I don't trust you, do I have any other options here, aside from us? "The only other living being is that mouse," the ancient thunder dragon replied, rolling its eyes in resignation. Lu Yangzhou chuckled awkwardly and then dashed into the medicine emperor's storeroom, feverishly searching for ingredients. To his delight, the celestial spiritual eye he had obtained from completing the main quest activated automatically, rendering all herbs before him in sharper focus. With a mere thought, the herbs that met his criteria would materialize vividly in his sight. Before long, Lu Yangzhou returned, cradling a plethora of various herbs and haphazardly tossing them into a large barrel. "Quickly, come and try my concoction," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement that if he wanted to suffer from chronic poisoning, then by all means, let it soak, the ancient thunder dragon retorted skeptically as it prepared to enter the barrel. The medicine emperor's voice, calm and unhurried, echoed from behind that it turned out he had been observing Lu Yangzhuo's every move, ready to intervene should Lu Yangzhou err. How could that be? These herbs are all beneficial for invigorating and unblocking energy pathways. Lu Yangzhou replied, perplexed as he scrutinized the herbs in the barrel, unable to discern any flaws. Refining medicine is not merely about understanding the effects of individual herbs. The key lies in the combination of various herbs. Sometimes, two poisons can transform into a life-saving remedy, while two beneficial herbs can become a silent killer, the medicine emperor advised before vanishing once more. "You nearly caused your own demise, boy. You ought to exercise caution, that if an accident were to occur, you wouldn't escape unscathed," the ancient thunder dragon warned, a hint of trepidation creeping into its heart as it regarded Lu Yangzhou. However, Lu Yangzhou was too engrossed in the herbs to heed the ancient thunder dragon's words. With the medicine emperor's guidance, he began analyzing the effects of different herb combinations that he immersed himself in this task for 2 whole days, his body stiff and his complexion pale, with dark circles forming under his eyes. Yet his gaze radiated with fervor that, I've finally figured it out. This time, there will be no mistakes, Lu Yangzhou declared, aided by the celestial spiritual eye, as he meticulously deduced the optimal herb combination. After returning to the barrel with a few additional herbs, he looked at the ancient thunder dragon with renewed confidence. The ancient thunder dragon swallowed hard, wishing to refuse, but the intensity of Lu Yangzhuo's gaze rendered it speechless, forcing it to grit its teeth and plunge into the barrel. Lu Yangzhou hurriedly fetched several buckets of water to pour into the barrel, with his hands pressed against its surface and spiritual energy coursing through him. Steam began to rise from the water in no time. The ancient thunder dragon cautiously examined its internal condition and was astonished to find that its hidden internal injuries were indeed beginning to heal, as the previously blocked meridians started to clear under the potion's influence. The medicine emperor nodded with satisfaction from the side, astonished by Lu Yangzhuo's innate talent. He had only offered a brief suggestion. Yet Lu Yangzhou managed to independently create a formula within 2 days. This was remarkable, considering that all medicinal pills were the result of countless experiments. Achieving such effectiveness on the first attempt was a testament to Lu Yangzhuo's profound medical knowledge. After soaking in the barrel for a full day, the ancient thunder dragon could no longer contain itself. That it let out a long howl, bursting forth from the barrel, feeling a sense of relief it had not experienced in ages. "Very well, 3 days have passed, neither more nor less. The next challenge will be considerably more arduous. Are you prepared?" the medicine emperor said, stepping forward and patting Lu Yangzhou on the shoulder. Lu Yangzhou, already fatigued, wished to rest before continuing, but the 2 slaps from the medicine emperor seemed to dispel his exhaustion, leaving him invigorated and alert. "That I'm ready," he declared. "Your internal injuries have been healed by half. The remaining injuries are far more complex and stubborn than as I previously mentioned. For the next 5 days, you must solely utilize poison to remedy the remaining injuries," the medicine emperor announced. This statement prompted an immediate response. Not from Lu Yangzhou, but from the ancient thunder dragon. "Isn't that a bit too dangerous, senior?" Upon hearing the mention of poison, the ancient thunder dragon could hardly remain still. "What are you afraid of? Do you doubt my disciple or my capabilities? Rest assured, even if you were left with a single breath, I can still save you," the medicine emperor declared before vanishing once more. "Don't blame me for this. However, I promise to maximize the chances of success," Lu Yangzhou responded, darting away in fear of incurring the ancient thunder dragon's wrath. The ancient thunder dragon felt utterly aggrieved, realizing that it had become nothing more than a test subject. By the next day, the ancient thunder dragon found itself forcibly submerged in a pitch-black barrel filled with potent toxins. Although Lu Yangshu reassured its success rate, the selected poisons were far from gentle. Within the barrel, the ancient thunder dragon furrowed its brow, alternating between chills and heat, while waves of excruciating pain surged through its body. "Are you sure you can handle this? I'm on the verge of collapsing." The ancient thunder dragon gritted its teeth, enduring the relentless discomfort. "Just hold on. According to my calculations, there should be no issues," Lu Yangshu urged. Lu Yangshu wiped the sweat from his forehead, pressing his right hand firmly against the chest of the ancient thunder dragon, allowing him to monitor its condition at any moment. The toxicity is insufficient. Prolonging its treatment time is futile. The first principle of using poison to cure ailments is to minimize the duration of treatment. Remember this. The voice of the medicine emperor echoed from an unknown source. Just as the ancient thunder dragon wished to respond, Lu Yangshu seized a blood-red ginseng resembling a terrifying human face and tossed it in. Bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the wooden barrel. When Lu Yangshu opened his eyes, he found his right hand resting on the chest of a silver-haired beauty, completely unclothed. "How much longer do you intend to touch?" Chapter 40. The True Form of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. Sensing the tactile sensation beneath his palm, combined with the sight of that exquisitely cold and beautiful face above, Lu Yangshu, almost unconsciously, pinched the ancient thunder dragon's cheek. The ancient thunder dragon's expression darkened instantly, her eyes radiating a murderous intent. Slap. A resounding slap landed solidly on Lu Yangshu's left cheek, the force propelling him into a spin for several rotations before he crashed into the wall behind him. "It's all a misunderstanding," Lu Yangshu exclaimed, his face rapidly swelling into what resembled a pig's head, mumbling for mercy. "Those who have seen my true form do not meet a good end. If it weren't for my promise to ensure your safety for 3 years, that slap would have cost you your life." The ancient thunder dragon slowly rose from the barrel, a gown shimmering with white starlight materializing around her, accentuating her graceful figure. "Cough, grant me some respect. After all, he is my only disciple, that if you kill him, where shall I find another?" The medicine emperor floated in from behind, clearing his throat awkwardly. Upon seeing the medicine emperor, Lu Yangshu seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Despite having difficulties standing moments before, he rushed 2 steps to stand behind the medicine emperor, using him as a shield. "Well, since the elder has spoken, how could I possibly refuse?" Enraged, the ancient thunder dragon momentarily forgot the presence of the medicine emperor. With him as protection, she could not act against Lu Yangshu. That is acceptable, but this boy has witnessed things he should not have. So he must endure some physical punishment. You as well. What relevance does the transformation grass have with healing? Why did you bring that out? The medicine emperor turned to Lu Yangshu, chastising him. "Master, I did not." Lu Yangshu couldn't recall having brought any transformation grass. With his heavenly spirit eye, he would never mistake a medicinal herb, but there's no denying it. "I shall punish you by making you copy the properties of all medicinal herbs 200 times. Upon finishing, the medicine emperor waved his sleeve and floated away. Lu Yangshu was left bewildered, pondering the origin of the transformation grass. Only the medicine emperor, hiding in the distance and chuckling, could possibly know. Given Lu Yangshu's talent, inheriting the title of medicine emperor was merely a matter of time, while the ancient thunder dragon, as the daughter of the dragon emperor, was the foremost candidate to inherit the title of demon emperor. The future medicine emperor and demon emperor as a couple was a thought that evoked amusement. That evening, Lu Yangshu was diligently riding by oil lamplight, occasionally glancing at the ancient thunder dragon meditating nearby. "What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall pluck out your eyes." The ancient thunder dragon did not open her eyes. Though her tone was flat, Lu Yangshu firmly believed she could carry out such a threat. He quickly lowered his head. The impact of this revelation was immense for Lu Yangshu. He could hardly fathom that the ancient thunder dragon, who shared his bed and never left his side, was, in fact, female. The mere thought sent a flutter of excitement through his heart, causing his riding speed to quicken, in stark contrast to the awkward atmosphere surrounding Lu Yangshu, another ancient being awakened in the cave where the elder who had once threatened him resided. Someone has broken my curse. Who could this be?" A hoarse voice emerged from the 5th door, tinged with barely concealed fury. "It seems I am not the only one facing misfortune. I never imagined you would fall victim as well." "Brother 5. Ha ha." The elder from the 9th door openly mocked. Do you think this is a good thing?" If we all encounter mishaps, how will we execute our grand plans? Are you not afraid of the master tracking this back to you, jeopardizing your life? Brother 5 did not react with anger to Brother 9's taunt. Instead, his voice quivered at the mention of the master. Stop squabbling. Brother 5, can you trace who has broken your seal? A female voice emerged from the second door. Not possible. It appears the curse was broken through the use of pills, and I have not sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Brother 5 pondered before responding. This matter is of great significance. All of you must remain vigilant. Apart from Brother 3, each of you should reassess your own situations, that we shall wait for Brother 1 to emerge before making any decisions. With that, Brother 2 fell silent, entering a deep contemplation. The previously bickering Brothers 9 and 5 also obediently closed their mouths. Seemingly intimidated by Brother 2.3 days later, Lu Yangshua finally stood up, stretching his stiff back. The sound of cracking bones resonating from every corner of his body. "At long last, I have finished copying." Lu Yangshua turned to gaze at the mountain-like pile of prescriptions behind him, intending to smooth things over with the ancient Thunder Dragon, only to be met with her icy glare, compelling him to offer a foolish smile in return that you've copied quite quickly. As for these prescriptions, I have nothing to teach you. The secret lies in 4 words. Practice makes perfect. Observe and practice more. Today I shall teach you a set of acupuncture techniques. With that, the Medicine Emperor revealed 2 sets of silver needles in his hand. Master, am I not allowed to learn the technique of rejuvenation? Lu Yangshua lamented, disheartened to discover he was to learn acupuncture. Before you can walk, you wish to run. Young people should not be so impatient. The Medicine Emperor tossed 1 set of silver needles to Lu Yangshua. Reluctantly, Lu Yangshua accepted them, finding them to be exceedingly ordinary silver needles. Master, I already possess these silver needles. Let me use my own. Lu Yangshua opened his right hand, a flash of silver revealing 7 gleaming needles in his palm. The Medicine Emperor, initially indifferent, suddenly widened his eyes upon glancing at Lu Yangshua's silver needles, rushing forward to seize them for a closer inspection. Master, is there something wrong with these silver needles? Lu Yangshua inquired. Alarmed. Where did these silver needles come from? The Medicine Emperor demanded sharply. These were used to seal her when someone attacked. I saved her, and they ended up in my possession, Lu Yangshua explained, somewhat perplexed. Though the ancient Thunder Dragon had mentioned that the spear was not an ordinary object, he couldn't fathom why it elicited such a strong reaction from the Medicine Emperor. For a long while, the Medicine Emperor examined the 7 silver needles with trembling hands, as if scrutinizing something that instilled a deep sense of fear. Master, is there an issue with these silver needles? The issue lies not with the needles themselves, but with the patterns. The Medicine Emperor's fingertip traced the ancient designs on the surface of the silver needles, his tone growing gravely serious. Chapter 41. Ancient Secrets. Lu Yangshua and the ancient Thunder Dragon exchanged glances. Indeed, the patterns were peculiar, having absorbed the ancient Thunder Dragon's spiritual energy, rendering her extraordinarily weak. Elder, what is the origin of these patterns? I only know that the spear in that person's hand was not particularly strong. Yet the sealing power was formidable, the ancient Thunder Dragon pressed. Haha, this merely indicates that your assailant has yet to master the true power of these patterns that I have experienced at first hand. The owner of these patterns could effortlessly erase the vitality of an entire realm with a mere wave of their hand, leaving not a blade of grass to grow. The Medicine Emperor snorted, seemingly recalling a battle from years past. Upon hearing this, both the ancient Thunder Dragon and Lu Yangshua gasped in shock. The strongest adversary they had encountered thus far was the half-steppe wilderness beast, the ghost-faced flood dragon whale. Yet they could not help but wonder if the ghost-faced flood dragon whale possessed the ability to obliterate all living beings directly, though we initially believed we had sealed that being for eternity. Who would have thought we would meet again in such a manner? It appears this world is poised to face another great calamity. The Medicine Emperor sighed deeply, returning the silver needles to Lu Yangshua. Yet, Lu Yangshua held the needles as if they were a hot potato. Elder, please elaborate on the origin of these patterns. The ancient Thunder Dragon pressed further. This tale begins thousands of years ago, when there were 5 spirit emperors across the continent, now known as the ancient 5 emperors, that we 5 maintained a delicate balance, ushering in an extended period of peace for the continent. The apothecary emperor sat cross-legged, conjuring a mist of spiritual energy in his hands. Beneath him, 5 diminutive figures arranged in a pentagram floated above a dust-laden map. Each of these figures adorned a delicate crown, However, this tranquility was soon shattered as a rift from another dimension abruptly manifested, unleashing a horde of void beasts that wreaked havoc upon the divine spirits. Leading the charge, the Apothecary Emperor spearheaded an assault against these abominable creatures, accompanied by 81 formidable savage beasts at this juncture. The Apothecary Emperor cast a glance at the ancient Thunder Dragon, his words imbued with respect and admiration for the Demon Emperor, who summoned this dimensional rift. Inquired the ancient Thunder Dragon. Alas, I do not know. Nor does anyone else. This matter remains shrouded in mystery, replied the Apothecary Emperor. Following the Demon Emperor's lead, the other 4 emperors rallied their forces to commence a counterattack, and soon, reports of victories echoed from various battlefields until we reached the entrance of that dimensional rift. As he spoke, the Apothecary Emperor's expression grew increasingly grave. Did you destroy the rift? Lu Yangshu asked. Regrettably, we did not. The Apothecary Emperor shook his head, gazing at the 5 figures arrayed before him. Is it possible that even the combined might of the 5 spirit emperors could not obliterate such a rift? Lu Yangshuo was taken aback. The collective strength of the 5 spirit emperors should have been capable of sweeping across the continent, yet they could not dismantle a mere fissure. That was not due to a lack of power, but rather because the master of those void beasts emerged, that he calls himself the Demon Monarch, and even our combined forces were no match for him. Ultimately, the Demon Emperor, Human Emperor, and Tao Emperor, at the cost of their very souls, barely managed to seal him back within the dimensional rift. The Apothecary Emperor waved his hand gently, causing the misty figures to dissipate. Upon hearing this tale, both Lu Yangshuo and the ancient Thunder Dragon found their worldviews upended. They could scarcely fathom such a terrifying event transpiring on the continent eons ago. Could this pattern be? Lu Yangshu gazed in shock at the silver needle in his hand, having surmised its significance. Indeed, the design upon it originates from the Demon Monarch, and this spear was crafted by his hand, the Apothecary Emperor confirmed with a nod. Though loath to acknowledge it, the resurgence of the Demon Monarch's presence on the continent was undeniable. What shall we do? Is there anyone left capable of confronting the Demon Monarch? Lu Yangshu asked, a hint of panic lacing his tone. The Dio not despaired. If the Demon Monarch has indeed re-emerged, it signifies he has not yet fully escaped his seal. Thus, you young ones still possess time to grow, the Apothecary Emperor reassured him, placing a hand gently on Lu Yangshuo's shoulder, his eyes brimming with hope. The failure of the ancient 5 emperors stemmed in part from their unfamiliarity with the Demon Monarch. Should he break free now, his power would undoubtedly be diminished, and he may not be invincible. May I inquire about the whereabouts of our clan's Demon Emperor? The ancient Thunder Dragon asked, sorrow evident in her voice. I cannot say. The 3 emperors sacrificed their souls and have thus been barred from reincarnation. Even my use of the withered wood rebirth merely granted them an additional 10 years for where their descendants will inter them after that. Only they themselves know, the Apothecary Emperor lamented, shaking his head helplessly. The fall of an emperor left even him, the Apothecary Emperor, powerless. Very well, thank you, esteemed elder, the ancient Thunder Dragon bowed, already formulating her own plans in her heart. As for you, young one, I had intended for you to methodically absorb all of my knowledge. However, it seems time is no longer on our side. You must grow at an accelerated pace. The Apothecary Emperor contemplated before deciding to initiate a rigorous training regimen for Lu Yangshu. Lu Yangshu, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, cast aside his disdain for the monotony of training, resolutely nodding in agreement. In the ensuing days, the 2 within the Apothecary Emperor's tomb engaged in fervent cultivation. During his waking hours, Lu Yangshu practiced various acupuncture techniques, medical skills, and alchemical formulas, and even while asleep, he found himself submerged in a medicinal vat. According to the Apothecary Emperor, even a physician must possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Only by taking control of one's own life could one ensure their safety. Lu Yangshuo had no need to fear the side effects of this forced enhancement, as his master was the most formidable physician in history, the Apothecary Emperor. 3 months swiftly elapsed. When Lu Yangshuo awoke for the final time from the medicinal vat, the Apothecary Emperor stood before him. The 3 months have come to an end. You spoke of matters requiring your attention. I shall not intervene, but remember the mission that rests upon your shoulders. The Apothecary Emperor handed Lu Yangshuo a finely crafted wooden token. Upon receiving the token, Lu Yangshu noted its weight, comparable to that of pure iron, with an ancient character for medicine intricately carved upon its surface. This token symbolized his identity as the sole disciple of the apothecary emperor. "Thank you, master," Lu Yangshua exclaimed as he leapt from the vat, kneeling respectfully before the apothecary emperor. "However, do not reveal this token lightly before outsiders. Should the demon monarch's subordinates discover you, they will undoubtedly prioritize capturing you. After all, had it not been for me, the demon monarch might have easily triumphed," the apothecary emperor cautioned as he helped Lu Yangshua to his feet. Lu Yangshua nodded, tempering his restless spiritual energy that in the span of 3 months, the apothecary emperor had forcibly advanced Lu Yangshua's cultivation to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. A feat that was nothing short of astonishing. "Time is of the essence. We must depart, as the journey will undoubtedly consume considerable time." The ancient thunder dragon had served as Lu Yangshua's test subject during these 3 months. But it was not without benefit. Her internal injuries had fully healed, and her cultivation had also improved. Lu Yangshua nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to the apothecary emperor. With a mere thought, the heavy stone door of the ancient tomb swung open effortlessly. "You have finally emerged. I was beginning to worry that you encountered some misfortune within." The fiery sun vermilion bird, transformed into human form, awaited at the tomb's entrance, rushing forward to greet Lu Yangshua and the ancient thunder dragon. "We are unharmed. However, I intend to take this volcano with me," Lu Yangshua admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, as the volcano was originally the domain of the fiery sun vermilion bird, and his request felt somewhat inappropriate. "Take it if you wished. We shall not linger here any longer. We are headed to the dragon realm to discuss matters with the dragon emperor." Before the fiery sun vermilion bird could speak further, the 8-legged golden crow interjected. Lu Yangshua nodded, relieved by the 8-legged golden crow's acquiescence. After the anger flame, Celestial Cauldron recognized him as its master. He could clearly perceive that the sacred domain volcano was nothing more than an illusion conjured by the cauldron itself. With a flick of his right hand, the azure-red anger flame, Celestial Cauldron materialized in Lu Yangshua's palm. The surrounding heat and magma were drawn into the cauldron, and within mere breaths, the entire environment began to transform rapidly. The once barren surroundings blossomed into lush forests, the towering volcano vanished, and the four found themselves within a cavern. Truly a remarkable artifact of the apothecary emperor, capable of manifesting such realistic illusions. The 8-legged golden crow remarked, seemingly unfazed by the revelation that the sacred domain volcano was not a tangible entity, instead admiring the exquisite cauldron in Lu Yangshua's grasp. "Esteemed elder, could it be that you are?" Lu Yangshua realized, connecting the dots. The demon emperor had once led 81 savage beasts, among which was the 8-legged golden crow. The 8-legged golden crow offered no further elaboration, merely smiling and nodding gently. "Indeed, I am one of the demon emperor's warriors. That my journey to the dragon clan is also to seek answers from the demon emperor. The demon emperor's tomb lies within the dragon realm." The ancient thunder dragon exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, precisely. The dragon emperor is the most powerful of all the demon emperor's warriors, and thus the tomb of the demon emperor must be safeguarded by him," the 8-legged golden crow affirmed. After stating this, he transformed back to his original form, soaring skyward alongside the fiery sun vermilion bird, vanishing in an instant. "That seems a visit to the dragon clan is inevitable," Lu Yangshua remarked with a wry smile, as the place he had once dreaded now became a necessity. The ancient thunder dragon nodded, coiling around Lu Yangshua's wrist in her serpentine form, feeling the cool touch upon his wrist. Lu Yangshua was reminded of that fateful, beautiful encounter long ago. "What are you pondering?" The ancient thunder dragon's voice chimed from his wrist, pulling Lu Yangshua back from his reverie. "Though, nothing much. I was merely curious as to why someone as lovely as you would choose not to reveal your true form." Lu Yangshua inquired, scratching his head. "What is there to admire? It is merely a frail body," she retorted. The ancient thunder dragon let out a soft snort, for as a member of the dragon clan, it naturally looked down upon the physical forms of the human race. Lu Yangshua dared not utter another word. Otherwise, he would inevitably face another round of severe beating. He hurriedly set off, not daring to delay even for a moment. Without a horse, the pace of his journey slowed significantly, and time grew increasingly tense. That moment, within the Spirit Beast sect, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded. This was due to the fact that a month prior, The azure water-chilling beast, Xiaolan, had entered a deep slumber, having absorbed sufficient geothermal fire energy for its final evolution. The Spirit Beast sect had specially crafted a secluded chamber for Xiaolan, utilizing the most abundant geothermal stones. Guards patrolled the area 24 hours a day, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. Master, a message from the Blood Demon sect has arrived. The sect master and the young master are on their way, an elder announced as he approached Xiao Hongbao from behind. Understood. Make arrangements. The other major sects will be arriving soon as well, that we cannot allow them to perceive our Spirit Beast sect as lacking in hospitality, Xiao Hongbao replied, taking a delicate sip of tea. Yes, the elder bowed and then withdrew. The following days, the chamber where Xiaolan rested grew, increasingly illuminated by flames. Even through the thick rock walls, one could feel the searing heat emanating from within. The holy maiden of the Spirit Beast sect, Xiao Xintong, stood vigil at the entrance to the chamber without pause. Rest assured, Xiaolan will be fine. In 2 days, it will emerge from its seclusion. You should hurry and tidy yourself up. The young talents from various sects have arrived. Do not let them think our little princess is a disheveled girl, Xiao Hongbao said with a gentle smile as he approached his daughter. Has he arrived yet? Xiao Xintong's heart conjured a figure, prompting her to inquire. Not yet, but there is still time. He should make it, Xiao Hongbao replied, tenderly stroking his daughter's waist-length hair. That moment. Outside the Spirit Beast sect's gates, a weary young man was trudging along with a large group. Finally arrived. Is this Spirit Beast sect really that far? Lu Yangzhe lifted the rag covering his head and glanced at the 3 large characters of the Spirit Beast sect above him. Who let this beggar in? Get out of the way, or I'll chop off your legs. A voice, completely lacking in courtesy, boomed from behind Lu Yangzhe, causing him to frown in irritation. Chapter 43. First encounter with the Blood Demon sect. Lu Yangzhe turned around to find a lewd-looking man clad in black robes standing behind him. Disdain etched across his face. Lu Yangzhe's current appearance certainly resembled that of a beggar. To save time, he had not taken the main roads, but instead traversed through forests and meadows. Who are you to demand that I yield? Lu Yangzhe's temper flared. What audacity for such an insignificant sect to act so arrogantly My young master is the young master of the Blood Demon sect. Surely, you are aware that we have come to the Spirit Beast sect to propose a marriage. The lewd man sneered, exhibiting a demeanor of arrogance derived from his association. Blood Demon sect? Never heard of it. Didn't your mother teach you to say please when asking others to make way? Lu Yangzhe retorted, turning to continue on his path. The lewd man, irritated by Lu Yangzhe's dismissal, stepped forward and seized his clothing. Brat, you've gotten yourself in a big trouble today. With a cold snort, Lu Yangzhe unleashed his spiritual energy, creating a shockwave that sent the lewd man sprawling back. The surrounding crowd instinctively stepped aside. Accustomed to witnessing such conflicts among the younger generation, especially in a place like this where everyone wished to display their prowess, suddenly, a large hand caught the lewd man mid-flight, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Turning to look back, young master, useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use do I have for you? A stern-faced youth, similar in age to Lu Yangzhe, glared at the lewd man. Before the lewd man could beg for mercy, the youth flung him aside, leaving his fate uncertain. Are you the young master of the Blood Demon sect? Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Lu Yangzhe turned to meet the youth's gaze. Indeed, that I am Chao Yuanliang, the young master of the Blood Demon sect. May I inquire if you are a gifted newcomer from a prominent family? Chao Yuanliang said, offering a perfunctory bow, his cautious nature evident as he sought to ascertain Lu Yangzhe's background. Chao young master is too kind, that I am but a mere rustic, invited here to participate in the Spirit Beast sect's grand ceremony for the evolution of its guardian beast. Lu Yangzhe waved his hand, unwilling to linger in conversation with Chao Yuanliang. However, Chao Yuanliang had other intentions. Seeing that Lu Yangzhe lacked any notable background, he decided not to let the opportunity slip away. With so many sects watching, it was the perfect chance to establish his dominance. With a flick of his robe, a plume of black smoke surged forth from beneath Chao Yuanliang's garment, hurtling towards Lu Yangzhe's back. Lu Yangzhe snorted coldly and retaliated with a punch. His training in the Spirit Beast sect's physical cultivation techniques combined with his peak cultivation at the transformation realm, giving his strike a formidable force. Boom! The two fists collided, and the tremendous backlash scattered the black smoke. revealing a pallid, bald man within. "Chow, young master, this is unreasonable. We have no enmity. Why strike me unprovoked? Are you bullying me just because I lack support?" Lu Yangshua's anger surged, and his spiritual energy pulsated around him. "Ah, what a bold statement. I merely noticed your extraordinary strength and could not resist the urge to spar with you," Chow Yuanliang replied with a sinister smile, issuing a command for the bald man to charge again with a powerful punch. Lu Yangshua slightly sidestepped, evading the blow, then executed a palm strike to the back of the bald man's neck. As a physician, Lu Yangshua understood that the neck was a vulnerability, with sufficient force. He could render someone unconscious that on the spirit beast sect's territory. He wished to avoid bloodshed, especially since the apothecary had instructed him to act discreetly. However, his seemingly assured strike had no effect. The bald man's right arm twisted in an unnatural manner, colliding forcefully with Lu Yangshua's ribs. Before Lu Yangshua could process the attack, he was sent crashing into the rocks by the side of the road. Chow Yuanliang did not pursue him, but instead beckoned the bald man back to his side. "It seems you are not all that impressive." With that, Chow Yuanliang turned to remount his carriage. "Wait, since the young master is so interested, why leave so soon?" Lu Yangshua emerged from the rocks, brushing off the dust. Thanks to the presence of his dragon scale armor, he was far from injured by the blow. Moreover, he had now discerned the bald man's true identity. He would not hold back any longer. "Ha ha! How amusing! Then let us play a little longer." Chow Yuanliang, intrigued by Lu Yangshua's resilience, beckoned the bald man to charge once more. With a cold smile, Lu Yangshua tore off his filthy robe and tossed it toward the bald man. The bald man, seemingly oblivious to the need to evade, was blinded momentarily by the robe, only to have it ripped away again. However, Lu Yangshua followed up with a powerful kick, his physical prowess amplified by the full activation of the 10,000 Beast technique. Even if the bald man attempted to defend, he was still sent sprawling aside, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Indeed, the bald man was now lifeless, or rather, he had been transformed into an invulnerable puppet through a secret method by Chow Yuanliang. Thus, to defeat the bald man, Lu Yangshua understood that he first needed to overcome Chow Yuanliang. Recognizing this, Lu Yangshua charged towards Chow Yuanliang after sending the bald man retreating. Chow Yuanliang's eyes darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Yangshua would quickly uncover the puppet's identity. Once again, black smoke swirled from beneath his robe. It seems you all have started to grow familiar with one another. However, on the territory of the Spirit Beast sect, it is best not to spill any blood, lest it incite the fury of the Spirit Beasts. Suddenly, a man appeared above the grand entrance, gazing down with a smile at the scuffle between Lu Yangshua and Chow Yuanliang. Chapter 44. I do not offend others, yet others offend me. This man was none other than Xiao Hongba, the leader of the Spirit Beast sect. Naturally, the minor skirmish between Lu Yangshua and Chow Yuanliang did not escape his notice. Upon seeing Xiao Hongba speak, the two quickly withdrew their spiritual energy, and the bald man, having picked himself up from the ground, adjusted his head and positioned himself behind Chow Yuanliang. Indeed, it seems that the Blood Demon sect has promising successors. As for you, you must be the famed medical sage Lu that Tonger mentioned, Xiao Hongba remarked, nodding repeatedly at the two. To exhibit such formidable prowess at such a young age is truly a testament to their genius. Indeed, that is that you must be the esteemed leader of the Spirit Beast sect, Lu Yangshua replied humbly, cupping his hands in respect. Yes, I am Xiao Hongba, the leader of the Spirit Beast sect, that I invite the representatives of various sects to enter the designated resting area we have prepared for you. There are still 2 days until the Bai Shui Qilin Beast's emergence, and I will announce another significant matter at that time. With that, Xiao Hongba stepped into the air and departed, leaving the crowd standing in place. One day, you and I will determine our standings. After saying this, Chow Yuanliang cast a glance at Lu Yangshua before leading a group of disciples from the Blood Demon sect into the Spirit Beast sect. Little brother, although your strength is commendable, you've now attracted the attention of the Blood Demon sect. You are in serious trouble. Indeed, those fellows from the Blood Demon sect are all lunatics that I suggest you flee quickly. The farther, the better. The surrounding representatives from other sects whispered amongst themselves, some even urging Lu Yangshua to leave at once. However, Lu Yangshua paid them no heed, that if a mere Blood Demon sect could intimidate him, then what hope was there of defeating the Demon Lord? He straightened his attire and followed Chao Yuanliang into the spirit beast sect that, as fate would have it, Lu Yangshua's room was situated right next to the blood demon sect's courtyard. The two entered the main door almost simultaneously and exchanged glances. Yet, unlike Chao Yuanliang, shortly after Lu Yangshu settled into his room, Xiao Hongba arrived, accompanied by Xiao Xintong and the previously mentioned elder with white hair, to knock on Lu Yangshua's door. Chao Yuanliang observed this scene with keen clarity, an irate fire igniting within him. Father, why did they not come to our blood demon sect first, but instead seek out that impoverished youth? Do they look down on our blood demon sect? Chao Yuanliang vented his frustrations to a middle-aged man seated beside him. Quiet. This impoverished youth is not as simple as he appears, according to reports from the Dark Division. He possesses a remarkable background. The middle-aged man, none other than the current leader of the blood demon sect, Chao Ruifeng, replied, sensing Xiao Hongba's movements without displaying any emotional fluctuations that I have already crossed paths with him. While his physical strength is considerable, he does not seem to possess any extraordinary abilities. Chao Yuanliang snorted coldly, feeling that he still had numerous trump cards to play against Lu Yangshu. If you believe he is only of such caliber, you are gravely mistaken. Have you ever encountered a young man of your age who could participate in battles between ancient beasts? Chao Ruifeng opened one eye and spoke blandly. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuanliang inhaled sharply. Battles between ancient beasts were cataclysmic, and if he were to face even the aftermath of such a battle, he would likely be obliterated at Lianger. You must learn to remain calm. Only then can you inherit the blood demon sect in the future that I hope that youth recognizes his situation. We have been preparing for this opportunity for a long time. Should he refuse to comply, we will have no choice but to deal with him as well, Chao Ruifeng remarked with a cold smile before closing his eyes once more. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lu Yangshuo found himself surrounded by three individuals. Medical Sage Lu, I am Hu Yinxiu, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Beast sect, and I have awaited your arrival for some time. Hu Yinxiu said respectfully, cupping his hands towards Lu Yangshu. You are too courteous. Grand Elder, it is fortunate I have not arrived late, Lu Yangshu replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture that Su Qingxiu has relayed all the updates from Hagen B. To be honest, you have exceeded my expectations. Medical Sage Lu, Xiao Hongba remarked, hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. You flatter me, sect leader. I have merely done what I could as for Shaolan's situation. That is simply the instinct of a healer, Lu Yangshu replied with a chuckle. Haha, Medical Sage Lu truly is a prodigy of the younger generation. May I inquire which sect or noble family you hail from? Xiao Hongba inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Yangshu, for this was what he was genuinely concerned about. A young man capable of battling ancient beasts could not possibly lack a powerful family backing him. Thus, it was implausible that he was merely a veterinarian from a small town, as Xiao Xintong had suggested. There is no sect to speak of. I am merely a veterinarian from a small town. Fortunate enough to be hailed as a medical sage by my neighbors, I possess no extraordinary skills. Lu Yangshuo laughed heartily. Yet Xiao Hongba could see through his facade, understanding that he was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Since medical sage Lu prefers to keep his secrets, I shall not press further. Please rest well over these next few days. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct the servants that I hope to see you at the venue 2 days hence, Xiao Hongba concluded without irritation. Departing alongside Xiao Xintong and Hu Yinxiu. Sect leader, can you discern any danger from this individual? Hu Yinxiu inquired in a hushed tone. Xiao Hongba shook his head. He could not extract any information from Lu Yangshu. It appeared that only alternative methods would yield insights into this young man. Be wary, for Xiao Hongba harbors a deep cunning. You must exercise caution. After Xiao Hongba and the others left, the Taiku Thunder Dragon slowly emerged from Lu Yangshua's sleeve. Since entering the Spirit Beast sect, she had suppressed her aura. Otherwise, the beasts within the entire sect would have gone into a frenzy. Indeed, I have noticed. And what of that blood demon sect? Have you heard of them? Lu Yangshu asked, nodding that I have heard some rumors. They are merely a mid-sized sect, seemingly not as grand as the Spirit Beast sect, the Taiku Thunder Dragon replied thoughtfully. The young master of the blood demon sect from earlier gives me a distinctly dangerous impression. Locking eyes with him felt akin to staring into the gaze of a venomous snake. Lu Yangshu recalled his encounter with Chao Yuanliang, realizing that the man's abilities had barely scratched the surface. This sect does indeed have a poor reputation in the outside world, so it is best not to provoke them lightly. The Taiku Thunder Dragon advised that I fear that if I do not offend others, they will nonetheless seek to offend me. Lu Yangshuo sighed bitterly, gazing towards the Blood Demon sect courtyard, recalling Chao Yuanyang's ominous words, which clearly indicated that the newcomers bore ill intentions. Chapter 45. Is Xiaolan in trouble? That evening, after devouring the dinner provided by the Spirit Beast sect, Lu Yangshuo, feeling restless, decided to take a stroll around the sect, and I must say, the location of the Spirit Beast sect is indeed a treasure trove of feng shui. Adorned with melodious birdsong and fragrant blooms, with clear waters and lush mountains, which explains why the beasts are so fond of residing here. Ding! System notification. A new main quest has appeared. Protect the Bai Shui Qilin Beast. Quest reward: 50,000 royal blood points. Upon hearing of this quest, Lu Yangshuo's immediate reaction was not the quantity of royal blood points, but rather the concern that something might have gone awry with the Bai Shui Qilin Beast. Without delay, Lu Yangshuo hastened to trace the essence of Xiaolan, the first divine beast he had encountered. Her aura was unforgettable. Moreover, the entire Spirit Beast sect was permeated with a faint yet unmistakable scorching energy. A clear sign that Xiaolan was on the verge of evolving into the Flame Qilin Beast, making her easy to locate. That in no time, Lu Yangshuo arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber. Who goes there? This is a forbidden area. Withdraw at once. A group of disciples from the Spirit Beast sect suddenly rushed forward, their expressions tense as they regarded Lu Yang's. Not panic. I mean no harm. I merely wish to see the Bai Shui Qilin Beast. Lu Yangshuo waved his hand dismissively, explaining his purpose. Just as the disciples were filled with confusion, Grand Elder Hu Yinxiu arrived. Everyone, stand down. This is Medical Sage Lu, our esteemed guest. Not act disrespectfully. Hu Yinxiu admonished the disciples as he approached. Understood. The disciples, upon seeing Hu Yinxiu, quickly retreated, not wishing to create trouble for themselves. Medical Sage Lu, why are you still awake at this late hour? What brings you here? Hu Yinxiu inquired. It's nothing much. I just had dinner and couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll, and I happened to sense Xiaolan's aura, prompting me to come and take a look. Lu Yangshuo feigned a yawn, adopting the demeanor of someone enjoying a post-meal walk. It is commendable that Medical Sage Lu remains concerned for Xiaolan. The sect leader has already checked on her, and everything appears normal. She is expected to break through in 2 days' time, and you must be present to witness this grand occasion. Hu Yinxiu smiled, though a hint of suspicion flickered in his mind. When he first encountered Lu Yangshuo, he sensed no cultivation, yet now, he suddenly possessed the complete cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. What could have caused such a change? Grand Elder, may I enter to see Xiaolan? I have a feeling her aura is somewhat off, and I wish to confirm it, Lu Yangshuo requested. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yangshuo turned and gazed earnestly at Hu Yinxiu. Hu Yinxiu initially intended to decline outright, but upon witnessing Lu Yangshuo's serious demeanor, the words caught in his throat. Very well, since it is you, Divine Dr. Lu, I shall consult the sect leader. I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment and absolutely refrain from entering on your own, for I cannot bear the responsibility should anything go awry. Of course, I understand such protocols, Lu Yangshuo replied. Having said that, he found a large stone nearby and seated himself upon it. Noting Lu Yangshuo's brevity, Hu Yinxiu nodded and turned to hasten towards Xiao Hongbao's chamber. Despite his words, Lu Yangshuo was in truth unaware of any anomalies concerning Xiaolan. His desire to enter was solely driven by his mission. Did you sense anything unusual about this little creature? The ancient thunder dragon inquired telepathically. Nothing specific, perhaps just an intuition. The waters of Azure Qilin Beast is on the verge of transforming into the Inferno Qilin Beast, which would signify a substantial enhancement to the strength of the Spirit Beast sect. With so many individuals from other sects present, it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned parties might harbor malicious thoughts. Lu Yangshuo's mind replayed the image of Chao Yuanliang. This man was certainly no benign character. After a brief wait, Xiao Hongbao arrived, accompanied by Hu Yinxiu, and they landed steadily before Lu Yangshuo. Divine Dr. Lu, Elder Hu Yin just informed me that you sensed an issue with the aura of the waters of Azure Qilin Beast. Is that correct? Xiao Hongbao's expression turned earnest, for this was the sacred beast of their sect, and in such circumstances no errors could be tolerated. Indeed, that is so. Thus, I wish to trouble the sect leader to allow me to enter and inspect, and if there are any unforeseen circumstances, we must be prepared to take timely action." The gazes of Lu Yangshuo and Xiao Hongba met, both reflecting a seriousness that was palpable. "Very well. I shall make an exception this once. However, as the waters of Azure Qilin Beast is about to emerge from its transformation, we must not use spiritual power to disrupt its metamorphosis. Otherwise, it could lead to its failure." Xiao Hongba contemplated briefly before nodding, and he led Lu Yangshuo and Huyan Xiu to the door of the secret chamber. Producing his sect leader's token, he placed it into a recess on the doorframe. With a muffled sound, the heavy door slowly opened, releasing a wave of heat. Yet, Lu Yangshuo appeared unfazed, having endured far greater temperatures during his time at the Sacred Domain volcano. As the sect leader, Xiao Hongba naturally took the lead. Unable to utilize spiritual power, he retrieved a piece of azure stone that emanated a chilling aura, enveloping the three within an icy shield. Upon entering the secret chamber, Xiao Hongba guided them deeper underground, walking for approximately a quarter of an hour until they reached the site of Xiaolan's transformation, a realm of flame with a massive egg quietly floating amidst the fire. "Divine Dr. Lu, this is the current state of the waters of Azure Qilin Beast. Is there anything amiss?" Xiao Hongba inquired, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing unusual. Lu Yangshu, too, could discern no abnormalities. The oscillating heat waves emanating from the enormous egg indicated its imminent rupture. Could it truly be a system error? Lu Yangshu could not help but entertain the thought to be cautious. "There is someone behind the egg," the ancient thunder dragon suddenly warned telepathically. Among those present, it was the only one with superior cultivation. And although the individual seemed adept at concealment, having evaded Xiao Hongba's detection, encountering the ancient thunder dragon indicated a stroke of ill fortune. "Who goes there? Step forth and do not compel me to act," Lu Yangshuo commanded sharply, his brow furrowing. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Xiao Hongba and Huyan Xiu instinctively prepared for battle. "Da-da, what a clever little rascal you are, to have discovered me," a sinister voice emerged from behind the egg, followed by a figure clad entirely in black who approached with a sly grin. "Who are you? Why do you trespass in the forbidden grounds of our spirit beast sect?" Xiao Hongba demanded, his anger ignited. Muscles tensed, ready to strike. "Do not be alarmed, sect leader Xiao. I merely came to witness the legendary waters of Azure Qilin Beast." The black-clad figure leaned against the massive egg, tracing its patterns with his fingers. This declaration elicited disbelief from Lu Yangshuo and the others. How could one stealthily infiltrate the sacred grounds in the dead of night under the pretense of mere curiosity? As the Grand Elder of the Spirit Beast sect, "I hereby announce your formal arrest," Huyan Xiu bellowed, charging toward the black-clad intruder. The black-clad figure was no pushover, engaging Huyan Xiu in combat, their blows exchanging with the force of a tempest, yet neither gained the upper hand. Seeing the stalemate, Xiao Hongba joined the fray. This was not the time to uphold the dignity of the sect leader. Capturing this black-clad individual was imperative to uncover what he had done to the waters of Azure Qilin Beast. With Xiao Hongba's involvement, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The black-clad figure found himself utterly defenseless against the combined might of Xiao Hongba and Huyan Xiu, forced into a defensive stance, occasionally suffering blows until Xiao Hongba landed a punishing strike that sent him crashing against a nearby rock wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Though spiritual power could not be employed here, the physical prowess honed through the myriad beast arts was no trifling matter. It bore no distinction from that of a martial practitioner. "Ah, sect leader Xiao, you are indeed formidable. With mere martial skills, you have managed to subdue me to such an extent." The black-clad figure chuckled lightly, struggling to regain his footing. "That blow has shattered your spleen and liver. Surrender now, and if you reveal your master behind this, I promise to grant you a complete corpse," Xiao Hongba declared, looking down at the black-clad figure with disdain. "Sect leader Xiao, are you jesting? Do you truly believe you can capture me so easily?" The black-clad figure scoffed, suddenly extending his right hand from behind him, clutching a fist-sized sphere of spiritual energy. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Hongba gasped, startled by the sight of the sphere. "What do I intend? Sect leader Xiao, can you not see? If I cannot return, then the waters of Azure Qilin Beast shall accompany me to the grave, with a divine beast as a companion in death. It would be worth it. Ha ha ha." The black-clad figure erupted in maniacal laughter, only to cough up a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs. Xiao Hongbao's fury reached its zenith, his fists cracking ominously. Sect leader, we cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, we will be unable to trace the true culprit. Huyan Xiu murmured from behind Xiao Hongbao. As the two conferred, the black-clad figure seized the moment, tossing a smoke bomb to the ground before darting towards the exit behind Xiao Hongbao. As the thick smoke dissipated, the black-clad figure had vanished without a trace. Xiao Hongbao struck the rock wall in frustration, causing the secret chamber to tremble. Sect leader, at this juncture, our foremost concern is to determine whether Xiao Lan is unharmed. Lu Yangshua's voice interjected, forcibly snapping the incensed Xiao Hongbao back to focus. Indeed, your insights are invaluable, Divine Dr. Lu. If Xiao Lan emerges safely from this ordeal, you shall be regarded as a benefactor of the Spirit Beast sect, deserving of our utmost gratitude, Xiao Hongbao said, regaining his composure and bowing respectfully to Lu Yangshu. Had Lu Yangshu not insisted on entering to investigate, they would have remained oblivious to the black-clad intruder's presence. Lu Yangshu waved his hand dismissively and approached the colossal egg, scrutinizing it closely. Before long, he discerned a peculiar detail. Here, I found it. Xiao Hongbao and Huyan Xiu hurried over at the sound, gazing beneath the massive egg that a blood-red rune clung to the underside of the egg. Tendrils of blood energy seeping through the cracks of the shell and infiltrating the egg itself. Lu Yangshua's heart raced. This rune bore an uncanny resemblance to the patterns on his spear. Could it be that the black-clad figure was allied with those who had attacked the ancient Thunder Dragon and the Radiant Sun Vermilion Bird? What is this? Xiao Hongbao pondered, suspicion creeping into his mind. Could the black-clad figure have merely placed this object here, without further action? This rune was likely a means to control spirit beasts, and once it integrated into Xiao Lan's being, the beast emerging from its transformation would no longer be Xiao Lan. Lu Yangshua furrowed his brow, contemplating the rune. The most challenging aspect was that they could not use spiritual power. How could they possibly extract the rune from the egg's surface? Master, could you advise on how to resolve this situation? Lu Yangshu reluctantly sought counsel from the Medicine Emperor within the blazing flame celestial cauldron, for he was a figure who had faced the Demon Lord and should be well acquainted with such runes. Let me take a look. This is indeed the Demon Lord's magic rune. Extracting it without the disturbance of spiritual power will prove exceedingly difficult. The Medicine Emperor expressed his concern upon viewing the magic rune through Lu Yangshua's eyes. Is there truly no way? Witnessing the ire of the Medicine Emperor, Lu Yangshu could not help but inquire. Not at all. Fortunately, we arrived in time, and the demonic markings have yet to penetrate his heart. There is still hope for salvation. Your anger flame clear origin cauldron is the sole solution to eradicate these markings. It is imperative to place this egg within the cauldron and utilize the 10,000 clear sky fires that I forged into this vessel in my youth to eliminate the demonic inscriptions. The Medicine Emperor spoke to Lu Yangshua with a hint of pride in his voice. Master Xiao, I now possess a method to remove the demonic markings without employing spiritual power. Would you be willing to give it a try? Lu Yangshuo, not wanting to linger on indecision, after all, a life was at stake, responded resolutely to Xiao Hongbao. Dr. Lu, please proceed without hesitation. Upon learning there was a solution, Xiao Hongbao was more than willing to attempt it, provided it ensured the safety of the clear water-chilling beast. I possess a medicinal cauldron infused with 10,000 clear sky fires that we simply need to place Xiao Lan within to incinerate the markings. Lu Yangshuo declared, flipping his hand to reveal the anger flame clear origin cauldron, which was ablaze with a crimson-blue flame. Master, could there be any unforeseen complications? Huyan Xiu inquired, stepping forward to observe the cauldron. Do you have any other methods, Dr. Lu? Xiao Hongbao urged, hoping for a guarantee of the clear water-chilling beast's safety. Lu Yangshu offered no further commentary, merely nodding in agreement, but he then focused his thoughts, causing the anger flame clear origin cauldron to expand rapidly, accommodating the enormous egg within. The cauldron had already recognized its master. Lu Yangshu could effortlessly manipulate it with mere intent. Chapter 47. A Contest for Marriage. As they watched the clear water-chilling beast enter the anger flame clear origin cauldron, both Xiao Hongbao and Huyan Xiu felt their hearts leap into their throats, their eyes fixed intently on the scene. Fearful of any mishaps to everyone's surprise, the enormous egg showed no signs of discomfort within the cauldron. Instead, the demonic markings began to dissolve as if ice met with searing flames. The clear sky fire, born of a thunderclap on a clear day, possesses an innate ability to counteract demonic markings. The medicine emperor explained telepathically to Liu Yang's in no time. All the markings were completely refined, and wisps of black smoke were expelled from the egg's shell. Remnants of the absorbed demonic inscriptions now eliminated by the cauldron. Withdraw, Liu Yangzhou commanded with a thought, and the anger flame clear origin cauldron returned to his grasp, while the enormous egg resumed its original position. Now adorned with vibrant crimson-blue flame patterns, a testament to the considerable clear sky fire it had absorbed. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Should you ever require assistance from our spiritual beast sect, do not hesitate to ask. We shall stand ready to assist. Xiao Hongba and Huyin Xiu bowed gratefully. Such courtesy is unwarranted. Master Xiao, exercise caution. Even if Xiao Lan has successfully transformed, she will require time to consolidate her strength and cannot return to her peak immediately. Beware of opportunistic vermin, Liu Yangzhou cautioned as he stored the anger flame clear origin cauldron. Indeed, Elder Huyin, tonight, ensure all disciples conduct a thorough investigation of every sect. Those suspected must be detained. Xiao Hongba commanded his subordinate. Understood. Huyin Xiu nodded and hurriedly left for the secret chambers. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, having fled, returned to a particular courtyard within the spiritual beast sect. With a crash, he stumbled into a room, his injuries severe from Xiao Hongba's formidable blow, which had nearly obliterated his physical form. What a disgrace! What transpired? A voice from the main seat inquired coolly. Master, I was in the process of inscribing demonic markings on the clear water-cheelan beast when Xiao Hongba, Huyin Xiu, and a young man unexpectedly arrived, nearly resulting in my demise. The cloaked figure stammered, struggling to rise and kneeling before the master. Humph, you imbecile! Do you not realize that the demonic markings have been erased? The master slammed the table in fury. What? Impossible! I distinctly saw the markings infiltrating the clear water-cheelan beast. Failure should not have been an option. The cloaked figure gasped in shock, having returned from the secret chamber in less than 15 minutes. Unable to fathom how the markings could be so swiftly eliminated. Such a useless wretch. What use do I have for you? Yet, in light of your years of loyalty, I shall allow you to retain your corpse intact. With that, a powerful force gripped him, targeting the kneeling figure. The pitiful cloaked figure barely managed to utter a final word before his life essence was siphoned away, leaving him a lifeless husk on the ground. Bring him down and refine him with silver methods, the master commanded with a wave of his hand, signaling two subordinates to carry away the lifeless body. This young man has exceptional skills. Managing to dismantle the demonic markings so swiftly, and no wonder the spiritual beast sect values him so highly. This trip has proven worthwhile, that I find myself increasingly intrigued by your corporeal form, the master mused with a light chuckle. That evening, as arranged by Xiao Hongba, Huyin Xiu led all disciples of the spiritual beast sect in a comprehensive search throughout the sect. They examined every nook and cranny, illuminating the area as if it were broad daylight. However, after an entire night of searching, they uncovered nothing. The following morning, Liu Yangzhou arrived at Xiao Hongba's chamber, only to find an unexpected guest already present. Good morning, my friend. Did you rest well last night? Chao Yuanliang smiled at Liu Yangzhou from across the room. Taken aback, Liu Yangzhou had not anticipated Chao Yuanliang's presence. Ahem, Dr. Liu, how did you fare last night? Had it not been for your astute foresight, our spiritual beast sect would have faced grave peril. Xiao Hongba hastily welcomed Liu Yangzhou, though the encounter felt somewhat awkward. All is well. But what brings you here, young Master Chao? Liu Yangzhou replied, his smile fading slightly as he turned his gaze towards Chao Yuanliang. What? Am I not allowed to visit while you are here? Chao Yuanliang retorted, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, that I merely came to greet you. Liu Datong and Yuanliang were betrothed in childhood. Xiao Hongba interjected smoothly. Yuanliang, if you have no pressing matters, you should take your leave. I wish to discuss some confidential matters with Dr. Liu. This prompted Chao Yuanliang to visibly bristle, his expression darkening, yet he dared not express his frustration in front of Xiao Hongba. Very well. I shall take my leave, he acquiesced. Standing up today as he approached Liu Yangzhou, he deliberately brushed against him with his shoulder, attempting to make Liu Yangzhou stumble. Unexpectedly, it was Chao Yuanliang who fell to the ground. Having underestimated Lu Yangshua's physical prowess, Lu Yangshua was aware of his intentions and silently commended the defensive capabilities of his dragon scale armor, but he extended a hand toward Chao Yuanliang, saying, "Young Master Chao, be more careful. Did you not rest well last night? You should return to recuperate." Umph. Chao Yuanliang's face turned a shade of green as he swatted Lu Yangshua's hand away, leaving the room without looking back. "Dr. Lu, please do not take offense. Such behavior is typical of those from the Blood Demon sect," Xiao Hongbao remarked as he gestured for Lu Yangshua to take a seat. "That is of little concern. I merely find his character rather sinister. Master Xiao, if you intend to marry your daughter to him, you ought to reconsider carefully," Lu Yangshua said, taking a sip from the hot tea that Chao Yuanliang had left untouched. Naturally. In fact, the second announcement to be made tomorrow is that I intend to host a martial contest for marriage among the younger generations of all sections. I see that you are quite young as well. Dr. Lu, would you be interested in participating? Chapter 48. Xiao Hongbao's intrigues. Xiao Hongbao regarded Lu Yangshua with keen interest. He was eager to cultivate a rapport with this young man, whose standing, in his eyes, even surpassed that of the entire Blood Demon sect. However, Lu Yangshua recalled Xiao Xintong's impression. Though undeniably beautiful, she seemed to possess a hint of arrogance. Perhaps not. I am rather accustomed to solitude. And once Xiao Lan completes her transformation, I shall be departing. Even if I participated, victory is not guaranteed. Such a splendid opportunity should be reserved for those more accomplished. Lu Yangshua politely declined, gesturing dismissively. "Very well, it appears my daughter lacks such fortune," Xiao Hongbao responded, a trace of regret evident in his tone, "that I wonder how Xiao Lan is faring at present." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yangshua hastily redirected the conversation back to his inquiries. "Currently, there appears to be no abnormalities. The individual from last night likely took advantage of the disciples' relatively lax patrol during the night, that I have already tripled the manpower to safeguard the Bai Shui Qilin beast. Now, not even a mosquito shall be allowed to infiltrate. That is reassuring. Has Elder Huyin managed to capture that individual?" Lu Yangshua pressed for further information. "Not yet. Logically speaking, given that I severely injured him, he should be easily traceable. However, Elder Huyin conducted a thorough search of all external sects last night and found no one bearing injuries. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Hongbao furrowed his brow, pondering how the individual seemed to have vanished into thin air. Only one day remains. This morning, I sense that Xiao Lan's aura has grown significantly stronger. Perhaps the absorption of the Qingkong fire has accelerated its transformation process," Lu Yangshua remarked, casting a faint glance towards the secret chamber. "Dr. Lu, I have an ungracious request that I am unsure whether to voice." Xiao Hongbao suddenly addressed Lu Yangshua. "Please, Xiao Sect Master, feel free to express any needs for assistance. Within my capabilities, I am duty-bound to help." Lu Yangshua replied, slightly taken aback by the inquiry, yet recognizing the obligation due to having received their martial arts techniques. "All the spirit beasts of our spirit beast sect have exhibited various degrees of abnormalities in recent days, possibly influenced by the Bai Shui Qilin beast. However, we have been unable to ascertain the cause, which is why I seek your assistance, Dr. Lu," Xiao Hongbao admitted, somewhat awkwardly. "That is no trouble at all. I shall go investigate immediately." With that, Lu Yangshua rose and prepared to exit. "Wait. You require a sect member to guide you to the rear mountain, Datong. Please take Dr. Lu to explore the rear mountain," Xiao Hongbao instructed, standing as Xiao Xintong reluctantly entered. "Come on. What are you dawdling for? Do you expect me to carry you there?" Xiao Xintong remarked, pulling the bewildered Lu Yangshua along towards the door. Lu Yangshua glanced back at Xiao Hongbao, catching a glimpse of encouraging eyes. This was hardly a matter of needing his help. It was evidently an opportunity being orchestrated between him and Xiao Xintong. After departing from Xiao Hongbao's chamber, Lu Yangshua followed closely behind Xiao Xintong until they reached the entrance to the rear mountain. They exchanged no words, though many disciples greeted Xiao Xintong with respect. Casting curious glances at Lu Yangshua, "Why do you persist in following so closely behind me? Are you afraid I might consume you?" Xiao Xintong queried as they approached the rear mountain. "No, it's merely that I fear a misunderstanding may arise since a young maiden like you is seen with me," Lu Yangshua responded, hastening to catch up with Xiao Xintong. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Let me clarify, just because my father holds you in high regard does not mean I share the same sentiment. I find your matters utterly unconvincing, so do not harbor any fantasies about me." Xiao Xintong retorted, suddenly halting and fixing Lu Yangshuo with a pointed gaze. Rest assured, young lady, I have no such aspirations. You are overthinking it. Now, let us proceed to the rear mountain, Lu Yangshuo replied, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction at her haughty demeanor. Yet he thought it best to disregard her attitude, for his purpose in coming to the Spirit Beast sect was to settle past debts and swiftly depart from this troublesome place. Xiao Xintong scoffed once more, tossing her hair as she continued ahead, that in a short while they arrived at the entrance of the rear mountain, where the guarding disciples recognized Xiao Xintong and did not dare to obstruct them. Allowing their passage without question, Lu Yangshuo was secretly amazed at the influence this little enchantress wielded. Upon entering the rear mountain, Lu Yangshuo inhaled deeply, a refreshing sensation washing over him. The environment was so captivating that even he wished to reside there. Do not dawdle. Hurry up. As Lu Yangshuo regained his senses, he noticed that Xiao Xintong had already moved far ahead. With a sigh, he quickened his pace to catch up. After walking only a few steps, Xiao Xintong suddenly darted into the nearby thicket like a nimble cat. Lu Yangshuo had no choice but to follow, and they stealthily advanced for a while until Xiao Xintong parted the last layer of foliage, revealing their first target, that a jet-black lightning leopard lay sprawled on the ground, napping, its only distinguishing mark a lightning-shaped pattern on its forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xintong lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the creature's large head. Startled, Lu Yangshuo feared for the little enchantress's safety. Realizing he could not afford to explain any mishaps to Xiao Hongbao, he quickly followed suit. However, the lightning leopard showed no intent to harm Xiao Xintong. Instead, it extended its long tongue to lick her cheek. "Xiao He, why do you still seem so lethargic?" Xiao Xintong inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. With a low growl, the lightning leopard settled back down. Lu Yangshuo observed and concurred that the leopard's behavior was indeed peculiar, but he knelt before it and gently stroked its head. "This is Xiao He, a lightning leopard. Please investigate what might be amiss. It has been unusually listless since the last couple of days, having slept here for 2 days now," Xiao Xintong explained. Nodding, Lu Yangshuo activated the Beast King system, instantly establishing a connection with the lightning leopard's mind. The creature seemed to sense something, lifting its head to let out a low growl directed at Lu Yangshuo. "Who are you? I do not recall seeing you among the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. You would not have seen me. I am a veterinarian. Please inform me of any discomfort, and I shall assist you," Lu Yangshuo replied with a gentle smile. Xiao Xintong looked on, half shocked and half skeptical. As Lu Yangshuo conversed with the lightning leopard, "I am uncertain of my condition. However, I have felt my internal spiritual energy gradually deplete since 2 days ago, leaving me exceedingly weak," the lightning leopard lamented, lowering its head as if it were a monumental effort to keep it raised. "Spiritual energy depletion. Allow me to examine it," Lu Yangshuo said. Activating a celestial, a wave of brilliance enveloped him, and he perceived the lightning leopard's internal state akin to a CT scan. After a thorough examination, he confirmed the leopard's claims. A faint mist enveloped its spiritual pearl, forcibly extracting the spiritual energy within. "What on earth is this? I have never encountered anything capable of directly siphoning spiritual energy, and it appears intent on completely draining it," Lu Yangshuo mused, furrowing his brow. "Though I am unaware of what this is, I sense that my own spiritual energy is also beginning to wane," the ancient thunder dragon communicated telepathically to Lu Yangshuo. Lu Yangshuo was taken aback. If even the ancient thunder dragon was affected by this ominous mist, it was undoubtedly no ordinary phenomenon. What is the cause of Xiao He's current state? As Lu Yangshuo's expression grew increasingly grave, Xiao Xintong inquired with concern. "The situation remains unclear. However, I can provide immediate relief." Lu Yangshuo contemplated for a moment that if the lightning leopard's spiritual energy continued to deplete, it might not survive the night. Thus, he resolved to replenish its drained spiritual pearl as much as possible. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yangshuo retrieved several hundred bottles of spiritual recovery pills from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Xintong. "Distribute these pills to all the spirit beasts exhibiting symptoms. I shall investigate elsewhere." After issuing his instructions, Lu Yangshuo swiftly dashed away, leaving no opportunity for Xiao Xintong to respond. Though Xiao Xintong felt irked at being ordered around by Lu Yangshuo, she begrudgingly pried open the lightning leopard's mouth, administering one of the spiritual recovery pills before hastily stowing the remaining pills in her storage ring. Meanwhile, Lu Yangshu raced through the forest, encountering numerous spirit beasts that, relying on their last reserves of strength, attempted to intimidate the unfamiliar intruder. Reluctantly, Lu Yangshu resorted to employing his mimetic pressure to frighten them away. "Can you sense the direction of the spiritual energy flow?" Lu Yangshu inquired while sprinting. "Indeed, it appears that all the spiritual energy is converging towards the center of this mountain," the ancient thunder dragon replied, its ability to perceive spiritual energy far surpassing that of ordinary spirit beasts. Upon sensing the loss of its own spiritual energy, it had swiftly pinpointed the source of this peculiar occurrence. Nodding, Lu Yangshu continued to dash forward. Before long, they arrived at a spring at the mountain's summit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Yangshu finally spotted the source, identified by the ancient thunder dragon. A dark purple crystal floating atop the spring, surrounded by a grayish mist that ebbed and flowed, leaving a significant amount of spiritual energy trapped within the crystal. This object is the culprit, siphoning our spiritual energy that IT seems to target only beast kind. The human race not only remains unaffected, but is also entirely oblivious to its presence. The ancient thunder dragon slowly emerged, speaking as Lu Yangshu nodded and approached the dark purple crystal. Just as his right hand was about to make contact, a black tentacle suddenly shot up from the water's surface. Aimed directly at Lu Yangshua's face, in a flash of silver light. A spear materialized in Lu Yangshua's hand, its tip angled upwards to strike beneath the tentacle. However, after this blow, Lu Yangshu instantly felt as though his full-force attack had vanished into thin air, as if it had been swallowed by the sea. "Reveal yourself, you vile creature," Lu Yangshu shouted, leveraging the momentum to retreat swiftly, creating distance. The tentacle retracted into the pond, replaced by a colossal black octopus. Strangely, this octopus appeared unaffected by the dark purple crystal. "What is this creature?" The ancient thunder dragon realized something was amiss. The black octopus exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, instead emanating a sense of chaos. It was not a spirit beast at all. "I too am eager to uncover the truth. Once we defeat it, we shall know." The black octopus showed no intention of retreating, and Lu Yangshu found himself unable to establish any connection through the Beast King system. It was a first. The ancient thunder dragon nodded and transformed into human form. Aware that they were still within the territory of the spirit beast sect, it would be ill-advised if they were spotted. The black octopus gradually surfaced, revealing a significant portion of its body, its 8 tentacles, each at least several dozen meters long, thrashing violently against the water surface. It seems physical attacks are ineffective against it. Its body can effortlessly dissipate my strength. Lu Yangshu quietly cautioned. "You need not remind me. I can handle this little octopus alone." The ancient thunder dragon scoffed, a slender sword appearing in her hand. In an instant, she had vanished, reappearing above the black octopus, bringing her sword down with force. Yet, the outcome mirrored Lu Yangshua's prior experience. The octopus's gelatinous flesh absorbed the blow entirely, leaving it unscathed. In her shock, the ancient thunder dragon let her guard down, only to be ensnared by a sticky tentacle. "Release her," Lu Yangshu bellowed, leaping into action, transforming his spear into a whip and striking the tentacle that ensnared the ancient thunder dragon. The powerful recoil sent Lu Yangshu flying once more. However, a series of explosive sounds followed as the tentacle erupted, freeing the ancient thunder dragon. With quick reflexes, Lu Yangshu caught her before she could touch the ground. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, he was now capable of executing triple shadow techniques, each more potent than the last. "Put me down." The ancient thunder dragon blushed, realizing the intimate position in which Lu Yangshu held her, and pushed him away forcefully. "Ahem, I previously mentioned that physical attacks are futile. It must be struck from within. Let us combine our efforts." Lu Yangshu coughed lightly, secretly pleased while analyzing the current situation. "What do you propose?" Although somewhat reluctant, the ancient thunder dragon recognized the lack of better options. Only magic can triumph over magic. Chapter 50. The initial encounter with the void beast. Lu Yangshu whispered a few words into the ancient thunder dragon's ear, which caused her to furrow her brow slightly. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. A black cat or a white cat, whichever catches the mouse is a good cat. Lu Yangshu chuckled lightly, twirling his spear to form a flurry of blossoms, indicating his readiness to attack. "Very well. I will trust you this once, the ancient thunder dragon conceded, positioning herself behind Lu Yangsha. Now, Lu Yangto commanded, launching himself like a sharpened blade toward the black octopus, unleashing a flurry of strikes around it. Despite the black octopus's formidable defense and attack power, its speed was lacking, and it could not keep pace with Lu Yangshuo, a master at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Similarly, while Lu Yangshuo's strikes failed to inflict significant damage, his onslaught served merely as a diversion, granting the ancient thunder dragon ample time to cast her spell. Standing beside the spring, the ancient thunder dragon's eyes flickered with lightning, her delicate hands transforming into dragon claws, imbued with boundless thunder. She plunged them into the spring water, that in an instant, the entire spring transformed into a thunderous pool. The black octopus may have been immune to physical attacks, but it could not evade electricity, especially that of the ancient thunder dragon. Amidst the flickering of lightning, the octopus's 8 tentacles began to spasm violently, indicating it had been shocked. Now, the ancient thunder dragon encouraged, and Lu Yangshuo was already poised for action, leaping atop the black octopus, his spear aimed downwards. With a resounding crash, Lu Yangto shattered the octopus's head with a single thrust. Who would have thought your tactic would prove effective? The ancient thunder dragon raised her hands, the dragon scales vanishing beneath her fair skin, that he attempted to neutralize my strength through softness, but I refused to allow it. The electric shock tightened its muscles, creating the perfect opportunity. Lu Yangshuo panted heavily, the feigned assault having drained much of his energy. Do not think that this entitles you to my forgiveness for your earlier actions. We are far from finished. The ancient thunder dragon glared fiercely at Lu Yangshuo. Was it not to save you? The situation was urgent. There was no time for such considerations. Lu Yangshuo scratched his head awkwardly, sensing a thawing in their relationship. As the ancient thunder dragon had begun referring to herself as I instead of this one, that I care not. Wait, how is there still a little dragon here? The ancient thunder dragon's words were cut short as she caught sight of a small silver dragon floating amidst the remnants of the black octopus. Curious, Lu Yangshuo approached and lifted the little dragon from the water, noting its unconscious state, likely a result of being stunned by the ancient thunder dragon's earlier attack. That it appears this child is still in its juvenile stage. Hand it over to me, and it shall awaken swiftly in my presence. The ancient thunder dragon gently accepted the silver dragon, cradling it in her palm. After dispatching the black octopus, she effortlessly crushed the dark purple crystal into a fine powder, causing a gray mist to dissipate into the air. Having completed these tasks, Lu Yangshuo retrieved a collection of vials from his storage ring, pouring their contents into the spring, which connected to every river in the back mountains. The herbs aiding spirit beasts in recovering their energy. Master, are you there? Lu Yangshuo inquired toward the angry flame celestial cauldron. That I know what you wish to ask. Indeed, this creature is a void beast. It was precisely these entities that the demon emperor faced alongside the 81 wild beast generals. Moreover, among the void beasts, this one is relatively weak. The medicine emperor preempted Lu Yangshuo's question that it seems time is of the essence. The void beasts have re-emerged, and the demon lord's seal has begun to weaken. The medicine emperor sighed heavily. Rest assured, Master, I shall eradicate the demon lord once and for all, ensuring that you and the demon emperor's sacrifices were not in vain. Lu Yangshuo clenched his fist, feeling the weight of responsibility deepen significantly. Haha, your resolve brings me great comfort, especially regarding all that you have accomplished. I've witnessed it all. You possess the potential to become the next medicine emperor. The medicine emperor said warmly that I sense the presence of the living. Someone approaches, the ancient thunder dragon remarked suddenly, glancing back before shrinking down to the size of a small serpent, coiling around Lu Yangshuo's wrist. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Xintong arrived with a group of disciples. Fortunately, before their arrival, Lu Yangshuo had disposed of all traces of the octopus's remains. What transpired here? Why such a commotion? Xiao Xintong inquired. Stepping forward. Nothing much. Merely employed a secret technique to resolve the task entrusted to me by sect leader Zhao. Lu Yangshuo replied with a light laugh, gesturing toward the shimmering spring behind him. Initially skeptical, Xiao Xintong soon heard the distant roars of spirit beasts from the forest, indicating they had regained their vitality. Before she could speak further, Lu Yangshuo had already begun descending the mountain. Contemplating the dark-clad figures from yesterday and the void beasts of today, It appeared that the spirit beast sect was in for turbulent times ahead to be why the following morning, Lu Yangshua was roused by the clamor outside. He opened the window to find the streets bustling with people, and at that moment, a knock echoed at his door. Divine Dr. Lu, the Azure Water Cheelan beast, is about to undergo its transformation. The sect leader invites you to the square at once. That a disciple of the spirit beast sect spoke softly from outside the door. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Lu Yangshua, after a brief exchange, rose to his feet, donning the pristine white garments that Xiao Hongba had prepared for him the previous day. The immaculate white fabric complemented his identity as a healer splendidly. Upon arriving at the square, he found it already occupied by various sects, and upon noticing Lu Yangshua's presence, Xiao Hongba warmly ushered him to the vacant seat beside him. Look at that young man, managing to sit beside the leader of the Spirit Beast sect. That's a position equivalent to that of the Grand Elder. Someone remarked that he seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before. Isn't he the one who was begging outside the mountain gate the other day? I truly didn't recognize him after he changed his attire. The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of Chao Yuan Liang, who was nearby. Chapter 51. The infernal fire Cheelan beast him, so he merely sits next to Xiao Hongba. What's there to be proud of? Chao Yunyang's expression was exceptionally grim, particularly as he witnessed Lu Yangshua and Xiao Hongba engaging in lively conversation above, rendering him almost seething with anger, his grip on the wooden chair tightening to the point of splintering. Lianger, have you forgotten what I previously told you? Today is your grand day as well. That impoverished fellow will not impede your future, Chao Ruifeng remarked, eyes closed. Upon hearing Chao Ruifeng's words, Chao Yuanliang felt somewhat reassured. Loosening his grip on the chair and leaning back against its support. Moments later, Xiao Hongba stood upon the high platform, and the crowd gradually fell silent. Esteemed guests, I am honored to have you all witness the rare joyous occasion of our Spirit Beast sect, the metamorphosis of the Azure Water Cheelan beast. This transformation is a sign of auspiciousness recorded in ancient texts, hence I have invited you all. Although the process has encountered some obstacles, the metamorphosis of the Azure Water Cheelan beast is nearing completion. So I kindly ask everyone to observe this grand spectacle in silence. Xiao Hongba's voice, enveloped in spiritual energy, resonated throughout the square. Divine Healer Lu, the hatching of the Azure Water Cheelan beast requires a spark of spiritual fire to ignite it. For this crucial step, I invite you to assist us. Xiao Hongba made way, offering the most prominent position to Lu Yangshua. Lu Yangshua initially intended to decline, yet he quickly realized upon seeing the smiling faces of the high-ranking elders of the Spirit Beast sect surrounding him, that he had little choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he stood and approached the position recently vacated by Xiao Hongba. With a flourish of his right hand, the Fury Flame Pure Yuan Cauldron appeared in his palm. Lu Yangshua gently beckoned with his left finger, drawing forth a strand of clear sky fire from the cauldron. You and I are fated. Today I shall assist in your transformation, and I hope that in the future, you may aid me in return. Lu Yangshua murmured softly, his heart heavy as he cast the strand of clear sky fire onto the enormous egg. The egg, which had been quietly resting, began to tremble violently after absorbing the fire, causing the very ground to quake that in the distant mountains. The beast stirred uneasily as a terrifying aura expanded ominously. Crack. A faint sound of cracking eggshells pierced the air, resonating sharply in the square. Suddenly, a wave of heat burst forth from the crevice of the eggshell, prompting the crowd to retreat hastily. That a thunderous roar erupted from within the egg, shattering it entirely. The Azure Water Cheelan beast, now rightly dubbed the Infernal Fire Cheelan beast, had successfully completed its transformation. Its once water droplet-like scales now took on a fiery shape, and its crimson-hued mane exuded an aura of dominance. Xiaolan, come here. Xiao Xintong called out joyfully from the stands, her heart soaring upon witnessing Xiao Lan's successful transformation. Xiaolan, having heard Xiao Xintong's call, let out a low growl at Lu Yangshua in gratitude, then leaped through the flames to her side, quietly lying down to contain its restless power. Congratulations, sect leader Xiao. The crowd erupted in congratulations, some genuine, while others harbored deep-seated jealousy. Thank you all, as I mentioned earlier. There is a second joyous announcement that as you all know, I, Xiao Hongba, have a daughter who has now reached a marriageable age. Thus, I take this opportunity to seek a suitor for her today. Xiao Hongba declared with a cheerful demeanor. prompting immediate discontent from Xiao Xintou. However, before she could voice her protest, Xiao Hongba signaled Elder Hian to escort her away. The announcement of the Spirit Beast sect seeking a son-in-law sent the crowd into a frenzy. It was a golden opportunity to ascend the social ladder. Every young person with any semblance of strength raised their hands, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Now, there's no need to rush. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood. She doesn't take a liking to ordinary wealthy heirs, therefore, the suitor for the Spirit Beast sect must be exceptionally talented in both literature and martial arts. Today we shall decide who is worthy through a martial arts competition, Xiao Hongba stated, calming the crowd's excitement. Lu Yanshuo stifled a laugh, painfully amused at the sight of the little demoness facing her own reckoning. As soon as Xiao Hongba finished speaking, a muscular man leapt into the center of the square, his physique suggesting he was well beyond 40 years of age. Did I dare anyone to compete with me? The burly man bellowed, his face adorned with a thick beard and an imposing countenance, causing the majority to recoil in fear. How absurd! A muscle-bound fool without a brain daring to challenge. Does he even think the princess of the Spirit Beast sect would consider him? A voice pierced through the crowd just before the owner appeared. A frail young man with a weak constitution stepped forward. The burly man, with a straightforward temperament, welcomed the challenge, and without hesitation, he swung his fist, aiming for the young man's head. The young man, however, did not flinch. Instead, he transformed his finger into a sword, puncturing a sizable hole through the burly man's fist before swiftly kicking him down, seemingly breaking the dam. As the burly man fell, others rushed forward to seize the opportunity that in mere minutes, dozens had stepped into the center of the square. Liang, it seems sect leader Xiao looks down upon our blood fiend sect, opting for a martial competition to find a suitor. Why don't you show him a thing or two? Chao Ruifeng opened his eyes and smiled. Chao Yuanliang, unable to contain himself, slammed his hand on the chair and leapt forward. At that moment, a young man wielding a broad-bladed sword stood in the center of the square. That he had already defeated 8 opponents with his adept swordsmanship and was at the 4th stage of the spirit transformation realm. Upon seeing Chao Yuanliang approach, he instinctively inhaled sharply. What? Seeing me makes you want to continue resisting, Chao Yuanliang said, licking his lips with a sinister smile. Though the young man feared Chao Yuanliang's status, he was equally unwilling to concede, positioning his broad sword defensively. Seems you worthless fools won't learn without a taste of hardship. Chao Yuanliang chuckled softly, releasing a plume of black smoke from his cloak. The bald man reappeared within the mist, his expression vacant as he glared at the young man. Go, remember to leave him a breath. Chao Yuanliang gestured, and the bald man charged at the young man like a cannonball. The young man's pupils constricted. He flipped his broadsword to form a shield, bracing himself. Chapter 52. Is it too much to ask? However, the bald man showed no signs of stopping, colliding directly with the young man's shield. With a resounding clash of metal, the broad sword shattered, and the bald man slammed into the young man's chest. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying backward, and fell into unconsciousness. His fate uncertain. The young man's family, witnessing the might of the blood fiend's sect's young master, dared not protest, swallowing their humiliation as they assisted him away. Ha! With such meager strength, you dare to come here and disgrace yourselves. Who else wishes to challenge? You might as well come up all at once. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the next one will be as fortunate as he was to walk away with his life. Chao Yuanliang, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached the center of the square, casting a disdainful gaze at the various families present. With the blood fiend sect having made their presence known, none dared to step forward any longer. It was no longer merely a matter of life and death, but rather the potential wrath of the blood fiend sect that could bring calamity upon their own clan. Seeing no one respond, Chao Yuanliang smirked devilishly and turned his gaze toward Lu Yangshuo on the elevated platform. Lu Yangshuo's heart sank. You Lu Divine Healer, is it? Last time, we left our duel unresolved. Now seems a perfect opportunity to settle it. Shall we? Chao Yuanliang slowly extended his right hand, beckoning Lu Yangshuo with a subtle flick of his finger. Indeed, as Lu Yangshuo had anticipated, Chao Yuanliang would not easily let him off the hook. Equally surprising was Chao Ruifeng's demeanor. However, he chose to remain silent, considering the feud between Chao Yuanliang and Lu Yang merely a trivial squabble among the youth. Yuanliang, Divine Dr. Lu, is a distinguished guest of our Spirit Beast sect. Are you implying that you harbor some grievances against our sect? Xiao Hongwei interjected, furrowing his brow. Though he was eager for Lu Yangshua to take the stage, he preferred it to be of Lu Yangshua's own volition rather than through coercion. Xiao's sect master, Divine Dr. Lu, is one of our OWN. Do you not hope to see him showcase his skills as well? Surely, you desire Tonger to wed a man of formidable strength rather than a coward. Do you not? Despite his youth, Qiao Yunyang's depth of character was evident, as he had perceptively noted Xiao Hongba's admiration for Lu Yangshu. His words struck a chord with Xiao Hongba, Divine Dr. Lu. Look! Xiao Hongba awkwardly turned his gaze towards Lu Yangshua, realizing that Qiao Yunyang's remarks left him with no room for rebuttal. Since young Master Qiao finds this amusing, I shall oblige him with a spar. Lu Yangshua gradually rose, leaping down from the high platform to face Qiao Yuanliang. Although both parties claimed it was merely a friendly contest, any discerning observer could sense the palpable tension between them, transforming the encounter into a life-and-death struggle. Last time, you were fortunate. This time, I shall not grant you the chance to leave alive. That a cold glint flickered in Qiao Yunyang's eyes, clearly viewing Lu Yangshua as his prey. Lu Yangshua offered a faint smile, a glimmer of silver flashing in his hand as a long spear materialized. Tear him apart. Qiao Yuanliang commanded a burly bald man, who charged directly at Lu Yangshua. As old adversaries clashed once more, Lu Yangshua felt a familiar thrill. Previously, he had restrained himself to avoid causing fatalities at the Spirit Beast's sex entrance. But now, knowing the bald man was merely a lifeless puppet, Lu Yangshua was prepared to unleash his full strength. The bald man vanished in an instant, reappearing before Lu Yangshua with a raised fist, roaring as he struck downwards. Same old tricks. Lu Yangshua scoffed disdainfully. Sidestepping the punch with ease, he spun his spear, executing a counterstrike that grazed the man's chest, igniting a shower of sparks. The man's clothing was shredded, revealing bronze skin beneath. Lu Yangshua's strike merely left superficial scratches. In retaliation, the bald man launched a kick towards Lu Yangshua. With his spear braced across his chest, Lu Yangshua narrowly deflected the kick, which nearly bent his spear at a right angle. Both combatants were forced apart. And as Lu Yangshua landed, he pushed off the ground and charged at the bald man again, his spear striking true against the man's temple. The bald man was driven into the ground, and with a surge of dark energy, his head was obliterated, leaving him lifeless. Lu Yangshua stood before the pit created by the man's fall, panting heavily, having forced his body into a sudden change of trajectory. His muscles ached, yet defeating the puppet felt worthwhile. Now, only Qiao Yuanliang remained, and it appeared that Qiao Yuanliang's puppetry skills were commendable. Typically, those adept in such arts possessed only average strength, dedicating most of their efforts to crafting powerful puppets at the expense of their own cultivation. Turning to Qiao Yuanliang, Lu Yangshu noted that his expression remained calm and collected, seemingly unaffected by the bald man's demise. Young Master Qiao, this puppet leaves much to be desired. I have merely begun to warm up. Heh, does Divine Dr. Lu truly believe that such a puppet represents my full capabilities? You are gravely mistaken. Qiao Yuanliang replied with a nonchalant smile, as dark smoke billowed from his robe, revealing countless shadows emerging from within. In mere moments, 100 puppets amassed behind Qiao Yuanliang. Lu Yangshuo gulped, having anticipated the existence of additional puppets, yet the sheer number was beyond his expectations. How do you find my puppet army? Divine Dr. Lu? Surely it catches your eye? Qiao Yuanliang inquired casually, toying with his nails that he asked the young master of the Blood Demon sect. He undoubtedly possessed some extraordinary talents. Lu Yangshua sensed the danger. These puppets were not solely creations of Qiao Yuanliang, but many originated from his father, Qiao Ruifeng. Xiao Hongba, observing from the stands, frowned slightly that he admired Lu Yangshua's prowess, but realized the situation had escalated beyond his control. Since you have summoned your minions, I too shall call upon my OWN that unreasonable. Lu Yangshua sighed, aware that his next actions might betray Xiao Hongba's trust. However, in the current predicament, if he did not devise a strategy, he would be the one facing death. With that, Lu Yangshua unleashed a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the skies, activating his full aura of intimidation. The crowd was left in stunned silence, the pressure emanating from him surpassing that of the recently transformed flame Kirin beast nearby. As Lu Yangshua's roar reverberated, the distant mountains trembled violently, the vibrations palpable even within the plaza. moments later. Dense smoke billowed from the mountains, and those with even a modicum of strength could discern the spectacle within the smoke. All the spirit beasts from the spirit beast sect's rear mountains had responded to Lu Yangshua's summons, racing towards him. The most astonished was Xiao Hongba. In his recollection, Lu Yangshua had merely taken a stroll in the rear mountains. How had he acquired the ability to summon every spirit beast? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As the spirit beasts converged upon the plaza, their numbers vastly outnumbering Chao Yunyang's puppet army. The entire square was swiftly divided into two factions: Chao Yunyang's puppets and Lu Yangshua's spirit beasts. The surrounding crowd instinctively retreated, creating space. Upon witnessing the spirit beast army, Chao Yuanliang finally abandoned his disdainful demeanor, that if we are to brawl, then let us do so. Young Master Chao, I trust my spirit beast army will also pique your interest. Lu Yangshua smiled faintly, reveling in his first successful application of intimidation, noting its favorable outcome. Impressive tactics. To command all spirit beasts is no small feat, and no wonder Shao sect master holds you in such regard. Today, one of us shall perish. Care to wager on who it will be? Chao Yuanliang sneered cruelly, snapping his fingers as the puppet army surged forth towards the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts, not to be underestimated, charged forward with ferocity, fueled by the energy Lu Yangshua had provided them the night before. The clash commenced, and even Xiao Hongba found himself unable to intervene. Watch my spear. Lu Yangshua's eyes gleamed with determination as he transformed into a blur, darting through the chaotic battlefield to confront Chao Yuanliang directly. Caught off guard by Lu Yangshua's rapid approach, Chao Yuanliang instinctively raised his right arm to block the spear's tip. However, he was no puppet. His physical form lacked the same resilience. Lu Yangshua's spear struck with full force, severing his right arm at the elbow. Damn you! You shall pay for this! In excruciating pain, Chao Yunyang's hatred for Lu Yangshua reached its zenith. Grasping his severed arm, he hurled it at Lu Yangshua's face, clenching it tightly until it exploded. That it was evident that Chao Yuanliang had resorted to using his own flesh for a blood explosion technique. Huyin Xiao, witnessing this scene, was taken aback by Chao Yuanliang's ruthlessness. Clearly, Chao Yuanliang was prepared to risk everything. As Chao Ruifeng observed, his brow furrowed in concern. He was about to intervene when he noticed Xiao Hongba's intense gaze fixed upon him. The two were evenly matched. Should a confrontation ensue, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Chao Yunyang's blood explosion technique unleashed a considerable force, sending nearby puppets and spirit beasts flying at this distance. Chao Yuanliang believed Lu Yangshua was doomed. Yet suddenly, a gleaming spear tip emerged from the blood mist. Chao Yuanliang instinctively turned his head, feeling the spear graze his cheek, leaving a deep gash. Lu Yangshua pressed the attack, delivering a powerful kick to Chao Yuanliang's chest, sending him hurtling backward. After rolling several times on the ground, Chao Yuanliang finally came to a halt. Had it not been for the dragon scale armor bestowed upon him by the ancient thunder dragon, Lu Yangshua's head would have surely been crushed. You insolent fool! Do you realize this is my domain? Now, thanks to you, it is all chaos. This is your doing. Chao Yuanliang screamed in a frenzy, pounding the ground in fury. Blood streaming from his wounds. As he spoke, red mist began to seep from his robe. Liang, no! Do not resort to that technique. Chao Ruifeng was taken aback by the crimson mist that suddenly enveloped the area. He hurriedly stood up and shouted towards Chao Yuanliang. However, at that moment, Chao Yuanliang was entirely consumed by a singular focus: to eradicate Lu Yangshua. Upon witnessing the ominous red mist, Lu Yangshua became notably cautious, as it instilled within him a profound sense of danger. As anticipated, a colossal claw emerged from the blood-red vapors, followed by the full manifestation of its owner. It was a corpse eater, a forbidden technique from the Blood Kuei sect. And astonishingly, Chao Yuanliang had mastered it. Xiao Hongba recognized the origins of this towering monstrosity and was instantly shocked. The corpse eater was no longer a mere beast. It was a creature of slaughter, conjured by Chao Yuanliang himself. If it was not satiated, Chao Yuanliang could very well become its next meal, which elucidated why Chao Ruifeng had vehemently opposed Chao Yuanliang's use of such a technique. Lu Yangshua took a cautious step back, sensing not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from the corpse eater, only an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. That if only Bai Ling were here, Lu Yangshua thought. The situation was perilous. Xiao Hongba had already dismissed Qiao Ruifeng from his mind, prioritizing the rescue of Lu Yangshua above all else. With that resolve, he prepared to leap from the platform. Suddenly, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a silver-white robe appeared beside Lu Yangshua. "Allow me to handle this. This creature is beyond your capacity to confront." The ancient thunder dragon had transformed into human form, and on her shoulder, a small silver dragon affectionately nuzzled her face. "Then I leave it to you. Be cautious," Lu Yangshu exhaled in relief, for only the ancient thunder dragon possessed the means to contend with the corpse eater. Who is she? Why is Bai Ling with her? Xiao Hongba was utterly astonished. Bai Ling had been raised by him since childhood. Aside from him, she had never willingly approached another soul, not even Xiao Xintong. Yet here she was, nestled upon this woman's shoulder. "Come forth. Let me witness what abilities this monstrosity possesses," the ancient thunder dragon said disdainfully, eyeing the drooling corpse eater before her, beckoning it with a flick of her finger. The corpse eater, already ravenous, lunged at the ancient thunder dragon, its maw filled with sharp teeth. With a cold snort, the ancient thunder dragon raised her hand, fingers poised like a sword, and effortlessly severed the corpse eater's right arm. Chapter 54. The 10,000 Spirits, soul-sealing array. To everyone's astonishment, the corpse eater merely staggered back a step, let out a furious roar, and rapidly regenerated a new arm where the old one had been severed. The red glow in its eyes intensified, as if the ancient thunder dragon had fully incited its wrath. The ancient thunder dragon furrowed her brow. The creature's rapid regeneration was alarming, indicating that conventional physical methods would not suffice to destroy it. At that moment, the ancient thunder dragon recalled a phrase Lu Yangshua had previously uttered. "Only magic can defeat magic, that I, in the name of the ancient thunder dragon, I summon the 5 elemental heavenly thunders to vanquish evil and purge corruption." As she invoked the incantation, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. Lightning flickered, and several bolts, as thick as tree trunks, descended upon the corpse eater's crown. The unfortunate corpse eater, unable to unleash its true power, was reduced to a pile of charred remains by the heavenly thunder summoned by the ancient thunder dragon. With the corpse eater's demise, Chao Yuanliang spat a mouthful of vital blood. He and the corpse eater were intrinsically linked, and with its death he suffered immensely. Even his puppet army was affected, descending into chaos as the spiritual beasts began to slaughter them mercilessly. "You have lost," Lu Yang said softly as he approached Chao Yuanliang. "I refuse to accept this." Chao Yuanliang struggled to rise, yet found himself utterly drained of strength, collapsing once more. Following Chao Yuanyang's defeat, the puppet army did not endure for long, falling swiftly to the onslaught of the spiritual beasts. Yet the spiritual beasts did not depart. They prostrated themselves before the ancient thunder dragon, as if honoring a sovereign's arrival. "May I inquire who this esteemed individual is?" Xiao Hongba, not daring to be remiss, leaped down from the platform to address the ancient thunder dragon. "She is my friend. There is no need for concern, Master Xiao," Lu Yangshu replied with a light chuckle. I see. This friend indeed possesses remarkable strength. Might I request the return of Bai Ling?" Xiao Hongba nodded, glancing at the small white dragon perched on the ancient thunder dragon's shoulder. The ancient thunder dragon gently set Bai Ling down. "You may go." However, Bai Ling seemed reluctant to depart from the ancient thunder dragon, remaining until Xiao Hongba reached out to take her. "Indeed, Master Xiao, it appears you are reluctant to honor the agreement from years past, hence seeking a powerful ally to seize her away," Qiao Ruifeng said, gradually rising, clapping his hands as he approached, his face seemingly capable of freezing the air. "What does this mean, Master Qiao? Do you expect me to provide an explanation?" Lu Yangshua had no intention of engaging in conflict. It was Yuan Liang who insisted on challenging him, and the blame lay solely with Yuan Liang's lack of skill. Xiao Hongba let out a cold snort, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Yangshu. "Ha! Master Xiao, we are both aware of the implications behind the alliance of the Blood Kuei sect and the Spiritual Beast sect at this juncture. Do you still fail to grasp the reality?" Qiao Ruifeng laughed heartily, his gaze greedily fixated on the prostrating spiritual beasts in the plaza. "Qiao Ruifeng, do not presume to manipulate the hearts of my spiritual beasts. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Xiao Hongba's spiritual energy surged around him, his demeanor vigilant as he regarded Qiao Ruifeng. "This is no longer a matter for contemplation, To dominate this continent. The two sects must unite, whether you agree or not. This is an established fact. Chao Ruifeng's expression darkened abruptly as he raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of light into the sky, just as Xiao Hongbo and the others were taken by surprise. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, forcing all the spiritual beasts to the ground. Even the ancient thunder dragon was compelled to bend low. What is happening? Xiao Hongbo inquired, scanning the surrounding spiritual beasts. My blood Kuei sect has long prepared for this day. The 10,000 Spirits soul-sealing array is specifically designed for your spiritual beasts. Originally, I intended to initiate the attack in the back mountains. But this fool disrupted my plans. Fortunately, he was foolish enough to gather them all together. Chao Ruifeng said, as he lifted Chao Yuanliang into his arms and turned to Lu Yang's, "Oh, it was you who orchestrated this. That void demon beast was summoned by you." Lu Yangshuo suddenly realized that all of this chaos was the machination of the Blood Kuei sect, from the peculiar crystal absorbing the spiritual beast's energy to the void demon beast. All were the handiwork of Chao Ruifeng. No. I lack the strength to summon the void demon beast. It was a gift from that esteemed individual. Once I have claimed your spiritual beast sect, I shall soon command a formidable army of puppet demon beasts. Chao Ruifeng's eyes gleamed with a hint of purple. This person has fallen under the control of the Demon Lord's will. This 10,000 Spirits soul-sealing array is designed to gather the souls of myriad beings, specifically targeting the inherently weak souls of the beast tribes. The voice of the Medicine Emperor suddenly resonated from the angry flame, clear Yuan Cauldron. Master, you have finally emerged. How do we break this array? Lu Yanshuo felt a sense of reassurance upon hearing the Medicine Emperor's voice. To my knowledge, every formation has a focal point. Why destroying this focal point? The array can be dismantled. Currently, I exist only as a soul and cannot perceive it. You must rely on yourself. With that, the Medicine Emperor fell silent once more. Lu Yangshuo supported the ancient thunder dragon and activated his celestial spirit eye. Scanning the surroundings diligently, at last, he discerned some clues on Chao Ruifeng. A murky mass on his chest eluded his sight, likely the array's focal point. Master Xiao, I believe I have located the focal point, but I require some assistance, Lu Yangshuo whispered behind Xiao Hongbo. What assistance do you need? Xiao Hongbo's gaze remained locked on Chao Ruifeng, who merely handed Chao Yuanliang over to the Blood Kuei sect members without making any further moves. I need him to remain still. How long do you require? A few breaths will suffice. Lu Yangshuo pondered briefly before responding with conviction. Very well, I shall do my utmost to assist you with that. Xiao Hongbo's spiritual energy surged to its zenith, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing before Chao Ruifeng. Chao Ruifeng had clearly anticipated Xiao Hongbo's attack. With a swift motion, two puppets, nearly identical to him, materialized behind him, and the three launched an assault on Xiao Hongbo. You actually succeeded in refining these twin puppets, Xiao Hongbo exclaimed in shock as he fought off the trio. Thanks to the assistance of that esteemed individual. Master Xiao, I recommend you submit quietly. The power of that esteemed individual is beyond our capacity to resist. Only he is the true master of this continent. Chao Ruifeng sneered dismissively. You are delusional. My spiritual beast sect will never yield to any force. Chapter 55. The campaign plan, though Xiao Hongbo faced three adversaries single-handedly, he remained unyielding. For the first half of the 10,000 Beast decision was primarily designed to hone one's physical prowess. A truth Lu Yangshuo understood all too well. However, after a brief skirmish with Xiao Hongbo, Chao Ruifeng began to show signs of fatigue, as the twin puppets were exacting a heavy toll on him. If this war of attrition continued, it was only a matter of time before Xiao Hongbo emerged victorious. Master Xiao, I implore you not to draw hasty conclusions. After all, you have a daughter to consider. Chao Ruifeng murmured softly. Xiao Hongbo paused momentarily, caught off guard, which inadvertently provided Chao Ruifeng with an opening. The twin puppets unleashed a dual strike, landing forcefully upon Xiao Hongbo's chest. He was sent hurtling through the air. Yet his physical strength was formidable. In the perfected state of the 10,000 Beast decision, his corporeal might neared that of a spirit beast. Despite being propelled away, he summoned his last reserves of power. A surge of potent mental energy erupted forth, momentarily severing the connection between Chao Ruifeng and the twin puppets, leaving Chao Ruifeng momentarily dazed and rooted to the spot. "Now, move quickly," Xiao Hongbao bellowed at Lu Yangshu. After receiving an affirmative glance from the ancient thunder dragon cradled in his arms, Lu Yangshu sprang into action, his feet propelling him skyward as his spear glided across Chao Ruifeng's throat before he landed gracefully back on the ground. Chao Ruifeng, having regained his wits, instinctively touched his chest, his expression shifting dramatically as he watched Lu Yangshu depart. That moment, Lu stood beside the ancient thunder dragon, a grin on his face as he produced a dark purple crystal necklace. "Return it to me! Give me back my necklace!" Chao Ruifeng howled, charging frantically toward Lu Yang's. It was already too late. Lu Yangshu handed the necklace to the ancient thunder dragon, whose gaze turned fierce. Upon receiving the necklace, its right hand morphed into a dragon's claw, and with a flash of electricity, the necklace was reduced to AS. The necklace vanished. Every spirit beast within the spirit beast sect rose in unison, casting furious glares at Chao Ruifeng and his cohorts. Chao Ruifeng halted midair, astonished that Lu Yangshu had discerned the location of the erased core. To conceal it, he had deliberately kept the crystal on his person. "Chao Ruifeng, your demise is nigh. Surrender, and I may yet spare your life." Xiao Hongbao had returned, flanked by the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, encircling the Blood Demon sect. "Ha! Xiao Hongbao, do you truly believe your Spirit Beast sect has triumphed? Were it not for this boy, you would be no match for me. One day, all the Spirit Beasts of your sect will belong to me." Chao Ruifeng, aware that his plan had unraveled, cast a lingering glance at Lu Yangshu, the young man who had left a profound impression on him. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared behind him, swallowing all members of the Blood Demon sect. Xiao Hongbao attempted to pursue, but it was too late. By the time he reached the spot, the rift had closed and he had prepared a teleportation scroll in advance. Chao Ruifeng was indeed a cunning strategist. "Master Xiao, I believe he spoke the truth. One day he will return. And at that time, the Spirit Beast sect may find itself in peril," Lu Yangshu remarked, stepping forward. Chao Ruifeng's earlier tone was not mere bravado, and with a demon lord pulling the strings from behind. Caution was warranted. "Indeed, I shall bolster the defenses of our sect." "Lu, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this," Xiao Hongbao said, bowing respectfully to Lu Yangshu. "You overstate. Master Xiao, did I trust that, given the chance, everyone would intervene to halt this menace. However, mere defense may prove futile. As you have seen, the power Chao Ruifeng now wields is beyond his original capacity, though we must eliminate him before he fully masters this newfound strength." Lu Yangshu gestured toward the surrounding smaller sects, prompting Xiao Hongbao to leap onto a high platform. "Esteemed colleagues, the Blood Demon sect has descended into malevolence. To AS, the leader of the Spirit Beast sect, I urge you all to join forces with us to eradicate the Blood Demon sect. What say you?" His proclamation resonated with effect, igniting excitement among several sect leaders. Yet the Blood Demon sect is vast. Should they retaliate, it will be we smaller sects who bear the brunt. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend the Spirit Beast sect. They could easily annihilate us. Us smaller sects would merely be cannon fodder. I think we should refrain from this endeavor. Among the crowd, those emboldened by valor began to withdraw, having witnessed the recent battle and recognizing the disparity between themselves and the larger sections. "Are you all a bunch of cowards, waiting for the Blood Demon sect to slaughter you one by one?" Xiao Hongbao glared disapprovingly at the crowd. "Master Xiao, we must concede. These individuals lack sufficient motivation to act." Lu Yangshu whispered beside him. "Indeed, they are merely fearful of death. If we were to propose dividing the spoils of the Blood Demon sect, they would flee faster than anyone." Xiao Hongbao scoffed at the crowd below. "At this juncture, we have no choice but to rely on ourselves. Master Xiao, we must amass strength within the shortest time frame possible. This should not prove overly difficult for you." Lu Yangshu contemplated the situation. The Spirit Beast sect, being substantial, must possess its own diplomatic channels. This would undoubtedly require time, as it was no trivial matter. Xiao Hongbao paused, then nodded in agreement. "Very well, act swiftly. Lu, are you truly departing?" Lu Yangshua's words implied a division of efforts. Yet leaving the Spirit Beast sect now was perilous. "Indeed, I cannot linger here for too long, that I shall return in a year to join the expeditionary force." Unbeknownst to Xiao Hongbao, Lu Yangshu was still a target of pursuit by the Dragon Clan. Remaining here might inadvertently invite new troubles for the Spirit Beast sect. Very well. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not impede you. Seeing Lu Yangshua's determination, Xiao Hongbao reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the martial contest concluded with this absurd outcome, and the various smaller sects departed from the Spirit Beast sect. Chapter 56. Your name is Mingyue. The following morning, Lu Yangshua prepared his belongings early. Ding. New main quest initiated. Proceed to the Dark Valley and establish a veterinary clinic. Quest reward, 100,000 royal blood points. Just as Lu Yangshua was about to step out, the system in his mind finally presented a new task, providing him with a renewed purpose. Lu, are you truly leaving so soon? Xiao Hongbao, accompanied by Huyin Xiao and Xiao Xintong, caught up with Lu Yangshua as he was about to exit the mountain gate. Master Xiao, do you know where the Dark Valley is located? Are you heading to the Dark Valley, Lu? That place is notorious for its ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. Xiao Hongbao was taken aback. He had considered many destinations for Lu Yangshua, but the Dark Valley had not crossed his mind. Indeed, Master Xiao need not worry. If I dare venture there, I have my means of survival. Lu Yangshua spoke with a facade of confidence, though inwardly he had cursed the system numerous times for constantly assigning him such troublesome tasks. Very well. This young lady possesses exceptional strength and will undoubtedly be able to protect Lu. Here is the map to the Dark Valley. Please take it. Xiao Hongbao glanced at the ancient Thunder Dragon, who exuded an air of indifference and realized that this stunning beauty's prowess surpassed anything he could have imagined. Lu Yangshua accepted the map, carefully placing it in his bosom. After bidding farewell to Xiao Hongbao and the others with a respectful gesture, he departed the Spirit Beast sect alongside the ancient Thunder Dragon. Xiao Xintong gazed longingly at Lu Yangshua's receding figure, sensing an inexplicable void within her heart. The previous day's battle had allowed her to truly comprehend Lu Yangshua's strength. The impoverished youth she had once scorned now possessed remarkable power. The tongue, or what occupies your thoughts? Xiao Hongbao observed his daughter's rapt attention and chuckled lightly, inquiring, "Oh, nothing. Father, do you think he will truly return?" Xiao Xintong quickly diverted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue that if he says he will return, he most assuredly will. This young man is destined for greatness. I failed to recognize his exceptional talents before that we must expedite our recruitment efforts. In a year, let us hope we do not hinder his progress. Xiao Hongbao gently embraced Xiao Xintong, deeply impressed by Lu Yangshua's recent displays. Initially, he had hoped to recruit him into the Spirit Beast sect, but now it seemed he had overestimated their capacity to accommodate such a formidable figure. Very well. Xiao Xintong appeared somewhat dejected as she made her way back to the sect, lost in her own thoughts. Xiao Hongbao, aware of his daughter's inner turmoil, chose not to speak further and returned to the Spirit Beast sect alongside her. After departing from the Spirit Beast sect, Lingshou traversed the main road with the ancient Thunder Dragon. Unfurling the map that Xiao Hongbao had given him to his surprise, it was a map of the entire continent. However, this was advantageous, as it would certainly facilitate their future travels. This marked Lingshuo's first encounter with a comprehensive map of the continent, which was divided into 5 major regions. The Spirit Beast sect was situated at the southernmost tip of the continent, the most prosperous area, while the northern expanse was a vast ocean, previously known as Hagen Bay. The eastern territories were marked by a complex network of numerous sects, both large and small. The destination for Liangshuo on this occasion, the Valley of Shadows, lay to the west in the barbaric lands. At the very center of the map, indicated to be a towering spire. Why is there no mention of the Dragon Domain? He pondered. Could it be that the Dragon Domain does not belong to this continent? After searching for quite some time, Liangshuo was unable to locate the Dragon Domain mentioned by the ancient Thunder Dragon on the map. There is indeed a place, but it is not entirely marked. That high tower you see is the gateway to the Dragon Domain. Once your strength is sufficient, you shall ascend. The ancient Thunder Dragon leaned closer, her slender finger pointing at the central tower on the map. Never mind. I dare not even imagine it now, that I am a wanted fugitive of the Dragon Clan. Liangshuo replied with a bitter smile. Folding the map away, he then noticed that the distance between them had almost vanished, and he could even perceive the gentle rhythm of the ancient Thunder Dragon's breath. What are you staring at? The ancient Thunder Dragon, realizing the closeness between them, felt her cheeks flush, hastily stepping aside. Ahem, by the way, I still don't know your name, that I can't just call you Thunder Dragon. Can I? Liangshuo wiped his nose, forcibly diverting the topic that I have no name. Such a thing is of little significance. The ancient thunder dragon turned her head away. Yet Liangshuo could detect a hint of melancholy in her tone, that a name symbolizes a person's existence in the world. Yet she possessed none. Her purpose in life was merely to inherit her father's position. Hence her name was singular, Dragon Empress. How about I give you a name? Liangshuo pondered for a moment before addressing the ancient thunder dragon. I absolutely refuse. Names are useless. They cannot be consumed nor grant me strength. Besides, I am the illustrious ancient thunder dragon. What right does a mere human have to name me? The ancient thunder dragon suppressed her growing excitement, her pride reflecting the nature of her kind. Since you lack a surname, how does Lu Mingyue sound? The moon in a dream, a vast and pure symbol. Liangshuo continued, disregarding the ancient thunder dragon's protests. Unpleasant. I refuse, she huffed, flicking her long hair and marching ahead. Liangshuo shook his head and hurried after her. Yes, they walked. The sky gradually darkened. They found a cave to rest for the night, and Lung even ventured into the forest to catch a wild boar. With the ancient thunder dragon present, starting a fire was no concern. Soon, the boar was sizzling and releasing a mouth-watering aroma that I must inform you, a mere wild boar cannot atone for the offenses you have committed against me these past few days. The ancient thunder dragon remarked, her eyes wide with anticipation as she wiped away drool. Rest assured, I never expected it to. After all, I promised to treat you to something different, and considering we haven't enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. This is a welcome change, Liangshuo replied with a faint smile, retrieving several small bottles from his storage ring, sprinkling the powders inside over the meat, enhancing its flavor immensely. Humans are truly fascinating, despite being so frail. You managed to concoct such peculiar things to enrich your lives. The ancient thunder dragon observed, that's because our lives are fleeting, that if we don't savor our time here, what would be the purpose of our existence? Liangshuo said, handing her a leg of the boar. How does it taste? He inquired, savoring a small piece himself. The ancient thunder dragon, too engrossed in her meal to respond, merely nodded in approval of Liangshuo's culinary skills. Before long, a pile of bones lay before her, while Liangshuo had only consumed a couple. The entire roasted boar was devoured clean, that in light of this boar's contribution, I shall forgive that one time you held me. Keep up the good work, the ancient thunder dragon declared, letting out a satisfied burp. Daha. If this boar knew it had such honor, it would surely die content, Liangshuo chuckled. After this exchange, they fell into a comfortable silence, staring into the flickering flames of the campfire. Since their first encounter with the ancient thunder dragon in human form, the dynamics of their relationship had subtly shifted, perhaps a twist of fate at play. The ancient thunder dragon broke the awkward silence. Yes, I quite like the name you chose for me. Thank you. She turned her face away after speaking, that I'm glad you like it, that it's getting late. We should rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll see if we can find a town nearby to purchase a couple of horses, Liangshuo suggested, finding a smooth stone to use as a pillow and settling down to sleep. The ancient thunder dragon, no, she should now be called Mingyue, watched Liangshuo's back as he drifted off, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Despite her long life, this was the first time she experienced such feelings. Liangshuo's growth was rapid, yet she felt a sense of responsibility for drawing him into this world of cultivation. Sigh. With a soft exhale, Mingyue lay down gently beside him. The next morning, when Mingyue opened her eyes, Liangshuo had already been meditating at the cave's entrance for some time. Morning was the most abundant time for spiritual energy throughout the day, and Liangshuo was determined not to miss this opportunity. You're awake? He said, pausing his practice upon hearing her stir. Yes, let's continue on our journey, she replied. After a brief tidying up, the two set out towards the nearest city marked on the map, Yiling City. By midday, they had arrived at Yiling City, paying 600 blue spirit stones at the city gate to gain entry. How absurd. We have to pay just to enter a city, Liangshuo lamented, feeling a pang in his heart. It's just 600 blue spirit stones. Look at how stingy you are. Mingyue shot him an exasperated glance. Well, it's not your money being spent. You truly don't understand the value of resources. 600 blue spirit stones can buy quite a bit of medicinal materials. Ding. A side quest has appeared. Utilize the Yiling auction to earn 100 million gold spirit stones. Quest reward: 50,000 royal blood points. The sudden notification from the system nearly caused Liangshuo to lose his composure in the street. The exchange rate between gold spirit stones and blue spirit stones was 10 to 1. 100 million gold spirit stones equated to a staggering 1 billion blue spirit stones. Even if Liang Shuo were sold by the weight, he would not fetch such a price. Look, it seems lively over there. Let us go take a look, Ming Yue said, tugging at Liang Shuo and leading him toward a large crowd, not allowing him any chance to refuse. Upon reaching the gathering, Liang Shuo employed his heavenly spirit eyes to see a notice posted at the center. The yearling auction will commence in 3 days. If you have items for auction, please submit them for appraisal at the auction venue as soon as possible. Well, here is your chance to make some money, Ming Yue pointed at the notice. But I currently have nothing of value to offer. Liang Shuo sighed, feeling his pockets were emptier than his face. Are you foolish? Remember when the deep-sea flood dragon stripped so many things from the ghost-faced flood whale? You have no use for them anyway. Why not take them to auction? Ming Yue lightly tapped Liang Shuo on the forehead. Right? How could I have overlooked that? Liang Shuo suddenly realized, though he began to ponder the worth of the items. While the half-step wild beast had many treasures, he had not taken the most valuable spirit pearls, so selling the remaining items could yield 1 or 2 billion blue spirit stones at most. Then, there was the matter of his master. Master, can you hear me? Don't forget, within the Fury Flame Clear Yuan Cauldron lies one of the ancient 5 emperors, the Medicine Emperor. Surely, he must possess valuable items. I knew you would come to me with good intentions. But everything I have is prepared for you, as long as you don't squander it. It should be more than enough for a lifetime, the Medicine Emperor replied with a gentle sigh, transmitting his voice to Liang Shuo. All right, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. You can rest assured. Your disciple is not foolish and will ensure to trade for good things. With the words of the Medicine Emperor, Lu Yangshuo finally felt at ease. The Yuling auction house was situated right in the heart of Yuling City, serving as the economic backbone of the entire city. The scale of the auction venue occupied nearly a quarter of Yuling City itself. These were insights Lu Yangshuo had gathered from passersby during his journey. Upon arriving at the auction house, he realized there was no exaggeration. The grand entrance was wide enough for Ming Yue's true form to pass through effortlessly. And it was entirely constructed from blocks of blue crystal, showcasing its opulence. Poor wretch, stay away. What are you doing here? A discordant voice called from behind Lu Yangshuo. Both Ming Yue and Lu Yangshuo turned to see the source of this audacious remark. Wow, this girl is quite something. Why are you following this broke loser? Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury. A lecherous man with a sharp face and a conspicuous black mole on his nose drooled upon seeing Ming Yue's visage, while the 2 scantily clad ladies beside him suddenly seemed less appealing. You? With that pathetic appearance of yours? I prefer someone robust, but a sly glint flickered in Ming Yue's eyes as she feigned laziness and leaned closer to Lu Yangshuo. At that moment, both the lecherous man and Lu Yangshuo were taken aback. What was she up to? Hey, you poor wretch. I'll give you a chance. Leave this beautiful lady now, or else. Well, let us just say you want to be able to walk away. The lecherous man, seeing Ming Yue's disinterest, immediately directed his knife-like gaze at Lu Yangshuo, while 2 towering brutes, each standing at nearly 2.5 meters, approached menacingly that I can tolerate being called a poor wretch. But snatching my woman is unacceptable. If you want to fight, then let us get on with it. In a moment of urgency, Lu Yangshuo pulled Ming Yue into his embrace, adopting an imposing demeanor. Charge! Beat him to a pulp. The lecherous man was incensed, his little mustache standing on end. He gestured for his 2 hulking bodyguards to advance on Lu Yangshuo. Clearly, he had underestimated Lu Yangshuo's strength, for his attire suggested a beggaress plight. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for underestimating others. Lu Yangshuo snorted lightly, positioning Ming Yue behind him and seizing the outstretched hand of one of the brutes that as the brute attempted to clench his fist. He found his right index finger completely immobilized in Lu Yangshuo's grip. With a slight exertion, Lu Yangshuo effortlessly snapped the brute's finger, before delivering a kick that sent both thugs flying like ragdolls. Who are you? The lecherous man, witnessing his bodyguards fall without even a single exchange, panicked and scrambled behind his female companions. Using women as shields? How disgusting. I'd rather not dirty my hands on you. Casting a disdainful glance at the lecherous man, Lu Yangshuo took Ming Yue's hand and strode into the auction house. After hiding behind the women for a while, the lecherous man eventually emerged and, with a furtive glance, followed Lu Yangshuo inside. Upon entering the grand hall, a well-dressed gentleman approached Lu Yangshu, his immaculate attire and pristine gloves radiating the sophisticated atmosphere of the auction house. Good day. Sir, how may I assist you? I wish to participate in the auction. Are there any prerequisites? Lu Yangshuo inquired while surveying his surroundings. To partake in our auction, one must ensure their worth exceeds 50 million blue crystals to become a VIP client. The gentleman hesitated, assessing Lu Yangshuo's appearance, which suggested he might not even possess 100 blue crystals that I see. While I don't have 100 million blue crystals, I do possess rare items for auction that should be worth at least that much. Lu Yangshuo replied after some contemplation. Could you kindly present them for my appraisal? If they are indeed as you claim, I can facilitate your membership. Do you think I would display items of significant value here? Lu Yangshuo smiled lightly, observing the throngs of people around him. My apologies, sir. Please follow me. The gentleman realized his previous words had been somewhat disrespectful and bowed deeply before leading Lu Yangshuo to the second floor. Entering a small room. Sir, please wait here for a moment while I summon our manager. After ushering Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue into the room, the gentleman slowly exited. Before long, a knock echoed at the door, and a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting qipao entered. Good day, sir. That I am Fu Yu, the manager of the Yuling auction house. That I apologize for the earlier rudeness. May I now see the items you wish to auction? Fu Yu bowed slightly, revealing a glimpse of her long, shapely leg beneath her skirt, drawing Lu Yangshuo's gaze involuntarily. Mingyue, noticing this, subtly placed her hand on Lu Yangshuo's thigh, teasingly spinning it around and eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Ahem. Well then, please take a look at this item. Lu Yangshuo rubbed the painful spot on his thigh with his left hand and summoned a massive piece of flesh onto the table, filling the room with a faint metallic scent of blood. This is the liver of a wild beast. Fu Yu exclaimed upon recognizing the item, her eyes widening in astonishment. Strictly speaking, it belongs to a semi-wild beast. So, does this warrant a valuation of 100 million blue crystals? Lu Yangshuo stated directly, unwilling to take advantage of them. The price differential between a wild beast and a semi-wild beast was astronomical. Indeed, the liver of a semi-wild beast, with its strong briny scent, likely comes from the rarer sea spirit beast, capable of neutralizing toxins. Its value transcends mere currency. I believe it could fetch around 500 million blue crystals. Fu Yu nodded, her perception of Lu Yangshuo elevating considerably. 500 million. Then, you may arrange the proceedings. Shall we now participate in the auction? Lu Yang mused, finding this valuation aligned with his expectations. Certainly, please wait here for a moment. Fu Yu waved her hand, and 4 attendants entered, meticulously wrapping the liver of the ghost-faced whale for transport. After a brief interlude, Fu Yu returned with a tray, unveiling a black, gold-embossed card alongside a golden token inscribed with Tianbing. Sir, this card signifies our top-tier black gold membership, while this token will serve as your room key. Fu Yu respectfully presented the tray to Lu Yangshuo. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Yangshuo stored the items in a storage ring and exited the room with Mingyue. Investigate this person's background, but ensure he remains unaware. Fu Yu instructed in a hushed tone to the shadows as Lu Yangshuo departed. As Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue descended to the first floor. They unexpectedly encountered the lecherous man, who was flaunting a gold card while chatting with a young lady at the front desk. Why does he get to come down from the VIP area? The lecherous man was utterly astonished to see Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue emerge from the second floor. That gentleman is our newest black gold member, hence his privilege to descend from the second floor. The front desk attendant glanced over, her eyes filled with envy, not for the lecherous man, but for Mingyue at Lu Yangshuo's side. How infuriating! This little brat has stolen all the limelight. Let us go. The lecherous man slammed his fist onto the stone front desk, storming off with his entourage. That evening, Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue found a modest inn to stay in, though wealth was on the horizon. He was still a pauper, thus they rented a single room. Today, your eyes nearly popped out at that woman. What, do you fancy her figure? Mingyue leaned back on her chair, playing with her long hair. How could that be? Are you feeling jealous? Lu Yangshuo chuckled lightly. You think too much. That woman is no innocent. Her wits are sharper than Su Qingqiu's. That I advise you to keep your distance. That I understand. After this auction, we shall purchase 2 horses and make our swift exit. Lu Yangshuo nodded, fully aware of the implications that Fuyu was a woman accustomed to dealing with influential figures. If she approached someone without reason, it was surely for ulterior motives. With that, both Lu Yangshua and Mingyue turned their gazes towards the window. Umph! With a thunderous roar, the power of mimicry was unleashed, causing a formidable pressure to burst forth and shatter the window, instantly vanishing the unfamiliar aura outside. See, I told you. This woman is undoubtedly extraordinary, and now that you have brought forth the liver of the ghost-faced Jiao whale, she has already set her sights on you. Mingyue remarked, glancing outside, that if it were me, I would investigate as well. Such pests can be easily driven away. Lu Yangshua stepped forward to close the window and replied nonchalantly, while Lu Yangshua appeared unfazed. The atmosphere of the Yiling auction house became tense. Report to the master. That fellow is truly terrifying. The pressure he exudes is beyond what any mere mortal could achieve. A scout, still shaken, reported upon returning. I was negligent. How could someone possessing such treasures be an ordinary person? Since you have returned alive, it proves he harbors no intent to kill you. Let us refrain from provoking him further. Fuyu gently closed the ledger in her hands. The 3 days swiftly passed, and during this time, Fuyu did not dispatch any scouts to pursue Lu Yangshua on the day of the auction. The entrance was thronged with people, and to one side of the grand entrance, a row of barriers had been erected to create a passageway marked with a large sign reading VIP entrance. Indeed, this exemplifies the power of wealth. Lu Yang led Mingyue through the VIP passage under the gaze of the crowd, and under the guidance of a maid, they ascended to the 4th level of the auction house. According to the maid, the auction house was stratified from top to bottom as heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, with the higher ranks representing increasingly esteemed status. Lu Yang's Tianbing token signified the 3rd room on the 4th level. Upon entering the Tianbing room, Lu Yangshi couldn't help but marvel at its opulence. The entire chamber rivaled a small palace, offering every conceivable service one could desire that a grand floor-to-ceiling window stood before them, providing an expansive view, and through a special formation, it allowed those inside to see outside while remaining invisible from the outside, ensuring utmost privacy. Lu Yangshua and Mingyue settled onto a sofa before the window, their feet resting upon a pristine white fur rug, the origin of which was unknown to Tio is right. There was a button specifically for raising bids during the auction. After ushering Lu Yangshua and Mingyue into the room, the maid began to cast flirtatious glances at Lu Yangshua. Who wouldn't he want to catch the eye of a distinguished guest? After all, associating with him could secure a lifetime of comfort. However, Mingyue's piercing gaze seemed to compel the maid to retreat from the room. As they awaited the commencement of the auction, Lu Yangshua inadvertently caught sight of the previously lecherous man directly opposite them in room 15 of the Xian rank, where 2 maids were ensconced in his embrace, displaying no signs of discontent. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to such treatment. What a pitiful creature! I never expected to see him here, Lu Yangshua mused. Mingyue also spotted the lecherous man and scoffed. He must be just another petty rich kid. Such individuals are ubiquitous. Lu Yangshua paid little heed to the man, his interest piqued instead by the other occupants in adjacent rooms. The Tian rank comprised only 5 rooms, labeled A, B, C, D, and E. He occupied room C, leaving him curious about the identities of those in rooms A and B due to the seclusion of the Tian rank. He was unable to discern who resided in the other rooms. Before long, the lower levels filled with guests, and Fuyu donned a sky-blue robe, gracefully ascending to the central podium, her face adorned with a signature smile. Thank you all for attending. The Yiling auction house feels immensely honored. Holding a spirit stone that amplified her voice, Fuyu began to speak, instantly silencing the raucous crowd, all eyes fixated upon her. Many with lecherous intent. That Fuyu, darling, I've missed you dearly. Indeed, after months apart, you've grown even more beautiful. When will you auction yourself off? A chorus of nauseating voices echoed from all directions, but Fuyu seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such attention. If you wish to claim me, it will require a significant investment. The one who secures the most items today might just earn the privilege of dining with me. With this casual remark, she neither appeared frivolous nor overly modest. Yet it sent the ravenous men below into a frenzy, eager to shower her with spirit stones. The atmosphere reached a fervent climax. This woman is remarkable, Lu Yangshua thought to himself. Well, today's highlight is not about me. Seeing how eager everyone is, let us unveil the first auction item. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Fuyu clapped her hands, and two maids wheeled a cart onto the stage. Upon the cart rested a stand, and with a slight smile, Fuyu stepped forward to unveil a crimson cloth. On the stand lay a dazzling crystal necklace, its brilliance indicating it was of the highest quality. Many a mistress and maid present gazed at the necklace with rapt attention. For our first auction item, let us begin with this sky crystal necklace. As you can see, its purity has been certified by our experts to be of the utmost quality, and I, too, find it irresistible. Gentlemen, do not hesitate to bid for your beloved ladies. The starting price is 500,000 blue spirit stones. After speaking, Fuyu cast a flirtatious glance around the room. 1 million. Fuyu, consider this necklace a gift. How dare you? Fuyu is worth more than 1 million. I bid 2 million. I bid 280,000. Instantly, the crowd erupted, with many voices clamoring to purchase the necklace as a gift for Fuyu. Chapter 60. The battle for A and B. Before long, the starting price of 500,000 for the sky crystal necklace had surged to an astonishing 5 million. It must be said the phrase that best describes Fuyu at this moment is, "A beauty brings calamity." Lu Yangshuo had initially intended to simply observe, but upon noticing Mingyue's captivated gaze on the necklace, he realized that, after all, she was a woman who could hardly resist such sparkling adornments. "Do you want it?" Lu Yangshuo inquired. "Not necessary. Let us forget it," Mingyue replied, snapping back to reality, with a faint smile. Lu Yangshuo pressed the button at his side. After the lecherous man bid 5 million and, after a moment's pause, felt relieved. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he thought to himself that if he could present this necklace to Fuyu, he might have a chance for a passionate encounter with her that very night. Just as he was reveling in this thought, Fuyu announced a new bid. The distinguished guest from room being bids 6 million blue spirit stones. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" After speaking, Fuyu smiled toward Lu Yangshuo's room. With the Tian rank having entered the bidding, the lecherous man dared not continue. 5 million was astronomical for him, but merely a trifle for those of the Tian rank. Lu Yangshuo's bid was met with silence from the crowd. Contending with the Tian rank was simply inviting trouble. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from room Tianbing for securing the sky crystal necklace at 6 million blue spirit stones. Now, let us unveil the second auction item. Fuyu gracefully took the stand holding the necklace and stepped aside for the next host. "Why spend so much on something so trivial? This is not like you," Mingyue remarked, surprised by Lu Yangshuo's extravagant display. "Some things cannot be measured by mere currency," Lu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door, and Fuyu entered, gently carrying the stand. "Good day, sir. This is the necklace you just won." To his astonishment, Fuyu personally delivered the necklace. "Thank you. I must say, this necklace is indeed exquisite." Lu Yangshuo raised a glass of fine wine and approached her, scrutinizing the necklace. "Indeed, I believe no woman could resist such a piece," Fuyu said as she leaned closer to Lu Yangshuo. "You are right, yet there are few women worthy of it," Lu Yangshuo replied. Before handing her the wine glass and turning to place the necklace around Mingyue's slender, snow-white neck, Mingyue gazed at the sparkling necklace adorning her. She smiled shyly, a smile so enchanting that even Fuyu, who prided herself on being the most beautiful in Yuling City, felt a twinge of inferiority. For the 6 million blue spirit stones, please deduct it from the earnings later," Lu Yangshuo said, reclaiming his wine glass and addressing Fuyu. "Very well." Fuyu was acutely aware of her own lapse in composure. After a light chuckle, she hastily composed herself and exited the venue. The auction continued, showcasing a series of items, predominantly techniques and weapons, which held little value for Lu Yangshuo at this juncture. Thus, he merely observed, while Mingyue delightedly toyed with the necklace, her eyes brimming with joy. The other 4 individuals from the Tianzi tier similarly refrained from bidding. Seemingly unimpressed by the offerings that as time gradually passed, the prices of the auctioned items soared. The latest item fetched an astonishing 80 million blue crystals. Lu Yangshuo was nearly dozing off when Fuyu ascended the platform once more, signaling that the forthcoming items would likely be the pie seed, or assistance of the auction. "Ladies and gentlemen, today has indeed been worthwhile. In our previous auctions, we had but a single finale item. Yet today, we are graced with 3. Fuyu announced, beckoning forth the first auction piece. with a wave of her hand, for maidens deftly wheeled in a cart draped in crimson fabric, revealing a substantial object. The moment it was presented, a briny aroma enveloped the entire hall. Lu Yangshu recognized it as his auction item and sat up straight, but he was taken aback to discover that the liver of the ghost-faced dragon whale was only ranked third from the bottom among the items. What could possibly surpass it? I shall not prattle on. This item comes from a distinguished guest in room Tianbing. It is the liver of a half-steppe wild beast, and what makes it truly precious is that it belongs to a marine creature. I need not elaborate on its value. The starting bid is 200 million blue crystals. Upon hearing this price, the guests on the lower levels effectively relinquished their right to bid, as 200 million far exceeded their financial limits. However, for the patrons on the upper levels, this treasure was one they simply had to contend for. 250 million. The first bid came from room D, with the initial bidder often bearing the brunt of the loss. Yet, not bidding would be an even greater folly. 300 million. Even before Fuyue could speak, the second bidder had already called out their price. 350 million. 380 million. 400 million. The prices continued to escalate, with the other Tianzi patrons joining in. Soon enough, the price for the ghost-faced dragon whale liver soared to an astronomical 450 million. The individual placing this bid was none other than the occupant of room Tianyi, adjacent to Lu Yanshu. 500 million. Following a brief pause, the patrons in room Tianyi bid again, and finally, the occupants of room Tianjia entered the fray for the first time. At this juncture, bids had become exceedingly cautious, increasing by mere 10 to 20 million increments. Yet with one swift declaration, they raised the bid by 50 million. The esteemed guest from room Tianjia offers 500 million blue crystals. This price is already quite substantial. Will there be any further contenders? Fuyue scanned the 5 rooms on the 4th floor, realizing that only they had the privilege to vie for this treasure. 520 million. The Tianyi patrons, seemingly unwilling to concede, raised the bid by an additional 20 million. 550 million. The patrons in room Tianjia swiftly followed suit. It was now their moment to exert pressure. 560 million. 600 million. The patrons from room Tianjia boldly declared 600 million, effectively quelling any further aspirations from room Tianyi, as it appeared they were resolute in acquiring the liver of the ghost-faced dragon whale. Lu Yangshu was astonished that the liver of the ghost-faced dragon whale would command such a staggering price, and he could not help but feel a sense of amusement that he hoped fervently that the patrons from room Tianyi would continue to raise the bid, elevating the price even further. Alas, it seemed that they too deemed 600 million to be the pinnacle of this item's worth, as they refrained from any further bidding. Thus, this item shall be claimed by the distinguished patrons of room Tianjia. Now, let us present the penultimate item, which comes with a notable pedigree, having been sent by an anonymous benefactor. After our appraisal, we have determined it to be a nascent form of a heavenly-grade elixir. Fuyue produced a small box from her bosom, revealing an ancient-looking elixir nestled within that as she had indicated. The elixir emitted no trace of spiritual energy, merely a prototype, with a sufficiently powerful individual to complete the final steps. This heavenly-grade elixir could indeed come to fruition. However, this auction item was akin to a gamble. There were varying qualities of heavenly-grade elixirs, and should the final product prove ineffective, it would result in substantial loss. As the disciple of the medicinal emperor, Lu Yangshu was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, despite the allure of a nascent heavenly-grade elixir, he hesitated internally. The starting bid was set at a mere 100 million. Given that we cannot ascertain its efficacy, esteemed guests, if this piques your interest, please make your offers. 100 million blue crystals. The patrons from room Tianwu were the first to call out. 150 million. The patrons from room Tianyi, still incensed from their earlier loss to room Tianjia, swiftly raised the bid by 50 million. This item is splendid. It must be secured. As Lu Yangshu hovered his finger over the bidding button, the medicinal emperor suddenly communicated with him. Without hesitation, Lu Yangshu pressed the button beside him. The esteemed guest from room Tianbing bids 200 million. Following closely, the patrons from room Tianyi raised their bid again, igniting a bidding war. Yet Lu Yangshu would not easily concede. The two continued to outbid one another, and in no time, the price had multiplied several times over. Lu Yangshu's previous bid of 600 million blue crystals had been entirely exhausted. If the patrons from room Tianyi persisted, he might find himself unable to raise the stakes any further. The esteemed guest from room Tunbing bids 600 million blue crystals. Will the patrons from room Tianyi continue to raise the bid? Fuyue's gaze fixed upon the two rooms in the Tianzi tier, recognizing that one of these two would emerge victorious. Lu Yangshua's heart raced. Yet, as fate would have it, the patrons from room Tianyi did not hesitate long before raising the bid to 650 million. What now? Am I out of funds? Mingyue inquired. How can the disciple of the medicinal emperor fret over mere coin? Lu Yangshu retorted. With that, he pressed the service button, and a maid entered respectfully. Sir, how may I assist you? The maid inquired. Deliver this to Director Fu, informing her that I am selling this item to your auction house for 500 million blue crystals, Lu Yangshua stated, holding the energy-rich elixir delicately between his fingers. The maid approached, taking the elixir from Lu Yangshua's grasp, and hurriedly exited. Meanwhile, on the stage below, Fuyue was about to declare that the elixir had been secured by the patrons from room Tianyi when the maid hastily approached her, whispering a few words in her ear. Subsequently, she placed the elixir in Fuyue's hand. Upon glancing at the elixir, Fuyue's eyes widened in surprise. She gestured for the maid to withdraw and offered Lu Yangshua a knowing smile. Lu Yangshua understood that Fuyue had acquiesced to the transaction, providing him with a safety net of 500 million. 700 million. The patrons from room Tianbing raised their bid to 700 million blue crystals. A cacophony erupted from room Tianyi, where it was evident that the occupants were frustrated at their inability to secure the treasure and were venting their anger by smashing objects. Moments later, a knock echoed at Lu Yangshua's door, and the maid returned, presenting the earlier box to him. Place the elixir into the Fury Flame Clear Yuan cauldron. You are not yet ready to refine this elixir, she instructed. Lu Yangshua nodded, opening the box and placing the elixir prototype into the cauldron, realizing that the medicinal emperor would personally oversee its refinement. After sealing the lid, he exhaled a sigh of relief, reclining back onto the sofa. Now, only the final item remains. This piece is said to be one of the treasures belonging to the Demon Emperor from the ancient era.as we all know. The Demon Emperor possesses immense physical prowess, rarely resorting to weapons. Yet this particular divine weapon is one he frequently wields. As Fuyue's words resonated, Mingyue's attention was instantly captured, her gaze fixed upon the stage, momentarily diverting from the necklace adorning her neck. Rest assured, should this truly be the artifact of the Demon Emperor, I shall assist you in acquiring it. Lu Yangshu gently grasped Mingyue's hand, offering reassurance. Mingyue nodded, acknowledging that in the worst-case scenario, she could simply take the item by force. 4 burly men approached, each bearing a heavy burden that seemed to weigh them down. Their expressions were fierce, suggesting the weight of their cargo was formidable. With a thud, they placed the burden on the ground, causing the entire platform to tremble. As the red cloth was unveiled, a pair of rusted dual halberds emerged before the audience. Had Fuyue not previously stated that these were weapons of the Demon Emperor, many might have mistaken them for mere scrap metal. There was an aura emanating from the weapons that instilled a sense of dread within Lu Yangshua, hinting at their authenticity. Upon the unveiling of the dual halberds, Mingyue was instantly filled with excitement. Lu Yangshua, noticing her enthusiasm, also regained his composure, eager to first ascertain the bidding price set by Fuyue. Given the unique nature of this auction item, the esteemed guests of the Tianjia Chamber had stipulated that only those capable of revealing the true essence of this treasure could secure its acquisition. As for the price, it began at a single lapis lazuli. Fuyue, with a smile, raised one finger and declared, "How intriguing! The individuals from the Tianjia Chamber are no ordinary participants." Lu Yangshua chuckled softly, recognizing that the divine weapon of the Demon Emperor was being offered with an opening bid of merely one lapis lazuli, clearly a test to gauge the willingness of the attendees to invest for this formidable artifact. 500 million lapis lazuli. A representative from the Tianyi Chamber boldly raised the stakes, effectively quelling any attempts from the third tier below to engage in a bidding war. Lu Yangshuo pondered for a moment before scribbling a note, which he entrusted to a maid to deliver to the Tianjia Chamber, subsequently announcing his own bid. 2 lapis lazuli. What? Am I seeing things? The esteemed guest from the Tianyi Chamber just bid 500 million lapis lazuli. And yet you from the Tianbing Chamber, did you mistakenly offer a lower bid? Fuyue inquired, bewildered. However, shortly thereafter, a maid approached the stage and nodded towards Fuyue, who immediately comprehended the situation, that I sincerely apologize. But the esteemed guest from the Tianjia chamber has stated that for the divine weapon of the Demon Emperor, the bid will indeed be as proposed by the distinguished guest from the Tianbing chamber, 2 lapis lazuli. Upon Fu Yu's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The divine weapon of the Demon Emperor was astonishingly valued at merely 2 lapis lazuli, and furthermore, it was agreed upon by the owner. Thus concludes today's auction. Should any of you wish to auction items in the future, I, Fu Yu, shall be here awaiting your presence, she proclaimed before gracefully descending the platform, while the dual halberds were once again lowered. What did your note say? Why would they willingly agree to sell it to us for just 2 lapis lazuli? Mingyue asked with palpable excitement. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of. Lu Yangshuo replied with a smile, draining his glass in anticipation of Fu Yu's return. Before long, Fu Yu reappeared with 4 burly men who hoisted the dual halberds back onto the stage. Good day, sir. Here is the item you just acquired, along with the remaining balance as per regulations. We shall deduct 1% commission from the 600 million lapis lazuli item you auctioned, leaving you with a total of 333,999,998 lapis lazuli. Additionally, the esteemed guest from the Tianjia chamber wishes for me to present this to you. Fu Yu handed Lu Yangshuo 2 cards. One a golden card. Upon swiping his black gold membership card, the funds were instantly transferred. The other card bore the name of a restaurant. Thank you, Lu Yangshuo said, storing the cards in his spatial ring, that we ought to be thanking you. You must be a doctor. Correct? If you possess any Tian tier elixirs, our auction house would gladly accept them. Fu Yu remarked with a light smile. Lu Yangshuo, recalling his previous exchange of the Tian tier elixir for 500 million lapis lazuli, understood her readiness to accommodate him. Well, I don't have any other elixirs that are so affordable. Perhaps another time, he replied with a chuckle. Affordable? It seems Lu Yangshuo possesses even more precious elixirs, and with Mingyue effortlessly wielding the dual halberds. The strength of this young man's backing must be formidable. She mused that I look forward to collaborating with you again. That Fu Yu slightly inclined herself, allowing Lu Yangshuo to exit, and he nodded, taking Mingyue's hand in excitement as they departed the auction hall. Upon returning to their room, Mingyue continued to caress the dual halberds, as if they were an extension of her own being. Lu Yangshuo observed her with a mix of amusement and disbelief. It appeared that in this auction, Mingyue was the true victor, acquiring not only the necklace but also the Demon Emperor's divine weapon, without spending a single cent. Just then, the system notified him of the completion of a side quest and the arrival of rewards. As Lu Yangshuo prepared to exhale in relief, a new side quest promptly emerged. New side quest. Detoxify the Yao Guang silkworm. Quest reward: 50,000 royal blood points. Upon receiving this quest, Lu Yangshuo displayed no surprise, his expression reflecting his expectations. Let us keep this for now. Accompany me to a certain place tonight. All right, Mingyue replied, albeit reluctantly, as she opened a spatial rift to stash the dual halberds. That evening, as darkness enveloped the city of Yuling, Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue strolled leisurely along the bustling streets. Weren't you supposed to take me somewhere? Why are we meandering? Mingyue inquired, puzzled. Have you never heard the saying? The protagonist always makes the last entrance, that we must arrive a little later to truly establish our significance, Lu Yangshuo remarked, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a grandfather taking a post-dinner stroll. What do you consider a protagonist? Barely a nouveau riche, Mingyue retorted with a dismissive glance. You have a point. Even a nouveau riche must bear the demeanor of one. Let us purchase a new outfit, Lu Yangshuo declared, pulling Mingyue into an opulent clothing store nearby. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lu Yangshuo emerged clad in a splendid deep blue ensemble adorned with twinkling stars, a testament to its exquisite price. Coupled with his naturally handsome features, he bore the appearance of a refined gentleman. Not bad. You look quite dashing, Mingyue assessed him from head to toe. Indeed, one's attire reflects their stature. Now, let us proceed, Lu Yangshuo chuckled lightly, striding towards a luxurious restaurant across the street. Mingyue, though still confused, was lured by the tantalizing aromas wafting from within and followed suit. Good day, may I inquire if you have a reservation? A maid approached them politely, barring their entry. A reservation? Lu Yangshuo's brows furrowed. Yes, all guests at the Yuning Hotel are required to make reservations, the maid replied, showing no sign of leniency. Wait, This esteemed guest was invited by my master. Step aside. At that moment, a tall, middle-aged man approached. Addressing the maid promptly retreated, allowing Lu Yangshua and Mingyue to enter. Do you know me? Lu Yangshua asked, curious. The old servant does not know you, but my master invited you here today. The middle-aged man smiled as he turned to Lu Yangshua. Very well, lead the way, Lu Yangshua acknowledged, realizing he wouldn't glean much information from this man, and chose to follow him upstairs. The trio ascended to the 5th floor of the Yuning Hotel, where only one room awaited them. The middle-aged man stepped forward, opening the door for Lu Yangshua. Please, my master has been awaiting your arrival. Lu Yangshua nodded, entering with Mingyue, while the middle-aged man took his position outside as a doorman. Upon entering, Mingyue was immediately captivated by the lavish feast before them, far exceeding the grandeur of a full banquet. Lu Yangshua's attention, however, was drawn to the elder seated across from him, whose sharp brows and white hair suggested a life of wisdom. Despite the elder's age, his breath was steady and powerful. Clearly a master. Lu Yang mused inwardly. Did I have awaited your arrival, young brother from the Tianbing chamber? If I am not mistaken, the elder rose slowly. Locking eyes with Lu Yang's eye in that instant, Lu Yangshua felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. 6th chapter. The Transcendent Dual Halberds. Lu Yangshua's heart raced. The elder's aura surpassed even that of Xiao Hongba, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of the Xianling realm, on the cusp of entering the transformative realm of Huafan. The elder's sudden display of power was a test of Lu Yangshua's true capabilities. And Lu Yangshua was determined not to falter. Although his body was restrained, his spiritual energy continued to circulate, unleashing a countering pressure that exceeded the elder's. Lu Yangshua's aura surged forth, causing the elder to momentarily lose his balance and return to his seat. Excellent. I had indeed not misjudged. Young brother, you are extraordinary. Please take a seat. The elder laughed heartily, applauding Lu Yangshua. Lu Yangshua nodded and, along with Mingyue, settled across from the elder. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Yuanwu, head of the Wang family in Yuling City. May I inquire your surname, young brother? The elder's demeanor shifted as he collected himself to I am Lu, Wang family head. Let us get straight to the point. What are your 2 conditions? Lu Yangshua stated plainly. Lu Yangshua rested his chin on his hands and remarked that only he had discerned Wang Yuanwu's intention behind the blue crystal stone meant for the Demon Emperor's divine weapon. The implication was clear. He was to assist him with a particular task. Lu Yangshua's note at that time explicitly stated, I can help you with 2 matters, including the antidote. This was precisely why Wang Yuanwu was willing to sell the Demon Emperor's divine weapon to Lu Yangshua for the price of 2 blue crystals. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu is indeed clever. I greatly admire this quality in you. However, let's not rush into things. Do you recall my other request? Wang Yuanwu laughed heartily. Lu Yangshua nodded, glancing at Mingyue, who was devouring her food like a hamster. Wait a moment before eating. Can you restore those dual sabers to their original state? Leave it to me. Mingyue confidently patted her ample chest with her greasy little hands, swallowed her food with effort, and retrieved the Demon Emperor's double sabers from the spatial rift. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Yuanwu and Lu Yangshua, Mingyue took a deep breath, her hands transforming into dragon claws as bolts of thunder enveloped the sabers. Her pupils narrowing into slits, the power of thunder surged forth, relentlessly obliterating the dark green rust on the sabers. Break! Mingyue shouted, and the remaining rust was completely dispersed by the thunder, revealing the sabers' splendid golden bodies. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from the dual sabers, and the 3 of them then noticed the words Zhixian inscribed boldly on the handles, before Mingyue could do anything further. The Zhixian dual sabers autonomously absorbed her 2 drops of essence blood, completing the bond of ownership. Indeed, as expected of the divine weapon of the Demon Emperor, truly extraordinary. This lady must be of the Dragon Clan, Wang Yuanwu praised. Mingyue nodded and returned the Zhixian dual sabers to the spatial rift. That I wonder if our abilities meet the requirements set by the head of the Wang family? Lu Yangshua inquired. Haha, you have already surpassed my expectations. With your assistance, that old fellow is finally going to be saved, Wang Yuanwu replied, somewhat excitedly. The head of the Wang family must be seeking an antidote for a Yao Guang silkworm. Correct? I wonder where this Yao Guang silkworm is located. Lu Yangshua took a sip of the tea before asking, How did you know, little brother? I haven't said anything, Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. To be frank, I am a veterinarian. The head of the Wang family has a silkworm silk on his shoulder, shimmering with precious light, which is characteristic of Yao Guang's silkworm silk. Furthermore, given that the head of the Wang family spent a fortune today to acquire my ghost-faced flood dragon's liver, it seems he is in urgent need of an antidote, Lu Yangshua deduced. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, young brother. I was blind to it, that if you can save that old fellow, my Wang family will bestow generous rewards. Wang Yunwu said, standing and clasping his hands in gratitude towards Lu Yang's and own need for such formality. Head Wang, since I have chosen to trade this dual saber with you, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Fortunately, I had a hunch. Otherwise, if the head of the Wang family had returned and directly allowed the Yao Guang silkworm to consume the ghost-faced flood dragon's liver, it might have succumbed to the accumulated toxins. Lu Yangshuo replied, waving his hand at I see, then I must express my gratitude once again. After we have dined, please allow this young brother to accompany me to the Wang family. The old fellow is at home. Wang Yuanwu said, his eyes filled with gratitude towards Lu Yangshu. Lu Yangshu nodded, but upon preparing to eat, he noticed that a substantial portion of the food on the table had already vanished into Mingyue's stomach, and she was still shoveling food into her mouth, showing no signs of feminine decorum. Wang Yuanwu, noticing Lu Yangshua's embarrassment, promptly summoned the previous steward and instructed the kitchen to continue preparing dishes, while he engaged Lu Yangshua in casual conversation. Through their light-hearted discourse, Lu Yangshu realized that Wang Yuanwu was a man of strong character. The Yao Guang silkworm had been his companion since his youth and was one of the founding members of the Wang family. However, just a few days prior, the Yao Guang silkworm had suddenly fallen into a deep slumber, its once translucent body now marred by black spots, clearly indicating severe poisoning. Although he lacked concrete evidence, Wang Yuanwu was acutely aware that the prime suspect was the Wang family's most formidable rival in Yiling City, the Shui family. When Mingyue finally declared herself full, the empty plates beside her had stacked up to 7 or 8 layers. While Lu Yangshuo and Wang Yuanwu had long since switched to drinking tea, the three of them then followed Wang Yuanwu to the Wang family estate. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "What are you doing here?" The lecherous man, who had almost been beaten by Lu Yangshu earlier, was just stepping out of the Wang family's main entrance and was taken aback upon seeing Lu Yangshua and his companion. "Impudent! These two are esteemed guests I have invited. You little brat! How dare you be so rude?" Wang Yuanwu's eyebrows shot up, and he slapped the lecherous man, sending him crashing to the ground. The man barely had time to react before he found himself sprawled on the ground, spitting blood and broken teeth. "Grandfather, they are..." Silence. "I began cultivating at the age of 15, reached the spirit transformation stage at 20, and attained the profound spirit stage by 45. How could I have such a cowardly grandson?" Wang Yuanwu regarded the lecherous man with disdain. The lecherous man, thoroughly frightened by Wang Yuanwu's wrath, dared not utter another word and scurried out of the house. "That I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment. Young brother, this is my only grandson, Wang Yongfu, but alas, he is a hopeless case," Wang Yuanwu said, somewhat shamefaced, as he welcomed Lu Yangshua and Mingyue into the Wang family estate. "That I no need to say such things. Head Wang, every family has its own troubles. That I have had some dealings with this young master of your esteemed family," Lu Yangzhu replied with a faint smile as he entered. Wang Yuanwu quickly followed suit, securely closing the door behind them. "Head Wang, time is of the essence. Please take me to see the Yao Guang silkworm," Lu Yangzhu urged. "Of course, this way, please." Wang Yuanwu nodded and led Lu Yangshua and Mingyue to a side chamber. Upon opening the door, a damp, musty odor wafted out to greet them. Lu Yangshua and Mingyue frowned but stepped inside, where they beheld a large bed upon which lay a silkworm the size of a small calf, occasionally wriggling. "Young brother, take a look. This old fellow's black spots are increasing. That I have consulted numerous renowned physicians, but alas, judging by Wang Yuanwu's expression, it seemed that none had been able to diagnose the ailment. Let me take a look first." With that, Lu Yangshua's eyes gleamed as he activated his heavenly eye, sweeping his gaze over the Yao Guang silkworm. After a moment, he closed his eyes, took a few breaths, and then slowly reopened them. The poison within the Yao Guang silkworm is indeed not ordinary. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, it might truly have been beyond saving. "Does this mean the old fellow can still be saved?" Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Leave it to me. I will draft a list. Head Wang, Please assist me in procuring the necessary medicinal ingredients, Lu Yangshua stated as he took out paper and pen. Beginning to jot down a list, Wang Yun nodded eagerly, accepting the list of ingredients before hastily departing. That I never expected to encounter such a rare species in this humble place. A Yao Guang silkworm. And such a large one at that if it can survive this ordeal and evolve into a Yao Guang moth, it would be entirely different, Mengyue remarked, gently stroking the Yao Guang silkworm's smooth exterior. Indeed, such a rare spiritual beast should not perish in my hands. It would tarnish my reputation, Lu Yangshua said with a wry smile as he began selecting precious medicinal ingredients from the apothecary's stock. Many of the herbs on Wang Yuanwu's list were simply unattainable. Thus he had to rely on the apothecary's resources. Why are you selecting such toxic substances again? Are you planning to use that method? Mengyue frowned as she observed the increasingly potent ingredients in Lu Yangshua's hands. Having been Lu Yangshua's test subject for several months, she had learned to recognize numerous medicinal herbs that, of course, to combat a potent poison. One must employ an even more potent poison. However, with the ghost-faced flood dragon's liver at hand, I have a solid 50% chance of success, Lu Yangshua declared confidently. 50%. You dare to use such a potent poison with only 50% success? Mengyue exclaimed, astonished that if I don't use a stronger poison, it won't survive through tonight, Lu Yangshua replied. Lu Yangshua, while grinding various medicinal herbs in a powder, spoke in a calm tone. After several months of guidance from the medicine emperor, he had developed a newfound understanding of the principle that poison could be used to cure ailments. At this juncture, all that could be done was to place trust in Lu Yangshua. For since acquiring the embryonic form of the celestial great elixir, the medicine emperor had not communicated any further news. Throughout the night, Lu Yangshua busied himself, preparing an array of medicinal ingredients, while Wang Yunwu tirelessly scurried about outside. Wang Yuanwu's grandson, Wang Yongfu, seething with indignation after being expelled from the Wang family estate, made his way directly to the Hahuan Tower. Oh, is that not young Master Wang? A rare visitor indeed. Which of our lovely ladies do you wish to see today? The rotund brothel madam greeted Wang Yongfu with a quivering enthusiasm. Enough of the pleasantries. I simply wish to unwind today, Wang Yongfu retorted, brusquely pushing past the madam and entering with practiced ease. The madam immediately understood, calling out as she pursued him. Young Master Wang has arrived. Ladies, attend to him well. Wang Yongfu, taking advantage of being the sole heir of the Wang family, roamed through Yuling City with reckless abandon. As nearly everyone accommodated him out of respect for Wang Yuanwu, in the dead of night, Wang Yongfu lay in slumber alongside three ladies, when suddenly the door was kicked open, and a dozen figures clad in black surged into the room. Before Wang Yongfu could react, one of the black-clad men seized him from the bed. The three ladies screamed in unison and fled, clutching their garments. Who are you? Wang Yongfu stammered, curling into a ball in fear. One of the black-clad figures leisurely took a seat at the table, igniting an oil lamp before tearing away the black cloth from his face. Well, if it I young Master Wang. Shui Manqing? What are you doing here? Wang Yongfu finally recognized the man before him, though he had not anticipated that it would be the head of the Shui family. Heh, has young Master Wang forgotten that the Hahuan Tower is a property of my Shui family? Or do you believe that having taken my money, you could simply vanish? Shui Manqing leaned against the table, the dim light highlighting his eerie smile, which appeared somewhat unsettling. Did I haven tea? I have done everything you asked of me. Wang Yongfu exclaimed, suddenly agitated as he stood to confront Shui Manqing, that a nearby black-clad man delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing the unfortunate Wang Yongfu to collapse back onto the floor. I ask you, did you poison the Yaoguang silkworm as I instructed? Shui Manqing stepped closer, grasping Wang Yongfu's hair. Yes, I did. I checked this morning, and it's nearly done for. Wang Yongfu hastily responded, good. But what about that young man who appeared at your Wang family today? Shui Manqing pressed further. I don't know. He arrived just as I was being thrown out by my grandfather. Speak the truth. I swear I'm telling the truth. If I lie, let me suffer a terrible fate. Wang Yongfu, on the verge of tears, pleaded, his voice laced with desperation, as liquid pooled beneath him on the floor. Humph. I shall assign you another task. Find out the origins of that individual and report back to me at once. Otherwise, I assure you, your suffering will be unimaginable. Shui Manqing furrowed his brow, dismissing Wang Yongfu with a wave, before leading the black-clad men out of the room. Once the sound of their footsteps faded, Wang Yongfu, disregarding his damp trousers, hastily donned his clothing, and exited the Hahuan Tower. Chapter 65. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits by the break of dawn. Lu Yanshaw had gathered all the necessary medicinal herbs. And at that moment, Wang Yuanwu returned, carrying a large bundle. All the ingredients listed on the prescription are here, Wang Yuanwu declared as he set the package down. Indeed, we are merely lacking one final ingredient. Lu Yanshaw nodded in agreement, directing his gaze towards Wang Yuanwu. Wang Yuanwu, fully aware of what Lu Yanshaw referred to, waved his hand, and the liver of the ghost-faced Jiao whale appeared before Lu Yanshaw. Lu Yanshaw then retrieved the Fury Flame celestial cauldron, flicking his fingers to summon a burst of azure fire, enveloping all the medicinal herbs and the liver within, commencing the process of refining. Suddenly, Meng Yu turned around, her Zhixian halberd materializing in her grasp, as she pierced through the thick wall, as though it were mere paper. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." Wang Yuanwu frowned and swiftly exited the room, securing the door behind him. "What brings you here? What is your purpose?" As he prepared to strike, he was taken aback to find that the person outside was none other than his own grandson. "Wang Yongfu, I merely wish to see how the Yaoguang silkworm was faring, and my grandson is eager to learn some medical skills, as his cultivation foundation is lacking, that he wishes to bring honor to the Wang family." Wang Yongfu stammered, his face pale with fright, waving his hands in protest that, "Oh, so you've finally shown some of that Wang family spirit. But remember, these are secrets of others that if you wish to learn, you must seek permission first, understood?" Wang Yu's stern expression softened as he approached Wang Yongfu, patting him on the shoulder. "Understood, Grandpa, I will return once the Yaoguang silkworm is better," Wang Yongfu replied, feeling a surge of relief. "Very well. If you truly wish to learn some medical skills, I shall put my reputation on the line and plead with Lu Xiao brother to offer you some guidance. For now, return home and rest." Wang Yu nodded before retreating into the room. At this moment, Wang Yongfu realized that his shirt was entirely soaked with cold sweat. "Patriarch Wang, what is happening outside?" Lu Yanshuo inquired, momentarily distracted. "It is my unworthy grandson, who has suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and wishes to learn some medical skills that if possible. Could you offer him a few pointers? Although he may be of mediocre talent, he possesses a decent intellect." Wang Yuanwu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Did he truly express such a desire? Lu Yanshuo chuckled lightly, turning his focus back to the medicinal ingredients being refined. "That if you are unwilling, it is no concern. That it is not a matter of great importance. That if he genuinely wishes to learn, I would be glad to teach him a few things," Lu Yanshuo stated without looking back. "That is splendid. With this, the Wang family now owes you a debt of gratitude," Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, astonished by Lu Yanshuo's willingness to help. "There is no need for formalities, Patriarch Wang, that I must remain focused on my work. So I kindly request that unrelated individuals refrain from disturbing us in the coming days. Understood. That if you require anything, simply call for me," Wang Yuanwu replied, understanding the situation, before discreetly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. "I do not trust his words, and you must know whom I speak of." Meng Yu retracted her Zhixian halberd, enveloping the entire room with her spiritual energy. "That I share your distrust. Follow him discreetly and ascertain his true intentions," Lu Yanshuo commanded, intensifying his control over the azure fire as he spoke to Meng Yu. Meng Yu nodded, vanishing from the room in an instant. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Yongfu, having waited for Wang Yuanwu to leave, hurriedly exited the Wang family estate and made his way to a grand mansion on the other side of Yuling City. After ensuring that no one was following him, he stealthily slipped inside. Emblazoned above the entrance of the mansion were the imposing characters that read Shui Residence. Unbeknownst to him, in a small stall across the street, Meng Yu observed his every move with keen interest. Upon entering the Shui Residence, Wang Yongfu was dragged into the grand hall by two servants. Shui Manqing was seated, savoring a cup of tea with great deliberation. "Why, you've arrived so swiftly. Young Master Wang must have brought me good news. So why not have him take a seat?" The servants forcibly seated Wang Yongfu on a lower chair. "That I do not have all the details. I only know that the individual was invited by my grandfather to specifically provide an antidote for the Yaoguang silkworm." Wang Yongfu replied in a hushed tone, "That is that all you have to offer. Young Master Wang, do you believe that the wealth of the Shui family is easily earned? Or have you forgotten who rescued you from the gambling den when you accrued debts in the millions?" Xue Manqing raised his gaze, a frigid glare piercing through Wang Yongfu, causing him to tremble in fear. Did I recall? I saw him just yesterday. He attended the auction as well, and he is a black gold member. Wang Yongfu's mind raced, relaying everything he knew in a flurry of words. Could it be him? Xue Manqing was taken aback, setting his teacup down as he murmured to himself that I have shared all that I know. Can I go now? Wang Yongfu cautiously inquired, noting Xue Manqing's prolonged silence. Begone. Return and continue your investigation. Report back to me with any valuable information. Xue Manqing dismissed him curtly. Xue Manqing impatiently waved his hand. And two servants once again seized Wang Yongfu, unceremoniously casting him onto the street outside the Xue residence. The surrounding crowd turned their gazes toward him, and Wang Yongfu hastily covered his face. Darting down a narrow alley to evade prying eyes, he took a lengthy detour, and by the time he returned to the Wang family, it was already evening. Quietly entering his room, Wang Yongfu lit the lamp on his desk and slumped heavily into a chair. Releasing a long sigh of relief. Young master, returning so late, where have you been? A gentle voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Wang Yongfu nearly jumped out of his skin, tumbling from his chair and scrambling into the corner. Mingyue slowly rose from her bed, clutching the resplendent Jishin spear. What are you doing here? Wang Yongfu stammered, trembling as he grabbed a broom from the corner to shield himself. You have yet to answer my question. Young master, where did you go just now? Mingyue asked, a smile gracing her lips. Any other man would have been ensnared by her smile, yet to Wang Yongfu, it felt akin to the beckoning of death itself. I didn't go anywhere. I merely strolled around the city. That it's late now. And unless you have other matters to attend to, I would like to rest, he asserted, forcing himself to regain composure while inching toward the bed behind Mingyue. Chapter 66. Since the young master is reluctant to speak, I shall refrain from pressing further. However, allow me to kindly remind you that one's actions are observed by heaven, and certain deeds can lead to dire consequences, including the loss of one's life. Mingyue thrust the Jishin spear into the ground, exerting a slight force, which caused a significant hole to form in the hard marble floor. That I don't comprehend what you mean. I, Wang Yongfu, am upright in my conduct. Having a lady in my room at such an hour might lead to misunderstandings, he retorted, inhaling sharply as he hurriedly sat at the edge of the bed. Mingyue chose not to speak further. After casting one last glance at Wang Yongfu, she exited his chamber. At this moment, Wang Yongfu was filled with regret, lamenting why he had accepted money from the Xue family, why he had engaged in gambling, and why he hadn't heeded Wang Yunu's counsel. Yet, it was all too late. He had become nothing more than a puppet, subject to the whims of others. After Mingyue left Wang Yongfu's room, she returned to Lu Yangshua. How did it go? Lu Yangshua inquired softly. This fellow is indeed suspicious. Earlier today, I saw him enter the Xue residence, divulging our purpose here to their people. Mingyue replied, settling into a seat, that seems the poison originates from the Xue family. To acquire such potent poison in a mere small city is quite remarkable, Lu Yangshua observed with a chuckle. What shall we do with him? Should we eliminate him outright, or inform the head of the Wang family? No need to concern ourselves with him. He will soon face retribution without our intervention. As for the Xue family, we should alert the Wang family head, Lu Yangshua noted, as his alchemical preparations reached a critical juncture, deciding it best to wait until the Yao Guang silkworm's poison was resolved. Mingyue nodded, closing her eyes to enter a meditative state. The following morning, Lu Yangshua had successfully transformed all the medicinal materials into a fine powder, and the massive liver of the ghost-faced whale had been reduced to a mere handful. It is complete. Now it depends on its own fate, Lu Yangshua declared, retracting the clear sky fire and wiping the sweat from his brow. Wang Yuanwu sensed the cessation of spiritual energy fluctuations from Lu Yangshua's location and hurried over. UVE arrived just in time. Family head. The medicine is ready, and I will begin the application now. With that, Lu Yangshua flipped his right hand, revealing 7 silver needles which he placed into the pile of powder. Wang Yuanwu nodded, gently laying his hand upon the Yao Guang silkworm's head. Old friend, you must endure. The Yao Guang silkworm appeared to respond to Wang Yuanwu's call, writhing slightly as if acknowledging his words. Subsequently, Wang Yuanwu turned to Lu Yangshua, giving him an affirmative glance. Lu Yangshua channeled his spiritual energy, causing the 7 silver needles to precisely pierce the Yao Guang silkworm. while the medicinal powder was evenly distributed over its body. As the powder settled onto the Yao Guang silkworm, a plume of white smoke rose, and it began to thrash violently, clearly in agony. Wang Yu moved to intervene, but was halted by Meng Yue. Trust him. If you approach now, you would only jeopardize the Yao Guang silkworm, she declared. With Meng Yue's words, Wang Yunwu had no choice but to remain where he was, his heart aching as he watched the Yao Guang silkworm. Placing all his hopes on Lu Yangshua continued to manipulate his spiritual energy, the silver needles trembling upon the Yao Guang silkworm's back, while his celestial eye remained vigilant for any toxins within its body. After a moment, Lu Yangshua's serious expression finally softened, for he observed the toxins within the Yao Guang silkworm beginning to flow out along the silver needles, akin to melting ice and snow. Outside, Wang Yongfu witnessed this scene and hurried toward the door. Just as he was about to escape, a delicate hand effortlessly lifted him from the ground. Turning around, he was astonished to see Meng Yue, who had just been in the room. "What do you wish to say?" "Go and explain yourself to your grandfather," she said, disregarding Wang Yongfu's attempts to argue as she dragged him toward the Yao Guang silkworm's chamber. Lu Yangshua's progress accelerated, as copious amounts of black blood streamed from the silver needles. Yet the Yao Guang silkworm's body gradually became more translucent, restoring to its original form. Once the final drop of black blood was expelled, Lu Yangshua took a deep breath. "Withdraw." The 7 silver needles promptly detached from the Yao Guang silkworm's body, returning to Lu Yangshua's hand, which he stowed in his storage ring. Wang Yunwu eagerly approached to inspect, only to see the Yao Guang silkworm's soft exterior beginning to harden gradually. "What is happening?" Wang Yunwu exclaimed, alarmed. It seems to have turned misfortune into fortune. Once it awakens from this crystallized state, it will evolve into a Yao Guang moth, significantly enhancing its strength," Lu Yangshua explained with a light chuckle after examining it. Upon hearing Lu Yangshua's words, Wang Yuanwu finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Meng Yue returned, having brought the eager-to-report Wang Yongfu along, and upon entering, she unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. "Will you confess yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Meng Yue asked, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Wang Yongfu. "May I inquire what Yongfu has done?" Wang Yuanwu asked, bewildered by the scene before him. "It seems you have no intention of speaking, so allow me to articulate it on your behalf." Meng Yue then recounted all of Wang Yongfu's actions from the previous day up until now. Wang Yongfu's expression grew increasingly cold, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Wang Yongfu. "You ungrateful wretch! Your father entrusted you to me on his deathbed. Have I not treated you well? From this day forth, in the name of the head of the Wang family, I disown you. Never let me see your face in Yuling City again." With that, Wang Yuanwu slapped Wang Yongfu across the face once more. Wang Yongfu nodded hastily, clutching his swollen cheek, and fled the Wang family estate as if pursued by demons. "That I apologize for the embarrassment. Having such a grandson is indeed a misfortune for the Wang family." Wang Yuanwu lamented, appearing to age another decade in an instant. Having just expelled his only grandson, his heart felt as heavy as lead. Family head, addressing the Shui family is of utmost importance now. "I suspect the poison affecting the Yao Guang silkworm is highly likely to be the Shui family's doing." Lu Yanshua stated gravely that it seems the Shui family believes that we, the Wang family, will not retaliate. Thinking us cowed, Wang Yuanwu declared, his spiritual energy surging, causing the fabric of his clothing to billow dramatically. Chapter 67. The Secrets of the Shui Family Head. Why does the Shui family harbor such animosity toward the Wang family? To the extent of targeting the Yao Guang silkworm. Although Wang Yuanwu had previously provided a brief introduction to the prominent families in Yuling City, including the Shui family, he had not disclosed the latter's intricacies. The Shui family and our Wang family have always maintained a respectful distance, conducting our legitimate business while they engaged in their underhanded dealings. Casinos and pleasure quarters are all their enterprises. Recently, their patriarch, Shui Manqing, sought to ally with me. Wang Yuanwu scoffed dismissively at an alliance. Indeed, a partnership aimed at monopolizing all industries within Yuling City. That I hold no respect for such people and promptly declined their offer. But to my surprise, they resorted to these despicable tactics upon my refusal. That it seems I have been too lenient with them, Wang Yuanwu said, his fingers cracking ominously as he spoke. His formidable cultivation at the peak of the Xianling realm was terrifying. Had he not been deliberately restraining himself, the roof might have been blown off. Family head, rushing in to confront them without solid evidence may lead to repercussions. Lu Yangshua cautioned calmly, "Do, what insights do you possess?" Young brother, Wang Yuanwu, having retracted his rampaging spiritual energy, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Do you still remember the second request I promised you, Master Wang? If so, I shall assist you in completely eradicating the Shui family from Yiling City. Lu Yangshua flashed a charming smile, as if a flurry of mischievous ideas had resurfaced in his mind. Since you've said so, little brother, I shall heed your words. Whatever you require from the Wang family, do not hesitate to command. Observing Lu Yangshua's unwavering confidence, Wang Yuanwu chose not to elaborate further. His trust in Lu Yangshua was now absolute, that I need the complete dossier on the Shui family, including every detail regarding their assets within Yiling City. That is easily arranged. I shall have someone deliver it shortly. With that, Wang Yuanwu exited the room, and true to his word, before long, the previous steward arrived with several attendants, bringing forth 100 volumes detailing the Shui family's affairs. Lu Yangshua paused, momentarily bewildered. Despite the headache it might bring, he knew he must delve into this information. Understanding both friend and foe was crucial for success. Once he comprehended the entirety of the Shui family's dealings, victory would be within his grasp. Meanwhile, Wang Yongfu, having been expelled from the Wang family, stumbled towards the Hehuan Tower. "Do, young Master Wang, you've been quite diligent these past few days. What happened? Were you beaten?" Upon spotting Wang Yongfu's swollen face resembling that of a pig, the brothel keeper rushed over, exclaiming in shock, "Enough with the pleasantries. Bring me the finest wine." Wang Yongfu's heart brimmed with fury, craving alcohol to numb his pain. Recognizing the gravity in his tone, the brothel keeper refrained from jesting, hastily ushering him into a private room and instructing her staff to ensure the wine flowed freely, even sending in a dozen young women. Wang Yongfu disregarded everything, raising a jug of wine to his lips. As the saying goes, one drinking does not intoxicate, yet all are drunken by the wine. And soon he collapsed onto the table, fast asleep. The young women, unable to rouse him, exited the room, only to find Shui Manqing standing at the door with a frosty expression, prompting them to flee in haste. Shui Manqing stepped into the room, the pungent odor causing him to furrow his brow, before delivering a kick that sent Wang Yongfu sprawling to the floor. Awakening from his stupor, Wang Yongfu rubbed his eyes, struggling to discern the identity of the intruder. "Abi, why, what right do you kick me? I have fulfilled your demands. I've already been cast out by that old bastard Wang Yuanwu. What more do you want?" Under the influence of alcohol, Wang Yongfu lunged at Shui Manqing, seizing his collar and shouting vehemently, "Look at your current pitiful state. It's no wonder Wang Yuanwu cast you out. Here is your chance. Join the Shui family, and I shall grant you wealth, power, women, and even the means to cultivate. Then you can seek revenge on that old fool Wang Yuanwu." Shui Manqing spoke softly, pinning Wang Yongfu back into a chair. The alcohol-induced haze lifted slightly as Wang Yongfu considered the offer, that he yearned for wealth, power, and women, but above all, he craved the ability to cultivate. Mocked for his lack of talent since childhood, he wondered if he could cultivate. Would Wang Yuanwu still favor an outsider? Very well. I shall join the Shui family. I will make Wang Yuanwu see me in a new light. That's the spirit. In due time, I will have Wang Yuanwu kneeling before you. Lamenting his own blindness, Shui Manqing's voice seemed to possess an irresistible allure for Wang Yongfu. Meanwhile, Lu Yangshua, aided by his celestial insight, rapidly absorbed the contents of the hundreds of volumes within a few hours. "Any discoveries?" Mengyue inquired, placing a cup of hot tea before him. "Indeed, quite a few. While the Shui family appears to merely engage in gambling and brothel businesses on the surface, they are actually concealing a vast enterprise behind it." Lu Yangshua took a sip of the tea, feeling refreshed as if some invigorating herbs had been infused within. "What enterprise?" Mengyue asked, intrigued. "Something called rejuvenation pills. According to the records, individuals at the Shui family's casinos and brothels have been seen consuming this product, which clearly indicates that the Shui family is peddling it. Consuming it allows one to temporarily forget all worries, bringing their soul to a state of bliss. Sounds rather intriguing. Let us go investigate what this rejuvenation pill truly is." With a slight smile, Lu Yangshua led Mengyue out of the Wang residence, though they took care to disguise themselves beforehand. as Wang Yongfu had already betrayed their appearance to the Shui family. And Ming Yue's beauty would surely attract unwanted attention on the streets. Why must I dress as a servant? Ming Yue frowned, glaring at the attire Lu Yangshua had lent her. You are simply too beautiful. If you were to dress more elaborately, every man on the street would be unable to tear their eyes away from you. Lu Yangshua chuckled, absent-mindedly adjusting the fake mustache stuck to his face. I don't care. I simply cannot abide by this ridiculousness. Ming Yue huffed, especially since Lu Yangshua had smeared a bit of soot on her face to enhance her disguise. 2 heads. 3 heads. Chapter 68. Ascension Pill. As they continued on their journey, they arrived at their destination, the largest casino in Yuling City, and one of the Shui family's most significant enterprises. Dear guest, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here to play? A man who appeared to be the manager approached Lu Yangshua with a broad smile. Yes, I heard there is a casino here and wish to try my luck. What do you have to offer? Please enlighten me. Lu Yangshu brandished his black gold card before the manager. The casino manager's demeanor instantly shifted. He recognized that the individual before him was a wealthy patron. Dear guest, you've come to the right person. For someone of your considerable fortune. Oh no, I'm in esteemed status. I recommend our private rooms on the 2nd floor. They would be more suitable for you. The manager gestured towards the quieter 2nd floor, which housed only a few private chambers, in contrast to the raucous 1st floor. What are we waiting for? Exchange 5 million in chips for me. Let us play around a bit. Lu Yangshua tossed the black gold card into the casino manager's hands and ascended the stairs with Ming Yue. Selecting one of the rooms, Lu Yangshua pushed the door open. Inside, there were only a handful of patrons, and unlike the revealing attire of the dealers downstairs, the host was a well-dressed man. Are we playing or not? If not, kindly close the door behind you, one of the seated customers remarked impatiently, noticing Lu Yangshua's hesitation. Lu Yangshua smiled slightly and took a seat beside the man. Soon, the manager arrived with a large platter of chips, respectfully placing them before Lu Yangshua. The patrons beside him couldn't help but cast envious glances at the towering stack of chips before Lu Yangshua. What are we waiting for? Let us begin. Lu Yangshua rubbed his hands together, eagerly addressing the dealer. The dealer nodded and began shaking the dice cup. Moments later, he set the cup down and signaled for everyone to place their bets. Activating his celestial insight, Lu Yangshua effortlessly peered into the cup, casually placing a stack of chips on the small. The man next to him pondered briefly before betting on the large. After the dealer revealed the dice, showing 2 2s and a 1, 5 points in total. One of the patrons remarked, "What luck! Quite fortunate indeed." Ah, if only this could continue indefinitely, Lu Yangshua thought as he gathered all the chips the dealer had brought him. Following this, Lu Yangshua leveraged his celestial insight to win 10 consecutive rounds, amassing an ever-growing pile of chips while the expressions of his neighboring players grew increasingly grim. Sensing the opportune moment, Lu Yangshua deliberately placed half of his chips on the small for the 11th round, fully aware that the cup contained large. What a bold wager! Aren't you afraid of losing? Someone nearby whispered. Just riding the wave of good fortune. Let us win 2 more rounds, Lu Yangshua replied, feigning intoxication. The dealer revealed the dice. 4, 5, and 6, totaling 15 points. Lu Yangshua feigned frustration, slamming his fist on the table. Such bad luck. How can one lose like this? In gambling, wins and losses are inevitable. Maintain your composure, a nearby patron remarked, sipping from his drink while reclaiming his winnings. Lu Yangshua then faced a series of losses, his pile of chips dwindling, and perspiration began to bead on his forehead. Ultimately, in the final round, Lu Yangshua lost everything. Bring me another 5 million in chips. Lu Yangshua raised his trembling hand, taking a sip from his drink and shouting. Observing this detail, the patron beside him produced a small, white vial from his pocket. Don't fret. We're all here for enjoyment. Here, give this a try. Upon concluding his words, the small white vial was placed by Lu Yangshua's side. He picked it up, opened it, and inhaled its contents, only to be met with an odd scent that surged forth. Strangely enough, upon catching a whiff of this aroma, Lu Yangshua found his mood inexplicably lifted. What is this? He inquired, raising his gaze. It is something that brings you joy, came the enigmatic smile of the other person, who then placed a business card beside Lu Yangshua before departing with his drink in hand. Aware that he had achieved his objective, Lu Yangshua indulged in a few more games before leaving the casino with the card in hand. You spent 50 million blue crystals just for this? Mengyue followed closely behind Lu Yangshuo, her curiosity piqued. This is worth far more than 50 million. Dealt with this investment. The lifeblood of the Shui family is effectively in my grasp, Lu Yangshuo replied with a subtle smile, tucking the small white vial into his bosom. After they entered a narrow alley, they changed back into their previous attire and returned to the Wang family with composure. Meanwhile, within the Shui household, Shui Manqing sat at home, listening to reports from his subordinates. Master, the family business has been doing reasonably well lately, especially with the Shengxian pills, whose sales have nearly doubled compared to before. The individual reporting was none other than the one who had previously sat beside Lu Yangshuo at the casino. Good. However, the population in Yuling City is rather limited. Even if everyone in the city were to purchase our Shengxian pills, the profit would be minimal. Shui Manqing nodded, sipping his tea. Rest assured, my lord, that I took the opportunity of the auction to establish contacts with many new faces in the city. Especially tonight, I caught a big fish at the casino. I believe it won't be long before our Shengxian pills reach other cities. Excellent. You have done a great service to the Shui family. Go to the accounts office and claim your reward. Shui Manqing waved his hand, and the man left with a beaming smile. Upon returning to the Wang family, Lu Yangshuo wasted no time, pulling Mengyue into the room to begin examining the pills within the small white vial. Inside were 3 pills. After pouring them out and taking a long whiff, he detected various scents, but aside from some hallucinogenic substances, there were several others he could not identify. After a moment's contemplation, and before Mengyue could react, Lu Yangshuo placed one of the Shengxian pills in his mouth. That you've lost your mind. You can't just eat that, Mengyue exclaimed in alarm. Yet Lu Yangshuo had already slipped into a hallucinatory state. Oblivious to her cries, the Shengxian pill dissolved. A bitter and unpleasant taste engulfed his mouth. Suddenly, the mundane room transformed into a vibrant and celebratory space, adorned with dragon and phoenix candles on the table. And overhead hung bright red curtains, with a veiled woman seated beside him. He reached out to lift the veil. He was astonished to find it was Mengyue, with her flawless makeup and already stunning features. She was utterly enchanting, evoking a desire to kiss her lips. But Lu Yangshuo retained a sliver of rationality, doubting the authenticity of this vision, and stood to exit. As he emerged, the onlookers rushed to greet him. Our great hero has come out so soon. The hero who defeated the demon lord. We toast to you. Is the bride beautiful? The cheers from the crowd left Lu Yangshuo's mind in a whirl. Wake up! This isn't real. Suddenly, the voice of the medicine emperor resonated from afar, shattering the illusion around Lu Yangshuo. With no time to waste, Lu Yangshuo promptly expelled the Shengxian pill from his mouth. This substance is terrifying. It can generate such vivid illusions that he breathed heavily, glancing nervously at the black pill on the floor. What did you just see? Mengyue approached him. Nothing significant, just some very realistic illusions. Lu Yangshuo replied, wary of mentioning the vision of her marrying him, fearing the repercussions it would bring. This small object contains the aura of the demon lord, something you are not yet capable of confronting. The figure of the medicine emperor suddenly materialized before Lu Yangshuo. Master, you've emerged from seclusion. Lu Yangshuo exclaimed with joy, realizing that it was indeed the medicine emperor who had pulled him from the illusion. Indeed, it was fortunate that I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been utterly lost in that hallucination. The medicine emperor nodded. By the way, have you completed the refinement of the pill prototype? Lu Yangshuo asked, excitement bubbling within him, as it had cost a hefty sum and was something the medicine emperor had specifically requested. Of course, I personally undertook the task. Is there any pill I cannot refine? However, this item cannot be revealed to you just yet. It may yield extraordinary results in the future. The medicine emperor spoke cryptically. Lu Yangshuo nodded in understanding. If the medicine emperor said it was not the right time, he would firmly believe him. Master, you just mentioned that this substance is... Do you believe ordinary herbs can concoct such a powerful hallucinogen? If I hadn't awakened you, you might have developed a lifelong dependency on it. This is the power of the demon lord, who uses it to incessantly corrode the hearts of mankind. The medicine emperor explained, holding a Shengxian pill in his hand. A blaze of azure fire erupted from his palm, instantly incinerating the pill into ashes, dispersing a black-purple aura into the air. Is there anything that can counteract this? Lu Yangshuo pressed, certain that the Shui family was attempting to control the people of Yuling City using this power. Certainly, you are indeed fortunate. We five thoroughly studied this power of the demon lord years ago and found no solution until I discovered a spiritual beast that is its natural enemy. The medicine emperor reminisced. You must be referring to, Lu Yanshuo speculated. Indeed, the Yaowang silkworm. Once it evolves into the Yaowang moth, it possesses a natural resistance to these negative energies. That'd be why mixing the powder from the Yaowang moth's wings with some invigorating herbs and consuming it. One can not only dispel the illusory euphoria, but also eliminate the dependency on it. The medicine emperor casually handed Lu Yanshuo a pill recipe, which detailed the formula he had employed during the great battle years ago. Very well, I will communicate this matter with the head of the Wang family. Shui family, once we resolve this issue, you shall be next, Lu Yanshuo declared, seizing the last Shengxian pill and crushing it into powder. Wang Yuanwu hesitated at Lu Yanshuo's request to borrow the Yaowang silkworm, but upon hearing that it would not sustain any harm and could significantly undermine the Shui family, he readily agreed. Returning to the chamber of the Yaowang silkworm, the previously damp and moldy odor had vanished. Even without lighting, the room was illuminated by the radiant cocoon. Little brother, as you can see, I am eager to have this ancient creature assist you. But its evolution is not yet complete, Wang Yuanwu said, somewhat awkwardly, that it was evident that the evolution of such a rare spiritual beast would not occur rapidly. This is simple. I will handle it. Mengyue stepped forward and gently placed her right hand upon the cocoon of the Yaowang silkworm. Lu Yanshu nodded. As a primordial thunder dragon, the aura she emanated was a coveted tonic for all spiritual beasts. With Mengyue's aid, the evolution of the Yaowang silkworm would accelerate exponentially. Indeed, as Mengyue began to channel her dragon energy into the cocoon, the light within intensified, and even Lu Yanshuo and Wang Yuanwu could see a shadow stirring inside. Moments later, a faint cracking sound emanated from the cocoon, with small fissures radiating outward from Mengyue's palm. Mengyue hastily stepped back, and in the next moment, the massive cocoon shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a pair of wings that gracefully unfurled. All three stood in awe. The Yaowang moth was breathtaking. No, it was divine. Its wings sparkled with countless stars, resembling a galaxy that in its large, pure eyes. Only innocence resided. Wang Yuanwu approached, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at the Yaowang moth. However, the creature seemed to disregard his presence, evading his hand and flying directly towards Lu Yanshuo and Mengyue. Affectionately nuzzling Mengyue's hand, that we have much time to spend together. Do you understand why we were so eager to assist in your evolution? Lu Yanshuo chuckled lightly. The Yaowang moth nodded, its grand wings fluttering, releasing a cascade of starlight. Lord Wang, I kindly ask you to find someone to collect these luminous particles. They will serve a significant purpose. Lu Yanshuo addressed the astonished Wang Yuanwu standing nearby. Wang Yuanwu, who believed his rapport with the Yaowang silkworm stemmed from years of shared experiences, was taken aback, realizing Lu Yanshuo had just engaged in a genuine conversation with the newly emerged Yaowang moth. Although shocked, Wang Yuanwu nonetheless summoned his subordinates. Chapter 70. Lu Yanshuo's Elixirs. The nimble servants swiftly collected all the luminous particles shaken off by the Yaowang moths into a small bowl. Lu Yanshuo returned to his chamber, holding the bowl, and laid out all the medicinal materials and formulas on the table. Given his current alchemical prowess, concocting hundreds of these elixirs in one go was merely a trivial task. Once everything was prepared, Lu Yanshuo retrieved the Fury Flame Clear Yuan cauldron. Though somewhat overkill, it would nonetheless ensure maximum efficiency that he poured all the medicinal ingredients, along with the contents of the bowl brimming with the moth wings, into the cauldron. In no time, azure elixirs erupted like popcorn. Subsequently, Lu Yanshuo whispered a few words into Mengyue's ear. She nodded and exited the room, while he gathered the scattered elixirs together. Just as Lu Yanshuo completed this batch of elixirs, Mengyue returned, dragging a mud-like man behind her. Just as you said, I found an addict in the alley beside the casino. With that, Mengyue tossed the man before Lu Yanshuo. He produced a freshly concocted elixir, pried open the man's mouth, and dropped it inside. Gently pushing down, the man successfully swallowed the medicine. Shortly thereafter, the vacant gaze that had clouded his eyes began to clear. Where am I? The man asked, bewildered, glancing around. This is the Wang residence. Whenever the cravings strike, consume this elixir, Lu Yanshuo replied with a faint smile, placing a vial of elixirs in the man's hands. Although the man was perplexed by the situation, He sensed no malice from Lu Yangshua, accepted the elixir, and struggled to his feet, making his way toward the main door. Wait. Remember to tell them that this elixir is only available for purchase at the Wang residence. Lu Yangshua called out to the man's retreating figure. The man nodded and exited the Wang family's gates. How can you be so certain he will return? Meng Yue inquired softly. Stepping closer, he will undoubtedly return, bringing more moth wings for me to gather. I have much to attend to tonight. Lu Yangshua opened the lid of the Fury Flame clear yuan cauldron, and a mountain of medicinal ingredients began to soar out. That night, Lu Yangshua's chamber was illuminated throughout. Early the next morning, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside Lu Yangshua's door. Young brother, are you awake? We have a predicament. Wang Yuanwu's voice called from the outside. Lu Yangshua opened the door to find Wang Yuanwu's anxious expression. Let us go, Wang family head. I already know what has transpired, but I haven't yet explained what has happened. Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, trailing behind Lu Yangshua, who was already heading toward the main entrance. Upon reaching the Wang family's gates, they found a throng of people gathered outside. Do we want to buy elixirs? Yes. Didn't you say only the Wang family had them for sale? Are you deceiving us? Quickly, bring forth the elixirs. The crowd clamored loudly at the entrance. Had it not been for the 5 or 6 guards stationed at the door, they might have stormed inside. Who says there are no elixirs? Lu Yangshua pushed past 2 guards, stepping to the forefront. The guards, upon seeing Lu Yangshua, appeared as though they had found their savior and promptly positioned themselves behind him. Young brother, we have no elixirs. The Wang family has never had an alchemist. How could we possess elixirs? Wang Yuanwu whispered urgently to Lu Yangshua. What I say exists indeed exists. Meng Yue, you've done well. Lu Yangshua signaled to the back courtyard, where Meng Yue emerged, single-handedly carrying a wooden chest the size of 10 of her. She placed it beside Lu Yangshua. Seeing the elixirs, the crowd surged forward, eager to snatch them up. Meng Yue stepped forward, her formidable presence halting their advance. Everyone, please remain calm, that I assure you, these elixirs are for sale, not for free. Lu Yangshua spoke, hands clasped behind his back as he walked forward slowly. Then tell us, how much do they cost? We will buy them. The crowd eagerly inquired. For these elixirs, the Wang family will only charge 1/10 of what you previously paid, provided each of you brings back another addict to enjoy this price, Lu Yangshua declared, gently opening a vial from the chest, releasing a captivating aroma that wafted through the air. Upon catching the scent of the elixir, those accustomed to the Shengxian pills became invigorated, immediately scattering in all directions. Wang family head, these elixirs can only sustain demand for a limited time. We must address this issue promptly, as the sales will undoubtedly increase, Lu Yangshua remarked to Wang Yuanwu, observing the crowd disperse. But how can we possibly find so many alchemists in such a short time? The cauldrons are easy to procure. Wang Yuanwu lamented, troubled by the situation, for training an alchemist requires significantly more time than crafting a cauldron. How about this? The Wang family head could inquire among the younger generation in the clan who might be interested in learning alchemy. I can teach them, Lu Yangshua suggested thoughtfully. Fortunately, the process of crafting these elixirs was not overly complicated. While beginners might struggle initially, they would eventually master it with practice. That sounds feasible. I shall go ask them right away. Wang Yunwu nodded and made his way into the clan's interior. Meanwhile, Lu Yangshua and Meng Yue set up a table at the entrance of the Wang family, laden with elixirs. Around noon, Lu Yangshua slowly opened his eyes, observing the throng of people rushing toward him, the developments unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Those addicts summoned by the man from the previous day returned with even more companions, eager to acquire a more potent experience at merely 1/10 of the price. Who could resist? In just 2 hours, the elixirs Lu Yangshua had painstakingly crafted throughout the night were sold out, leaving those who failed to secure a purchase to return the following day. That evening, over 20 young members of the Wang family were gathered in the ancestral hall, where Lu Yangshua commenced an intensive training session, filling the entire Wang residence with the fragrance of alchemy. Can someone explain why only 2 bottles of Shengxian pills were sold today? In the Xue family, Xue Manqing wore a grim expression, scanning the gathered family elites below. That I heard that the Wang family has unveiled a new elixir, purportedly more effective than ours, priced at merely 1/10 of ours, a trembling voice from a previous casino patron replied. Chapter 71. A Midnight Visitor. What? The Wang family has begun alchemy. Xue Manqing furrowed his brow. Reporting to the family head, it seems the Wang family does not yet possess any alchemists, The one selling the elixirs is that unfamiliar young man who previously appeared at the Wang residence. Another family member informed. Humph. Fetch me some of the Wang family's elixirs tomorrow. Tonight I shall pay that young man a visit. Xue Manqing snorted coldly, turning to leave, leaving the other Xue family members sighing in relief. That evening, Lu Yangshua taught the fundamental methods of elixir crafting to the Wang family used before retreating to his chamber. Mingyue approached, offering him a cup of tea, which he quickly drank in a few gulps. Are you not concerned about provoking the Xue family by so boldly cutting off their financial lifeline? They will certainly seek retribution. However, that is precisely the outcome I desired, that my only fear is that they do not pursue me. Lu Yangshua replied with a light chuckle, feeling rejuvenated by the simple tea after a long day of teaching. Mingyue took the empty cup and refilled it with fresh tea. Suddenly, the oil lamp in the room was extinguished by a gust of wind, and a figure emerged from the shadows of the room. Young brother, you are the one who was in Tianbing's room, correct? Xue Manqing had somehow infiltrated the Wang family without being detected by Wang Yuanwu. Xue family head, what leads you to conclude that I am the individual from Tianbing's room? Lu Yangshua responded without reigniting the lamp, engaging Xue Manqing in conversation. Is it difficult to deduce? First, you pilfered my elixirs, then assisted the Wang family in crafting those elixirs to counter my Xue family. Then I must say, you are the most outstanding young individual I have encountered. Xue Manqing sneered, stepping closer. I asked the Xue family head's clandestine visit merely to exchange such trivialities with me? Lu Yangshua remarked dismissively, playing with the teacup in his hands. 200 million golden crystal stones, and from this day forth, you shall join my Xue family. What say you? Xue Manqing offered an astronomical sum to recruit Lu Yangshua. To be honest, that price is hard for me to decline. Lu Yangshua was evidently taken aback by the realization that he was deemed so valuable in Xue Manqing's eyes. Our Xue family requires talents like you. Should you choose to join us, we could swiftly dominate the entire Yuling city, with the entire continent within our grasp soon thereafter. It sounded truly enticing, and he was genuinely tempted to agree. However, the unfortunate reality was that he stood opposed to her. Thus, it seems we are simply not destined to be, he replied. Rising to his feet, Lu Yangshua gently opened his door. Since you cannot be of use to me, I regret to inform you that I must make you disappear from this place. Upon uttering these words, Xue Manqing's spiritual energy surged around him, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. Xue family head, if I were in your position, I would refrain from making a move against me, Lu Yangshua remarked with a smile. Why ever not? I could easily claim your head before Wang Yuanwu arrives, and then depart from here. Lu Yangshua clarified, you may have misunderstood. I was not referring to the head of the Wang family, but rather to her. He stepped aside, revealing Mingyue behind him. Her. I never anticipated that such a prodigy would rely on a woman for protection. Xue Manqing initially paused, then burst into laughter, that a mere mortal dares to comment on my worth. When I ascended to divinity, you were still in your mother's womb. Mingyue, clearly incensed by the belittlement, stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of tearing Xue Manqing apart. Having never encountered such formidable pressure, Xue Manqing spat out blood and retreated several steps until he was pressed against the wall. Oh, who are you? Xue Manqing gazed at Lu Yangshua and Mingyue as though they were two monsters. As you can see, I am merely a doctor, while she is my personal bodyguard, Xue family head. I shall extend you one final opportunity to leave this room safely, Lu Yangshua said with a smile that, despite its pleasantness, appeared rather sinister. This is not the end. My Xue family will undoubtedly seek retribution by other means. Xue Manqing swallowed hard, then vanished from Lu Yangshua's room in the blink of an eye. After exchanging glances with Mingyue, Lu Yangshua followed suit. That it was at this moment that Wang Yuanwu sensed Xue Manqing's presence and rushed over. Little brother, are you all right? Wang Yuanwu inquired as he entered. Nothing to worry about. He was bound to come here. It was merely a matter of time, Lu Yangshua replied, reigniting the oil lamp with a calm demeanor. That wretched scoundrel. I shall lead a force to raid their Xue family, Wang Yuanwu declared, his spiritual energy flaring as he prepared to turn and leave. There is no need for such impulsiveness. Wang family head. Trust me, within 7 days, the Xue family will crumble without a fight. Lu Yangshua exuded an air of unshakable confidence, for he possessed the means to control the Xue family's lifeblood. capable of uprooting their vast tree at 1.7 days was merely a modest estimate. Since you are so confident, I shall fully support you. However, starting tomorrow, I must increase the number of personnel here, lest the Shui family's unscrupulous cohort takes advantage of any openings, Wang Yuanwu resolutely stated. Unable to refuse, Lu Yangshuo nodded in agreement that I end the dead of night. Mengyue returned, whispering a few words in a Lu Yangshuo's ear before transforming back into a small dragon and coiling beside him. The following morning, the Wang family occupied an entire street at their entrance, with tables laden with the elixirs produced the previous day. That in the ensuing days, the Wang family accelerated their production of elixirs, which became a staple for the residents of Yuling City. Consuming these elixirs not only invigorated individuals, but also enhanced their physical prowess. That in stark contrast, the Shui family's business suffered tremendously. Their sales of the Ascension pills dwindled, and even their gambling houses and brothels were adversely affected. The previous adverse effects of the Ascension pills had left the populace with a bitter taste towards the Shui family. What a bunch of worthless fools. The Wang family brings in a mere child, and they have managed to suppress my Shui family to this extent. Shui Manqing bellowed, shattering a cup in his rage. Family head, we have sampled the Wang family's elixirs, and their efficacy is indeed remarkable. Without inducing addiction, one of the subordinates ventured cautiously that I shall devise a solution for the potency issue, that if you cannot sell the new elixirs, then I see no reason to keep you around. Shui Manqing retorted before retreating to his chamber. After rummaging through the bookshelf for a time, he opened a hidden door and slipped inside. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanwu could hardly contain his joy over the past few days as the Wang family's business surged. In just 3 to 4 days, their earnings rivaled those of the previous month. Little brother, I owe you a great debt. I hear that many of the Shui family's enterprises have not opened in days. Wang Yuanwu exclaimed, brandishing the account book with glee. You flatter me, Wang family head. The downfall of the Shui family was only a matter of time. I merely expedited the process, Lu Yangshuo replied, sipping his tea. With the new generation of alchemists in the Wang family now proficient in producing standard elixirs, Lu Yangshuo no longer needed to refine them. Well then, let us press on and eradicate the Shui family, Wang Yuanwu declared, slamming the account book down as if rejuvenated by years. Suddenly, a frantic disciple from the Wang family burst in. Family head, it's bad trouble at the Shui family. What has transpired at the Shui family? Speak, Wang Yuanwu commanded, frowning. The Shui family has just unfurled a banner at their entrance, proclaiming their new Ascension pills to possess 10 times the potency of ours, with the first 1,000 bottles given away for free. Many customers have already flocked to them. The disciple reported anxiously, What? Is Shui Manqing truly intent on engaging in a life-or-death struggle with me? Wang Yuanwu slammed his palm on the table, nearly shattering the solid wood. Lu Yangshuo frowned in contemplation, then stood. Let us go. Lead me to the Shui family's stall. The disciple nodded, rising to guide the way, followed closely by Lu Yangshuo, Wang Yuanwu, and Minch. In haste, they soon arrived at the Shui family's stall, where they found numerous individuals still unable to resist the allure of the 10-fold potency of the Ascension pills. Upon seeing Wang Yuanwu and the others, the Shui family disciples manning the stall quickly retreated inside. Moments later, the man from the gambling house emerged, spotting Lu Yangshuo beside Wang Yuanwu. You are the prodigious youth of the Wang family? Indeed, that is I must express my gratitude to you. Without you, I would not have acquired the sample of your Ascension pills so effortlessly, Lu Yangshuo replied with a light chuckle. The man was instantly consumed by rage, now harboring a lethal intent towards Lu Yangshuo. If Shui Manqing learned that he had provided the sample to Lu Yangshuo, he would be doomed. As he thought this, the man produced a razor-sharp flying dagger, hurling it towards Lu Yangshuo. Wang Yuanwu, possessing the cultivation of the Xianying realm, naturally perceived the man's actions and immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Yangshuo. However, Lu Yangshuo, with his celestial eye, sensed something amiss and pushed Wang Yuanwu aside, stepping forward to confront the flying dagger. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed from the area near Lu Yangshuo's heart as the dagger fell to the ground, having corroded a sizable hole into the earth. Poison! Wang Yuanwu exclaimed in fury, darting into the crowd of Shui family members, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that scattered the onlookers. The man who had attempted to ambush Lu Yangshuo was seized by Wang Yuanwu's powerful grip. capable of causing his head to explode at a whim. "Stop. I still have use for this man," Lu Yangshuo interjected, rushing forward to grasp Wang Yuanwu's wrist. Wang Yuanwu nodded, releasing his grip on the man's head. The man, as if granted a second chance at life, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding crowd recoiled in fear, wary of being swept into the chaos. Lu Yangshuo approached the Shui family's stall. Lifting a bottle of Ascension pills and uncorking it, a plume of black smoke wafted from the vial. "Behold, this is the Ascension pill you seek." Lu Yangshuo held the vial aloft, then, in full view of the crowd, forced the contents down the man's throat. The potency, magnified tenfold, detonated within the man's mind, and within mere moments, his pupils dilated, black blood seeping from all 7 orifices. This horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who regarded the Shui family members as if they were specters, fleeing in terror, that if you wish to survive, purchase the Wang family's elixirs. Lu Yangshuo bellowed to the crowd. Upon hearing his proclamation, the people rushed toward the Wang family's direction. "Wang family head, you must return and urge the young alchemists to expedite their refining process." "Indeed. And what of you?" Wang Yunwu nodded and inquired. "I shall go resolve the final troubles of the Shui family." Upon finishing his words, Lu Yangshuo hoisted the lifeless body from the ground and, accompanied by Meng Yue, entered the Shui residence. The house servants of the Shui family intended to intervene, yet upon witnessing the horrific state of the deceased man in Lu Yangshuo's grasp, none dared to approach, allowing the two to traverse the Shui household with impunity. Before long, under Meng Yue's guidance, they arrived at Shui Manqing's chamber. Meng Yue delivered a swift kick to the bookshelf, which collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing a concealed passage behind it. Instantly, an odor reminiscent of that in Yao Guang's silkworm room wafted forth. Both covered their noses and ventured inside. Within the dark passage, Shui Manqing knelt before a bizarre, demonic statue, fervently clasping his hands in prayer while murmuring incantations. Dark purple liquid began to trickle from the statue's mouth, dripping into a bowl positioned below. "Shui family head, facing imminent death, do you truly believe this entity can save you?" Lu Yangshuo remarked, casually tossing the man's corpse behind Shui Manqing. "The Lord of Demons will surely save me. He has promised," Shui Manqing replied, gradually opening his eyes and rising. "Turn back. There is still hope for you. Consume this, and you shall be liberated from this illusion," Lu Yangshuo suggested thoughtfully, tossing a vial of his personally concocted elixir to Shui Manqing. After receiving it, Shui Manqing glanced back at the bowl containing the liquid, chuckling softly. "All mortals suffer. Is life not meant for liberation? What harm is there in an illusion? Only within it can we discover our true joy." With that, Shui Manqing swiftly discarded the elixir Lu Yangshuo had provided and turned to gulp down the bowl of dark purple liquid. Although the immortal Ascension pill was crafted from this liquid, it contained numerous diluted medicinal ingredients. Now, with Shui Manqing drinking a bowl outright, one could only speculate what transformation awaited him. Chapter 73. The Fall of the Shui Family After Consuming the Dark Purple Liquid. Shui Manqing appeared as though something were constricting his throat, collapsing to the ground in agony and emitting primal howls. The cries echoed like those of a wild beast, instilling fear in all who heard. Suddenly, Shui Manqing's clothing ripped apart at the back, and as the protrusions along his spine writhed, sharp bone spurs erupted from his body, while claws formed at his hands and feet at this moment. Shui Manqing resembled a bloodthirsty beast. After a prolonged silence, Shui Manqing jerked his head up, his gaze fixed on Lu Yangshuo and Meng Yue, exuding a chilling aura that he has lost his sanity. "End him," Meng Yue whispered. Lu Yangshuo nodded, and in an instant, a long spear manifested in his hand. Raised before him in a defensive stance, as Lu Yangshuo prepared for combat, Shui Manqing revealed his jagged teeth and lunged at him with lightning speed. So swift, Lu Yangshuo thought, as he parried the onslaught of attacks that came within mere moments. Enduring no less than 20 strikes, upon closer inspection, he noticed scratches marred the surface of his spear. Clearly, Shui Manqing's current speed was astonishing, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Just as Lu Yangshuo became momentarily distracted, Shui Manqing crouched low, and the spines on his back detached, launching towards Lu Yangshuo's chest like bullets. The velocity was such that Lu Yangshuo could scarcely react. Suddenly, a hand pushed him aside. It was Meng Yue. The bone spurs missed Lu Yangshuo but struck Meng Yue's shoulder with brutal force, causing her to crash against the wall. shattering several stones in the process. "You seek death," Lu Yangsha roared, his fury igniting as he produced a medicinal pill from his right hand, swallowing it whole, despite the disparity in their cultivation levels. And with Shui Manqing now further empowered by dark forces, Lu Yangsha, as a disciple of the Medicine Emperor, possessed numerous means to forcibly enhance his own strength. After ingesting the elixir, Lu Yangsha felt his dantian and spiritual pearl surge with energy, the spiritual force flowing like an unending river, invigorating him with boundless strength. Another flash of silver light appeared as a second spear materialized in his other hand. This marked the first occasion he had wielded dual weapons. Shui Manqing emitted guttural warning sounds, sensing the peril from Lu Yangshua's intimidating presence. That as Lu Yangsha swept his twin spears, clouds of dust erupted, obscuring Shui Manqing's vision. Just as Shui Manqing scanned the haze cautiously, a spear lunged from the mist, aimed directly at his forehead. With a slight dip of his head, Shui Manqing narrowly avoided the spear, which instead embedded itself in the ground behind him. Following closely was Lu Yangsha, spear raised high, ready to deliver a devastating strike. Shui Manqing, undeterred, braced himself for the impact, his right hand shielding him while his left claw lunged at Lu Yangsha. However, he was unaware that Lu Yangshua's layered strike concealed 3 levels of hidden energy. As the spear connected with Shui Manqing's right arm, Lu Yangshuo unleashed the hidden force. A resounding explosion echoed as Shui Manqing's arm shattered into fragments, causing him to stagger sideways. Yet Lu Yangshua's assault did not cease. After a swift aerial maneuver, he landed directly atop his first spear, using it as leverage to propel himself towards Shui Manqing with the speed of an arrow. "Breathe in the essence," he commanded, as 2 silver dragons spiraled around the tip of his spear, delivering a forceful strike straight into Shui Manqing's chest. Shui Manqing struggled for a moment before succumbing, collapsing like a deflated balloon. "Are you all right?" Lu Yangsha retrieved his spear and turned to Mengyue. "This injury is nothing. It couldn't even breach my scales," Mengyue replied, extracting the bone spur from her shoulder, revealing that it had merely torn her clothing, leaving her fair skin unscathed. "Glad to hear you are well. Let us return." Lu Yangsha exhaled in relief as he stored the spear back into his storage ring. "Wait, there is still this." Mengyue stepped forward and shattered the demonic statue with a single strike. Curiously, the statue was made entirely of stone, leaving the origin of the dark purple liquid a mystery. Suddenly, Lu Yangsha felt his legs weaken, and he began to topple forward. Mengyue, quick on her feet, stepped forward to support him. "What is wrong?" she inquired urgently. "The side effects of the elixir have set in. Did you think I could have slain that monster otherwise?" Lu Yangsha replied with a wry smile. "What a troublesome individual you are," Mengyue remarked, though her smile betrayed the joy she felt in her heart, as Lu Yangshua's willingness to confront Shui Manqing for her sake had left a profound impression on her. With Mengyue's assistance, Lu Yangsha exited Shui Manqing's secret chamber, only to find the courtyard swarmed with Shui family servants, who immediately adopted a wary stance upon their emergence. "Shui Manqing is dead. Your family has met its end. Depart from Yuling City while you still can," Lu Yangshuo declared, tossing Shui Manqing's severed head before the servants. With Mengyue's help, he made his exit from the Shui estate. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Wang Yunwu awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yangshuo's return, he rushed forward. "Little brother, are you unscathed? How could you have sustained such grievous injuries? Surely it was that rascal Shui Manqing's doing." "I shall slay him at once," Wang Yunwu exclaimed, attempting to stride toward the Shui household, only to be halted by Lu Yangshua's grip. "Fear not, Wang family head. This is but a trivial matter. Moreover, Shui Manqing has already been vanquished. You would find nothing but his corpse," Lu Yangshua replied, his complexion somewhat pale. "What? You killed Shui Manqing? His strength is not easily surpassed. You constantly surprise me," Wang Yuanwu exclaimed in disbelief that I had previously vowed to eradicate the Shui family. "I merely fulfilled my promise to truly eradicate them. It required the hand of an outsider," Lu Yangshua explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Yunwu nodded in understanding, realizing Lu Yangshua had discerned his concerns. The Shui family was a prominent clan, and should the Wang family intervene, it would inevitably provide fodder for gossip. Thus, it was imperative for Lu Yangshua to take action. "That I, in my capacity as the head of the Wang family, I declare you, little brother, as a cherished ally of the Wang clan. Should you ever require assistance, the Wang family shall not hesitate to offer our utmost support," Wang Yuanwu proclaimed with conviction. Chapter 74. The Master of Shijiangyu are too courteous. Wang family head. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. Having resolved this significant issue, we can now take a moment to rest. Lu Yangshu yawned, gently drawing Meng Yue into his embrace. Excellent. You two should return to your chambers to rest. I shall make arrangements for a grand celebration this evening, Wang Yuanwu declared, promptly departing with haste. Come, let us return and take our rest, Lu Yangshua suggested, leaning against Meng Yue, resting his head upon her shoulder. You seek death. As the rosy hue gradually crept onto Meng Yue's cheeks, her petite hand pinched the soft flesh around Lu Yangshua's waist once more. This time, Lu Yangshu refrained from protesting. After all, such a rare opportunity for intimacy was not to be squandered. I am but an injured party. You cannot treat me this way. Umph. I can hardly be bothered with you, that I shall settle the score once you have recovered, she retorted, casting him a disdainful glance before assisting him as they made their way back to the room. It was not until evening that Lu Yangshu and Meng Yue finally arrived at the grand hall of the Wang family, where a lavish spread of delicacies had long awaited their presence. Ah, you two have finally arrived. How was your rest? Wang Yunwu greeted them with a smile. That it was satisfactory, though I still feel some lingering soreness, Lu Yangshu replied, stretching his shoulders upon returning to the room. He had not engaged in any other activities, but rather prepared a medicinal bath as instructed by the medicine emperor, expelling the residual toxins from his body. Should these remnants remain, they would surely compromise both his health and cultivation. That is good to hear. Please do stay a few more days at my Wang residence. It would allow me to extend my hospitality, Wang Yuanwu said, raising his cup. That I fear that may not be feasible, as we have other destinations to attend to. Our visit to Yuling City was merely a brief respite, and addressing the matters with the Shui family was merely a matter of convenience. Lu Yangshu responded, somewhat uneasy. Very well then. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send a servant my way. Tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated, Wang Yuanwu noted, observing Lu Yangshua's reluctance without pressing further. Lu Yangshu nodded eagerly, having distinctly heard Meng Yue gulping beside him. Once seated at the table, Meng Yue swiftly entered her eating mode, with no dish remaining in her presence for more than 3 bites. Fortunately, Wang Yuanwu had anticipated this, instructing the kitchen to keep the dishes coming without interruption to keep pace with Meng Yue's voracity. The trio indulged in food and drink until the late hours of the night, satisfied only when Meng Yue had her fill. Both Wang Yuanwu and Lu Yangshu, being cultivators, found that their alcohol tolerance dissipated rapidly under the circulation of spiritual energy, with the gathering dispersing mainly due to Meng Yue's satiation. At the break of dawn the following day, Lu Yangshu and Meng Yue had already packed their belongings. That in accordance with their agreement, Wang Yuanwu had prepared a plethora of provisions for them, as well as 2 fine steeds. Thank you, head of the Wang family, that we shall take our leave now, Lu Yangshu said, taking the reins and bowing to Wang Yuanwu. May our paths cross again. You are always welcome to visit Yuling City, Wang Yuanwu replied, accompanying them to the outskirts of the city before reluctantly returning home. Why do I have this nagging feeling that I have forgotten something? Lu Yangshu pondered aloud while mounted, unable to pinpoint what it might be. You forgot the roast pig you owe me, Meng Yue interjected with a sidelong glance. That I shall make sure to repay you before we reach the dark valley. Lu Yangshu chuckled awkwardly. What had slipped Lu Yangshua's mind was none other than Wang Yongfu, who had been cast out by Wang Yuanwu. After being brainwashed by Shui Manqing, he had been forcibly submerged in a barrel of dark purple liquid, silenced and bound. With Shui Manqing now deceased, Wang Yongfu had been entirely forgotten by all. With their steeds to expedite their travel, Lu Yangshu and Meng Yue swiftly ventured into the western regions of the continent, drawing ever closer to their final destination, the Dark Valley. The western frontier boasts a splendid environment. The jungles abound, and I feel an unusual tranquility engulfing me, Lu Yangshu remarked, leaning over his horse to bask in the sunlight filtering through the foliage. You should not let your guard down too much. It is said that the inhabitants of the western frontier, both humans and beasts, remain uncivilized. Be wary of being captured by savages for their feasts, Meng Yue cautioned, surveying their surroundings. What is there to fear? After all, you are with me, do not forget. You are my bodyguard for these 3 years, charged with ensuring my safety. Once we arrive here, I may indeed be unable to protect you, Lu Yangshu replied, Sensing an unusual tone in Minuet's voice as he slowly straightened up from his slouched position on the horse. "What is troubling you? You seem distracted," he inquired. "Do you know whose territory the western frontier is?" Minuet turned to him with a grave expression. "Whose? Is there truly a master of the western frontier?" Lu Yangshu asked, perplexed. "Indeed, according to the Medicine Emperor's account of that fateful battle among the 81 wild beast generals. The most formidable was the white tiger, who claims this land as his own, a wild beast that shares a brotherly bond with my father." At the mention of this name, even Minuet appeared somewhat anxious. Could it be that he still lives? Lu Yangshuo felt a chill creep down his spine. That of course. If the Dragon Emperor still draws breath, why would the white tiger not? The figure of the Medicine Emperor materialized before them. "Master, what is the character of the white tiger? Is he easy to get along with?" Mingwei inquired that if he were easy to deal with, one might argue that no one in this world is difficult to interact with. During the Great Battle, he was a vanguard for the Beast Clan, having slain not fewer than several 100,000 void demons. His methods are considered ruthless, bordering on bloodthirsty, that it is likely that only the Dragon Emperor and the Demon Emperor could subdue him. The Medicine Emperor replied, stroking his beard with a nonchalant demeanor. Lu Yangshuo glanced at Mingyue, reaffirming the gravity of the situation through her expression. "Where in the western frontier does he reside? We must endeavor to avoid him." Lu Yangshuo swallowed hard. The white tiger has always revered strength as the ultimate truth. Thus he is one of the few wild beasts without a faction of his own. Should he wish to find you, there would be no escape for you, even if you fled to the ends of the earth. However, there is no need for concern, as long as you do not stir up too much commotion in the western frontier. He will likely disregard you as a trivial matter. The Medicine Emperor chuckled lightly. With that, Lu Yangshu exhaled, feeling the tension ease from his throat, relieved that his current task from the system was merely to establish a clinic, rather than some absurd mission to slay a divine beast. "There is a village about 20 miles ahead. Let us take a look," the Medicine Emperor suggested, pointing down the road. Lu Yangshu nodded, and he and Mingyue urged their steeds forward until they reached the village described by the Medicine Emperor. Upon entering, Lu Yangshuo was taken aback. Indeed, as Mingyue had previously mentioned, the villagers appeared almost primitive, with broad leaves serving as makeshift garments, and their dwellings were as rudimentary as a few sticks and banana leaves forming a crude shelter. Several young men from the village, upon spotting Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue, brandished stone axes and knives, blocking their path and chattering incomprehensibly. Just as Lu Yangshuo was at a loss for words, a notification from the system chimed in his mind, enabling him to understand the wild men's speech. To his surprise, the Beast King system possessed such a useful ability. "Calm down. We mean you no harm." Lu Yangshuo's voice resonated in the minds of the two wild men. They exchanged glances, scratching their heads before realizing that the voice originated from the man clad in white before them. "This is our village. Who are you?" One of them inquired. "As I said, we are not your foes. We are merely passing through on our way to the Dark Valley." Upon hearing the name of the Dark Valley, the two wild men recoiled, shaking their heads vigorously. "Do not go. It is dangerous. There are monsters," they insisted repeatedly. "What manner of monsters?" Lu Yangshu pressed. "Tigers, very large, much blood," they replied to AT that moment. Lu Yangshu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be mere coincidence that they had just spoken of not encountering the white tigers so easily, only to find that he might indeed be lurking within the Dark Valley? "What did they say?" Mingyue leaned in to inquire. "They mentioned a massive tiger within the Dark Valley, and much blood." Lu Yangshuo relayed with a wry smile. Could it truly be him? Is he engaged in battle with someone? Mingyue's brow furrowed. "That I believe we should seek out someone familiar with the terrain here for guidance," she suggested, and Lu Yangshu nodded in agreement. They dismounted and expressed their wish to stay the night in the village. The two wild men hesitated, but when Lu Yangshuo produced a pouch of provisions provided by Wang Yuanwu, they quickly ran off and returned shortly, stating that the chieftain had consented. After entrusting their horses to the wild men, Lu Yangshuo and Mingyue were led to a cave that appeared to serve as the chieftain's abode. Inside the cave, they found a wild man seated upon a stone bed, distinguishable from the others by a crown of feathers adorning his head and intricate runes painted across his body. "Be cautious. This individual is not an ordinary man, that I sense a presence akin to spiritual energy emanating from him," Mingyue warned softly. Lu Yangshu nodded, stepping forward cautiously. The wild chieftain slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the vastness of countless stars. Greetings, distant travelers. I am Babado, the chieftain of this village. What inquiries do you have? Greetings, Chief Babado. We wish to venture into the dark valley. Yet your tribesmen have warned us of the presence of tiger monsters. Is this true? Observing that the other party remained courteous, Lu Yangshu also clasped his hands in respect and inquired, Indeed, it is true. That place is fraught with danger, for the great tiger god is currently battling his malevolent thoughts. And we must not disturb him. Babado nodded, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a multitude of fireflies emerged from the cave behind him, illuminating the entire cavern done on the rock walls. A colossal totem of a white tiger was etched, beneath which countless individuals were kneeling in reverence. Behind the head of the white tiger, a shadowy figure loomed, barely discernible unless one looked closely. We have pressing matters to attend to there. We must depart by tomorrow. Lu Yangshua, now possessing a solid conviction that this so-called tiger god was indeed the white tiger, felt an immense reluctance to go. However, given the nature of the task, he knew he could not refuse that if you were determined to proceed, the tiger hunter shall return tonight. I will arrange for them to escort you there. Seeing Lu Yangshua's resoluteness, Babado had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, Chief. After expressing his gratitude to Babado, Lu Yangshua took Mingyue's hand and exited the cave, sharing his conjecture with her. Mingyue concurred with Lu Yangshua's hypothesis. Yet she had never heard of such a thing as malevolent thoughts. Master, do you know anything about this? Lu Yangshua could only turn to the Medicine Emperor for insight, that I am not well versed in this matter either. The Demon Emperor has never mentioned it to me. The White Tiger is inherently reclusive and seldom communicates with the Demon Emperor, were it not for the Demon Emperor achieving his position first. He likely wouldn't regard us old fellows at all. The Medicine Emperor pondered for a moment before conveying through thought, there is indeed a hierarchy. Achieving an imperial status is not as simple as one might believe. You presume it is merely a matter of sufficient cultivation? The intricacies involved in attaining an imperial title are profound. One must possess the imperial seal to do so. The tone of the Medicine Emperor dripped with disdain. Imperial seal? What is that? Lu Yangshua inquired with curiosity to ask the sole disciple of the Medicine Emperor. How could you be unaware of this? Look at your chest. Following the Medicine Emperor's guidance, Lu Yangshua pulled open his collar to reveal a fiery red tattoo in the shape of a cauldron on his chest. This vessel symbolizes the legacy of our Medicine Emperor lineage. Only with the imperial seal can you inherit my title in the future, Dada. I see. Then Mingyue, as the daughter of the Dragon Emperor, must also possess an imperial seal. Come, let me see. As he spoke, Lu Yangshu reached towards Mingyue's collar. Smack! A resounding slap drew the attention of all the wildlings, who witnessed Lu Yangshu's back tooth being knocked out, prompting exclamations of shock that if you refuse to show it, then just say so. Why resort to violence? Can we not be civilized? Lu Yangshua, clutching his rapidly swelling jaw, mumbled. You lecher, do you think all inheritors have their imperial seals in the same place? Mine is here. With that, Mingyue gently lifted her sleeve, revealing a golden dragon head tattoo on her shoulder, signifying her identity as a successor of the Demon Emperor. As the trio conversed, they were unaware that night had fallen. Lu Yangshua and Mingyue accepted the invitation of the wildlings to gather around a bonfire and roast some fish and rabbit. However, after growing accustomed to Lu Yangshua's well-seasoned cooking, Mingyue found the unseasoned meat utterly unpalatable, taking only a single bite before handing the rabbit back to Lu Yangshua. Chapter 76. The fire spirit ant swarm. Lu Yangshua accepted the roasted rabbit Mingyue had offered, skillfully preparing it. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of the surrounding wildlings. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yangshua generously distributed all the seasonings among them. Following Lu Yangshua's example, the wildlings sprinkled their meat with spices, relishing the flavors, even offering Lu Yangshua their homemade fruit wine. Though they could not communicate verbally, the bond between them gradually strengthened. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Yangshua had forged a camaraderie with the wildlings when suddenly hurried footsteps approached from the dark thicket behind him. Upon turning, he found 10 robust men standing behind him, the leader of whom was a muscular figure resembling granite, with runes etched upon his limbs akin to those of Babado. The moment their eyes met, both Lu Yangshua and the leader sensed a mutual wariness. Urim, you have returned. Babato rose and walked slowly towards the muscular man. Indeed, Chief. Regrettably, we did not gather many spoils. The tiger god's presence has led to a decline in nearby beasts. Urim, the muscular man, knelt on one knee before Babato, his tone filled with remorse, while his companions laid down their leather bags, revealing only a few rabbits inside. Rise, my child. You must not blame yourself. As long as we remain united, we shall surely overcome this challenge. Babato approached and assisted Urim to his feet, gently patting his shoulder. Although Urim nodded, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. He and the chief could endure hunger for extended periods. But the elders and children of the tribe depended on sustenance, that if it is not too much trouble, we would like to offer you these. Lu Yangshua, having overheard their predicament, decided to share a substantial portion of the provisions prepared by Wang Yuanwu. Enough to sustain the small village for a month or two. But how can we accept this? This is your food. If you give it to us, what will you do? Babato stared in astonishment at the mountain of provisions before him. Do not worry about us. As the chief can see, we are not ordinary individuals. The absence of food does not heavily impact us. Lu Yangshua smiled gently, a sphere of spiritual energy manifesting in the center of his palm. Chief, who are these two? Urim, as a white tiger hunter, still felt some unease despite the goodwill Lu Yangshua had shown towards the village. These two are friends from afar. They wish to journey to the Dark Valley. Urim, you shall escort them there at dawn. Babato abruptly remembered that he had not introduced Lu Yangshua to Urim and hurriedly made the introductions. The Dark Valley? It has been particularly perilous there of late. It would be wise to refrain from going. Urim and Babato reacted with astonishment upon hearing the name. Rest assured, we possess the means to protect ourselves. All we require is for you to take us there. Lu Yangshua replied with a light chuckle. Urim had no choice but to acquiesce and sat down by the bonfire, soon becoming enamored with the seasonings Lu Yangshua had brought, drinking heartily. The following morning, Lu Yangshua and Mingyue set out towards the Dark Valley under the protection of 10 white tiger hunters. Although they traveled along a well-trodden path, the tension among Urim and his companions was palpable. Not only them, even Mingyue wore a frown, for her innate instincts as a beast tribe member allowed her to sense the sorrowful emotions of all beast kind in the vicinity, under such oppressive circumstances. Even Lu Yangshua began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, Urim dropped low to the ground, pressing his ear to the earth to listen intently. Moments later, he shot up, shouting, "Run!" Lu Yangshua activated his celestial eye, his vision extending far into the distance, where he discerned a thick cloud of smoke rapidly approaching from 2 or 3 miles away. Upon closer inspection, the smoke was filled with ants, all crimson and the size of calves. Run! The fire spirit ant swarm will devour us whole. Urim dashed towards the nearby forest, his arm adorned with glowing runes, uprooting a tree that would require 2 adults to embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yangshua felt a rush of admiration. It seemed that the runes could enhance one's physical prowess. Just how formidable was Babato, covered in runes? Meanwhile, Urim called for his companions to retreat, yet he positioned the tree in front of him, attempting to shield them as they fled. Lu Yangshua's fondness for Urim grew even deeper. As the smoke drew nearer, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down Urim's forehead, but when he turned back, he found Lu Yangshua and Mingyue leisurely seated upon their mounts, showing no signs of panic. Run! I cannot hold them off for long. Go back and summon the chief. Urim cried out. Fear not. A mere swarm of ants is no match for me. Lu Yangshua offered a slight smile as he leapt gracefully from his horse, landing before Urim. Urim had intended to flee with Lu Yangshua, but the swarm of fire spirit ants loomed perilously close. Forcing him to abandon the tree, he had clutched and plunged into the thicket. The rapidly advancing ants appeared utterly oblivious to Lu Yangshua, maintaining their relentless pace, now less than 100 meters away. With a determined gaze, Lu Yangshua unleashed his mimetic pressure, which surged forth like a tumultuous sea, enveloping the fiery horde in an instant. Caught off guard by this overwhelming force, the fire spirit ants were pinned to the ground. Immobile, as Lu Yangshua took measured steps forward, their heads slowly bowing in submission. Urim, initially hidden behind a large tree as he waited for the fire spirit ants to pass, grew increasingly concerned when silence enveloped the area. Cautiously peeking out, he was astounded by the sight before him. Lu Yangshua stood with his right foot firmly planted on the head of the largest fire spirit ant, while thousands of its kin remained utterly still, seemingly paralyzed by Lu Yangshua's formidable presence. "Come forth." "They are merely frightened," Lu Yangshua called towards the thicket behind him. Due to the fire spirit ant's exceedingly low intelligence, he could not communicate with them, only sensing their palpable fear. Chapter 77. The grand opening of Old Lu's Medical Institute. Upon hearing Lu Yangshua's summons, Urim and several other white tiger hunters emerged from the foliage, gazing at Lu Yangshua with expressions akin to reverence. After directing the fire spirit ants to retreat in another direction, Lu Yangshua returned to his steed. "How did you accomplish that?" Urim inquired, trailing beside Lu Yangshua, his voice filled with wonder. "Nothing extraordinary. Merely some of my abilities. Dealing with such low-level beasts is quite effortless," Lu Yangshua replied with a subtle smile. "Can you teach me? I yearn to learn," Urim implored eagerly. "This particular technique, unfortunately, cannot be learned by anyone but me," Lu Yangshua responded. Taken aback by Urim's sudden request, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Knowing only he possessed the Beast King system, that Urim's expression fell at Lu Yangshua's words, perhaps believing that Lu Yangshua deemed him too weak to impart his knowledge. "However, I can teach you other things," Lu Yangshua said, his mind racing as he recalled that the system must possess other compatible techniques. "Really? Can I truly learn?" Urim's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked up at Lu Yangshua. With a nod, Lu Yangshua lightly touched Urim's forehead with his fingertip, transferring a high-level yellow-tier technique into Urim's mind, translated by the Beast King system. This Seven Demons mystical scripture is specifically designed for physical cultivation. At its pinnacle, the body can evolve 7 times, wielding immense power, Lu Yangshua said, a pang of regret coursing through him, for this scripture had cost him 200,000 royal blood points. Had it not been for Urim's earlier willingness to sacrifice himself for Lu Yangshua, he would never have exchanged it. "Thank you, Master," Urim suddenly exclaimed, addressing Lu Yangshua with fervor. "Master? I never claimed to take you as my disciple." Lu Yangshua was momentarily bewildered by Urim's unexpected declaration. The clan leader stated that whoever teaches you something you do not know becomes your master. "Thus, you are my master," Urim declared with unwavering conviction. "Very well. Call me as you wish. The technique is yours, but your progress ultimately depends on your own efforts," Lu Yangshua said with a wry smile. "Yes, I, Urim, swear to the tiger god that I shall not disappoint my master and mistress," Urim proclaimed, raising his right hand to his chest with utmost seriousness. This turn of events rendered not only Lu Yangshua awkward, but also turned Mingyue's face as red as a tomato. "Master is fine to call, but mistress is out of the question. We are not even close to that yet." Lu Yangshua hastily dismounted and covered Urim's mouth. Being slightly shorter than Urim made the gesture somewhat comical, causing Mingyue to momentarily forget her irritation and burst into laughter. Seeing Mingyue so amused, Lu Yangshua exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding a beating. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey, noticeably quickening their pace. For Urim and the others no longer harbored concerns about encountering beasts. With Lu Yangshua present, they felt an unparalleled sense of security. Traveling at full speed, they finally reached their destination, Dark Valley, by noon. Despite being the hottest part of the day, the entrance to the valley was chillingly cold. Even a thin layer of frost coated the surrounding leaves. "This will suffice. You should return promptly," Lu Yangshua instructed as he dismounted before Urim and the others. "Master, how long do you intend to stay here?" Urim inquired. Though Lu Yangshua's presence offered some reassurance, he still felt a twinge of unease. "Perhaps for a while. I plan to build a house here," Lu Yangshua replied with a light chuckle. Mingyue was taken aback. Lu Yangshua had never mentioned staying for an extended period, let alone constructing a house. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Yangshua had already rolled up his sleeves and headed toward a nearby tree. "Master, we shall assist you," Urim declared, unable to remain idle. The tribe relied on their hunts for sustenance, but aiding Lu Yangshua in building a house was certainly feasible. With that, 10 white tiger hunters selected their targets and began felling trees. Remarkably, these hunters worked with unwavering diligence. Under Lu Yangshua's guidance, a simple 2-story structure had risen before nightfall. "That will do for now. Return and thoroughly absorb the technique I have imparted. Once you master it, you may teach it to others. Also, take this, consume it once you begin training," Lu Yangshua said, tossing a bottle of enlightenment pills to Urim. Uncertain of its contents, Urim assumed it was a valuable item since it came from Lu Yangshu. The other white tiger hunters, initially envious of Urim for receiving a powerful technique, brightened at the prospect of learning as well, and the group chatted merrily as they made their way back to the village. Why the sudden desire to build a house here? Minghua finally approached Lu Yangshua with a question. I'm not merely constructing a house. I'm establishing a medical institute. Lu Yangshua replied with a light laugh. Picking up a wooden plank and, using his fingers like a chisel, swiftly carving the character for medicine onto it. Aside from that village, who else is there? Are you intending to treat ghosts? Minghua shot Lu Yangshua a disapproving glance. It's not intended for humans. My true calling has always been as a legitimate veterinarian, Lu Yangshua stated proudly, then inexplicably produced a hoe and began tilling the land in front of the medical institute. After all, a medical institution ought to have a medicinal herb garden. Observing Lu Yangshua's earnest demeanor, Minghua opted not to discourage him. Sighing softly as she entered the medical institute, in the subsequent days, Lu Yangshua and Minghua appeared to lead a pastoral existence, tending to horses, chopping wood, and cultivating the land. Yet, even after the herbs Lu Yangshua had sown began to sprout, not a single patient had visited. Days passed, and there had been no sign of spirit beasts. Not even a single hair had crossed their path, I assure you. There will be patience. Just watch, Lu Yangshua said confidently, wiping sweat from his brow while working in the herb garden, wearing a straw hat. Minghua was about to mock him when suddenly, they both looked up towards the direction of a nearby river. Look, our first patient is arriving. Lu Yangshua chuckled lightly, removing his hat as he headed towards the riverbank, with Minghua hastily following suit. Chapter 78. The first patient. As they approached the river, drawn by the scent of blood, they were eager to discern which spirit beast had been injured. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed before them, and Lu Yangshua instinctively pulled Minghua back. Once they steadied themselves, they realized a gaping tear had appeared in Lu Yangshua's shirt. Before them, a blue giant wolf radiating an aura of chilling coldness bared its teeth, growling threateningly. How dare a mere-eyed toothed wolf show its fangs at me? It seems you are courting death, Minghua declared, feeling as though her dignity as an ancient thunder dragon had been provoked. Instantly, she unleashed her spiritual energy and pressure, sending the ice-toothed wolf flying. Strangely, although the wolf was knocked back, it trembled on its four legs, redirecting its focus towards Minghua. Wait, it appears to be protecting something, Lu Yangshua discerned, quickly blocking Minghua, who was on the verge of going berserk. Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm. The Beast King system activated. Lu Yangshua's voice resonated smoothly within the mind of the Icefang wolf. The wolf was momentarily taken aback, its two eyes filled with both confusion and caution as they regarded Lu Yangshua. I presume you are safeguarding something of great importance. Am I correct? The air is thick with the scent of blood. Is it one of your companions? Observing that the Icefang wolf bore no wounds, Lu Yangshua concluded that its companion must be the one in distress. After a moment of contemplation, the Icefang wolf detected no trace of hostility emanating from Lu Yangshua and slowly nodded. It is my wife. She went to the river to drink, only to be attacked by a dragon-scale crocodile. As it spoke, tears welled in the Icefang wolf's eyes, and it turned to gaze at the nearby grass thicket. May I take a look? I am a doctor. Perhaps there is still hope for her. Lu Yangshua quickly pressed for details. You truly are a doctor? The Icefang wolf exclaimed, a note of surprise in its voice. Indeed, a falsehood would warrant dire consequences. Hurry, lead me to her, Lu Yangshua declared, patting his chest. The Icefang wolf nodded and swiftly dashed towards the thicket, with Lu Yangshua and the accompanying Minghua trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the thicket, they discovered a slightly smaller Icefang wolf lying on the ground, gravely injured, its neck marred by 3 deep wounds from which blood flowed copiously. Is my wife beyond saving? The Icefang wolf inquired anxiously. The situation is dire. The wounds are too deep, and she has lost too much blood. Is she pregnant? Lu Yangshua furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing the wounded Icefang wolf's belly gently moving. Yes, it is all my fault for not being by her side at all times, the Icefang wolf lamented with profound regret. There is still hope. Follow me. Without hesitation, Lu Yangshua scooped up the injured Icefang wolf and rushed towards the clinic, with Minghua and the Icefang wolf hastily following. With a swift kick, Lu Yangshua burst through the clinic doors and laid the injured Icefang wolf upon the bed, while Minghua stood by the side. What are you doing here? Go outside and keep watch. The scent of blood is too strong, and bloodthirsty beasts may arrive shortly, Lu Yangshua said, not lifting his gaze as he carefully trimmed the fur around the wounds with scissors. She needs assistance in delivering. I am a woman, Mingyue insisted stubbornly. I am a doctor. Out! Lu Yangshua raised his head, his expression grave, devoid of any jest. Mingyue bit her lip in silence, then turned and exited. Taking a chair to sit at the clinic's entrance, emanating an aura that deterred any beast from approaching as time passed, the Icefang wolf remained vigilantly stationed at the clinic door, peering inside repeatedly, but could see nothing. Finally, the clinic door creaked open, and Lu Yangshua, drenched in sweat yet smiling, emerged. Fortunately, we discovered her in time. Both mother and child are safe. You may enter and see for yourself. Lu Yangshua stepped aside to allow entry. The Icefang wolf rushed inside, finding its wife resting on the bed, her wounds expertly bandaged and bleeding ceased, while 3 tiny wolf cubs quietly suckled. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have lost them. The Icefang wolf bowed its head in gratitude towards Lu Yang's and own need for thanks. Saving lives is the essence of a healer. She will need to remain under observation for a few days. If you wish, you may stay here or fetch her some nourishing provisions, for while I have plenty of medicine, food is lacking. Lu Yangshua waved his hand dismissively. The Icefang wolf nodded and swiftly darted out of the clinic. Now that you are safe, shall we settle our previous accounts? Mingyue approached Lu Yangshua from behind, her voice low. Instantly, a chill ran down Lu Yangshua's spine at the sound of her words, which echoed like the whispers of death. A bit of physical discomfort is unavoidable. That evening, the Icefang wolf returned, carrying a wild boar, not only bringing back food, but also several injured spirit beasts that had heard of Lu Yangshua's medical prowess and sought his assistance. Come in, Lu Yangshua welcomed them, albeit limping. What happened to your leg? You were fine this afternoon, the Icefang wolf inquired, placing the boar on the ground. Lu Yangshua hesitated, casting an awkward glance at Mingyue, although she had refrained from striking him at his insistence. He still bore numerous bruises. Let's not pry into matters that do not concern us. We are all men here, and we understand. The Icefang wolf nodded in understanding and hurried to guard his wife's bedside. After ensuring the injured spirit beasts brought by the Icefang wolf were well cared for, Lu Yangshua set up a bonfire in the backyard, marking the commencement of his repayment journey, with 3 roasted pigs remaining to be settled. In the ensuing days, the popularity of Lu Yangshua's clinic skyrocketed, with spirit beasts flocking to seek his healing. The spirit beasts in the shadowy valley, once engaged in fierce territorial battles, now found themselves recovering swiftly, with minor injuries healed the same day and severe ones requiring only a few days. The TO prevent any destruction of the clinic. Lu Yangshua hung a sign at the entrance, outside the clinic. Life and death are at will. Inside the clinic, grievances are set aside. With this sign in place, even beasts harboring a thirst for vengeance were compelled to cooperate and seek treatment amicably. Mingyue, please gather some blood for me. I am quite busy. Lu Yangshua called out that I truly do not understand your thought process. Are you not simply inviting trouble upon yourself? Mingyue retorted. What do you mean by trouble? They are our lifeblood. Where do you think your rabbits and wild boars come from? As the days slipped by, a month had passed before Lu Yangshua's clinic became a renowned establishment throughout the shadowy valley. One day, the system declared the task concluded. Over the course of that month, Lu Yangshua's medical skills had flourished, guided by the medicine emperor, with numerous spirit beasts coming to him for practical experience. It could be said that his medical prowess now surpassed that of most physicians. Time is fleeting. The year we agreed upon with the spirit beast sect is drawing near, leaving us only a few months. Do you truly intend to remain here as a doctor for the rest of your life? Mingyue lounged in a chair, leisurely enjoying the fruits brought by the spirit beasts. Certainly not. The time has come. We may soon have a distinguished guest tonight, Lu Yangshua replied nonchalantly after sending off a healed spirit beast. What distinguished guest? Mingyue inquired, curiosity piqued. You shall see. For now, focus on treating these patients. Our guest would not appreciate interruptions. As dusk settled, Lu Yangshua and Mingyue bid farewell to the last spirit beast and locked the clinic doors, placing a sign indicating they were closed for rest. They sat quietly in the backyard. Igniting the bonfire, night enveloped the surroundings. Mingyue grew increasingly impatient, Ready to inquire further when a familiar, yet daunting aura approached. "He has arrived," Lu Yangsha remarked, detecting the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. The two hurried to the clinic entrance, where a figure clad in a black cloak stood before them, entirely concealed save for a pair of piercing eyes that hinted at an imposing physique. "Have you finished resting?" A raspy voice emerged from beneath the cloak. "No. When does a clinic ever rest?" "Please, come inside," Lu Yangsha replied with a slight smile, moving aside to discard the resting sign and open the clinic door. The cloaked figure hesitated momentarily before entering, while Mingyue felt her legs tremble slightly, but steeled herself to follow. "Please, take a seat. Did I ask there anything troubling you?" Lu Yangsha lit an oil lamp and gestured towards a nearby chair. "I feel as though I am no longer myself," the cloaked figure confessed slowly. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Yangsha inquired, his brow furrowing. "My body is beyond my control, and I cannot discern the reason." The figure continued, seemingly pained as it clutched its head. "The formidable White Tiger General is afflicted by such an issue." Before Lu Yangsha could respond, Mingyue stepped forward, addressing the cloaked figure directly. The figure paused, raising its head to meet Mingyue's gaze. After a moment of silence, a flicker of clarity returned to its eyes. "You are the daughter of that fellow. I did not expect you to have grown so much. White Tiger General, remove your cloak. We are already aware of your identity." Lu Yangsha let out a soft sigh and spoke, having realized that his true identity had been discerned by the two before him. The figure in the black robe also rose to his feet, pulling down his long cloak. The White Tiger Battle General was a robust man, towering over 8 feet, with a faint royal character flickering between his brows. His upper body was marred by numerous gruesome wounds, some of which were still oozing fresh blood. "How did you come to know my identity?" the White Tiger Battle General inquired in a low voice. "Quite simply," Lu Yangsha replied. "The wild men spoke of witnessing a fierce battle between tiger-shaped spirit beasts in the Dark Valley, accompanied by a great deal of blood, that I surmised that you must have sustained severe injuries. Having spent a month here, I have treated no fewer than 80 spirit beasts, and none bore a scent as sanguine as yours." Lu Yangsha poured a cup of water for the White Tiger Battle General, discreetly adding some hemostatic herbs into the tea. The general accepted the cup, gently inhaled its fragrance, and after casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yangsha, drank it in one gulp. "Can you discern what affliction plagues my body?" he asked. "That I cannot," Lu Yangsha replied after a moment of contemplation. "It seems I have overestimated you. Those little fellows have elevated you to a status akin to that of a deity. You should leave promptly. I have a foreboding that I will soon lose myself, and when that happens, this vicinity will inevitably be engulfed in calamity." The White Tiger Battle General chuckled bitterly and rose to depart. "Hold on, you are truly impatient." He has yet to finish speaking, a voice suddenly interjected, as the figure of the Medicine Emperor appeared beside Lu Yangsha. Recognizing the voice of the Medicine Emperor, the White Tiger Battle General immediately turned and, upon confirming his identity, knelt down in a respectful gesture. "That I humbly greet you, Master Medicine Emperor." "Yes, rise." The Medicine Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "I am already but a specter of the past, and this is no longer our era. Such formalities are unnecessary." It was then that the White Tiger Battle General realized that the Medicine Emperor was merely a spiritual entity. "Master Medicine Emperor, who has wronged you? I shall take immediate vengeance."